In the vast and boundless world where realms converge, spiritual energy reigns supreme. In 2013, the author Tian Can Tu Dou embarked on a passionate journey with the novel The Great Ruler, published on Qidian Chinese Network. Mu Chen, the young master of the Mu clan in the North Spirit realm, faced the departure of his mother during his childhood, but, with exceptional talent, embarked on an extraordinary path. Beginning in the North Spirit realm, he underwent rigorous training at the North Song Spirit Academy and ventured into the vast world. Through trials and tribulations, he matured, joining hands with Luo Li and gaining the companionship of the Nine Nether. He transcended numerous realms of spiritual power, mastering spiritual veins, cultivating spiritual techniques, and excelling in spiritual formations. This novel has topped various IP value rankings and has been adapted into a television series and an animated show. Witness how Mu Chen rises to prominence in a world teeming with myriad races and heroes, ultimately becoming the great ruler who shakes the continent and safeguards all living beings. Chapter 1, North Spirit Academy. The blazing sun blazed down from the heavens, casting a searing light that enveloped the land in a haze of heat. The willows drooped gently, their branches and leaves subdued, presenting a languid demeanor. A gentle breeze swept through, causing garments to flutter and creating a somewhat majestic sight. Before hundreds of figures stood a stone platform, upon which sat a solitary figure in tranquil meditation. His hands were clasped before him, fingers interlaced, and his eyes were closed, as if he had entered a state of deep cultivation. This figure appeared youthful, with a mane of soft, slightly disheveled black hair and a face that, though still youthful, bore a certain delicacy, evoking a sense of comfort in those who beheld him. This moment, a visible radiance enveloped the youth, emanating a mysterious energy that seemed to surge into his being. Below the stone platform, several young individuals discreetly opened their eyes. They gazed at the luminous aura surrounding the youth atop the platform, unable to suppress their desire to lick their lips, their faces betraying a mix of envy and admiration. Soon, the tranquility was shattered by their hushed whispers. Brother Mu is truly remarkable. While we are merely sensing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, he has already ascended to the spirit movement realm. He truly deserves the title of the foremost among us in the Eastern Courtyard. Indeed, not just in the Eastern Courtyard, I dare say, there are few of the same age throughout the entire Northern Spirit Academy who can compare to Brother Mu. A gray-clad youth, seemingly well acquainted with a boy on the platform, could not help but smile with pride upon overhearing their murmurs. Lowering his voice, he remarked, Brother Mu was selected to participate in the spirit path. Among us in the Northern Spirit Realm, he is the only one with such an opportunity. You must be aware of the caliber of individuals who participate in the spirit path, right? The Northern Spirit Realm was abuzz for quite some time. Due to this matter, nearly all who emerged from there were ultimately reserved by the 5 Great Academies. The 5 Great Academies? Many youths, upon hearing this extraordinarily illustrious name, could not help but swallow hard, their eyes brimming with longing and fervor. This place represents the ultimate dream in the hearts of all young individuals. However, the selection process for the 5 Great Academies is exceedingly rigorous. Only those of exceptional talent may gain entry. To be admitted is to truly possess a future filled with boundless possibilities. Brother Mu is quite formidable. However, it seems he only participated for a year. I heard from others that Brother Mu was the first to be expelled from the spirit path before his time was completed. One youth hesitated briefly before whispering, but he quickly added, we all know Brother Mu's capabilities. Even though the spirit path is filled with prodigies from all over the vast world, Brother Mu would never be outshone. His expulsion must have been due to some form of injustice. The group of young men and women exchanged glances. This matter is not considered a secret in the Northern Spirit Academy, or even the entire Northern Spirit Realm. While they felt regret about the situation, their curiosity was piqued. They were eager to uncover the reasons behind the expulsion of Brother Mu, a figure so extraordinary that Eve, and those with a modicum of pride, found themselves in awe of him. Many young individuals adjusted their hairstyles, fully aware that the prodigious talent of the figure they referred. As Brother Mu was not sufficient to guarantee entry into the esteemed 5 Great Academies. After all, he had only practiced for a year within the spirit path, which hardly qualified as a successful completion of his training. In comparison to the true geniuses who had emerged from the spirit path, he still had a considerable distance to cover. Smack! As they conversed, a splinter of wood suddenly flew from the stone platform, striking the forehead of a youth clad in gray. Accompanying this was a light-hearted reprimand. Su Ling, do you truly believe I am merely a decoration? Do you want me to inform Master Imo that your upcoming holiday will be spent in the East Academy, making up for your training? The group of young men and women instinctively raised their heads, only to see the boy on the stone platform, who had been in meditation, open his eyes. His dark irises resembled the night sky, brimming with spiritual energy, and a gentle smile played at the corners of his mouth, illuminating his features and rendering him somewhat handsome. It must be said, he was quite an intriguing young lad. The surrounding youths erupted in laughter, the atmosphere brimming with vivacity. You are well aware of your father's ferocity. If you fail to advance to the spirit movement realm within 3 months, prepare yourself for a beating, remarked the youth known as Mu Chen, shaking his head in exasperation. The realm of spirit is not as easily accessible as you might think. I am not like you, Mu Go, who can casually participate in the spirit path with such ease. Su Ling scoffed, then quickly silenced herself. Although this matter was hardly a secret throughout the northern spirit realm, and even Mu Chen did not shy away from discussing it, such a banishment was ultimately not a matter of glory. The youth named Mu Chen smiled at her words, his expression remaining largely unperturbed. He merely lifted his gaze to the branches that scattered shimmering light, his eyes reflecting a blend of nostalgia and complexity. The spirit path. I wonder how those few individuals are faring now. They must have concluded their training by now, right? If that is the case, perhaps they will soon be eligible to enter the 5 great academies. And then, there is her, and Yu Chun pressed his lips together, a fleeting image crossing his mind, a slender figure cloaked in black, eternally bearing a dark long sword, her demeanor cold yet beautiful. As her silhouette danced, her resplendent silver hair, shimmering like a galaxy, flowed gracefully in the air. This enigmatic and aloof girl, whose relentless pursuit had driven him to madness for over half a year within the spirit path, had been the very reason he clenched his teeth in frustration had saved her once. Yet, when he was ultimately compelled to depart, she had been the first to unsheath her sword and stand resolutely before him. Recalling the fleeting glimmer of icy malice that had graced her typically emotionless face, a visage with the potential to cause great turmoil, Mu Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of wistfulness. Ah, how I long for those days. Is that not the soul Xiao Mu from our North Spirit realm who participated in the spirit path? Engaging in training again, I see. Master Mo truly holds you in high regard. As Mu Chen immersed himself in this complex emotion, a somewhat jarring voice suddenly pierced through the air. He calmly lifted his gaze, only to behold a group of over 10 figures sauntering towards him. At the forefront stood a defiant-looking youth, casually chewing on a blade of grass, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he regarded Mu Chen. Lu Che, what brings you and your West Courtyard companions to our East Courtyard? Are you seeking a beating? The youth previously identified as Su Ling darkened his expression upon seeing the group, rising to his feet with a cold smirk. Swish! At that moment, the hundreds of students from the East Courtyard also stood, their gazes menacing as they regarded the newcomers. The sheer number of them created an imposing presence. Within the North Spirit Academy, there exists a division between the East and West Courtyards, which frequently gives rise to various competitions. Historically, the West Courtyard has always held an advantage over the East, leading most East Courtyard students to steer clear of confrontations. However, the landscape has shifted significantly over the past year, primarily due to the emergence of Mu Chen 3 months prior, during a competition between the 2 courtyards. Shui Dong, who ranked 3rd in the West Courtyard, was defeated by Mu Chen, providing a sense of vindication for many East Courtyard students and somewhat diminishing the arrogance of their Western counterparts. Now, the audacity of these Western students to come forth and provoke Mu Chen was something Su Ling and the others found intolerable. The East Courtyard is becoming increasingly arrogant, thinking that with the emergence of a mere Mu Chen, they can truly challenge us from the West Courtyard. Lu Che, upon seeing the multitude from the East Courtyard, displayed no signs of trepidation. Instead, a sardonic smile graced his lips as he pointed towards a distant high platform, exclaiming, "Why not make a move and see what happens?" Su Ling and the others cast their gazes in that direction, and there, upon the high platform, were several figures, all smiling and observing them. Upon recognizing those somewhat familiar faces, Su Ling and her companions' expressions shifted noticeably. Those are the seniors from the Heavenly Division of the West Courtyard. In the Northern Spirit Academy, there exists not only a division between the East and West Courtyards, but also a separation between the Heavenly and Earthly divisions. Mu Chen and his companions belong to the Earthly Division, while the individuals on the high platform are the seniors of the Heavenly Division from the West Courtyard, undoubtedly, assessing greater prowess than they. As Su Ling and her companions' expressions altered, the seniors on the high platform regarded them with amused superiority, engaging in conversation. Isn't that Mu Chen from the East Courtyard? He has become quite the celebrity in our Northern Spirit Academy and even the Northern Spirit realm that I never expected someone so young to enter the Spirit Movement realm. Although he is merely in the initial stages, he is nonetheless qualified to ascend to the Heavenly Division. Impressive indeed. Indeed, the East Courtyard has produced a remarkable talent. Once he ascends to the Heavenly Division of the East Courtyard, our Heavenly Division from the West may find itself under some pressure. I've heard this lad was selected to participate in the Spirit Path, yet for some unknown reason, he was expelled. It's rather amusing. It's the first time I've encountered such a situation. Could it be that the wrong person was chosen, leading to his expulsion? Haha. Hong Ling. It seems you're acquainted with this Mu Chen, are you not? A senior of the Heavenly Realm remarked with a smile, clearly the focal point of this small circle based on everyone's positioning. Indeed, his father is one of the domain lords of the North Spirit Realm, and there exists a certain connection with my father. We played together in our childhood, the girl referred to as Hong Ling responded casually. It is said that he seemed to have harbored feelings for you back then. Hong Ling's elongated and captivating eyes blinked as she gazed at the figure sitting upright in the distance. At that moment, a beam of light pierced through the willow branches, illuminating the handsome face of the young man, creating a faint arc of light around him, pleasing and graceful. This caused her to momentarily pause, allowing her to faintly recall the little boy who used to follow her around. Back then, he possessed no particularly remarkable traits, and she had not paid him much heed. Yet, who would have anticipated that this boy, with whom she had grown somewhat distant, would become the sole individual in the North Spirit Realm to gain the qualification to participate in the Spirit Road? At that time, Mu Chen had been quite the sensation in the North Spirit Realm, a prominence that only began to wane after his sudden expulsion from the SP. Irit Road. Matters from childhood are hardly worth considering as preferences. Hong Ling smiled with apparent indifference, yet her bright gaze lingered on Mu Chen for a moment. As he began to emerge in prominence upon entering the North Spirit Academy, though not yet the foremost among its ranks, the notion of being favored by such an exceptional individual still held a semblance of pride for her. Even if she understood that much of this was indeed mere rumor, a girl of her age inevitably harbors a touch of vanity. Haha. Hong Ling's discerning eye is quite remarkable. Although Mu Chen is commendable, he has yet to reach the level that would stir Hong Ling's heart. Have you not seen even Lin Xiu falter? He is a notable figure, ranked 7th on our North Spirit Academy's leaderboard, and has now advanced to the mid-stage of the Spirit Movement realm. In comparison, Mu Chen still has a bit of a gap to bridge. It seems that in our North Spirit Academy, the only one capable of catching Hong Ling's eye is none other than Brother Lu Mu Bai. At the mention of Lu Mu Bai, even the senior students present momentarily paused, evidently feeling the weight of his reputation. Lu Mu Bai, the top of the North Spirit Academy's leaderboard, is the son of the domain lord of the foremost territory in the North Spirit Realm, renowned for his formidable presence. But in the eyes of the students from the West Courtyard, it is common knowledge that Lu Mu Bai has grown quite close to Hong Ling, although he has yet to claim this proud flower of the West Courtyard. It is presumed to be merely a matter of time. Thus, anyone who dares to compare the two shall undoubtedly elicit laughter from onlookers. Chapter 2. The boy cast out from the spiritual path. Su Ling and his companions gazed at the seniors from the Western Courtyard atop the high platform, their morale somewhat diminished, especially upon seeing the girl named Hong Ling. Their eyes first sparkled with fervor, only to quickly retreat in shyness. She was indeed a true luminary of Biling Academy, and her followers were numerous, even among those in Eastern Courtyard. Hey Mugu, that's Senior Hong Ling from the Western Courtyard. I've heard rumors that you had a crush on her when you were younger. Su Ling leaned closer to Mu Chen, chuckling softly. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen cast him a sidelong glance. Although he had indeed crossed paths with Hong Ling in his youth, at that tender age, he scarcely understood the concept of affection. He merely sought a playmate. Over the years, as conflicts arose between his father and Hong Ling's father, their relationship grew increasingly estranged. He pondered when such rumors had emerged. With a resigned shake of his head, Mu Chen turned his attention to Lu Che, who wore a defiant expression. A faint aura of spiritual energy began to emanate from him as his hands slowly clenched into fists. "Speak your mind swiftly," he declared, harboring a similar disdain for the arrogance exhibited by those from the western courtyard. "You." Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Lu Chi's eyes instantly flared with anger. However, just as he was about to reprimand him, he noticed Mu Chen's lips slightly pursed. In that fleeting moment, the boy's previously gentle and radiant visage suddenly radiated a chilling aura, akin to a blade's icy sharpness and piercing clarity. That sensation resembled the subtle stirrings of a thunderous awakening amidst languid clouds, revealing its sharpness unexpectedly. Such an essence was undeniably beyond the mere innocence typically possessed by someone of his age. Lu Che swallowed his intended rebuke, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon Mu Chen, his expression shifting as he regarded the latter's prowess with evident trepidation. After all, he had witnessed Mu Chen's victory over Xue Dong from their Western Academy during their previous encounter. "Indeed, you do exhibit a certain audacity," he remarked with a chuckle. The senior students from the Western Academy who were stationed upon the high platform overheard this exchange and could not help but raise their eyebrows, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Said, especially with Hong Ling present. Hong Ling also regarded Mu Chen with surprise, seemingly taken aback by the previously gentle boy's unexpected display of such formidable masculinity, which appeared quite different from the young lad he once knew. Meanwhile, several senior students from the Western Academy could no longer contain themselves, leaping down from the high platform and approaching slowly. Upon witnessing their advance, Su Ling and the others instinctively took a step back, their expressions filled with wariness. Upon witnessing the scene, Hong Ling did not intervene after all. She belonged to the West Courtyard and was somewhat curious to see whether this once ordinary boy, stripped of the halo of childhood, truly possessed a dazzling brilliance. "Brother Tong," Lu Che exclaimed with delight upon seeing the approaching figures, his gaze towards Mu Chen tinged with a hint of arrogance. Mu Chen furrowed his brow slightly at this, yet his expression bore little apprehension. Although they were all seniors from the heavenly class, their strengths were merely at the initial stage of the spirit realm. Should a confrontation arise, it was debatable whether they would emerge unscathed. The senior referred to as Brother Tong nodded, casting a playful glance at Mu Chen, just as he was about to speak when a sharp voice suddenly rang out from nearby. "Tong Guan, you and your West Courtyard heavenly class individuals come to our East Courtyard to bully students of the Earth class. Is this not a blatant disregard for our East Courtyard?" The unexpected reprimand startled everyone, causing them to turn their heads. Approaching swiftly were several figures. Leading the way was a tall young woman clad in dark attire, which accentuated her graceful silhouette. Her striking features were complemented by long, flowing hair tied back in a ponytail, and her slender legs were straight and elegant, her beauty rivaling that of Hong Ling. This moment, the young woman, her face marked with a hint of coldness, gazed at Tong Guan and his companions, while those behind her bore unfriendly expressions. "It's Senior Chiener," someone murmured. Upon encountering the girl clad in dark garments, Su Ling and her companions were instantly invigorated, their youthful faces tinged with a sly GHD blush. This young lady, along with Hong Ling, was renowned as one of the twin blossoms of the North Spirit Academy, attracting countless admirers. It was a delightful surprise to encounter her here today. "So, it is Chiener," remarked the boy with a youthful crown, momentarily taken aback. His expression shifted to one of discomfort. After all, Tang Chiener not only had many suitors of the North Spirit Academy, but also possessed impressive prowess, having reached the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm, making her quite exceptional among her peers. The girl known as Tang Chiener approached Mu Chen, her delicate brows furrowing as she scrutinized the boy with the youthful crown, before her gaze shifted to the elevated platform, where Hong Ling stood. The two young women engage in a silent standoff, sparks seemingly igniting in their eyes. Such words. Although we hail from the West Academy, it is still part of the North Spirit Academy. Thus, our presence here should not be deemed inappropriate. The boy with the youthful crown shrugged, a playful grin adorning his face. With a dismissive snort, Tang Qian'er extended her slender hand to pat Mu Chen's shoulder, lifting her chin defiantly. Mu Chen belongs to our East Academy. If you dare to trouble him again, do not blame me for being ungracious. As she spoke, her dark ponytail swayed, exuding an air of confidence and authority reminiscent of a fierce older sister. It seems you have quite the charm with the ladies, the boy with the youthful crown remarked to Mu Chen, a smirk playing on his lips, tinged with both mockery and jealousy. He harbored feelings for Tang Qian'er, yet had never been met with even a hint of her favor. The woman's charm is indeed a form of strength, Mu Chen remarked with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the mockery in Tong Guan's words. Compared to those individuals in the spirit path, this Tong Guan appeared rather inexperienced. Never mind. We did not come here to provoke you today. We merely wish to convey a message. Seeing that he could not stir Mu Chen's anger, Tong Guan felt a sense of boredom. He then waved his hand at Lu Che, who let out a cold laugh, and said, Mu Chen, I am here on behalf of Brother Liu Yang to deliver a message. In 10 days, during the Inter-Academy Company petition, he will select you as his opponent. Liu Yang? Upon hearing this name, Su Ling and the others visibly changed their expressions. Liu Yang was indeed the foremost individual in the Western Academy, and it was said that he had recently broken through to the spirit movement realm. Oh, and there's one more thing. 3 days ago, during the assessment, Brother Liu Yang discovered that he possesses a spiritual vein, albeit a human-grade one. Lu Che looked at Mu Chen with a gleeful expression, his voice laced with amusement. A human-grade spiritual vein? The moment those words left his lips, not only did Su Ling and the others' expressions shift dramatically, but even Tang Qian'er was slightly taken aback. Within the entire Northern Spirit Academy, there were hardly more than a handful of students who possessed spiritual veins, and now it seemed that Liu Yang was among them. A human-grade spiritual vein. Tong Guan clicked his tongue, then gazed at Mu Chen with a look of pity. Liu Yang was already at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm, and with the addition of a human-grade spiritual vein, it would be exceedingly difficult for even those at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm to defeat him. It appeared that misfortune awaited Mu Chen. Liu Yang stated that if you are unwilling to accept, it is perfectly acceptable. All that is required is your absence on that day, and he shall not trouble you, Lu Che remarked with a peculiar smile. Should Mu Chen indeed choose not to appear, it would undoubtedly shatter his reputation in the eastern courtyard in an instant. You are being excessively oppressive, Tang Qian'er exclaimed, her brows arching in indignation. Senior Qian'er, we cannot be held responsible for this. One ought to maintain a degree of humility. Just because one has attained the spirit path qualification through mere fortune does not grant the right to be insufferably arrogant. Lu Che retorted with a dismissive smirk. You, such audacity. We eagerly anticipate your remarkable performance on that day. Lu Che quipped, giving Mu Chen a thumbs up and beaming widely before bursting into laughter and depart. ING, clearly brimming with anticipation for the upcoming contest in 10 days, Lu Che and Tong Guan departed. The elegant figure of Hong Ling on the platform cast a fleeting glance at them before turning away. Brother Mu, are you truly going to accept Liu Yang's challenge? That fellow is formidable now that he possesses a spiritual vein. Su Ling expressed her concerns, observing the retreat. Aiding figures of Tong Guan and the others that I shall do my utmost, Mu Chen replied casually. Hey, you must be joking. They are clearly provoking you. You need not accept such a challenge at this time. Tang Qian'er retorted, visibly agitated. Do not worry, Qian'er. I will exercise discretion, Mu Chen assured her with a smile. Tang Qian'er furrowed her delicate brows, her bright eyes fixed on the youthful visage of the boy before her. His face bore a radiant and gentle smile, yet for reasons unknown to her, she felt as though something lay concealed deep within his dark gaze. It won't be me who ends up embarrassed. Tang Qian'er huffed lightly, her discontent palpable. Does it seem that Sister Qian'er is quite concerned for me? Mu Chen remarked, unable to suppress a smile as he gazed at her slightly vexed yet charming face. I couldn't care less about your fate, Tang Qian'er retorted, her cheeks flushing slightly before she shot him a glare. I am merely worried that you may end up severely beaten and tarnish the reputation of our eastern courtyard. Mu Chen chuckled softly. Tang Qian'er's father was one of the domain lords of the North Spirit Realm, and he shared a close relationship with Mu Chen's father. The two families had long maintained a robust rapport, thus fostering a good relationship between Mu Chen and Tang Qian'er. By the way, I just heard some news. Tang Qian'er waved her hand to dismiss Su Ling and the others. Her gaze now fixed intently on Mu Chen. I received this information from the dean and his associates, and it seems that the Spirit Road has officially come to an end. And Yu Chen's body momentarily halted as he looked up, exhaling a breath of relief. It had finally concluded. Word has it that during the Spirit Road, several exceedingly formidable individuals emerged. Among them one particularly terrifying figure, rumored to possess a celestial spirit V, and rarely encountered in a millennium. The 5 major courtyards have been embroiled in fierce competition to seize him, resulting in considerable turmoil. The spiritual veins can be categorized into 3 types: those of heaven, earth, and humanity, each offering significant benefits to practitioners. Generally speaking, individuals possessing spiritual veins cultivate at a markedly accelerated pace compared to ordinary people. However, over the years, the North Spirit Academy has never witnessed the emergence of Earth-grade spiritual veins, let alone those of heavenly grade, underscoring the rarity of celestial veins. Tang Qian'er playfully flicked her rosy tongue, exuding an air of charming cuteness. Heavenly spiritual veins. I have never encountered one. Those who participate in the heavenly path are indeed extraordinary. By the way, you have taken part in the heavenly path too. Do you know who that individual is? I believe his name is Ji Xian. Mu Chen replied casually, recalling a name that lingered in his memory. You know him? Tang Qian'er exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I do. He is undeniably a formidable individual. Mu Chen smiled, his gaze momentarily lowering as he added, I nearly defeated him. Tang Qian'er's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the suddenly cool demeanor of his youthful face. Really? Of course not. Do you actually believe that? I am merely a person who was expelled midway. How could I possibly compare to someone coveted by the 5 great academies? The coldness on Mu Chen's face dissipated in an instant as he chuckled at Tang Qian'er's astonished expression. Tang Qian'er bit her silver teeth in frustration, her expression suggesting she wished to take a playful bite out of him. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself and huffed. You have just entered the spirit movement realm and have yet to practice the spiritual techniques, right? I've heard that Liu Yang has already begun his cultivation. Well, I shall take my leave, Tang Qian'er nodded. After all, Mu Chen's father was one of the domain lords of the North Spirit Realm, and he would likely provide Mu Chen with commendable spiritual techniques. With that thought, she refrained from saying more, waved her delicate hand, and with a swish of her dark ponytail, she gracefully departed, her waist swaying lightly. By the way, Tang Qian'er paused, glancing back at Mu Chen. After a moment's contemplation, she remarked, If you lack confidence, shall I assist you in giving that fellow Liu Yang a good thrashing? Though his elder brother, Lu Mubai, poses some complications, must you not have a little faith in me? Mu Chen replied with exasperation, surprised that such a method would even cross her mind. Ungrateful wretch, Tang Qian'er retorted crossly. In the North Spirit Academy, others would beg for her help. Yet this fellow always maintained such an insufferable demeanor. With that thought, she stormed away in a huff, and Yu Chen gazed at the enchanting figure of Tang Qian'er as she departed, a smile gracing his lips. He then murmured to himself, now that the Spirit Road has concluded, she must have entered one of the 5 major academies. But I wonder which one? His thoughts drifted back to their final moments together in the lush forest, where the silver-haired maiden had quietly observed him with her profound, bottomless azure eyes. I will wait for you in one of the 5 major academies. If you do not come. The delicate fingers of the maiden clutched a black longsword, slowly resting it against his chest. Jen. Ty piercing his heart. I shall slay him for you. But the maiden's gaze was unwavering, her eyes as clear as crystal. I do not favor those who easily concede defeat. Moreover, this time, you have not truly lost at the very least. I hold great fondness for you. A gentle breeze caresses, lifting the proud and resplendent silver tresses of a young maiden. Upon her usually icy, fair visage, a faint blush emerges, delicate yet possessing a breathtaking beauty. Thus, it is imperative to attend.
Chapter 3. The pastoral domain. The Northern Spirit Realm is divided into 9 domains, each governed by its own master. These 9 domains are interlinked in either cooperation or opposition, which has allowed the Northern Spirit Realm to maintain its distinct 9-domain structure. Beyond these 9 domains, there exists a formidable entity that cannot be overlooked, the Northern Spirit Academy. However, in contrast to the often contentious 9 domains, the Northern Spirit Academy maintains a stance of neutrality. They harbor no ambition for territorial conquest. Instead, they steadfastly occupy their own corner, nurturing students. This very characteristic has elevated the status of the Northern Spirit Academy within the Northern Spirit Realm. Moreover, the Academy holds the coveted quotas for admission into the 5 prestigious academies, a tantalizing prize that each domain lord covets. They are acutely aware that while their standing in the Northern Spirit Realm is considerable, it pales in comparison to the prestige of the 5 academies. Thus, as soon as their children reach the appropriate age, they are promptly sent to the Northern Spirit Academy for training. Consequently, the most formidable force to be reckoned with in the Northern Spirit Realm is undoubtedly the Northern Spirit Academy. In the pastoral domain, within the bustling city of Mu City, as Mu Chen emerged from the teleportation array, the vibrant sounds of the city enveloped him. He gazed upon the flourishing landscape of Mu City and smiled subtly. This city serves as the capital of the pastoral domain, and his father, Mu Feng, is the reigning lord of this domain. Young master, quickly, informed the domain lord. Surrounding the teleportation array were the vigilant guards of the pastoral domain. Upon seeing the young man step out from the array, they were momentarily taken aback, but then joyously gathered around him. He deftly bypassed the fervent guards and hastened towards the heart of the city. After a brief interval, a grand estate came into view, prominently displaying the characters for Mu Mansion. It was evident that the mansion was heavily guarded. However, Mu Chen paid them no heed and dashed inside. Upon recognizing him, the guards offered a polite smile and a distant bow, thereafter disregarding him entirely. "Father," Mu Chen exclaimed as he burst into the mansion, making a beeline for the parlor. There he beheld 2 figures. Seated in the principal position was a man clad in a dark robe, his stature erect and commanding, with a countenance marked by determination. Only a few wisps of white hair lent him an air of age, hinting that he must have been quite handsome in his youth. This man was none other than Mu Chen's father, Mu Feng, the sovereign of this territory. Beside Mu Feng sat a gaunt middle-aged man, his sunken eyes casting a shadow of somberness across his visage, and his thin lips hinted at a sharp intensity. Yet, upon seeing Mu Chen rush into the parlor, much of that severity dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile that graced his features. "Still Uncle Zhou who understands me," Mu Chen remarked as he plopped down into a chair, his demeanor relaxed and jovial as he addressed the lean man. Zhou Yi, a close confidant of his father's, had fought alongside Mu Feng in the tumultuous Northern Spirit Realm, ultimately aiding him in his rise to power. Having watched Mu Chen grow from childhood, Zhou Yi regarded him as a junior, fostering a bond of deep affection between them. "Ah, you have entered the spirit movement realm?"
Mu Feng smiled,
his gaze suddenly fixating on Mu Chen, expressing a hint of surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi also turned to Mu Chen with a look of astonishment, having indeed sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him, a result of his recent advancement. Mu Chen nodded, recounting the matter with a sense of nonchalance, devoid of any overt pride. With a confrontation looming in 10 days, the lack of cultivation in spiritual techniques could pose a challenge. Mu Chen pursed his lips, catching the puzzled looks from Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, and briefly summarized the challenge issued by Lu Yang. It seemed that none from the Lu family were commendable individuals. After listening, Zhou Ye's expression grew stern, remarking, "The Lu family has become increasingly arrogant over the years. Although Lu domain may be regarded as the foremost in the northern spiritual realm, do they truly believe that our Mu domain is a soft target?" Mu Feng chuckled dismissively, replying, "I never expected that Lu Yang would possess a spiritual vein. The Lu family is indeed blessed with advantages." "Just a human-level spiritual vein," Zhou Yi retorted. Yet as he spoke, his brows furrowed slightly as he glanced at Mu Chen. Lu Yang possesses the strength of an initial-stage spirit movement realm cultivator. With the assistance of his spiritual vein, even those in the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm may find him difficult to contend with. Do you feel confident, little Mu? Mu Chen smiled, having encountered individuals with heavenly-grade spiritual veins before. A mere human-level spiritual vein held little significance for him. Compared to the extraordinary beings he had faced in the spiritual path, Lu Yang appeared somewhat inexperienced. That kind of sharpness was akin to a dormant dragon, silent until provoked, yet when unleashed it would strike with the force of thunder. This transformation left Mu Feng both surprised and somewhat gratified. He held his only son in the highest regard. As for why Mu Chen had been expelled from the spirit path halfway through, although he was puzzled, he did not press the matter, trusting that his son would not engage in actions that would bring him disappointment. Let us go. I shall take you to select a spirit technique. Mu Feng rose, gesturing grandly toward Mu Chen before making his way to the back of the courtyard. After exchanging a brief greeting with Zhou Yi, Mu Chen quickly followed suit. Navigating through the back courtyard with Mu Feng, they eventually came to a heavily guarded stone door. Placing his palm upon it, Mu Feng summoned a powerful surge of spiritual energy that manifested as radiant beams, enveloping the stone door. Standing behind Mu Feng, Mu Chen could not help but lick his lips as he felt the overwhelming wave of spiritual energy. His father was indeed a formidable presence at the spirit soul realm. The intensity of this spiritual force was astonishing. In the realm of cultivation, one first attains the sensing realm, where one perceives the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Following this is the spirit motion realm, where one can absorb spiritual energy into the body. Beyond the spirit motion realm lies the spirit will realm, wherein spiritual energy coalesces into a wheel within the body, a level of concentration far surpassing that of the spirit motion realm. Ascending past the spirit will realm leads one to the spirit soul realm, a significant dividing line in cultivation. Mu Feng resided within this tier, and once one advances into the spirit soul realm, they are recognized as a true powerhouse, even within the northern spirit realm. Moreover, those of this caliber possess combat abilities that far exceed those of the spirit will realm, for upon entering the spirit soul realm, one acquires a unique ability, the capacity to refine beast souls. The so-called beast soul refers to the essence of all creatures in the universe. Once refined, it grants the wielder a portion of the powers of spiritual beasts, and when combined with one's innate spiritual energy, their combat prowess naturally soars. In the realm, there exists a compendium of beasts, divided into two lists, chronicling countless spiritual beasts. The beast soul that Mu Feng refined was fortuitously acquired, known as the Dragon Flame Eagle, which ranks 85th on the earthly list of the compendium. Over the years, Mu Feng has traversed the northern spirit realm, becoming the sovereign of the Mu domain, and the Dragon Flame Eagle soul has played an indispensable role in his ascent. As Mu Chen's attention momentarily wavered, the heavy stone door began to creak open, this ponderous sound echoing through the air. As the door swung ajar, a wave of long-sealed energy rushed forth. With a casual flick of his hand, Mu Feng stepped inside, prompting Mu Chen to hastily follow suit. Beyond the stone door lay a secret chamber, dimly illuminated by flickering flames. Rows of stone shelves came into view, upon which lay scrolls of jade slips, faintly shimmering with a soft glow. Mu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the multitude of jade slips within the chamber. Evidently, these were all spiritual techniques. Mu Feng clapped his hands and surveyed the chamber, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the depths. With a subtle smile, he remarked, "All your father's treasures are here. Feel free to choose whatever you wish. I am curious to see what you will select." Chapter 4. The Great Pagoda Technique. Mu Chen's obsidian eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the stone chamber before him. Mu Feng, the lord of the Mu domain, was a renowned powerhouse within the northern spirit realm, and his collection over the years was naturally formidable. Without hesitation, Mu Chen strode into the chamber and casually picked up a jade scroll. As his eyes scanned it, glowing characters emerged on its surface. Flame Cloud Technique, a mid-grade mortal-level spiritual art. Mu Chen blinked. Spiritual arts were typically categorized into intricate divisions such as cultivation techniques, offensive arts, defensive arts, and so on. These were further classified into three major tiers: divine, spiritual, and mortal, each subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The Flame Cloud Technique before him was a mid-grade mortal-level cultivation art. Mu Feng followed leisurely behind, allowing Mu Chen to peruse the numerous spiritual arts at his leisure. 100 Swords Technique, Upper grade mortal level, mountain-shattering cannon, upper grade mortal level. A dazzling array of spiritual arts filled Mu Chen's vision. Though most were of the mortal tier, he understood that these arts, if revealed to the outside world, would incite fierce competition. Mu Feng's collection was anything but ordinary in the northern spirit realm. After wandering for quite some time, Mu Chen finally reached the depths of the chamber, yet he still hadn't found a spiritual art that truly captivated him. Raising his head, his gaze fell upon the final stone shelf, where 3 open jade boxes rested. Young man, your ambitions are not small. These 3 scrolls were obtained by your father at great peril, Mu Feng remarked with a chuckle, noticing Mu Chen's attention fixed on the jade boxes. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen, intrigued, approached and retrieved a jade slip from the exquisite box. This jade slip, radiant and warm to the touch, was evidently no ordinary item. The Flame Dragon Technique. As Mu Chen scanned the slip, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. It was indeed a low-grade spiritual technique. He was acutely aware of the immense value such techniques held. If put up for auction, it would fetch no less than 1,000,000 spirit coins. Well, the technique I practice is precisely this Flame Dragon technique, which I acquired when I obtained the spirit essence of the Flame Dragon, Mu Feng affirmed with a nod. Mu Chen toyed with the jade slip for a moment, then proceeded to extract the other 2 slips. One was named the Thunderclap Technique and the other, the Spirit Gathering Mirror, both classified as low-grade spiritual techniques. He found himself captivated by these 3 jade slips, momentarily uncertain about which to choose. Have you made your choice? All 3 techniques are on par with one another. You may select one to cultivate, and should you later find a more suitable technique, you can simply switch, Mu Feng remarked with a gentle smile. Mu Chen hesitated, his hand hovering over the 3 jade slips, ultimately resting on the Spirit Gathering Mirror. Although this technique was not particularly adept at offense, it possessed significant benefits for laying a solid foundation. As Mu Chen's hand lingered over the Spirit Gathering Mirror, an inexplicable stirring occurred within him, causing his gaze to drift slightly. Then, in the shadows of the 3 jade boxes, he spotted a dark jade slip, covered in a layer of dust. What is this? Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback as he extended his palm, grasping the dark jade slip. His gaze swept over the rough surface of the slip, where indistinct characters began to emerge. The Great Buddha Sutra? Mu Chen pondered these vague characters, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Why was the rank of the spiritual technique not clearly stated? He turned to look at Mu Feng, only to find the latter gazing at the dark jade slip in his hand with a complex expression, filled with tender reminiscence. Father, Mu Chen called out, raising the jade slip. What kind of spiritual technique is this? Why is the rank not specified? Furrowing his brow, Mu Chen caressed the black jade slip, pausing in silence before smiling. I want it. Mu Feng hesitated for a moment, his gaze fixed on Mu Chen, who met his father's gaze with a hint of stubbornness on his youthful face. Are you truly set on choosing it? Mu Feng inquired after a moment of silence. Mu Chen nodded, replying, I don't know why, but I feel that if I do not choose it, I will regret it. Father, what is the origin of this spiritual technique? With a complex expression, Mu Feng stared at the jade slip. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he murmured in a voice only he could hear, quiet. You truly are your mother's son. This jade slip was left by your mother. To be precise, it was meant for you. However, she also mentioned that if you did not choose it, it should remain sealed away forever. Mu Feng spoke softly. Mother? Mu Chen's body involuntarily trembled, his lips murmuring a somewhat unfamiliar yet profoundly stirring word. It seemed he had never laid eyes upon his mother. However, deep within his soul lingered a vague yet profoundly tender shadow. Surely, she must still be somewhere. But where? Mu Chen caressed the jade slip, hesitating for a moment before finally voicing the question that had resided in his heart for years. In his childhood, he had carved numerous wooden sculptures, each identical yet lacking distinct features, for their forms were but reflections of that elusive tender shadow deep within him. Each sculpture represented a fragment of longing and remembrance. The matter of your mother is quite complex. Revealing it now would serve no purpose. However, if you truly wish to know, then cultivate it. When you reach a certain level of mastery, the truth will unveil itself. Mu Feng remained silent for a long while, his hands gradually clenching into fists as he fixed an intense gaze upon Mu Chen. Is my mother's departure somehow related to me? Mu Chen suddenly inquired. You have always been her greatest concern. For you, she would sacrifice everything. I once endeavored, yet I ultimately failed. I am sorry. Mu Chen silently nodded, a radiant smile blooming upon his youthful face. Father wishes to see mother again, doesn't he? Very much so. I yearn for our family to be reunited, Mu Feng murmured, his voice heavy with an unending longing. Mu Chen's hand tightly grasped the rough, dark jade slip, which radiated a comforting warmth in his palm. After a long moment, he lifted his gaze and offered a faint smile to Mu Feng. I have chosen it, father. Rest assured, what you could not accomplish, I shall undertake. If you trust me, one day, I will reunite our family, and no one shall stand in our way. Mu Feng stared blankly at the youthful face of the determined boy before him. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged within his chest, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Finally, he nodded solemnly. Indeed, our son will not lead an ordinary life. Chapter 5. The vast world sunlight streamed into the courtyard, where dense branches stretched overhead, creating beams of light that danced with countless motes, rendering the entire space remarkably luminous. Mu Chen sat cross-legged on a stone chair, one hand propping up his chin while the other played with the coarse, dark jade slip. He had ultimately chosen the Grand Pagoda technique, fulfilling the promise he made to his father. However, even Mu Feng was uncertain about the rank of this technique. He could only vaguely assert that it was extraordinarily powerful. When questioned about its potency, he offered a rather ambiguous justification. Because your mother is exceptionally formidable. Mother is exceptionally formidable? Mu Chen blinked, contemplating the remarkable journey of Mu Feng, who managed to rise from humble beginnings to carve out the vast Mu domain within the northern spirit realm, earning a reputation as a formidable figure. It is indeed quite impressive. Yet, if even he acknowledges the extraordinary prowess of his mother, what must her capabilities be? If she is truly so exceptional, how could she have chosen his father? A slight grin spread across Mu Chen's face, as he mused that his father must have had a beautiful encounter with his mother in his youth, which surely makes for an intriguing tale. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Mu Chen shifted his attention to the dark jade slip in his hand. In 10 days, he would face Lu Yang in combat. That individual also possessed initial stage spirit realm strength, along with a human-grade spiritual vein. While he had encountered others in the spirit road with even more formidable veins, the spirit road was indeed a peculiar realm. The spirit road serves as an immense testing ground, created by the 5 major academies. Every 3 years it opens its gates, and the selection for participation is quite unique. It is not a matter of human choice but is determined by an artifact known as the Mirror of Judgment. This selection process is bizarre and varied, yet those fortunate enough to be chosen by this artifact are typically individuals of exceptional talent. Generally speaking, anyone who successfully navigates the trials of the Spirit Road can gain entry into one of the 5 major academies for further cultivation. The Spirit Road is formed from a distinct plane, where no individual can harness any form of energy. This means that within the confines of the Spirit Road, neither spiritual energy nor fighting spirit and elemental force from other planes can be utilized. Entrants into the Spirit Road confront an array of perilous life and death scenarios and brutal trials. Devoid of the ability to utilize spiritual energy, they must rely solely on their physical prowess, keen senses, and intellect to navigate these dangers. This method of pushing individuals to the brink of annihilation indeed serves as an effective means of honing one's willpower. Upon entering the Spirit Road, these chosen individuals are informed that the pursuit of supreme power necessitates an unwavering resolve, impervious to any adversity. Only by mastering such fortitude can one ascend to the ranks of true powerhouses. Throughout millennia, a significant majority of the eminent figures emerging from the 5 great academies, approximately 70 to 80%, have undergone the trials of the Spirit Road. This underscores the paramount importance of the Spirit Road's tribulations, elucidating the fervent pursuit of so many prodigies. The 5 great academies. Mu Chen clenched his palm slightly, his determination evident. That destination was one he was resolute in reaching, not only to fulfill his promise but also to attain the qualifications necessary to establish himself in the wider world. Mu Chen's knowledge of the outside world was limited, yet he occasionally gleaned insights from Mu Feng. He understood that the great thousand world in which he resided was boundless and teeming with myriad races. The northern spiritual realm was but a grain of sand in its vast expanse, insignificant in comparison. Furthermore, this great thousand world was interconnected with countless other planes, though these were relegated to the status of lower planes. This world seemingly possessed a higher order, positioning the great thousand world as the very nexus of these countless planes. Despite being referred to as the lower realms, those who manage to traverse from these realms to the vast world almost invariably possess extraordinary talents, marking them as the pinnacle warriors within their respective dimensions. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for them to break free from the confines of their realms. On one occasion, Mu Chen had eavesdropped on a high-level meeting at the North Spirit Academy, where intriguing tidbits about these formidable individuals from the lower realms were shared. Among them, two figures stood out prominently, though Mu Chen was unfamiliar with their names. He had merely heard their titles, the Flame Emperor and the Martial Ancestor. The Flame Emperor, who exuded a certain nonchalance, was relatively low-key in comparison. However, rumors suggested that he had visited the Fire Spirit clan, where even their venerable ancestor, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, could not gain the upper hand against him, allowing the Flame Emperor to depart gracefully, leaving the entire clan in a state of utter astonishment. These formidable beings from the lower realms retained their charisma and dominance even in the vast world. The world outside was indeed a kaleidoscope of brilliance, stirring the very soul. Yet Mu Chen understood that he had yet to reach such a level. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that, given sufficient time, he would surely attain it. Gazing at the dark jade slip in his hand, a youthful smile graced his delicate features, signaling the commencement of his journey. With hands clasped, he gently closed his eyes, the dark jade slip emanating a faint warmth. As darkness enveloped his vision, Mu Chen focused his mind, channeling the spiritual energy within him through his arm's meridians, ultimately infusing it into the jade slip in his grasp. A low hum resonated. As the essence permeated, the jade slip emitted a faint humming sound, and then the darkness began to tear apart, as if something was burrowing into Mu Chen's body through his palm. Transforming the body into a pagoda, he embarked upon the path of spiritual enlightenment. The sound of the bell gradually dissipated, for the cultivation mantra contained an overwhelming depth, most of which was beyond Mu Chen's current grasp. Thus, he wisely chose to temporarily absorb only what he could endure and comprehend. Nevertheless, even this limited understanding rendered his mind slightly pained, for he had never encountered such profound and intricate incantations. However, Mu Chen evidently possessed remarkable talent. Otherwise, he would not have attained the qualification for the spiritual path. Immersed in the esoteric nature of the mantra, he contemplated its mysteries. After a considerable duration, he finally began to channel the essence, following the meridian pathways outlined within the cultivation mantra. These pathways were rather peculiar. Had one the ability to follow the map, they would discern that these meridians seemed to form a strange tower-like structure within his body. The essence flowed quietly along these unusual meridian routes. This initial circulation was evidently an extreme drain on his energy. Yet, Mu Chen persevered against the encroaching fatigue, striving to maintain the flawless operation of the essence. The peculiar meridian pathways proved exceedingly challenging to navigate. Despite his utmost efforts to control them, he faced continual setbacks. Fortunately, he bore no trace of impatience, remaining in a state of tranquility as he endeavored time and again to achieve success. The process persisted for an entire afternoon, and after enduring countless failures, a strand of spiritual energy finally emerged from the last meridian under Mu Chen's careful control. As the energy broke free from the final channel, its originally crystalline form began to transform, gradually darkening into an enigmatic black hue that exuded a profound aura. At this moment, the energy could truly be deemed as genuine spiritual power. Despite its serene and restrained appearance, Mu Chen could faintly sense a hidden intensity and dominance lurking beneath its tranquil surface. It was evident that this spiritual force, cultivated through the great Buddhist sutra, possessed an extraordinary quality that far surpassed the energy derived from ordinary techniques. Indeed, the inheritance left by his mother was formidable. Although drenched in sweat, Mu Chen felt a surge of excitement as he contemplated this. The dark spiritual energy was absorbed into his energy sea, where it would quietly reside, awaiting the day when his continued cultivation would cause it to grow ever more formidable. Suddenly, as the dark energy settled within his energy sea, Mu Chen's body jolted violently, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. It felt as though something deep within him resonated and vibrated in response, evoking an extraordinarily wondrous sensation that quickly dissipated. Yet, steadfast in his resolve, Mu Chen did not consider it merely an illusion. Could it be the influence of the great Buddhist sutra? Mu Chen's thoughts raced as he gazed into the dark spiritual energy within his qi sea. After much contemplation, he failed to discern any clues, leading him to gradually relinquish his pursuit. The great pagoda technique was a legacy from his mother. Although he had never seen her, he firmly believed that she would never bestow upon him anything detrimental. Was this the reason? Suddenly, Mu Chen's spirit stirred. Deep within the qi sea, a flicker of black light darted forth, ultimately hovering above the dark spiritual energy. As the black light shimmered, it revealed its true form, a thin sheet of black paper. The paper bore no inscriptions, only faintly discernible, enigmatic patterns. It floated serenely within the qi sea, nurtured by the dark spiritual energy, exuding an ancient aura imbued with an ineffable mystery. Mu Chen gazed at this mysterious black paper, momentarily entranced. He had stumbled upon it during his journey through the spirit path, yet since its acquisition, he had witnessed no discernible effects. Nonetheless, he sensed that this black paper was anything but ordinary. It was merely that he currently lacked the strength to unravel its secrets. Was the earlier inexplicable resonance a result of this? After a moment of contemplation, Mu Chen slowly shook his head. Although the black paper was mysterious, the earlier disturbance was clearly not caused by it. After much fruitless pondering, Mu Chen ultimately had to set the matter aside and focus once more on the dark spiritual energy coiled within his dantian. According to the great floating pagoda technique was divided into 3 realms: foundation building, form condensation, and pagoda transformation. However, it was evident that he had not even reached the foundation building stage yet. He was merely at the most rudimentary level of initiation. To advance to the foundation building realm, significant arduous cultivation was still required. In the courtyard, Mu Chen slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. Gazing at the sweat drenching his body, he couldn't help but shake his head. The great floating pagoda technique was indeed challenging to cultivate. Even at this initial stage, the difficulty was already so immense. He couldn't imagine how arduous it would be to reach the so-called pagoda transformation realm. He wondered how many layers of amplification the spiritual energy of the great floating pagoda technique could achieve. A flicker of curiosity stirred within Mu Chen. Spiritual techniques also served the crucial function of amplifying and enhancing spiritual energy. Generally speaking, a top-tier mortal-grade technique could amplify spiritual energy by 5 layers, while a lower-tier spirit-grade technique could amplify it by 10 layers. The deeper the amplification, the more formidable the power unleashed during spiritual energy bursts. This method was commonly used to roughly gauge the grade of a spiritual technique. As he contemplated this, curiosity in Mu Chen's eyes intensified. With a swift motion of his hand, a dark aura materialized within his palm. Gradually, he closed his hand, and his gaze began to blaze with fervor. He was eager to test the formidable power of the great pagoda technique. Chapter 6. Amplification of spiritual energy in the courtyard. Mu Chen stood tall, his palms slightly curved. A strand of dark spiritual energy rapidly coalesced in his hand, emanating a subtle yet fierce aura. As he attuned himself to the energy within his palm, he sensed its delicate fluctuations. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. The previously docile dark energy began to tremble violently, akin to water splashing into a pot of boiling oil. Amidst this turmoil, the energy's intensity surged rapidly. His hand quivered slightly as he perceived the rapid amplification of the energy. 1 layer, 3 layers, 5 layers, 8 layers. However, upon reaching the 9th layer, the tremors in his palm grew increasingly pronounced, the energy exhibiting signs of becoming uncontrollable. 9 layers were insufficient. Furrowing his brow, Mu Chen clenched his palm tightly. In that moment, a muffled sound seemed to resonate, and the wild energy surged once more. 13 layers. A dark spiritual energy enveloped Mu Chen's palm, and his gaze turned solemn in that instant. In the next moment, his hand trembled violently, His 2 fingers straightened and thrust forward like a bolt of lightning, striking the stone pillar before him with immense force. The sound of wind tearing echoed through the air. This was the mid-tier mortal-grade attack technique, the bone-shattering finger. With a resounding thud, Mu Chen's fingers plunged deep into the stone pillar, cracks radiating outward from the point of impact. He nodded slightly. Currently, he had only just begun to grasp the foundational level of the great floating pagoda technique. Yet even at this stage, he could amplify his spiritual energy by 13 layers. This alone was a testament to the profound power of the great floating pagoda technique. Moreover, Mu Chen could sense that as his mastery of the technique deepened, this amplification would continue to grow. The great floating pagoda technique was undoubtedly a top-tier spiritual grade technique. A grin spread across Mu Chen's face. The legacy left by his mother was indeed extraordinary. A top-tier spiritual grade technique like this was exceedingly rare, even in the entire Northern Spirit realm. However, cultivating this technique was no easy feat, though Mu Chen had immense confidence in his innate talent for cultivation. Even he found the process of mastering the great floating pagoda technique to be arduous. Not far from the courtyard, Mu Feng observed the scene unfolding within, a smile of satisfaction tugging at his lips. Young Mu's talent for cultivation is truly remarkable, he murmured. When I first attempted to cultivate the great floating pagoda technique, it took me a full 5 days to produce the first strand of spiritual energy, and even then, the initial amplification was only 7 layers. This young man, in a mere half-day, has remarkably cultivated his spiritual power, achieving an astonishing enhancement that feels like a slap in my face. Yet, despite such words, the pride and satisfaction in Mu Feng's eyes cannot be concealed. Indeed, young Mu's talent is truly extraordinary. It is evident that his future accomplishments will far surpass those of us antiquated individuals. Beside him, Zhou Yi nodded with a smile, his tone imbued with nostalgia. Indeed, while the Northern Spirit Realm may seem vast to us, it is far too small for young Mu. In the ensuing days, Mu Chen devoted all his energy to mastering the great floating pagoda technique. Though the young man occasionally appeared languid, he possessed an undeniable tenacity that was truly moving. It was this unwavering spirit that earned him a remarkable reputation amidst the relentless challenges of the spirit path, culminating in an unprecedented event that left countless prodigies astounded. Under Mu Chen's intense focus, in just 7 days, the spiritual energy within his dantian rapidly thickened, and his comprehension of the great floating pagoda technique deepened. However, it seemed he still had some distance to cover before reaching the foundational realm, prompting Mu Chen to inwardly marvel at the technique's extraordinary nature. Once he had gradually brought the cultivation of the great floating pagoda technique onto the right track, Mu Chen discreetly relaxed a little, allowing himself to divert some of his focus to seek out several scrolls of offensive spiritual techniques more suited to his training. Although he possessed a foundation of spiritual power, enhancing his combat prowess necessitated the acquisition of offensive spiritual techniques. Moreover, Lu Yang was no ordinary individual. His position as the top-ranked student of the North Spirit Academy attested to his formidable capabilities. His father was the Lord of the Lu domain, a realm renowned as the mightiest within the Northern Spirit territory, its strength surpassing even that of the Mu domain. Over the years, conflicts had arisen between the Lu and Mu domains, resulting in considerable animosity. While the Lu domain's influence could not extend into the North Spirit Academy, it undoubtedly provided Lu Yang with substantial support. However, was it truly so simple for Mu Chen to be trampled upon? Achievements that countless prodigies within the spirit path had failed to accomplish were perhaps still within reach for him, despite Lu Yang's prowess. The training ground was littered with stone pillars, and amidst this arena, a figure surged forth, stirring a cloud of dust. Dark spiritual energy coiled around his palms, emanating a faint yet fierce aura. With a swift motion, he curved his fingers, and under the shroud of this dark energy, they transformed into a razor-sharp black spike, striking heavily upon one of the stone pillars. Crack! Fragments of stone erupted, fissures rapidly spreading across the pillar's surface. A cold glint flickered in the depths of the youth's ebony eyes as his fingers, embedded within the stone, trembled violently. A muffled sound resonated as the pillar, roughly the girth of a human waist, was forcefully penetrated. As one stone pillar shattered, the youth's steps remained unyielding. He transitioned from fingers to palm, dark energy surging forth with an ominous thunderous sound, and with a swift motion, he struck another stone pillar. Whoosh! As the youth's palm struck against a stone pillar, he stood on one leg, while the other leg, imbued with formidable strength, executed a powerful kick that collided with another stone pillar. Bang! Boom! Two resounding thuds echoed through the air, causing the pillars to shatter into fragments. Debris scattering as the youth gradually retracted his leg, calming his breath, the dark spiritual energy in his palms dissipating quietly. Applause rang out from the side. Mu Chen glanced over to see Mu Feng beaming with satisfaction at the edge of the training ground. He was quite pleased with Mu Chen's earlier performance, which was as fierce as a torrential storm, concealing a deadly intent that was not in the least inferior to that of his subordinates, honed through trials of life and death. It seemed that his son's year in the spirit path had not been in vain. Father, Mu Chen dusted off the grime from his arm as he approached Mu Feng. He nodded. If you can pass this trial, you should be able to advance to the heavenly tier of the North Spirit Academy. Only then will you be eligible to compete for a spot among the 5 major academies. Mu Feng patted Mu Chen's shoulder and smiled. A spot among the 5 major academies? Mu Chen stretched lazily, a smile blossoming on his lean face. Rest assured, father, that spot is as good as mine. Do not neglect to cast your votes and add this literary work to your collection upon completion of your reading. Chapter 7. Mu Yuan North Spirit City. A metropolis brought into existence by the North Spirit Academy, much like the Academy itself, maintains an unwavering neutrality within the North Spirit realm. The Academy is, without question, the paramount authority here. The city's prosperity is rivaled only by a few major domain capitals, primarily because the conflicts of the North Spirit realm do not extend here. North Spirit City owes its existence to the North Spirit Academy, and as such, it is naturally dominated by the Academy's students. Few within the city would dare to provoke them, not only because of the Academy's prestige, but also because most students who study here possess considerable backgrounds, including science from various domains. Offending these well-connected youths is hardly a pleasant prospect. The construction of such teleportation arrays is exceedingly complex, and only a handful of major cities throughout the North Spirit realm possess the resources to establish them. The North Spirit Academy, with its capabilities, is undoubtedly among them. Mu Chen disembarked from the bustling teleportation array and skillfully navigated the lively streets, heading directly towards the North Spirit Academy in the city's center. On either side of the street, numerous shops abound, offering a variety of spiritual techniques, their vendors calling out with fervor. However, Mu Chen did not pause even for a moment. After all, his father was one of the 9 domain lords of the Northern Spirit Realm, and thus their collection was undoubtedly formidable. Consequently, the spiritual techniques available in such places held little allure for him. As he turned down several streets, the magnificent Northern Spirit Academy gradually came into view. Groups of students could be seen bustling about, their laughter and youthful exuberance echoing through the air. Occasionally, glances were cast toward Mu Chen, particularly from a few graceful young ladies whose gazes carried a hint of curiosity and shyness. Within the Northern Spirit Academy, Mu Chen had evidently become somewhat of a celebrity. Setting aside any other matters, the mere fact that he had once secured a place in the Spirit Road was enough to stir admiration, for there was but a single slot available throughout the entire Northern Spirit Realm. Though they were unaware of the reasons behind his expulsion from the Spirit Road after merely a year, it was undeniable that a person capable of obtaining such a coveted position could not be deemed ordinary. This aura, combined with his pleasing countenance, caused the faces of those who covertly observed him to flush with warmth. Suddenly, commotion arose further down the street as numerous students hurriedly dispersed, and several figures emerged, appearing somewhat disheveled. Their expressions were filled with urgency as they scanned the surroundings, and after a moment, surprise gleamed in their eyes. "Brother Mu," they exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with joy. "Luo Dong, what on earth are you doing?" Upon spotting those familiar figures, Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback. They belonged to the same training class and shared a rather amicable relationship. "Brother Mu, hurry and help Su Ling. He has been attacked by Mu Yuan," exclaimed a youth named Luo Dong in a hurry. Mu Yuan? The surrounding students gasped at the mention of that name. Was it not the formidable Mu Yuan, ranked second in the Northern Spirit Academy? He was an intimidating figure, only slightly weaker than Lu Yang. How audacious of Su Ling to provoke him. Previously, Mu Yuan had boasted that Brother Mu would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat the following day. Unable to tolerate such arrogance, Su Ling had exchanged a few words with him, only to be struck by Mu Yuan. The West Courtyard truly exhibited excessive arrogance. Luo Dong fumed. Mu Chen pressed his lips together slightly, causing Luo Dong's heart to skip a beat. Luo Dong was well acquainted with Mu Chen and understood that this subtle gesture often indicated that Mu Chen was indeed angered. "Take me there," Mu Chen instructed. "Ah!" Luo Dong and a few others were momentarily stunned. Then he quickly added, "Brother Mu, perhaps we should first find a teacher. There are quite a few people on Mu Yuan's side, including Xue Dong, whom you previously defeated, and Xiao Kuan, who is ranked 6th. There's no need for that. Just lead the way," Mu Chen replied with a smile, gently patting Luo Dong's shoulder. As they gazed at Mu Chen's smile, Luo Dong and the others exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth in agreement. Even if it meant facing a beating, they could not allow the West Courtyard to perceive the East Courtyard as weaklings. Given Mu Chen's demeanor, could it be that he intended to confront those 3 fierce individuals ranked among the top 10 of the West Courtyard all by himself? This promised to be quite a volatile encounter. A deep thud echoed through the air, and a figure was abruptly flung backward, skidding across the ground, leaving a lengthy trace before finally coming to a halt. It seems the confidence of the individuals from the Eastern Courtyard has become excessively inflated, daring even an unknown individual to brazenly shout in my presence. Mu Yuan, I cannot fathom who has bestowed upon you such audacity. A youth clad in black crossed his arms, a mocking smile dancing upon his lips, as he regarded the disheveled group of over 10 individuals sprawled on the ground. At the forefront stood Su Ling, his teeth clenched in fury as he glared at the black-clad youth. Behind him were 2 similarly aged boys, their faces adorned with sardonic grins, their eyes betraying an unmistakable arrogance. A large circle of fellow students surrounded them, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Within the halls of the North Spirit Academy, few would be bold enough to provoke the 3 individuals before them. Mu Yuan, do not revel too much in your triumph. If Brother Mu were here today, your second-place ranking in this academy would surely be in jeopardy. Su Ling spat vehemently. Mu Chen? Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow, while a youth behind him scoffed disdainfully. He was Xue Dong, who had previously suffered defeat at the hands of Mu Chen. That fellow does possess some skill, yet I harbor no fear of him. I anticipate that once the competition between the 2 academies concludes tomorrow, you from the Eastern Courtyard will learn to behave yourselves. Mu Yuan grinned, declaring Lu Gu will make him understand that it is wiser to remain low-key in the future. In this North Spirit Academy, our Western Courtyard reigns supreme. I can hardly wait to witness the expression on that fellow's face upon his defeat. Xue Dong sneered. Before that, I suppose I should first deal with you worthless individuals from the East Courtyard. Mu Yuan interlaced his fingers, gently squeezing them together, producing a crisp sound. His expression darkened as he approached Su Ling and the others. Upon seeing that Mu Yuan was unwilling to relent, Su Ling and his companions paled slightly. Gritting their teeth, they declared, "Let us fight him. We will not back down." The youth, fueled by a sense of pride, felt that succumbing without a struggle in front of so many spectators would be utterly disgraceful. Thus, they steeled themselves and charged at Mu Yuan. A group of individuals who had yet to ascend to the spiritual movement realm dared to confront me? How utterly foolish. Mu Yuan scoffed at the sight, clasping his palms together as a faint aura of spiritual energy began to rise. With a resounding thud, he stamped his foot and propelled himself forward like an arrow, effortlessly leaping over several oncoming figures to appear before the startled Su Ling. With a cold smile, he unleashed a punch, the force of which carried a fierce gust of wind, aimed directly at Su Ling's face. As Su Ling beheld the swiftly approaching fist, he realized he had no time to defend himself. All he could do was watch as the fist grew larger in his line of sight, and resignedly, he closed his eyes, thinking that he would likely be bedridden for several days. Then, in that moment of closure, he seemed to hear gasps of astonishment from those around him. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed before him, and a shockwave jolted his face, causing it to tremble slightly. Strangely, the anticipated pain did not manifest. He stealthily opened a sliver of his eye, only to be taken aback by the sight of a slender, fair hand that had, unbeknownst to him, emerged from behind, effortlessly deflecting the fierce punch from Mu Yuan. Su Ling hastily turned his head and beheld the reassuring smile of a lean youth. "Brother Mu," Su Ling exclaimed joyfully. "Well done, you haven't disgraced our east courtyard." Mu Chen returned his smile faintly, then turned his gaze towards the three individuals from Mu Yuan, whose expressions had shifted slightly. "Their confidence stems from me. Do you have any objections?" As the three of them regarded the smiling youth before them, their expressions involuntarily altered, the previously mocking glints in their eyes now tinged with a hint of seriousness, clearly harboring some trepidation towards Mu Chen. What audacious words. Meanwhile, Xue Dong and Xiao Kun quickly grasped the situation, a flicker of ferocity passing through their eyes, and their internal dread diminished considerably. Today serves merely as a slight lesson for them. Within the Northern Spirit Academy, it is we of the Western Courtyard who dictate the discourse. It is certainly not the prerogative of your Eastern Courtyard to interject. Mu Yuan clapped his hands and cast a scornful glance at Mu Chen, remarking, "As for you, I presume by tomorrow you shall no longer have the audacity to utter such words." Many surrounding students fell silent, intimidated by Mu Yuan's arrogant demeanor, while some from the Eastern Courtyard seethed with indignation, unable to voice their anger. With that, he waved his hand, intending to depart with Xue Dong and the others, having established a formidable presence today, effectively curbing the arrogance of the Eastern Courtyard's lot. Su Ling and his companions were equally filled with fury, their fists clenched tightly. Yet, faced with such overwhelming force, even with Mu Chen's arrival, they dared not retaliate at this moment. "I say," a voice emerged from behind, causing Mu Yuan and his companions to pause. They turned to behold the youth standing before Su Ling, whose face radiated a brilliant smile. "Are you not going to apologize before you leave?" The surrounding atmosphere seemed to still momentarily, as many young men and women gazed in astonishment at the smiling youth. Although his smile remained bright, there was an unmistakable sharpness lurking beneath. Su Ling and his companions were momentarily taken aback, their faces flushing with embarrassment, clearly surprised that even in such a scenario, Mu Chen was willing to stand up for them. "Apologize?" Mu Yuan's expression darkened slightly, and he sneered, "On what grounds?" Accustomed to arrogance within the North Spirit Academy, he found the notion of apologizing utterly absurd. It appeared that dialogue was futile. Mu Chen nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and began to stride towards the trio of Mu Yuan. The three of them regarded Mu Chen's advancing figure with grim expressions. A fleeting glimmer of cold light passed through their exchanged glances. Throughout his time at the North Spirit Academy, Mu Chen had maintained a relatively low profile, with only a notable incident involving his victory over Xue Dong. Yet, no student within the academy dared to underestimate him, not even the proud Mu Yuan, who harbored a profound wariness towards him. After all, what sort of individual would be deemed worthy of participating in the Spirit Road? Thus, the decision was made to engage. A low command escaped Mu Yuan's lips as he summoned his spiritual energy, which surged fiercely from his arms. With a powerful stomp, he charged towards Mu Chen, followed closely by Xue Dong and Xiao Kun, who maneuvered in perfect synchrony. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as the spectators were taken aback by the trio's audacity and unhesitating collaboration in their assault. These were formidable figures, ranked among the top 10 of the Western Academy. Among them, Mu Yuan was the strongest, having entered the initial stage of the spirit movement realm, and thus his offensive was particularly ferocious. Encased in spiritual energy, his palms sliced through the air like blades, aimed directly at Mu Chen in a fierce onslaught. However, just as the fierce gust of wind from his palm was about to strike Mu Chen, the latter gracefully sidestepped, his figure gliding past Mu Yuan. A delicate visage adorned with brows that arched downward like unsheathed swords transformed from gentle to icy, exuding a palpable aggression. Instead of confronting Mu Yuan directly, he aimed for Xue Dong, who was a step behind Mu Yuan and Xiao Kun. Dark spiritual energy coiled around his fingertips as he spread his 5 fingers, directing a powerful strike towards Xue Dong and his companion. As the energy surged, a sharp whistling sound accompanied it. Startled by Mu Chen's sudden maneuver, Xue Dong and his companion found themselves with little time to evade. Gritting their teeth, They summoned their full strength and threw a punch. If they could entangle Mu Chen for even a moment, Mu Yuan would be able to turn and offer support, ultimately dragging Mu Chen into their encirclement. Given their standing within the western courtyard, Xue Dong and his companion were certainly no ordinary individuals. Yet, they slightly underestimated the young man's prowess and the ferocity of his attack. As their punches surged towards him, Mu Chen's palm unexpectedly glided along the surface of their fists before plunging downwards, seizing their wrists with a fierce grip. With a sudden exertion of strength, he yanked downward. The force of Xue Dong's punches faltered as their bodies lurched forward uncontrollably. In their moment of instability, Mu Chen's palm swept across their arms like a serpent darting from its lair, unceremoniously imprinting itself upon their chests. Bang! A deep, resonant voice echoed, causing Su Dong and his companion to be hurled backward amidst a flurry of astonished gazes, crashing heavily to the ground with anguished cries, their garments torn asunder by the force. In a single encounter, Su Dong and his companion suffered a decisive and dismal defeat. Mu Chen, a furious roar erupted from behind, as Mu Yuan, witnessing the scene, felt his face flush with rage. He had not anticipated that Mu Chen would evade him first and eliminate Su Dong and his companion. Flame Palm. Mu Yuan's palms ignited with a fierce crimson energy, the spiritual power surging like flames, rendering the air palpably hotter. The surrounding students gasped in awe. Was this the prowess of the second-ranked individual from the West Courtyard? At that moment, Mu Chen turned to face the ferociously advancing Mu Yuan. His fingers clenched into a fist, showing no inclination to evade the impending confrontation. Dark energy coiled around him as he unleashed a mighty punch. Bang! The fists collided with a thunderous impact, sending a shockwave rippling through the air. The fiery red and shadowy black energies intertwined, and Mu Yuan's face instantly turned a deep crimson. His body trembled violently, and with a sickening sound, he spat a mouthful of blood, staggering backward several steps before collapsing onto the ground in a disheveled heap. In just one exchange, the victor and vanquished were determined. Although both were in the early stages of the spirit movement realm, it was evident that Mu Chen's spiritual energy was far more refined and formidable than that of Mu Yuan. The previously incapacitated Xue Dong and his companion were left utterly astonished. Mu Yuan possessed the strength of the initial stage of the spirit realm. How could he possibly be unable to withstand even a single punch from Mu Chen? It was simply inconceivable. Now, Mu Yuan sat on the ground in a state of disarray, disbelief etched on his face, the blood at the corner of his mouth forgotten. Brother Mu is remarkable. Su Ling and the others were equally stunned, their expressions swiftly transforming into elation. They had not anticipated that Mu Chen, in a 1-against-3 scenario, could still achieve such an overwhelming advantage. Mu Chen, however, maintained a serene demeanor. Fixing his gaze on the disheveled Mu Yuan, he smiled and inquired, "May I receive an apology now?" Mu Yuan's expression shifted slightly, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "In your dreams." It seemed Mu Chen had anticipated this response. His smile only grew more radiant. He nodded and strode confidently towards Mu Yuan, dark spiritual energy once again beginning to swirl around his palms. As Mu Yuan watched Mu Chen approach, the latter's smile was bright. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Mu Yuan felt an icy chill creep into his bones. Mu Chen closed the distance, the dark spiritual energy intensifying in his hands. But just as he halted before Mu Yuan, a gentle clapping sound echoed from the side. "It seems you are indeed someone who has once participated in the spirit path. However, your actions today might be seen as a slight to our western courtyard, don't you think?" Mu Chen turned his head, observing the parted crowd, where a figure approached with a smile. The surrounding students instinctively retreated, a flicker of fear crossing their eyes. Amidst the multitude of fearful gazes, the young man stood before Mu Chen, possessing a notably handsome visage. However, the slight curl of his lips revealed a hint of defiance and an unmistakable air of arrogance. At this moment, with arms crossed over his chest, he regarded Mu Chen with an expression akin to that of a predator surveying its prey. The foremost figure of the West Courtyard, Lu Yang. Mu Chen observed the youth, who stood with his arms crossed, and his countenance bore little astonishment. Instead, he spoke with an air of indifference. "After watching for so long, Are you finally unable to resist the urge to emerge? Upon seeing Lu Yong, Mu Yuan and Xuedong's faces lit up with delight, and they promptly called out to him as Brother Lu. When they turned their gaze back to Mu Chen, it was imbued with a newfound arrogance and menace. Although Mu Chen's reputation within the North Spirit Academy was formidable and he had previously triumphed over the three of them, they felt a significant disparity when compared to the esteemed figure standing before them. With Lu Yong backing them, they felt emboldened against Mu Chen. Lu Yong glanced at the disheveled trio of Mu Yuan, his brow furrowing slightly, as his gaze turned cold and fixed upon Mu Chen. Mu Chen, it appears you owe us in the West Courtyard an explanation for today's events. An explanation? Mu Chen gazed at the most renowned youth in the Western Courtyard, a faint smile gracing his lips. They injured our people in the Eastern Courtyard without cause. I believe it is you who should provide an explanation. The surrounding students exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing amusement. These two were undoubtedly the most distinguished figures within the Northern Spirit Academy. They had anticipated a showdown on the morrow, yet unexpectedly, they found themselves clashing today. Lu Yong narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flickering within them. No one in the Northern Spirit Academy had dared to treat him with such disrespect. Although he had heard of Mu Chen's exploits, he remained the unassailable champion of the academy. How audacious! A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Lu Yang's mouth as he fixed his gaze on Mu Chen. I am genuinely curious how someone who merely lucked into obtaining a qualification for the Spirit Road and was subsequently forcibly expelled can exhibit such arrogance. Su Ling and the others felt their anger surge at Lu Yang's biting remarks. Yet they understood that he was not an adversary they could confront. They could only grit their teeth in frustration. Whether it was mere luck that granted you your place, you may find out soon enough. In contrast to their ire, Mu Chen merely smiled softly, responding calmly. Lu Yang's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated Mu Chen would dare to engage him in conversation. His tone grew increasingly frigid as he spoke. I had originally intended to confront you during tomorrow's duel between the two courtyards, but if you insist on being so insufferably oblivious, it would be more efficient to resolve this now and save us the trouble tomorrow. As the words faded, Lu Yong strode forward, his arms surging with spiritual energy, its density far surpassing that of Mu Yuan. Su Ling and the others were taken aback by Lu Yang's imposing aura, wondering if he intended to strike immediately. They anxiously glanced at Mu Chen, but his youthful face, seemingly the same age as theirs, betrayed no hint of fear. His dark eyes reflected a dark gleam, making him inscrutable. Seeing Mu Chen's calm demeanor, Su Ling and the others felt their worries subside somewhat. They were encouraged, knowing that while Lu Yong was the top student in the Earth class of the Northern Spiritual Academy, Mu Chen was not to be underestimated. If this fellow wanted to step on Mu Chen, it might not be as easy as he thought. Truly, an audacious fellow. Mu Chen shook his head, his lips pursed slightly. The youthful face that once held a bright smile was now gradually tinged with coldness. He slightly rotated his palm, and dark spiritual energy flowed quietly at his fingertips. The atmosphere between the two became tense. Many of the surrounding students couldn't help but widen their eyes, for the two before them were the strongest in the Earth class of the Northern Spiritual Academy. They were equally curious as to who would prevail. Stop! However, just as the two were facing off, a stern shout suddenly came from afar, followed by the sound of rushing wind. A robust figure appeared between the two. Teacher Mo. The surrounding students were startled upon seeing the newcomer and quickly greeted him respectfully. The man called Instructor Mo appeared to be middle-aged, with a resolute face and astonishing spiritual energy fluctuations subtly emanating from within him, causing considerable pressure to the surrounding students. Even the haughty Lu Yong restrained some of his arrogance upon seeing him. This man was a genuine divine soul realm expert, considered a first-rate figure even within the Northern Spiritual Academy and the Northern Spiritual Realm, and someone he dared not offend. If you wish to spar within the academy, you may proceed to the martial arts arena. Are you seeking punishment for causing a disturbance out here? Instructor Mo surveyed the area and stated in a deep voice. Aha, Instructor Mo, you misunderstand. We were merely exchanging pointers, Lu Yong said with a smile, understanding that he would not be able to make a move today. He then looked at Mu Chen, pointed a finger, and said, I'll be waiting for you at the Inter-Academy competition tomorrow. After speaking, Lu Yong turned and left with his entourage, his mumbling still faintly audible. Just a fellow who was kicked out of the spiritual road halfway. Su Ling and the others also heard Lu Yang's deliberate muttering, their expressions turning somewhat grim as they gritted their teeth and said, "Brother Mu, this guy is truly too arrogant. At least you managed to obtain the qualification for the spiritual road. What is he? It is rather displeasing. A bit," Mu Chen said with a faint smile. A touch of severity gradually crept onto the young man's gentle face. "Though I cannot bite, I prefer to simply knock them dead with a single blow, silencing them for good. This Lu family brat is truly just like his father." Master Mo gazed thoughtfully in the direction where Lu Yong had departed, his brows knitting slightly, evidently harboring a hint of discontent. He then turned to Mu Chen, offering a smile, and remarked, "Well said, it resonates with me. However, it is said that Lu Yong has recently attained the initial stage of the spirit movement realm and possesses a human-grade spirit vein, comparable to someone in the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm. Are you certain that our faction will not suffer defeat in tomorrow's inter-academy competition?" "Rest assured, Master Mo. I shall not bring disgrace upon you," Mu Chen replied with a grin. Given that Master Mo oversaw their East Academy, a significant loss in the competition would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Master Mo watched as Mu Chen waved goodbye and gradually departed with Su Ling and the others, clicking his tongue in contemplation. This young lad, though still in his youth, was often elusive, devoid of the typical arrogance found in young men. Yet, beneath his gentle demeanor lay an unmistakable sharpness. This young man, truly worthy of the turmoil he has stirred within the spirit path. Should he successfully navigate the trials of the spirit path, he would undoubtedly become a coveted prize in the eyes of the 5 academies. One wonders why he remains here. With a sigh, Master Mo found himself unexpectedly anticipating the morrow's competition between the 2 academies. It was rumored that the Lu family scion had prepared thoroughly. It remained to be seen who would ultimately emerge victorious in this prestigious contest. As night deepened, Mu Chen sat quietly in his chamber, his hands forming intricate seals, clearly entering a meditative state. Around him, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth subtly ebbed and flowed, weaving its way through his breath and into his being. As an increasing amount of spiritual energy permeated Mu Chen's physique, a faint, tenebrous luminescence flickered across his skin. Delicate tendrils of spiritual energy circulated along the cultivation pathways of the great pagoda art, ultimately transforming into a profound, sable-hued spiritual force that infused his energy sea. This infusion further intensified the sensation of robust power. At present, Mu Chen had grown progressively adept with the great pagoda art, though he had yet to successfully attain the foundational level. Nevertheless, he could subtly sense that this milestone was not far off. With composure and patience, Mu Chen serenely gathered the spiritual energy flowing into his energy sea. Just as he channeled the final wisp of energy, he felt a sudden tremor within his energy sea. The undulating, sable spiritual force within began to expand at an astonishing rate, and a sense of abundant power surged through his entire being. Slightly taken aback by the transformation within his energy sea, Mu Chen chuckled softly after a moment. It was indeed an unexpected turn of events that he would achieve a breakthrough at this juncture. Chapter 10. Academy Trials. The following day, as the ardent sunlight streamed upon North Spirit City, North Spirit Academy gradually began to seethe with activity. North Spirit Academy was divided into Eastern and Western divisions, between which existed a rather fierce rivalry. However, it was undeniable that competition fostered growth, and as a result, North Spirit Academy had produced a considerable number of exceptional students in recent years. The rivalry between the 2 academies was most intense during the quarterly academy trials. These trials determined the rankings within each academy, and youthful spirits naturally harbored a competitive edge. Moreover, with numerous beautiful and charming senior female students present, everyone wanted to shine. Therefore, many students exerted tremendous effort to achieve good results in the academy trials. In the western district of the Northern Spiritual Academy, there was a vast arena-like space with numerous platforms. Stone-step seats surrounded the platforms, now filled with a dense crowd. The sounds of various conversations and whispers mingled together, interspersed with the silvery laughter of young women, imbuing the air with youth and vitality. The immense arena was filled with a multitude of people, distinctly divided into 2 groups. the students from the Eastern and Western academies. Due to their rivalry, they occasionally provoked each other, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. Our Eastern Academy only holds 4 of the top 10 spots, and the top 3 are all taken by the Western Academy. I wonder if this Academy trial will bring any changes? Some formidable individuals have emerged in our Eastern Academy recently. It's said that Lu Feng and Tan Qingshan are on the verge of entering the spiritual movement stage. If they succeed, they should at least be able to break into the top 5. In the Eastern Courtyard, several students engaged in conversation. Upon overhearing them, Su Ling curled her lip and remarked, "You all know the main highlight of this examination. It doesn't matter if our Eastern Courtyard has fewer top 10 seats. As long as Brother Mu can secure the first position, those fellows from the Western Courtyard won't dare to make a fuss." The Eastern Courtyard students exchanged glances and sighed in agreement. While that was indeed true, to claim the top spot, one must defeat Lu Yang, who was rumored to possess a human-level spiritual vein. "Brother Mu, this time we are counting entirely on you," Su Ling said with a cheerful glance at the young man before her. Mu Chen merely smiled, his gaze lingering on the arena where some students had already begun sparring, even though the official matches had yet to commence. Just as he focused on the scene, a sudden commotion arose behind him, followed by a fragrant breeze, as a slender and graceful figure appeared at his side. In a sweet voice, she called out, "Hey!" Mu Chen turned to face Tang Qianer, who was clad in a green robe, her lovely face framed by a lively ponytail that drew numerous admiring gazes. Tang Qianer was a distinguished student of the Eastern Courtyard and possessed both beauty and a kind disposition, earning her the title of the courtyard's flower, attracting envious glances wherever she went. "What brings you here?" Mu Chen asked, somewhat surprised by her presence, as students of the heavenly tier should be engaged in their training at this time. "Well, thank you for that," Mu Chen replied, shaking his head with mild irritation. "Hello, are you capable of handling this?" Tang Qianer expressed her concern, her bright eyes reflecting a hint of worry. Although jesting is one thing, she comprehended the significance of today's events. Otherwise, she would not have abandoned her training to come here. "Do your best," Mu Chen replied with a smile. Just as he was about to speak further, his expression shifted suddenly as he lifted his gaze towards the opposite side. There, in the center of the Western Courtyard, a chilling gaze bore down upon him. It was Lu Yang. Surrounding Lu Yang were Mu Yuan, Xue Dong, and others, all of whom regarded him with mocking, scornful smiles. Mu Chen and Lu Yang exchanged distant glances, their eyes interweaving as if sparks were flying between them. Both were prominent figures within their respective academies, and many were aware of the day's anticipated spectacle. Thus, their confrontational stare drew amused expressions from the onlookers, who seemed to relish the impending drama. Lu Yang's gaze remained fixed on Mu Chen before shifting to Tang Qianer beside him. He couldn't help but clench his teeth, and when he glanced back at Mu Chen, his eyes were even colder. Trouble indeed. Mu Chen observed these subtle changes with keen awareness, and then turned his attention to Tang Qianer, chuckling softly. The entire North Spirit Academy was aware of Lu Yang's infatuation with Tang Qianer, yet he had never received a favorable response from her. Sometimes, Mu Chen pondered whether Lu Yang's animosity towards him stemmed not only from the enmity between their fathers, but also from jealousy over Tang Qianer's closeness to him. "If you find me a nuisance, then I shall take my leave," Tang Qianer declared, her charming face taking on a serious expression. Mu Chen could not help but smile, his dark eyes fixed on her. The brightness in his gaze caused her cheeks to flush slightly, yet her stubbornness compelled her to maintain eye contact with him. "Your words hardly qualify as a nuisance," Mu Chen remarked with a grin. All you do is boast. Let us see if you can still say that after you defeat him," Tang Qianer retorted, pouting slightly. Her beautiful eyes scanned the arena, and her expression suddenly shifted as she murmured, "That fellow has actually come." Mu Chen followed her gaze, and his expression momentarily froze. Not only him, but the entire East Courtyard also fell into a hushed silence. In the West Courtyard, a group of figures, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age, stood out. They appeared older than the other competitors, lounging against the railing and lazily observing the arena, occasionally sharing a mocking smile, clearly dismissive of the contests taking place. Among them, 2 figures were particularly striking. A young woman clad in a vibrant red dress, her peach blossom-like eyes exceptionally alluring, was none other than Hong Ling of the West Courtyard. Beside her stood a tall, handsome young man in white attire, his demeanor commanding. As he cast a casual glance over the East Courtyard, the previous clamor there quieted, evidently subdued by the weight of his presence. Gulp. It is actually Lu Mubai. I never expected him to be here as well. Su Ling swallowed hard, her voice slightly hoarse. If facing Lu Yong had sparked some courage within them, standing before Lu Mubai, they felt they lacked even the audacity to contend with him. For Lu Mubai was indeed the true champion of Bailing Academy. Since his arrival, his position as the foremost had remained unshaken. Mu Chen's gaze was fixed on the resplendent figure clad in white, his dark eyes meeting Lu Mubai's. Even from a considerable distance, an overwhelming pressure seemed to descend upon him. Their eyes locked, yet Mu Chen exhibited no trace of fear that other students might display. Instead, his serene demeanor sparked a hint of surprise in the white-clad figure, prompting a quizzical raise of the brow. Ah, this young man possesses a certain boldness. The senior students from the Western Academy, witnessing Mu Chen's lack of trepidation towards Lu Mubai, were equally astonished and chuckled. Hong Ling's bright eyes were also fixed upon the boy, locking gazes with Lu Mubai. Although his face bore a youthful innocence, it radiated an unsettling calm, as if even the Academy's true champion could not unsettle him. She found herself momentarily lost in thought. The timid boy who once trailed behind her seemed to have transformed remarkably. Elder brother, a voice called out from a distance, revealing Lu Yong, whose expression was filled with delight as he looked in their direction. Lu Mubai nodded subtly at Lu Yong, then leaned on the railing with both hands. He refrained from uttering much, yet his presence somewhat dampened the atmosphere on the eastern side, while the western side thrived in contrast. Clearly, Lu Mubai had intentionally come to bolster the morale of the western faction. Given his esteemed position within the North Spirit Academy, although there were seniors from the eastern faction, none dared to challenge him. Suddenly, as Lu Mubai's imposing aura enveloped the area, a crisp chime resonated, invigorating the spirits of the gathered students. The academy examination was about to commence. Chapter 11. Tan Shan. To the north of the venue, three figures sat upright. On the left was the esteemed Master Mo from yesterday, while on the right sat a gaunt middle-aged man, his face taut and eyes slightly sunken, exuding an air of cold severity. He, this year's examination is more vibrant than ever, remarked the elder seated in the center, his hair a shade of silver, as he observed the fervent atmosphere below with a cheerful smile. In previous examinations, the outcomes were often predictable, yet today's event held an element of uncertainty. Master Mo chuckled. What uncertainty could there be? Lu Yong is now in the early stages of the spirit realm, coupled with his exceptional human-grade spirit vein. Not only among the Earth-level students but even within the Heavens level, he is likely to rank quite favorably. Although Mu Chen is competent, he still falls short in comparison to Lu Yong. The stern middle-aged man on the right curled his lip, being the highest-ranking instructor of the West Branch. He naturally hoped that the students of the West Branch would achieve the best results. Instructor Shi. Underestimating someone who can obtain the qualifications for the spiritual road is somewhat unwise, Instructor Mo stated calmly. It's a pity that we're referring to someone who can successfully pass the trials of the spiritual road. The stern, middle-aged man shook his head and said. The white-haired elder smiled at the two men's dispute, evidently accustomed to it. His somewhat cloudy gaze turned to the seats of the East Branch, his vision resting on the slender figure of the young man, and said, It is indeed a pity. It has been more than a decade since my northern spiritual realm has seen a young fellow obtain the qualifications for the spiritual road. This Mu Chen obtained the qualifications this time, but was expelled midway, without experiencing the final stage of the spiritual road. His year of training on the spiritual road can be considered wasted. This has only delayed a year of cultivation time in vain. Instructor Mo nodded with some regret. It was impossible to cultivate spiritual energy within the spiritual road, but if one successfully experienced the final trial, one could receive a spiritual energy infusion. If one were exceptionally talented, it would not be impossible to advance to the spiritual will realm or even the divine soul realm overnight. If Mu Chen had been able to pass the trial, he would probably already be the foremost among the younger generation in the northern spiritual realm. The quota for the 5 great academies would undoubtedly be securely in his hands, and no one else would be qualified to compete with him. At that time, even figures like Lu Mubai would have to take a back seat. However, who could have anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events? Mu Chen not only failed to receive the most valuable spiritual infusion from the spirit path but was also expelled midway. Consequently, a year of cultivation time was wasted in vain. Dean Xiao, what exactly did Mu Chen do on the spirit path? Why was he expelled? I am well aware of the young lad's talents and his excellent temperament. It's impossible that he was expelled for poor performance, frowned Master Mo, unable to resist asking. He only knew that Mu Chen had stirred up quite a commotion on the spirit path, but the specifics were unclear. Upon hearing his question, even the stern-faced middle-aged man turned his gaze towards the dean of the Northern Spirit Academy, evidently curious as well. Dean Xiao, stroking his beard, shook his head with a bitter smile and said, I am not entirely sure either, but I vaguely heard that the young lad caused quite a stir on the spirit path. It even caught the attention of the higher-ups from the 5 great academies. Both Master Mo and the stern middle-aged man were taken aback, their eyes filled with confusion, clearly unable to fathom what earth-shattering deed Mu Chen had performed on the spirit path. Let's not dwell on this for now. The bell has rung. It's time to announce the start of the academy trials. Dean Xiao clearly did not wish to elaborate further and immediately waved his hand, signaling the commencement. The time has come. The academy trials begin. Compete and spar among peers. But remember, no lethal force is to be used. The rules are known to you all. Each participant has one opportunity to challenge an opponent, so choose wisely and according to your strength. Yes. The assembly within the grounds responded with unanimous reverence. Very well. Master Mo acknowledged with a nod, followed by a wave of his hand. Let the proceedings commence. Dong. With the fall of his hand, a resonant chime reverberated, echoing throughout the entirety of the Northern Spiritual Academy. Swish, swish. A stir rippled through the assembled crowd as figures ascended the platforms, their voices rising in a cacophony of challenges. Lu Xiong, descend. I've long held you in disdain. Mu Chen, observing the tumultuous scene, couldn't help but smile. However, finding the majority of the contests rather unremarkable, his attention remained largely unengaged. His gaze occasionally drifted towards the direction of Lu Yong in the West Institute, who was, in turn, fixedly regarding him with a chilling stare. By now, it was common knowledge within the Northern Spiritual Academy that Lu Yong had publicly declared his intention to select Mu Chen as his opponent in the academy trials. Consequently, no one dared to be so imprudent as to challenge him preemptively. Moreover, the students of the West Institute were well aware that, given Mu Chen's capabilities, Lu Yong was likely the only one among their ranks with the aptitude to contend with him. The prospect of a contest between these two exceptional talents from the East and West Institutes was met with considerable anticipation. Mu Chen remained unperturbed by Lu Yang's icy glare, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Tang Qianer beside him. This conduct, however, only seemed to further enrage Lu Yong, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. The atmosphere in the arena was undeniably vibrant, yet the most captivating spectacle was undoubtedly those students ranked highly within the realm, for it is typically only contests of such caliber that can alter standings. There stood Tan Qingshan from our east courtyard, and indeed he made his move. Beside him, Su Ling suddenly exclaimed with excitement, prompting Mu Chen to shift his gaze in the same direction. Not far from them, a young boy clad in black rose abruptly and made his way towards the fighting platform. This youth appeared remarkably lean, his complexion somewhat pallid, yet his tightly pressed lips exuded a sense of determination. He remained silent and expressionless, seemingly impervious to the myriad voices surrounding him. Tan Qingshan. Upon spotting the black-clad youth, Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He was somewhat acquainted with Tan Qingshan. Prior to Mu Chen's arrival at the North Spirit Academy's East Courtyard, Tan Qingshan had already established himself as the strongest within that domain, currently holding a position among the top 5 students in the entire realm. Tan Qingshan, sensing Mu Chen's gaze, paused momentarily, then raised his head to meet his eyes, a faint smile breaking through his otherwise stern expression. Do your best, Mu Chen encouraged with a smile. Although he and Tan Qingshan were not particularly close, they shared the bond of being fellow students from the East Courtyard, and Mu Chen harbored no ill feelings towards him. Tan Qingshan nodded in acknowledgement before gracefully ascending the platform, instantly drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. In the east courtyard, Tan Qingshan had certainly garnered a considerable reputation. Uncertain of whom he intended to challenge, whispers circulated among the onlookers, their curiosity piqued. It seemed that only a select few could be deemed worthy adversaries in the eyes of Tan Qingshan. Lu Yang. Amidst the multitude of gazes, Tan Qingshan directed his attention toward a figure at the forefront of the western courtyard, his calm voice inciting a wave of astonishment. He was actually daring to challenge Lu Yang? The assembled students exchanged glances. While Tan Qingshan was indeed a prominent figure, the disparity between him and Lu Yang was evident, leaving them astonished at his audacity to initiate such a challenge. In the western courtyard, Lu Yang momentarily paused, his expression darkening. It was perplexing that no one had yet dared to challenge Mu Chen, yet he found himself singled out. Did this not imply that Lu Yang's reputation was waning in comparison to Mu Chen? How presumptuous! Rising to his feet, Lu Yang emanated a chilling aura that left several students in the vicinity uneasy, for in this moment he was undeniably formidable. With a leap, Lu Yang ascended the arena, casting a glance at Tan Qingshan before shifting his gaze to Mu Chen seated in the eastern courtyard. His expression remained impassive as he inquired, "Are you seeking someone to test me?" Tan Qingshan clenched his fists tightly, deep yellow spiritual energy surging from within him, enveloping his arms in a formidable display of power that slowly radiated an intense aura. The sight of this energy left Su Ling and the others astonished. He had indeed ascended to the spiritual movement realm. Chapter 12. Making a move, the spiritual dynamic stage? A chorus of hushed exclamations rippled through the stands as spectators gazed in astonishment at Tan Qingshan on the platform. It became apparent why he dared to challenge Lu Yang. He had advanced to the spiritual dynamic stage. Remarkable, Su Ling murmured, admiration evident as he watched Tan Qingshan's figure. Among the Earth Division, only Mu Chen, Lu Yang, and Mu Yuan had reached the spiritual dynamic stage. Now, Tan Qingshan became the fourth. Mu Chen nodded slightly. Tan Qingshan's previous status as the top of the Eastern Institute's Earth Division indicated considerable talent. More importantly, his humble background meant his achievements were the result of relentless cultivation. Mu Chen held a degree of respect for him. Someone who earned pride through their own efforts was worthy of admiration. I see why you have such audacity. You've broken through to the spiritual dynamic stage. Lu Yang, initially taken aback by Tan Qingshan's aura, responded with an even colder sneer. Tan Qingshan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lu Yang sharpening. Deep yellow spiritual energy coiled and surged around his arms, emanating a profound and substantial aura. Lu Yang's icy and sinister eyes bore into Tan Qingshan as he extended his palm, curling his fingers slightly. Make your move. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. How arrogant, Su Ling and the others exclaimed, infuriated by Lu Yang's attitude. As Su Ling was about to unleash a torrent of invective, Tan Qingshan abruptly stomped the ground, his figure darting forth with the alacrity of a cheetah. A profound ochre energy surged upon his palms, imbued with a palpable density, as he aimed them directly at Lu Yang's chest. Humph! Lu Yang, his gaze fixed upon the onrushing Tan Qingshan, emitted a disdainful snort. Vermilion spiritual energy erupted from his arms, and without evasion, he clenched his fists, delivering a resounding blow upon Tan Qingshan's palms. Thud! A deep resonance reverberated, and a shockwave emanated from their forms, instantly stirring up the dust upon the platform. Both figures shuddered, yet Lu Yang remained unyielding, while Tan Qingshan was forced to retreat a step. Tan Qingshan, his countenance grave, steadied himself. The deep ochre energy upon his arms intensified, his entire limb now tinged with the hue of aged stone. Mountainous fists. Tan Qingshan surged forth once more, the velocity of his arms somewhat diminished, yet the sheer, ponderous force resembled the cataclysmic descent of a mountain crag, causing a palpable apprehension among the onlookers. Bang, bang, bang. Tan Qingshan's fists, akin to rugged stone, were unleashed with both celerity and precision, his offensive waves washing over Lu Yang. The latter, however, remained impassive, his vermilion energy enveloping his arms like ardent flames, steadfastly parrying Tan Qingshan's relentless assault. The resultant shockwaves from the collision of their energies swept the platform clean, even causing a stinging sensation upon the faces of those in close proximity. Tan Qingshan is indeed impressive, to contend with Lu Yong on such equal footing. Su Ling exclaimed with palpable delight as he observed the fierce exchange. Tan Qingshan, having only recently entered the realm of agility, found it exceedingly difficult to triumph over Lu Yong. Beside him, Tang Chener gently shook her head. Although she harbored a disdain for Lu Yong, she could not deny that he possessed considerable skill. Tan Qingshan was likely practicing the Mountain Decision, a spiritual technique from the North Spirit Academy, albeit one of only ordinary quality, while Lu Yong was presumably wielding the Flame Sun technique from their Lu domain, a technique of lower spiritual grade. Mu Chen observed the unfolding battle and remarked that in terms of the potency of spiritual energy, Lu Yong clearly held the upper hand, suggesting that this situation would not endure for long. Upon hearing this, Su Ling let out a sigh of disappointment. He evidently hoped for Tan Qingshan's victory, believing that such an outcome would curtail Lu Yang's arrogance. As their conversation progressed, the combat in the arena intensified. Tan Qingshan's face flushed a deep crimson, indicating he had pushed his abilities to the limit, and his assaults grew increasingly ferocious. Suddenly, like a rock propelled forward, a powerful fist surged toward Lu Yang's abdomen. Yet, just as the punch was about to make contact, Lu Yong deftly sidestepped with an uncanny maneuver, evading Tan Qingshan's meticulously planned strike. As the punch missed its target, a sense of foreboding washed over Tan Qingshan, and he soon noticed the cold smirk curling at the corners of Lu Yang's mouth. Flame Sun Palm. Lu Yang's fingers formed into a palm, swiftly striking out at an angle. The fiery spiritual energy erupted like flames, unleashing a searing and forceful impact that pierced through Tan Qingshan's defenses, crashing down upon his chest with a resounding thud. The fiery spiritual energy erupted in an explosive display from Lu Yang's palm, colliding violently with Tan Qingshan's chest. The sheer force of the impact sent Tan Qingshan hurtling away, and as the crowd gazed in astonishment, he crashed heavily onto the arena floor, a mouthful of blood involuntarily spewing forth. A wave of gasps rippled through the onlookers as they witnessed the sudden turn of events. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Tan Qingshan clenched his teeth in reluctant defiance. Lu Yang's spiritual power was both domineering and intense, far surpassing the strength of Tan Qingshan's own cultivated energy. With a chilling gaze fixed on the somewhat disheveled Tan Qingshan, Lu Yong had no intention of relenting. He sprang forth with the agility of an eagle, launching a fierce kick aimed at Tan Qingshan. In a desperate roll, Tan Qingshan narrowly evaded the attack, his complexion darkening with surprise at Lu Yang's relentless pursuit. Stubbornly, he refused to concede, fixing a fierce glare upon Lu Yong. How audacious! Lu Yong noted the defiance with a cold smile, shaking his head as a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. In an instant, he appeared at Tan Qingshan's right side, his leg a blur imbued with scorching spiritual energy, striking forcefully against Tan Qingshan's chest. With a resounding thud, Tan Qingshan skidded along the ground for over 10 meters, another wave of blood surging up his throat, which he valiantly suppressed. Damn it, do you have no shame? Even after his defeat, Lu Yong continued to attack. The students from the East Courtyard, witnessing Lu Yong's merciless onslaught, erupted in outrage, voicing their indignation at his relentless aggression. What a scoundrel! Su Ling also rebuked vehemently. Upon hearing the imprecations emanating from the East Institute, Lu Yang's gaze grew even more malevolent. Far from ceasing his assault, he strode purposefully toward Tan Qingshan, unleashing another swift kick that landed heavily upon the retreating figure. A dull thud reverberated through the air. Yet this time, Tan Qingshan did not yield ground, for a lithe figure had suddenly interposed itself between them. Lu Yang's forceful kick was now firmly grasped by the figure's hand. Mu Chen? Tan Qingshan murmured, momentarily taken aback by the familiar presence. Are you unharmed? Mu Chen inquired, glancing back at him. Tan Qingshan shook his head, his gaze still fixed on Lu Yong with a ferocious intensity. Having just attained the spiritual dynamic stage, your ability to contend with him to this extent is remarkable. With further cultivation, surpassing him will not be an arduous task, Mu Chen remarked with a smile. Aware of Tan Qingshan's outwardly reticent yet inwardly proud nature, he refrained from suggesting surrender. Instead, His words served as a significant affirmation. "Thank you," Tian Can responded, his heart somewhat appeased by Mu Chen's words. He gazed at the latter's handsome countenance, adorned with a radiant and gentle smile, and expressed his gratitude. "I entrust this matter to you. However, I shall personally vanquish him in due course." Mu Chen watched as Tian Can descended from the platform before turning his attention to the glowering Lu Yong. "Allow me to be your adversary henceforth," he declared. Lu Yong fixed his gaze upon Mu Chen, a sinister smile twisting his lips, his eyes ablaze with animosity. "I shall extend a warm welcome to you." On the stage, two individuals faced each other, and the atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. The numerous students from both academies directed their gazes toward the confrontation, for this was indeed the most formidable clash within the current cohort of the North Spirit Academy. Chapter 13. The battle with Lu Yong surrounding the arena. Many eyes were fixated on the two young figures standing defiantly against one another, their expressions brimming with anticipation. These were the two most powerful individuals in the North Spirit Academy at present. Finally, Mu Chen was willing to take the stage, and curiosity piqued regarding whether he could truly contend with Lu Yong. In a corner of the Western Academy's seating area, the young men hailing from the Western Academy gazed at the two figures on stage and could not help but chuckle. They, too, harbored a significant curiosity towards Mu Chen, for he was the only individual within the North Spirit realm who had secured the qualification to enter the Spirit Path. Had it not been for the inexplicable incident of his expulsion from the Spirit Path, Mu Chen might have reached heights beyond their grasp, perhaps even surpassing the prodigy Lu Mubai. Upon this reflection, they cast a furtive glance at Lu Mubai, yet refrained from voicing their thoughts. Hearing their murmurs, the handsome youth merely smiled faintly, his gaze fixed intently on the slender figure in the arena, where a subtle glimmer of coldness flickered within his eyes. The selection process for the spiritual road inherently involves an element of chance, occasionally leading to errors. It's conceivable that this opportunity was originally intended for Brother Lu, but a mistake occurred, resulting in it being granted to that Mu Chen instead. Otherwise, why would he have been expelled? One of the youths, evidently quite amicable towards Lu Mubai, curled his lip and sneered. Upon hearing this, the students from the heavenly class of the Western branch nodded with smiles. Although they were skeptical, offending Lu Mubai, who was currently at the zenith of his influence in the Northern Spiritual Academy, for the sake of a Mu Chen who had been expelled from the spiritual road, was clearly imprudent. "Hong Ling, who do you believe has a greater chance of victory?" Lu Mubai asked with a smile, turning to the young woman in the red dress beside him, her narrow, beautiful eyes revealing a hint of allure. The young woman named Hong Ling gazed at the arena, her beautiful eyes lingering on Mu Chen for a moment. At this moment, the young man's figure was tall and slender, as straight as a spear. The indolence of the past seemed to be gradually fading away, replaced by a sharpness that was slowly emerging. That little boy from back then has indeed changed quite a bit. They are both in the initial stage of the spiritual movement realm. Lu Yong has cultivated your Lu territory's Flaming Sun skill, which is a low-grade spiritual level cultivation technique. However, Mu Chen's father is also the lord of a territory, so the spiritual techniques he possesses should not be ordinary either. In this regard, they are evenly matched. Hong Ling's eyes flickered, her somewhat languid appearance only adding to her allure. However, Lu Yong possesses a human-grade spiritual meridian. If he utilizes it, he can rival the strength of the middle stage of the spiritual movement realm. Mu Chen, on the other hand, will be at a considerable disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Lu Mubai also smiled, his gaze fixed on Mu Chen in the arena. Lu Yong is quite capable. It's no shame for Mu Chen to lose to him. Actually, I'm quite curious as to how he managed to qualify for the Spirit Path, he remarked. Hong Ling glanced at him, sensing that Lu Mubai harbored some resentment over Mu Chen's qualification for the Spirit Path. Proud as he was, Lu Mubai had always believed himself to be the most outstanding among the younger generation in the Northern Spirit Realm. He thought the qualification for the Spirit Path should rightfully be his. However, the final outcome had taken everyone by surprise. If he can't even get past Lu Yong, then the selection for the Spirit Path is truly disappointing, Lu Mubai murmured softly, his hand tightening around the iron railing, leaving a deep imprint. A cold glint flickered in the depths of his eyes. He could not tolerate the idea of an unworthy individual snatching what he believed was rightfully his. Brother Mu, go for it, Around the arena, students from the Eastern Academy watched the two opponents with excitement. For the past couple of years, the Eastern Academy had been consistently overshadowed by the Western Academy, whether in the senior or junior divisions. Now, they finally had someone who could stand up to the Western Academy. A bunch of dreamers, Lu Yang sneered at the voices, his lips curling into a cruel smile. He stared at Mu Chen and taunted, "I can't wait to see the look on their faces when you lose." Confronted with his derision, Mu Chen's countenance remained placid, devoid of any visible agitation. He simply extended his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips, and stated, "You are likely bereft of such capability." Presumptuous, a flash of ire ignited within Lu Yang's eyes. He clenched his palms, and crimson spiritual energy enveloped his arms like flickering flames. In the ensuing instant, he advanced a step, a subtle thud reverberating beneath his feet. His body, however, surged forth with the velocity of a cheetah. Boom! Fists encased in fiery spiritual energy swiftly approached Mu Chen, the force compressing the air and emitting peculiar creaking sounds. Mu Chen leaned askew, and in the instant Lu Yang's fist grazed past him, he abruptly unleashed his right hand, fingers laced with dark spiritual energy, resembling a sharp-edged blade, and mercilessly struck towards Lu Yang's wrist. Mu Chen's attack was unsparing, but Lu Yang, having earned the distinction of being the foremost among the Western Courtyard's Earth rank, possessed a certain degree of competence. He instantly transitioned from a fist to an open palm, countering with a forceful chop that collided heavily with Mu Chen's strike. Bang! A subdued sound echoed as the two spiritual energies clashed. Both individuals retreated half a step. "You intend to contest whose spiritual energy is more abundant?" Lu Yang sneered. He stamped his foot, and crimson spiritual energy enveloped his legs, the intensity of which surpassed that of Tan Qingshan. Whoosh! With spiritual energy infused into his legs, Lu Yang's velocity experienced an immediate surge. His figure darted forth, rendering it faintly indiscernible to onlookers. Harnessing this augmented speed, he unleashed an exceedingly ferocious offensive in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Yang's somewhat blurred figure resembled a whirlwind of flames enveloping Mu Chen, unleashing a torrent of fierce attacks with fists, feet, and elbows, intermingled with violent spiritual energy, descending upon Mu Chen like an overwhelming storm. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the audience as the numerous disciples witnessed Lu Yang's sudden and ferocious onslaught. Tan Qingshan, who had previously fallen to Lu Yang, wore a grave expression. The profundity of Lu Yang's spiritual energy seemed to approach the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm. Coupled with the extraordinary cultivation techniques he practiced, his combat prowess was indeed astonishing. "Fear not, Mu Chen is not so easily defeated," Tang Chena remarked, her beautiful eyes fixed on the arena. After a brief moment, a radiant smile graced her lips. As a practitioner at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm herself, she could discern Lu Yang's speed. Although his attacks rained down like a tempest, within that downpour stood a steadfast figure, unyielding and resolute. All gazes were intently focused on the silhouette amidst the fiery whirlwind, as Mu Chen deftly evaded or countered each of Lu Yang's ferocious strikes, as if he had discerned every hidden tactic of his opponent. Truly, this young man had proven himself through the trials of the spirit path. From the vantage point of the esteemed platform, Dean Xiao observed this scene, a flicker of admiration passing through his murky eyes. Mu Chen's sharp perception and calm demeanor in the face of adversity reflected an innate temperament rivaling that of seasoned warriors. Master Mo also nodded in approval, his words infused with appreciation. While spiritual energy may be cultivated over time, such a strong-willed disposition is not easily forged. Indeed, his discernment is commendable, identifying the weakest point in Lu Yang's offensive. It's a display of skillful maneuvering to overcome brute force. However, as the saying goes, overwhelming power can conquer all techniques. His evasive actions suggest that his spiritual energy is not as formidable as Lu Yang's. Should Lu Yang concentrate his power into a single, decisive blow, Mu Chen would find it challenging to prevail. The gaunt, middle-aged man, addressed as Teacher Shi, remarked as instructors, "Their prowess is not only formidable, but their insight is also exceptionally keen." Principal Xiao and Teacher Mo nodded in agreement. The logic is sound, but is Mu Chen genuinely avoiding the brunt of the attack? Within the fiery whirlwind, a muffled sound emerged. Mu Chen suddenly struck, his sharp fingers akin to an unparalleled dagger, and shrouded in dark spiritual energy. They pierced through the whirlwind, swiftly targeting the nimble figure. A thud echoed as the fiery whirlwind abruptly halted. A figure staggered backward, his attire torn at the shoulder, a testament to Mu Chen's earlier incisive strike. A clamor erupted around the arena, with students from both the East and West institutes expressing astonishment. They had not anticipated that the previously aggressive Lu Yang would be repelled by Mu Chen. Lu Yang's countenance darkened, as if on the verge of tears. He glared intently at Mu Chen, then inhaled deeply. Fiery red spiritual energy surged rapidly from his right palm. The crimson spiritual energy ascended, coalescing like flames in Lu Yang's palm. The energy swiftly contracted, gradually transforming into a palm-sized, fiery sun. A tempestuous fluctuation gradually emanated from within. The clamor outside swiftly began to diminish, as numerous students watched in trepidation. It was evident that Lu Yang had pushed his inner spiritual energy to its utmost limit. Mu Chen observed Lu Yang's fervent exertion. His lips pressed together slightly, and an icy glint flickered in his eyes. As he spun his palms, he activated the Great Buddha Sutra, causing the dark spiritual energy within his energy sea to tremble vigorously, layers of amplification rippling outward. 1 layer, 5 layers, 10 layers, 13 layers. The dark spiritual energy entwined around Mu Chen's hands, emanating a domineering aura that subtly hinted at surpassing Lu Yang's violent spiritual fluctuations. With narrowed eyes, Mu Chen's gaze became as sharp as a blade. Boom! Within his energy sea, a faint humming resonated, and Mu Chen's body jolted. 18 layers. The dark spiritual energy erupted from Mu Chen, and the overwhelming pressure it generated instantaneously subdued Lu Yang's spiritual force. Such formidable energy! A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of Dean Xiao and his companions. This level of spiritual energy was already approaching the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm. Moreover, they could sense that the dark spiritual energy surging from Mu Chen was imbued with an unmistakable dominance, clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary spiritual techniques. Mu Chen, you are courting your own demise. The suppression of spiritual energy was met with a flash of astonishment on Lu Yang's countenance. This quickly morphed into a furious roar as he advanced, his body illuminating with scarlet points of light. These luminous points, scattered across his form, appeared as a peculiar network, reminiscent of a serpent ascending into the heavens. A spiritual meridian, perhaps? Chapter 14. Spiritual Dynamic Phase, Mid-Stage Swoosh. With the emergence of these fiery points, the crimson spiritual energy within Lu Yang's palm surged dramatically. The miniature fiery sun, once the size of a hand, doubled in magnitude, drawing in the surrounding ambient spiritual energy, further amplifying his imposing aura. The spectators surrounding the platform wore expressions of grave concern. Lu Yang was clearly unleashing his full power, an assault destined to be as swift as thunder. He intends to overwhelm Mu Chen with a single blow, observed Su Ling and his companions, their faces etched with anxiety. Even Tang Qian'er's beautiful eyes reflected a newfound solemnity. Lu Yang's strength was considerable, even by the standards of the heavenly class. Let's see how you parry this. Lu Yang sneered, his face contorted in a malevolent grin. He lunged towards Mu Chen, the fiery spiritual energy in his hand blazing like a miniature sun, its raw power almost blinding. Whoosh! With astonishing speed, Lu Yang appeared before Mu Chen in an instant, his palm striking out with merciless force, the incandescent spiritual energy hurtling towards his opponent. The blazing sun's palm, the ferocious spiritual energy stirred up a tempest, causing Mu Chen's garments to flutter violently, while his ebony hair danced wildly. Yet, his pair of obsidian eyes betrayed no hint of the panic that Lu Yang had hoped to witness. Even at this moment, you still feign composure. Such a foolhardy endeavor. Under the gaze of Mu Chen's tranquil eyes, Lu Yang's heart skipped a beat, only to be engulfed by a deeper fury. Just wait until I trample you underfoot before all these witnesses. Will you still maintain such serenity then? Do you dare to tread upon me? Mu Chen regarded Lu Yang, who was now perilously close, and the chilling intensity in the latter's eyes was unmistakable. Slowly, a faint smile crept upon Mu Chen's lips, sharp as a blade. I fear you may not possess the requisite qualifications. With a sudden surge, Mu Chen lifted his head, his palms clenching tightly in an instant. Dark spiritual energy erupted violently from within him, and the domineering black light flickered like lightning at his fingertips. A formidable wave of power surged forth. Such a spiritual fluctuation. On the platform above, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of Dean Xiao and Master Mo mid-stage of the spiritual movement realm. At that moment, the crowd surrounding the stage erupted into a cacophony of gasps. The intensity of that spiritual energy was unmistakably at the mid-stage of the spiritual movement realm. Mu Chen's strength had indeed transcended to this level. This lad possesses quite the remarkable talent. In the west courtyard, the expressions of the students from the heavenly layer grew solemn. Their strength at the mid-level of the spirit realm positioned them favorably among their peers at the North Spirit Academy. Yet, they were taken aback to witness a student from the earthly layer achieving such prowess, prompting a silent acknowledgement of Mu Chen's capabilities that granted him the qualification for the spirit path. Lu Mubai's handsome visage remained largely unperturbed, his gaze indifferent as he surveyed the arena, betraying none of the emotions that stirred within him. Dark and ethereal spiritual energy surged forth from Mu Chen, enveloping his entire right arm, which extended like that of a powerful ape. An intense, fierce energy coalesced beneath his fist before he unleashed a devastating punch. Mu Chen's arm transformed into a taut spear, erupting with formidable strength over a remarkably short distance, as if the air itself were being torn asunder beneath his blow. Though merely a low-tier attack spirit technique, in Mu Chen's hands it became an avalanche of power, infused with rolling spiritual energy, surging forth to collide violently with Liu Yang's fierce palm strike, which had slightly altered his expression. A thunderous boom erupted, reverberating throughout the arena as the black and red energies clashed violently. The shockwave seemed to ripple through the very fabric of the air. All eyes were fixed intently on the point of collision, where the dark and crimson lights flickered rapidly. Moments later, the spectators beheld as the two figures were forcefully separated, each staggering back several steps from the impact. Two figures stood upon the stage, locked in a tense confrontation. One wore a grim expression, while the other remained as tranquil as a placid lake. Was there truly no distinction between them? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that the fierce clash had yielded no victor. Yet, as the spectators pondered, a sudden pallor swept over Liu Yang's darkened visage, and he doubled over, a spurt of crimson erupting from his lips. With that expulsion of blood, Liu Yang's vitality seemed to diminish in an instant, his ashen complexion igniting murmurs of astonishment among those present. Liu Yang had been defeated. Gazing at the pale-faced Liu Yang and then at the serene-eyed Mu Chen, the crowd comprehended the outcome of this contest. Brother Mu had triumphed. Bravo to Brother Mu. On the eastern side, Su Ling and his companions stared in stunned silence at the unfolding scene, only to be swiftly overtaken by joy and exhilaration, their cheers erupting like thunder, drowning out the silence that had fallen upon the west. Even Liu Yang had succumbed. Indeed, the Western Academy had been bested by the East. The members of the Western faction, including Mu Yuan and Xue Dong, clenched their teeth in reluctant acknowledgement of Mu Chen's formidable prowess. Initially, they had presumed him merely at the early stage of spiritual awakening. Little did they know he had advanced to the mid-stage. As the thunderous accolades from the Eastern Academy reverberated, Mu Chen smiled, his previously tense form relaxing gradually. He then turned his gaze towards the severely disheartened Liu Yang and remarked, "Shall we not cease this contest?" Liu Yang slowly lifted his head, his gaze ominously fixed on Mu Chen. The sounds of jubilation seemed to slice through his heart like a knife, trampling upon the pride that resided within him, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, while a sinister glint began to accumulate in his eyes. Observing Liu Yang's demeanor, Mu Chen furrowed his brow. The brutal trials of the spirit path over the past year had instilled in him a sense of impending danger. "I will slay you." The fierce expression abruptly manifested on Liu Yang's face as he clenched his fist, summoning a radiant red light that materialized in his palm, unleashing an astonishing surge of spiritual energy. Above them, the expressions of Dean Xiao and Master Mo shifted dramatically, and then Master Mo abruptly stood, his voice resonating with authority. "Liu Yang, What are you planning to do? In that instant, however, the cold-faced Mu Chen had already taken a decisive step forward, rushing directly in front of Lu Yong. With his fingers curled, dark spiritual energy entwined around them, generating a fierce gust of wind as he aimed directly at Lu Yang's throat. Lu Yong had not anticipated Mu Chen's reaction to be so swift, nor did he perceive any intention from the latter to defend himself. In Mu Chen's icy gaze, there lay a chilling intent to kill. This murderous intent made Lu Yong realize that even if he activated his power to strike Mu Chen down, the latter would assuredly take his life in that fleeting moment before death. A life for a life. With a swift motion, Mu Chen's fingers, akin to sharp daggers, pierced Lu Yang's palm, and blood immediately splattered forth. Lu Yong let out a scream of agony, and the red light he had been holding slipped from his grasp. With a swift leap, Mu Chen grasped the crimson light in his hand. "Return it to me." Upon witnessing the red glow snatched away by Mu Chen, Lu Yang's expression shifted dramatically. However, Mu Chen paid no heed to his furious outburst. As he prepared to retreat, a sudden rush of wind pierced the air, accompanied by a formidable wave of spiritual energy, akin to a swiftly released arrow, hurtling towards him. The unexpected assault caused Mu Chen's brow to furrow. He deftly pivoted on his toes, springing back several paces to evade the attack, his icy gaze fixated on the elongated figure that descended from the periphery. "What is your intention?" The slender figure landed beside Lu Yong, a striking visage, unmistakably Lu Mubai, who regarded Mu Chen with an impassive countenance and extended his hand. "Hand it over." Mu Chen let out a cold chuckle, lowering his gaze to the crimson light in his grasp. Upon glimpsing the object within, the corners of his lips curled slightly. To possess such a treasure, he truly lived up to the reputation of the young master of Lu domain. Chapter 15. The spirit-breaking pearl. Yet Mu Chen paid no mind to the stoic Lu Mubai, instead focusing on the object in his hand, where the red light dissipated to reveal a fiery red pearl, roughly the size of a dragon's eye. The surface of the pearl was adorned with intricate, esoteric engravings, within which a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave. The broken spirit pearl. Mu Chen's slender fingers caressed the smooth, fiery red orb, a faint smile gracing his lips, though it bore an icy quality. This broken spirit pearl was not intended for cultivation. Rather, it served as a formidable destructive artifact. Those who possess sufficient strength can compress their immense spiritual energy into this minuscule orb, enabling the user to unleash a powerful spiritual attack simply by activating it. The creation of a broken spirit pearl necessitates a rare metal known as spirit gold, which is exceedingly costly. Furthermore, the fabrication of such pearls demands an exceptionally precise control over spiritual energy, coupled with a high failure rate, rendering them quite rare. Presently, the pearl in Mu Chen's grasp, judging by the intensity of the condensed spiritual energy, could inflict considerable damage even to someone at the spirit will realm. Lu Yong intended to kill him. "Give it back." At this moment, Lu Yong regained his composure, his complexion even paler. He understood that such actions were a violation of the rules, and should he face punishment, it would not be a trivial matter. He fixed a fierce glare upon Mu Chen and extended his palm. "Brother, seize the item and ensure he has no evidence." Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Lu Mubai's eyes gleamed with a flash of insight. Given their status, as long as Mu Chen lacked evidence, they could easily navigate the situation. "If you make any further moves, this broken spirit pearl may very well explode in your possession." However, just as he was about to act, Mu Chen merely smiled slightly, holding the broken spirit pearl delicately between his fingers, and said with a playful tone, "This matter arises from Lu Yang's rashness. Return the broken spirit pearl to him. Leaving a thread of goodwill is beneficial for all, is it not?" Lu Mubai's gaze sharpened as he turned to Mu Chen, speaking slowly. Mu Chen responded with a non-committal smile. Upon seeing Master Mo's arrival, Lu Yang's expression turned pale, and he glared fiercely at Mu Chen, attempting to intimidate him into silence. However, Mu Chen disregarded this threat entirely. Raising the broken spirit orb in his hand and gesturing towards Master Mo, Master Mo's expression darkened upon seeing the broken spirit orb, and his gaze shifted to Lu Yong, his voice laced with anger. "How dare you use a broken spirit orb during the competition? The mention of the broken spirit orb caught the attention of several students nearby, igniting a chorus of outrage. How shameless! They even resort to using a broken spirit orb. Truly worthy of the young master of the North Spirit Realm's foremost domain. What a grand display! As the surrounding voices filled with indignation and derision, Liu Yang's face turned an unsettling shade, feeling utterly humiliated. At that moment, Dean Xiao and Master Shi from the Western Academy arrived, and Master Mo approached to explain the situation, prompting everyone to notice Dean Xiao's displeased countenance. Dean Luyang acted impulsively, but fortunately, no real harm was done. It's understandable, Lu Mubai interjected hastily. Are you suggesting that I must be severely injured by his broken spirit orb for it to be deemed acceptable? Mu Chen replied with a faint smile. Lu Mubai cast a cold glance at Mu Chen and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" It is not a matter of my personal inclination. The Northern Spiritual Academy possesses its own set of regulations, and this matter should be addressed accordingly, Mu Chen remarked with a nonchalant smile. A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Mubai's eyes, but before he could speak, Dean Xiao interjected with a wave of his hand, turning to Master Mo and his companion, inquiring, "How shall this matter be handled?" According to the regulations, Lu Yang would be disqualified from ascending to the celestial class this time, Master Mo mused. Lu Yang's expression underwent a drastic change. Being unable to ascend to the celestial class would mean forfeiting his eligibility to contend for a spot in the 5 great academies, a devastating blow to his prospects. Wouldn't that be a bit too harsh? Master Shi deliberated for a moment, then lowered his voice, adding, "Moreover, if that were the case, I fear Lu Yang's father would not take it lying down. While the Northern Spiritual Academy is not intimidated, incurring the displeasure of the foremost domain in the Northern Spiritual Realm would be somewhat troublesome. However, Mu Chen's father is also the master of Mu territory. If this matter were simply dropped, I fear Mu territory would harbor resentment," Master Mo added. Dean Xiao shook his head with a sense of helplessness. If this involved ordinary students, it wouldn't be such a headache. But now, both individuals are sons of domain lords in the Northern Spiritual Realm, making it difficult to favor one over the other. Indeed, Mu Chen. Director Xiao suddenly glanced at Mu Chen, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Regarding this matter, what do you think?" Upon seeing Director Xiao's smile, Mu Chen understood the implications of his words and replied with a grin, "Director, this incident indeed stems from Liu Yang's impulsiveness. I have not suffered any significant harm, so it is somewhat excusable. However, he has breached the rules. In light of that, I shall not return this broken spirit pearl. Let it serve as his form of apology. I shall not hold it against him." Mu Chen spoke with a cheerful demeanor, knowing the predicament faced by Director Xiao. Continuing to dwell on the matter would yield little benefit. Thus he thought it wise to seize the opportunity to gain some advantage while also doing a favor for Director Xiao. "You!" Liu Yang's eyes widened in fury upon hearing that Mu Chen intended to keep the broken spirit pearl. That pearl had been crafted by his father for his protection and held considerable value. "You refuse? Then let us proceed with the punishment as per the rules," Mu Chen remarked, glancing at Liu Yang with a hint of exasperation. Liu Yang's eyes twitched, and he could only swallow his frustration. While the broken spirit pearl was precious, it paled in comparison to the opportunity to secure a place among the 5 great academies. "Ha! Since you have taken a liking to this broken spirit pearl, I shall gift it to you," Lu Mubai said, his scheming nature clearly surpassing that of Liu Yang as he cast a deep gaze at Mu Chen, smiling faintly. Mu Chen shot him a knowing glance. Although Lu Mubai concealed his intentions well, he still perceived a shadow of malice in his eyes, indicating that this individual would indeed prove to be a greater challenge than Liu Yang. Since Mu Chen does not dwell on the matter, let us set it aside. However, should Liu Yang dare to act in such a manner again, regardless of his father's identity, our Northern Spiritual Academy shall address it according to regulations. Having witnessed Mu Chen's willingness to reconcile, relieving him of a potential headache, Dean Xiao felt a sense of relief and developed a greater fondness for Mu Chen. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Liu Yang, his tone stern. Liu Yang's complexion alternated between red and green, and he dared not utter another word. Although the Northern Spiritual Academy maintained neutrality within the Northern Spiritual Realm, it did not fear their Lu territory. "Thank you, Dean." Lu Mubai smiled faintly, then extended his hand towards Mu Chen, saying, "Thank you as well, Junior Mu Chen. You will be a student of the heavenly class from now on. I am quite intrigued by you and hope to have the opportunity to exchange insights in the future." His handsome face bore a smile, yet the undercurrent of gloom and iciness flowing within the depths of his eyes was perceptible only to a select few. Senior Lu jests. Lu Mubai is indeed quite exceptional and knows how to exercise restraint. However, compared to those smiling individuals in the spiritual road who can ruthlessly strike without hesitation, he still lacks a certain degree of intensity. On the platform, the two shook hands, both wearing smiles. However, some perceptive individuals could faintly sense a subtle confrontation surging beneath the surface of tranquility. This Mu Chen is indeed quite formidable, able to stand his ground against Brother Lu without yielding. Not far away, those seniors from the Western Branch's heavenly class, upon witnessing this scene, could not help but remark. Regardless of Mu Chen's strength, the mere audacity to stand before Lu Mubai was enough to astonish them. In the future, with such a remarkable figure emerging in the Northern Spirit Academy, it seems one can expect quite a stir. Hong Ling, with her delicate fingers, coiled a strand of her azure hair, her slender, beautiful eyes gazing at the youth standing before Lu Mubai on the platform. The young man possessed an elegant stature and a striking countenance. His demeanor was a stark contrast to that of the languid little boy from years past. This disparity left her momentarily dazed. Unbeknownst to her, the individual she had once overlooked had blossomed into such an impressive being. As the incident involving Lu Yang was quelled, Dean Xiao promptly announced the results of the academy examination. Naturally, the Eastern Academy garnered significant attention, and Mu Chen, Lu Yang, Tan Qingshan, and other students who had ascended to the spirit movement realm smoothly advanced to the Heavenly Academy. As Mu Chen observed the conclusion of the academy trial, he stretched lazily, realizing that the 5 great academies were drawing ever closer. The unresolved grievances from the spirit road would be settled among the 5 great academies. Mu Chen lifted his gaze to the azure horizon, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Ji Xian. This time let us engage in a proper contest. Just 200 more collections to reach 38,000. Chapter 16, Heavenly Academy. As the academy trial gradually came to a close, the fervor it ignited continued to envelop the Northern Spirit Academy. For several days, the entirety of the Northern Spirit Academy buzzed with discussions about this intense trial of the academy. Within the North Spirit Academy, Mu Chen maintained a low profile. Had it not been for the matters concerning the Spirit Road, he might not have garnered much attention from his peers. Despite possessing a formidable background, his reputation paled in comparison to the dazzling figure of Lu Yang. Consequently, few anticipated Mu Chen's triumph in the confrontation against Lu Yang. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded right before their eyes. The seemingly unassuming Mu Chen decisively defeated Lu Yang, securing the top position and successfully advancing to the celestial realm. It was evident to all that, given his mid-stage spirit motion cultivation, he would undoubtedly achieve a commendable ranking even within the celestial realm of the North Spirit Academy. This prompted admiration, as they began to realize that Mu Chen's attainment of the soul qualification for the Spirit Road in the North Spirit Realm was not as implausible as they had initially believed. In the North Spirit Academy, the celestial realm serves as a confluence for all distinguished students. The primary prerequisite for ascending to the celestial realm is to reach the spirit motion stage, meaning that even the least skilled students within this realm possess an initial stage of spirit motion cultivation. Each student regards the celestial realm as their aspirational target, for it is the sole stepping stone to the 5 prestigious academies. Only by ascending to the celestial realm can one contend for a place among the 5 great academies. The selection process for these 5 academies is exceedingly rigorous. A fundamental requirement is that students must achieve the spirit will stage before turning 18. Merely meeting this criterion is sufficient to deter countless young aspirants. Presently, within the celestial realm of the North Spirit Academy, it is unlikely that more than 5 students can meet this demanding standard. It is evident that the admission criteria of the 5 prestigious academies are exceedingly daunting. However, despite the stringent requirements, countless exceptionally gifted youths are fervently striving to gain entrance, akin to moths drawn to a flame. The formidable reputation of these 5 academies is well acknowledged, even by Mu Chen, who understands that, despite the vast expanse of the Northern Spirit region, it may be regarded as insignificant in the eyes of these elite institutions. The rulers of this domain possess, at most, the strength of the spirit realm, a level that pales in comparison to the capabilities of even a single instructor from the 5 academies. Within these institutions, true supreme beings exist, individuals capable of wielding power that can alter the very fabric of reality with a mere gesture. 4 talented youths like Mu Chen and his companions, distinguishing themselves in a world teeming with prodigious talents, is nearly impossible without the guidance of structured training. Even the most exquisite raw talent requires the meticulous refinement of a master to truly shine. Unfortunately, such advanced tutelage is unavailable at the Northern Spirit Academy, nor can it be provided by Mu Chen's father. If Mu Chen's mother were present, as described by Mu Feng, she might have been able to offer such guidance. But alas! Thus, the 5 academies represent an insurmountable obstacle on the path to strength. Hey, you two! Hurry up! Today is our first day of training at the heavenly stage, and yet you're dragging your feet on a shaded, gravel path within the Northern Spirit Academy. Tang Qian'er cast an exasperated glance at the 2 boys trailing behind her, scolding them. Mu Chen, gazing at Tang Qian'er's slender figure ahead, replied with a hint of nonchalance, "What's the rush? We still have some time, don't we? You slowpoke, by the time you arrive, all the prime spots in the training grounds will be taken," Tang Qian'er remarked, casting an exasperated glance at Mu Chen. Mu Chen shook his head in resignation, while Tan Qingshan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, saying, "Mu Chen, perhaps we should heed Senior Sister Qian'er's advice and hasten our pace." As he observed the graceful figure of the young girl, he felt a slight flush creep onto his typically stoic face. Mu Chen, taken aback by Tan Qingshan's reddened countenance, couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you have a fondness for Senior Sister Qian'er?" In an instant, Tan Qingshan's face turned crimson, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Bang! "If you keep babbling nonsense, I swear I'll teach you a lesson," Tang Qian'er retorted, her brows furrowing in annoyance. The pain radiating from Mu Chen's knee caused him to wince, yet upon witnessing Tang Qian'er's furrowed brows, he sensed her ire and quickly cleared his throat, saying, "Let us not linger, we should head to the training grounds." Tang Qian'er let out a soft huff and continued walking, adding, "You two are newcomers here at the North Spirit Academy, so you must remain vigilant. It can be quite troublesome. There are many insufferable individuals who feign wisdom. Although your father is the lord of the Mu domain, many here will not give you any special treatment. Senior Sister Qian'er, do I strike you as someone who would leverage my father's position to intimidate others?" Mu Chen replied with a light chuckle. Tang Qian'er contemplated for a moment before nodding her head. Indeed, within the North Spirit Academy, Mu Chen seldom flaunted his father's status. All of his reputation had been earned through his own merit. "As long as you understand," Tang Qian'er admonished. "Furthermore, those seasoned individuals from the Heavenly Academy, as you are aware, should not be provoked. Although they are unqualified to ascend, their very presence poses a nuisance."
Mu Chen nodded.
Understanding that Tang Qian'er referred to the veterans, those who, having aged beyond 18, failed to advance to the spirit will realm, thus forfeiting their eligibility for the 5 great academies. Lacking such aspirations, they drift through life aimlessly, embodying a sense of complacency, and consequently, they tend to disregard the rules of the North Spirit Academy. It is for this reason that few are inclined to engage with them. "I prefer to avoid conflict," Mu Chen remarked, shaking his head and choosing not to elaborate further. However, Tang Qian'er, familiar with his demeanor, grasped the underlying message. While he may not seek trouble, should anyone dare to instigate, this seemingly mild-mannered youth would swiftly reveal that appearances can be deceiving. "Rest assured, I shall protect you. In this Eastern Academy of the Heavenly Academy, I fear no one." Tang Qian'er giggled, her laughter as enchanting as a blooming flower. Beside them, Tan Qingshan, witnessing their camaraderie, found himself unable to interject and simply followed along obediently. The trio made their way toward the eastern side of the North Spirit Academy, and after several minutes, they finally came to a halt, directing their gazes forward. There, before them, stood a grand hall, bustling with students entering and exiting in a hurried manner. Mu Chen gazed at the grand hall, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He could sense the spiritual energy of this realm, as if drawn by an unseen force, continuously converging towards the hall. The spiritual energy within must be far more concentrated than that outside. This must be a spirit-gathering array, Mu Chen remarked. Tang Qian'er nodded, a hint of pride in her voice. This cultivation hall is a vital stronghold of the North Spirit Academy, accessible only to students of the heavenly tier. Within this hall, the North Spirit Academy has invested considerable resources to invite a spirit array master from the 5 major academies to establish a third-tier spirit gathering array. This is the only third-tier spirit gathering array in the North Spirit realm. A third-tier spirit gathering array? Mu Chen mused, his lips pursed. The spirit gathering array significantly benefits cultivation, and as the heir of the Mu domain, he fully comprehended the value of such an array. Their own Mu domain could hardly afford to establish one at this level. The rare materials required were immense, and even securing a spirit array master would be a challenge in the North Spirit realm. The North Spirit Academy must have leveraged considerable connections to achieve this. It is said that among the 5 major academies, there exist 6th-tier or even higher-level spirit gathering arrays, where the speed of cultivation is incomparable to that outside. Tang Qian'er spoke with longing. A third-tier spirit gathering array is already so formidable. I can hardly fathom the legendary 6th tier. Once you enter one of the 5 major academies, you will naturally experience it. Come, let us proceed, Mu Chen replied with a smile, taking the lead towards the most treasured hall of the North Spirit Academy. As one traverses the imposing gates guarded by vigilant sentinels, the first sight that greets the eye is a vast plaza. Within this expansive space, colossal stone pillars rise majestically, adorned with intricate spiritual patterns that shimmer with a resplendent glow, drawing in the ethereal energies of the surrounding world. With a deep breath, Mu Chen inhales the rich spiritual essence that flows into his being, unable to suppress a note of admiration. Truly, this is a third-tier gathering formation. The time for cultivation is drawing near. We must hasten our steps. The closer we approach the center of the formation, the denser the spiritual energy becomes. We must secure a prime location, Tang Qian'er urged, leading Mu Chen and Tan Qingshan briskly toward the training grounds. At this moment, the training area was already bustling with numerous students from the heavenly class. Tang Qian'er, evidently a figure of great renown within this eastern courtyard, attracted many curious glances from onlookers as they witnessed her actions. Who is that lad? Why is he so closely associated with Tang Qian'er? Ah, you don't even know him? That's Mu Chen. Just a few days ago in the academy competition, he defeated Lu Yang and ascended to our heavenly class with the top score. It's said that Mu Chen has already reached the mid-stage of the spiritual movement realm. Mid-stage of the spiritual movement realm? Quite impressive. Such prowess would certainly rank him among the top in our heavenly class indeed. He is formidable, but that alone may not suffice for him to act without restraint in the heavenly class. He should be wary. There are many who harbor feelings for Tang Qian'er. Figures like Zhang Li and Ting Yong are all at the mid-stage of the spiritual movement realm. This lad should tread carefully to avoid attracting trouble. As these individuals spoke, their gazes involuntarily shifted towards another direction of the training grounds, where several figures sat in quiet meditation. However, their expressions bore a slight gloom, and the source of their somber attention was none other than Mu Chen, who was being pulled along by Tang Qian'er. Mu Chen, feeling the weight of their stares, scanned the surroundings and let out a resigned smile, realizing he had underestimated Tang Qian'er's popularity within the Eastern Academy. Chapter 17. The third-level gathering spirit array. We shall take our seats here. Tang Qian'er paid no mind to the curious glances from the training grounds and led Mu Chen directly into the area. They came to a halt beside a golden stone pillar, where 3 cushions resembling jade lay on a stone platform that extended from the pillar. Mu Chen surveyed the surroundings, his gaze eventually resting upon the golden pillar. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he sensed the rich spiritual energy emanating from it. Clearly, this golden pillar was one of the few gathering spirit pillars within the third-level gathering spirit array, and cultivating in proximity to such a pillar would undoubtedly yield superior results compared to other locations. This pillar must be crafted from gathering spirit stones. Indeed, it is worthy of being part of a third-level array. Mu Chen lightly praised the spirit gathering stone, recognizing it as a valuable material conducive to cultivation, albeit not inexpensive. Before him stood a spirit gathering pillar, entirely crafted from this precious stone, which must have cost a small fortune. It was no wonder that many regarded the spirit-gathering array as a benchmark for the financial strength of a faction. Tang Qian'er nodded, settling down into a meditative pose. She stretched her delicate jade-like arms, slightly puffed her chest, causing her attire to accentuate alluring curves, drawing the furtive gazes of many in the training ground. Qingshan, are you also cultivating here? Mu Chen asked, smiling at Tan Qingshan. He understood that this cultivation spot was quite desirable, often contested by many, yet he felt no trepidation. While he preferred not to be overly ostentatious, he also would not feign modesty at the expense of his own comfort. As soon as Mu Chen seated himself upon the jade stone mat, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy intensify, compelling him to immediately activate the great Buddhist sutra, drawing in the streams of spiritual essence and refining them into strands of profound spiritual power that flowed into his sea of energy, gradually enriching it. With such an abundance of spiritual energy aiding him, Mu Chen distinctly sensed that the rate of his spiritual power's growth surpassed that of his previous training, more than doubling in speed. This remarkable increase in spiritual energy even stirred a sense of joy within Mu Chen's typically composed heart. He then focused entirely on his cultivation, immersing himself in the practice without distraction. Beside them, Tang Qian'er observed Mu Chen as he seamlessly entered a state of cultivation, her lips subtly pursing before she too closed her eyes, commencing her training regimen. However, their serene practice was soon disrupted by the cacophony emanating from the outside world. Mu Chen was the first to open his eyes, casting a glance towards the left where Tan Qingshan stood. The youth's countenance was ashen, his fists tightly clenched, clearly suppressing a torrent of fury. Before him stood two slightly older boys, who were laughing and occasionally pointing at Tan Qingshan. What are you doing? Mu Chen furrowed his brow, addressing the two boys with a chill in his voice. Upon noticing Mu Chen, the boys mirrored his expression of concern, one of them smirking slightly as he extended his hand towards Mu Chen. You must be Mu Chen, right? I've heard much about you. I am Jiang Li, and this is Teng Yong. Mu Chen regarded Jiang Li's outstretched hand but refrained from reciprocating. From the glint in the latter's eyes, he sensed an unfriendly undertone. Is there something you need? He inquired. Noting Mu Chen's lack of response, Jiang Li and his companion exchanged glances, their expressions slightly awkward. They then gestured towards Tan Qingshan and chuckled. It's nothing. We merely wish to swap places with him. Not happening. Next time, make sure to act faster. Mu Chen replied coolly. Jiang Li, what are you up to? At that moment, Tang Qian'er stirred from her meditation. Upon witnessing the scene, her beautiful eyes widened in anger, her brows furrowing as she admonished them. Jiang Li shrugged and remarked, Qian'er, you should be aware of the rules of the training ground. This position is not suitable for newcomers like you. I am merely looking out for him to prevent envy from arising. As Jiang Li spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Mu Chen. Although they found the latter displeasing, they understood that Mu Chen was not someone to provoke lightly. His strength was on par with theirs, and his background was equally formidable. Therefore, they opted not to confront Mu Chen directly, choosing instead to target Tan Qingshan, clearly intending to rattle Mu Chen with their actions. You! Tang Qian'er glared with fury, about to speak, but was halted by Mu Chen. Furrowing his brow, he regarded Jiang Li and his companion thoughtfully before stating, I recognize that such a position is reserved for those with strength. I believe I possess the requisite qualifications. Tan Qingshan is my friend, and he too deserves to sit here. If you have any objections or wish to demonstrate your prowess before me, I am more than willing to oblige. Their commotion attracted the attention of many, and Mu Chen's words were heard clearly, inciting a stir among the onlookers. It became evident that this newcomer was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, the expressions on Jiang Li and his companions' faces darkened amidst the growing murmurs, as they had not anticipated that the seemingly mild Mu Chen would respond with such firmness. They glared angrily at Mu Chen's serious countenance, yet for a moment, they dared not utter a word of reproach. They had heard of the battle between Mu Chen and Lu Yong, with the latter possessing a spiritual vein. Even they hesitated to claim they could triumph over him. Yet Mu Chen had accomplished this feat, leaving them devoid of confidence in their ability to overcome him. Indeed, it was fitting of the young lord of the Mu domain to speak with such bravado. As Jiang Li and his companion found themselves in a precarious situation, An unsettling laughter suddenly echoed from behind. Upon hearing the delighted exclamations of Zhang Li, Mu Chen turned his head to see an individual approaching with measured steps. He appeared to be around 18 years of age, with slightly sunken eyes and thin lips that bore a hint of coldness. "Lo Tong!" exclaimed Tang Chen, her expression momentarily darkening as she regarded him. "Lo Tong?" Mu Chen raised an eyebrow, for the name was not unfamiliar to him. This individual's father was also a domain lord in the Northern Spirit Realm. However, Lo Tong had reached 18 last year, and his current prowess remained at the late stage of the Spirit Movement Realm, which meant he had forfeited his chance to enter one of the 5 great academies. This also indicated that he was the kind of seasoned individual Tang Chen had referred to, making him particularly troublesome. "Mu Chen, it has indeed been a long time," Lo Tong said, stepping before Mu Chen with a wide grin, though the smile lacked warmth. The two had known each other for quite some time, yet there was an undeniable animosity between them. Mu Chen cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Are you here to flaunt your authority before me? How could I dare? You are a genius who has attained the qualification for the spirit path." Luo Tong smirked, feigning surprise, yet his words were laced with an unmistakable jealousy. When he first heard that Mu Chen had obtained the spirit path qualification, his eyes had turned red with envy. Now, having surpassed the age of 18 without reaching the spirit will realm, his aspirations of entering one of the 5 prestigious academies were utterly dashed. Contemplating Mu Chen's innate talent, it seemed that entering the 5 academies would pose little challenge for him, which only fueled the flames of Luo Tong's jealousy further. "Step aside," Luo Tong commanded, his fury intensifying upon noticing that Mu Chen ignored him. Nevertheless, he refrained from directly provoking Mu Chen and instead turned his gaze toward Tan Qingshan, coldly asserting his disdain for both his strength and background. "Luo Tong, do not overstep your bounds." Mu Chen's voice carried a chill. "What? Are you dissatisfied? Do you wish to challenge me?" Luo Tong sneered, confident in his late-stage spirit movement strength, unafraid of Mu Chen in the slightest. On the contrary, he sought to incite Mu Chen's wrath, hoping to see this man who stirred his envy receive a proper thrashing. Mu Chen's dark eyes fixated on Luo Tong, and as Luo Tong met his seemingly bottomless gaze, he felt a momentary falter in his confidence. Regardless of his jealousy, he understood what Mu Chen's qualification for the spirit path signified. Had Mu Chen not been abruptly expelled from the spirit path, Luo Tong might not have even possessed the standing to raise his voice in front of him. "Are you afraid?" Luo Tong spat, his anger boiling over. "Luo Tong, what are you doing?" Mo Ling interjected. "Are you not meddling too much?" Luo Tong gazed at the imposing youth before him, his brow furrowing in concern. The individual standing there was none other than a notable figure from the North Spirit Academy, Lu Mubai, whose overall ranking was second only to that of the Western Academy's celestial tier. Present, he was at the later stages of the Spirit Motion realm and was highly likely to break through to the Spirit Will realm within half a year. At that point, he would earn the qualification to enter one of the 5 major academies, making him a key focus of training at the North Spirit Academy. With the training session imminent, Luo Tong admonished, "You are causing a ruckus here. If Master Mo sees you, he will not let you off lightly." Seemingly displeased with Luo Tong, frowned in response. Luo Tong's expression soured. He understood that held no fear of him. Thus, he could only grit his teeth in frustration. Just then, a figure slowly entered the training grounds, causing the numerous students to fall silent, for it was none other than Master Mo. "How are you all doing?" Master Mo inquired. "That fellow can be rather bothersome, but you'll grow accustomed to him." Once Luo Tong departed, turned to Mu Chen with a smile and asked, "Are you well?" "I'm fine, thank you," Mu Chen replied with a kind smile. "Not a problem. I've heard about you, the only individual from the North Spirit Realm to obtain a qualification for the Spirit Road. It seems I shall have some pressure to contend with in the future," chuckled, waving his hand dismissively before taking his leave. Mu Chen smiled as he watched retreating figure. He felt a certain affinity for the robust youth. "Mu Chen, thank you," said Tan Qingshan with a hint of gratitude. "We came together so naturally. I must look out for you. Do not pay heed to those fellows. You will surpass them in due time," Mu Chen said with a smile.
Tan Qingshan nodded emphatically.
At this moment, Master Mo leisurely entered the training ground. He cast a glance at Mu Chen but said nothing further. With a casual wave of his hand, several beams of light surged forth, penetrating the stone pillars, and soon the gathered crowd sensed the spiritual energy in the training area growing increasingly abundant, evidently due to Master Mo fully activating the spirit gathering array. As Mu Chen felt the richness of the spiritual energy, a smile emerged on his face. He refrained from speaking further, closed his eyes tightly, and once again entered a state of cultivation, refining the spiritual energy he absorbed into his body. Time slipped away quietly during the half-day of cultivation. Just as Mu Chen was about to conclude his practice after drawing in the last trace of spiritual power into his sea of energy, he suddenly felt a jolt in his body. A wondrous sensation radiated from his sea of energy. The unexpected marvel momentarily startled Mu Chen, but after a brief pause, a surge of joy flooded his heart. Could it be that the great Buddhist Sutra had reached the Foundation Establishment stage? Chapter 18. Foundation Establishment delight rippled through Mu Chen's heart, as this sudden breakthrough was entirely beyond his expectations. He had originally thought that it would take nearly 10 days to elevate the great Buddhist Sutra to the Foundation Establishment level. The joy lingered within him for some time before gradually calming down. He dared not be careless and swiftly focused his mind, carefully sensing that extraordinary feeling. Within the depths of his dantian, a dark and ethereal energy surged, bubbling with intensity. In this tumultuous state, Mu Chen could distinctly perceive the robust essence of his spiritual force amplifying rapidly. He sensed an extraordinary gravitational pull emanating from his being, voraciously drawing in the ambient spiritual energy of the world around him. Ultimately, through the refinement of the Grand Buddha technique, this energy transformed into wisps of dark spiritual force that flowed into his dantian. As he attuned himself to the rapidly intensifying energy within, a profound sense of comfort enveloped his limbs and bones. Immersed in the exhilarating sensation of spiritual breakthrough, a commotion erupted within the training ground. Everyone present could feel a tremendous force emanating from Mu Chen, voraciously seizing the abundant spiritual energy within the venue with an almost predatory ferocity. This disturbance immediately captured the attention of all, as astonished gazes swept across the assembly, ultimately resting upon Mu Chen. It was he who had instigated this phenomenon. What was he doing? Such an audacious absorption. How could he so brazenly draw upon the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, seemingly oblivious to the risk of being overwhelmed? Whispers of astonishment erupted within the training ground, with faces marked by disbelief, as this was evidently an unprecedented occurrence for all present.
Mu Chen.
Tang Qian'er opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at him with concern. Do not panic. Master Mo's calm voice resonated at that moment, overshadowing all whispers and bringing tranquility to the numerous students present. He then cast a glance toward Mu Chen, his brow slightly furrowing as he remarked, "This is merely a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. There is no cause for concern." The students were momentarily taken aback. The magnitude of a breakthrough in a cultivation technique was astonishing. What level of technique was Mu Chen practicing to create such an upheaval? It must be of at least mid-tier spiritual grade, if not higher. Zhang Li and Teng Yong exchanged looks of astonishment, their eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation as they regarded the commotion caused by Mu Chen. Despite being at the same mid-stage of the spiritual movement realm, they felt an immense pressure emanating from him. Humph, it seems his father has indeed prepared an exceptional cultivation technique for him, Luo Tong scoffed, his words laced with resentment and jealousy. Though his own technique was not weak, having reached the low-tier spiritual grade, it still paled in comparison to what Mu Chen was cultivating. This disparity incited great frustration within Luo Tong, as he felt he had no advantage over Mu Chen, save for age. Master Mo observed Mu Chen greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, unable to suppress a silent admiration. He sensed that the cultivation technique Mu Chen was practicing was extraordinary. However, unlike the superficial Luo Tong, he understood that higher-grade techniques are increasingly challenging to master, and breakthroughs are even more arduous. Mu Chen had only been practicing this technique for less than a month, yet he was already achieving significant progress. Such talent is truly remarkable. Indeed, he is deserving of the qualification to traverse the spirit path. Master Mo smiled, acknowledging that although he had lost a year of cultivation time on the spirit path, With Mu Chen's innate talent, it would not be difficult for him to catch up. It seems that Lu Mubai from the West Courtyard has also encountered a worthy opponent. Unbeknownst to Mu Chen, the commotion in the training grounds was beyond his awareness. He remained immersed in the wondrous sensation of breaking through the spiritual technique. As strands of spiritual energy surged into his body, transforming into wisps of dark spiritual power that flowed into his sea of qi, the sense of fullness invigorated him. Mu Chen's consciousness delved into the sea of qi, where the previously faint strands of dark spiritual power had now coalesced into a small yet significant mass, intertwining like a swirling black nebula, shrouded in mystery. Above this spiritual energy, a sheet of black paper floated silently, enveloped by the spiraling energy, appearing as if it were an inanimate object, utterly still. Suddenly, the dark spiritual power within Mu Chen's sea of qi began to circulate, and an ominous hum resonated deep within his soul. Startled, he swept his mind through his body, only to discover that a series of dark, glimmering points had unexpectedly ignited within him. The spiritual power within the sea of qi seemed to be stirred at that moment, actively surging forth and tracing along his meridians. As these energies passed by the dark points of light, Mu Chen could vaguely sense that some of his spiritual power was being drawn away by these enigmatic orbs. This sudden turn of events left Mu Chen astonished. The emergence of these dark points was abrupt and appeared entirely beyond his control, rendering him incapable even of probing their essence. Could this be due to the great floating Buddha technique? In Mu Chen's mind, thoughts whirled rapidly, and suddenly a spark of insight illuminated his consciousness. This unexpected change was evidently linked to his attainment of the foundational level of the Grand Buddha technique. Those scintillating points of light as Mu Chen's spirit scanned the mysterious black dots scattered across his body. A tremor jolted through his heart after a moment of contemplation. He discerned that if these elusive black points were interconnected, they bore a striking resemblance to a spiritual vein. The term spiritual vein flashed through Mu Chen's mind, causing a tempest of emotions to surge within him. He was acutely aware that he did not possess a spiritual vein, not even the most rudimentary human-level spiritual vein. He had verified this fact multiple times. Yet, what were these black points in his body that resembled a spiritual vein? As shock enveloped Mu Chen, those black dots dissipated like fleeting blossoms, eluding his senses entirely, as if they had never existed. How could this be? Mu Chen murmured to himself, his heart brimming with confusion. After a considerable time, he began to analyze the recent occurrence meticulously. That moment could not have been an illusion. Something indeed lurked deep within his body, hidden from his perception, and this concealment might be connected to the Grand Buddha technique. The Grand Buddha technique, was it from his mother? A sudden jolt coursed through Mu Chen's heart. The Grand Buddha technique was bestowed upon him by his mother, implying an inextricable link to her. Perhaps she had concealed something within him. Why would she do such a thing? Mu Chen pondered for a considerable time but still found himself devoid of answers. His memories of his mother were scant, merely a faint yet exceedingly tender shadow lingering deep within his heart. Despite his limited understanding, an instinctive connection through blood compelled him to believe unequivocally that his mother would never engage in any act that could bring him harm. With this realization, Mu Chen gradually found solace within himself. Regardless of the validity of his conjectures, the mere belief that everything was ultimately for his benefit sufficed. With such thoughts in mind, Mu Chen focused his spirit, drawing the dark ethereal energy into his core before exiting his meditative state. As his tightly shut eyes slowly opened, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. To his astonishment, he was met with numerous fixed gazes directed at him. What is happening? Mu Chen blinked in confusion, observing the stares that surrounded him. The other students, upon hearing his query, wore expressions of incredulity. How could you create such a commotion and remain unaware of it? One remarked. Are you all right, Mu Chen? Tang Qianer asked with concern, recounting the events that had transpired earlier. Realizing the situation, Mu Chen chuckled and shook his head. I am fine. He understood now. The breakthrough in his spiritual technique was likely linked to the spirit-gathering formation present in this place. Otherwise, achieving the foundational level would have required considerable time. Indeed, a third-tier spirit-gathering formation was truly extraordinary. Let us conclude today's training session, he announced. The remaining time is yours to allocate as you wish. Upon witnessing Mu Chen's awakening, Master Mo nodded in acknowledgement before turning to the assembled crowd, who responded with utmost respect. Master Mo waved his hand dismissively and leisurely departed. As soon as he left, the atmosphere in the training grounds relaxed significantly, with laughter and chatter resonating throughout. However, it was evident that many gazes lingered upon Mu Chen, perhaps due to the earlier commotion he had caused. Even though Master Mo had exited, figures like Luo Tong and Zhang Li refrained from instigating further trouble, casting wary and somewhat sullen glances at him before diverting their attention elsewhere. "Shall we be on our way?" Mu Chen suggested, rising and clapping his hands together. "Where to?" Tang Qian'er inquired. "To the spirit technique chamber," Mu Chen replied, glancing towards the opposite side of the training grounds with a faint smile. "I have a keen interest in a particular offensive spirit technique housed there, and now I can finally cultivate it." Chapter 19. The Mark of Death. The Spirit Technique Chamber serves as the repository for spirit techniques at the North Spirit Academy, divided into two tiers, the Celestial level and the Earth level. Students at the Earth level are permitted only to access the Earth tier for perusal of the techniques. Entry into the Celestial tier necessitates advancement to the Celestial level. The technique Mu Chen desires is stored within the Celestial tier. He had previously visited this area under Master Mo's guidance 6 months prior and had discovered the technique that piqued his interest. However, due to unmet conditions, he had to temporarily set it aside. Now that he has fulfilled the prerequisites, Mu Chen is eager to retrieve this offensive spirit technique without delay. Mu Chen and Tang Qian'er entered the spirit formula chamber, while Tan Qingshan chose to remain behind, expressing his desire to continue his practice for a while longer. This young man, though taciturn, possessed a certain stubbornness and determination. Previously, he had been quite distinguished in the earthly realm, yet upon entering the celestial realm, he found himself at the bottom, a stark contrast that served as his motivation to strive harder. Inside the spacious spirit formula chamber, numerous students from the North Spirit Institute were immersed in reading various spirit formulas. After all, not every individual had the privilege of being the offspring of a domain lord in the North Spirit realm. Thus, the majority of students relied on the resources available in the chamber to acquire their spirit formulas, which, in comparison to the meticulously prepared formulas that Mu Chen and his peers received from their families, were somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, this did not imply that the collection of the North Spirit Institute was inferior to that of the domain lords. In fact, the truth was quite the opposite. As Mu Chen was aware, the genuine collection of spirit formulas at the Institute likely surpassed even that of his father. Yet the caliber of such formulas remained inaccessible to ordinary students. As Mu Chen and Tang Qian'er entered the bustling chamber, they inevitably attracted many curious glances. Following the examination that day, Mu Chen had become a well-known figure among all the students at the North Spirit Institute. "Brother Mu." The students from the West Courtyard regarded Mu Chen with a mix of curiosity and apprehension, while those from the East Courtyard displayed uncontainable excitement. Many young men eagerly greeted him, and several charming young women, while perusing the spirit formulas, discreetly stole glances at the striking youth with black hair and eyes, whose handsome features and radiant smile emanated warmth, causing their cheeks to blush ever so slightly. Mu Chen also offered a gentle smile to those students from the East Courtyard, yet did not linger as he and Tang Qian'er directly traversed the lower tier, entering the second level of the spirit formula chamber, the celestial layer. With their departure, a sudden murmur erupted within the lower tier. Indeed, Brother Mu has ascended to the celestial realm. He is now permitted to enter the celestial layer of the spirit formula chamber. Ha ha! Given Brother Mu's flawless performance in the courtyard examination, it must be a simple matter for him to enter the celestial realm. There are quite a few remarkable individuals within the celestial realm. It is said that today, Luo Tong from that realm seeks to trouble Brother Mu. That fellow possesses the strength of the late spirit movement realm. Luo Tong? Merely a braggart relying upon his father's reputation. He is hardly worthy of comparison with Brother Mu, especially since he has lost his qualification to enter the 5 great courtyards. Indeed, the only one in the North Spirit Courtyard who can rival Lu Mubai is most likely Brother Mu. Aha! I anticipate a splendid spectacle when the competition for the 5 great courtyards commences. I did not expect you to be quite popular in the lower tier, remarked Tang Qian'er with a playful glance at the floor below, followed by a light laugh. Mu Chen smiled in return, but chose not to elaborate on the matter, instead directing his gaze toward the celestial layer. This level was not as spacious as the lower tier, and the number of individuals present was significantly reduced, though one could still occasionally spot a few lingering figures. What kind of spirit formula do you desire? I believe that, with the discerning eyes of the young master of the Mu domain, ordinary level spirit formulas would hardly capture your interest, Tian Can teased as she surveyed the celestial layer. However, if it pertains to spiritual level techniques, to my knowledge, there are only 6 volumes in this realm, all categorized as inferior spiritual techniques. Which one has captured your interest? Moreover, if you wish to peruse the spiritual level techniques, you must first obtain Master Mo's consent. It appears you are quite well acquainted with this place. However, what I seek is not those techniques you mentioned. Mu Chen smiled mysteriously and then proceeded directly towards the western corner of the technique chamber. Tian Can, somewhat puzzled, followed him. That direction was not where the advanced techniques were stored, but rather where some ordinary techniques were placed. Although there were certainly some formidable techniques among them, it seemed to her that, given Mu Chen's discerning eye, he should have ample access to ordinary techniques in the Mu domain. Mu Chen, having traversed the technique chamber, ultimately halted in the most secluded corner at the far west. Before him stood a stone cabinet, upon which lay a scattering of jade slips, emanating a faint glow. They were merely commonplace ordinary techniques. Surely you do not truly desire these techniques? Tian Can inquired, picking up a jade slip, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. Mu Chen's face bore a smile as his long fingers glided over the cool stone surface, then reached into the shadowy depths of the cabinet. When his fingers re-emerged, they grasped a dark red jade slip. What is this? Tian Can was momentarily taken aback, and as she beheld the slip's color, her expression grew solemn. For within the technique chamber, such colored techniques held a particular designation: dangerous techniques. The so-called dangerous spirit technique implies that cultivating this technique entails considerable peril, with some practitioners even suffering harm. Tian Can reached out and seized the dark red jade slip from Mu Chen's hands. Her beautiful eyes scanned its surface, where ominous characters radiated a chilling aura. Common grade superior Sun Luo Death Seal. The name Sun Luo Death Seal caused Tian Can's delicate face to shift, her eyes widening in astonishment as she glared at Mu Chen. What are you thinking? You dare to cultivate this technique? She was well aware of the notorious reputation of the Sun Luo Death Seal. Although it was merely a common grade superior technique, it was infamous within the North Spirit Academy. This notoriety stemmed not from its potency, but from the unfortunate fate of 2 exceptionally gifted students who had once attempted to practice it, resulting in their meridians being shattered and nearly becoming invalids. Consequently, no one dared to covet this technique thereafter. I have studied this technique previously, and it is indeed quite powerful. However, there is a prerequisite for its cultivation. One must possess a tyrannical spirit power. The 2 senior students who failed to master it lacked the requisite level of domineering spirit power, which led to their downfall. Mu Chen elucidated. The technique he was currently practicing, the Great Floating Buddha technique, endowed him with an enigmatic spirit power that was unparalleled. Its tyrannical nature should render him capable of successfully cultivating the Sun Luo Death Seal. Absolutely not. Tian Can's expression hardened, and she shot Mu Chen a disapproving glance. Moreover, you do not possess the qualifications to peruse this technique. Browsing through the techniques in the spirit scripture room is governed by certain rules. Ordinary mortal level techniques are accessible to any student. However, if the technique is deemed dangerous, the permission of a mentor is required. Although the Sun Luo Death Seal appears to be merely a superior mortal level technique, it is classified as a hazardous technique. To access such a scripture, one must have been a student at the celestial level for at least half a year, which clearly disqualifies Mu Chen, who has only recently ascended. With a playful glimmer in his dark eyes, Mu Chen looked at Tian Can and jested. That's why I brought you here. You can assist me in borrowing this scripture. Tian Can's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Mu Chen, biting her silver teeth and turning her head away defiantly. You expect me to help you? Not a chance. Chen, please lend a hand, Mu Chen urged, leaning slightly forward, his handsome face drawing closer to the pouting visage of the girl. The warm breath escaping his lips brushed against her delicate cheeks. Startled, Tian Can instinctively stepped back, her face blooming like the evening sky, flustered and indignant. You scoundrel! Mu Chen shrugged nonchalantly, his dark eyes fixed on her as he gently implored, I truly wish to practice this technique. Trust me, nothing will happen, all right? Tang Qian'er bit her red lips, revealing a trace of hesitation. The fearsome reputation of this technique weighed heavily on her mind. If Mu Chen were to exhibit the same terrifying traits as the two previous seniors, she could scarcely fathom the dreadful consequences that might ensue. Ah, Mu Chen, is that you here? As Tang Qian'er hesitated, a soft and melodious voice suddenly resonated from behind. Mu Chen and the others lifted their gazes, only to behold Hong Ling, adorned in a striking red dress, standing there with an alluring grace. Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Hong Ling. It seemed to be the first time she had taken the initiative to greet him since he entered the North Spirit Academy. Although they had shared a certain closeness in their childhood, they had since grown apart, and their current interaction bore the weight of unfamiliarity. Hello, Senior Hong Ling, Mu Chen greeted with a smile. The formal address caused Tang Qian'er's previously tense expression to soften slightly, as the term of endearment lacked the intimacy she had hoped for, instead infused with a sense of polite decorum. Hong Ling's beautiful eyes flickered momentarily, and then she cast a gentle glance at the red jade slip clutched tightly in Tang Qian'er's hand, as if comprehending something unspoken. What is this? Are you planning to borrow the dangerous spirit technique? Do you require my assistance? Mu Chen glanced at Tang Qian'er, aware that the two women had never seen eye to eye. As anticipated, Tang Qian'er turned her face away, her expression cooling. He chuckled softly and replied, Thank you for your kind offer, Senior. Qian'er has already agreed to assist me. Hong Ling nodded, her gaze lingering on the youth's warm smile and handsome visage, coupled with his tall stature. A twinge of discomfort stirred within her. The once unremarkable boy who had scarcely garnered her attention had, unbeknownst to her, blossomed into such an extraordinary figure. Very well then, I shall not intrude any further. Hong Ling smiled at Mu Chen, then turned away gracefully, her enchanting figure drawing the gaze of many young disciples engrossed in their spiritual texts, who could not help but cast envious glances at Mu Chen. Realizing that this fellow was indeed fortunate to have connections with both of the most beautiful flowers of the North Spirit Academy. When did I ever agree to help you? Upon seeing Hong Ling depart, Tang Qian'er huffed softly. Then I shall seek out senior sister Hong Ling for guidance. Mu Chen replied with a hint of resignation. You dare? Tang Qian'er exclaimed hurriedly, but upon noticing the teasing glint in Mu Chen's eyes, her cheeks flushed, and she bit her silver teeth in frustration, saying, I may assist you, but you must promise me that if anything seems amiss, you will cease your training immediately. Mu Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. Furthermore, Tang Qian'er's lovely eyes scanned Mu Chen, a sweet smile gracing her charming face. For our training in the North Spirit Plane in half a month, you must team up with me. After reading the update, do not forget to cast your votes. Thank you. Chapter 20. The Formation of SEALs Training in the North Spirit Plane. Upon hearing these words, Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback. The North Spirit Plains is a notably treacherous region within the North Spirit Realm, characterized by its vast expanse and teeming with ferocious spirit beasts. Adventuring parties frequently venture into this perilous land to hunt these creatures, and the plains are also home to numerous rare materials and spiritual herbs, rendering it a veritable treasure trove. However, to seize such treasures, one must possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, one risks losing not only the coveted prizes but also their very life. Owing to the abundant resources of the North Spirit Plains, even Mu Chen's father occasionally leads his subordinates into this treacherous territory, each expedition inevitably culminating in fierce and bloody battles. Indeed, our North Spirit Academy routinely organizes excursions for students to train in the North Spirit Plains, since only through genuine combat can one truly hone their skills. Tang Qian'er nodded, her smile radiant as she remarked, This training allows for pairs to team up, and those who rank in the top 3 will receive special rewards. Rewards? What might they be? Mu Chen inquired, raising an eyebrow. It is said that this time the reward is the Spirit Nurturing Pill. Tang Qian'er replied after a moment's contemplation. The Spirit Nurturing Pill? Mu Chen's surprise was palpable. This particular elixir is reputed to be highly beneficial for beginners like him, possessing gentle medicinal properties that leave no lingering side effects. With his current strength at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm, Consuming such a pill could potentially expedite his advancement to the late stage of the spirit movement realm in a relatively short span of time. Indeed, if I could procure a spirit accumulation pill, I should be able to advance to the late spirit moving stage, preparing for the future assault on the spirit will stage. Remarked. By what criteria is the merit assessed? Inquired with a touch of curiosity, evidently piqued by the mention of the spirit accumulation pill. It's quite straightforward. It's judged by the quantity and grade of spirit beasts slain, elucidated. Given that all students from the heaven class have the opportunity to participate, the competition is exceedingly fierce, which is why I intended to enlist you. With my current strength at the intermediate spirit moving stage, shouldn't you be seeking more formidable individuals for this team selection? Moreover, I imagine that with your allure, many capable individuals from both the East and West Institutes would be eager to team up with you. Jested. Are you unwilling? Retorted playfully, brandishing the crimson jade slip in her hand. On the contrary, I'm more than willing, but should we fail to acquire the spirit accumulation pill, you mustn't blame me for holding you back, responded with a smile. His words were not mere pleasantries, as he appeared to be only at the intermediate spirit moving stage, and there were certainly more suitable candidates within the Northern Spirit Academy. Paused for a moment in contemplation, then chuckled softly. Should we not obtain it, it matters not. I am confident that even without relying on the spirit pill, I can attain the spirit will stage within a year. As she spoke, she gracefully twirled the jade slip with her slender fingers, casting a glance at with her beautiful eyes, adding, besides, I prefer not to team up with others. Since Sister Chenner holds me in such high regard, I shall willingly accompany her into danger. Rest assured, Sister Chenner, even if it costs me my life, I will certainly safeguard the spirit essence pill for you. Mu Chen pretended to be bold, patting his chest, yet his face was adorned with a cheerful grin. The smooth-tongued Mu Chen caught a glimpse of the slight blush on Tang Chenner's delicate face as she shot him a reproachful glance. What about this spirit technique? Mu Chen inquired with a smile, gazing at the jade slip in Tang Chenner's graceful hand. This is a one-time exception, Tang Chen huffed and then, clutching the spirit technique, turned to leave the spirit technique chamber. Upon noticing this, Mu Chen hastily followed her. At the entrance of the chamber, Tang Chenner registered the spirit technique, and the elderly custodian, upon seeing the dark red slip, cast a surprised glance at her, hesitating momentarily. The notorious reputation of the soul-devouring seal was rather daunting. Although Tang Chenner met the requirements, he genuinely did not wish to see such a spirited young lady fall victim to this technique. Observing the old man's reluctance, Mu Chen felt a twinge of urgency. He was well aware that the custodian, Old Qin, was an exceedingly obstinate individual. If he took a disliking to someone, no one could procure a spirit technique from him. Despite his feeble appearance, his true strength was that of a late-stage spirit will expert, mere steps from the spirit-soul realm. Many arrogant students had suffered greatly at his hands. With a sense of exasperation, Mu Chen exited the spirit technique chamber alongside Tang Chenner, who flashed him a triumphant smile before tossing the jade slip to him. I truly owe you one. Mu Chen accepted the jade slip, toying with it for a moment, a flicker of joy evident in his dark eyes. He then smiled at Tang Chenner, remarking that given the current circumstances, had it not been for her, even with his elevated authority, it would have been exceedingly difficult to procure this spiritual technique from the obstinate old man Qin. Tang Chenner responded with a gentle smile, but her expression soon turned slightly exasperated as she glanced at the jade slip in Mu Chen's hand. Be cautious. If anything feels amiss, cease your cultivation immediately. As she watched Mu Chen's swiftly retreating figure, she couldn't help but pout her rosy lips, thinking of the wood-headed boy. The cold moonlight cascaded from the heavens, transforming into beams that illuminated the tranquil room. Within that space, the young man sat quietly in meditation, his pitch-black eyes fixed intently on the dark red jade slip in his grasp. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Chen pressed the slip gently against his forehead. As his spiritual energy surged, the surface of the jade slip began to emanate a flickering dark red glow. Amidst the shimmering light, a torrent of information flowed forth from the slip, ultimately flooding into Mu Chen's mind. With his eyes tightly shut, he absorbed the cultivation method of the Luo death seal. After a considerable time, he gradually opened his eyes, exhaling softly, his dark irises now filled with contemplation. The Sanluo death seal had garnered a fearsome reputation. Thus Mu Chen dared not be overly complacent. Instead, he meticulously reviewed the cultivation methods multiple times before finally embarking on his practice. Mu Chen sat cross-legged, his hands joined together, the tips of his fingers entwined to form an intricate seal. As his mind stirred, a deep, dark radiance flickered across the surface of his body, threads of shadowy energy beginning to swirl from his palms. This dark energy resembled serpents of ebony, twisting and writhing in response to the changes in Mu Chen's seal, gradually coalescing into a shadowy imprint. However, the formation of this imprint proved to be a formidable challenge. Before it could solidify, a faint crackling sound echoed, causing the entwined dark energy to shatter. Mu Chen remained unfazed by this initial failure. Had the creation of the death seal been so easily attainable, it would hardly have piqued his interest. With a subtle focus, he commenced anew. Crack, failure, crack, another failure. Time slipped away swiftly as Mu Chen tirelessly persevered, his hands transforming from clumsy to deft, the speed of energy consolidation increasing remarkably. His elongated fingers danced like butterflies through blooming flowers, shaping arcs as the dark energy twisted in his palms, the shadowy imprint becoming increasingly distinct, exuding a chilling aura. Mu Chen's gaze fixated intensely on the nascent black imprint, his mind taut with tension. He had faltered at this final step far too many times before. Once more, Mu Chen's fingertips shifted, a thread of dark energy flowing into the black imprint. Buzz! The black light seal suddenly trembled, accompanied by a resonant buzzing sound. Subsequently, the dark radiance began to retract, ultimately transforming into a black imprint that gently settled into the palm of Mu Chen's hand. At the moment the imprint made contact with his palm, his entire body tensed instinctively, for he knew that the most perilous step lay ahead. The two senior practitioners of the Sanluo death seal had met their demise at this very juncture. Their meridians shattered from the force. Boom! As the black imprint pressed into his palm, Mu Chen swiftly sensed an extremely violent surge erupting from the seal, coursing through his palm's meridians with reckless abandon. It felt as though it aimed to obliterate all the pathways along its route. Buzz! Fortunately, Mu Chen was well prepared. The dark spiritual energy within his sea of qi surged forth in a thunderous roar, colliding fiercely with the violent wave emanating from the seal. The deep, resonant hum reverberated within Mu Chen's body as the turbulent energies clashed. The force unleashed by the Sanluo death seal was ferociously wild, akin to a beast attempting to annihilate the encroaching dark spiritual energy. However, the dark energy cultivated from the Great Floating Pagoda technique proved to be far more resilient than anticipated. In the face of such a ferocious assault, the dark spiritual energy revealed its domineering nature, adopting a stance of unwavering pressure to withstand the onslaught entirely. Boom boom! The relentless waves of impact continued, yet Mu Chen dared not to relax even for a moment, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Should he falter at this juncture, he would undoubtedly suffer a grave setback. The spiritual energy within his sea of qi was entirely drawn forth as he exerted every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught. After approximately 10 minutes of enduring the tumult, the intensity of the impact began to wane. When Mu Chen finally sensed the complete dissipation of the force, his taut body slumped, drenched in perspiration, gasping for breath. Despite the profound fatigue that enveloped him, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. He trembled slightly as he opened his right hand, revealing a chilling black imprint inscribed in his palm. Had he succeeded? As he gazed at the dark mark, a relieved smile blossomed at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 21. The turmoil at the training ground. At the North Spirit Academy's training ground, numerous students were drenched in sweat, their vigorous shouts resonating with vitality, echoing in the air. Mu Chen reclined lazily against the trunk of a large tree, his gaze somewhat languid as he observed the fervent sparring taking place around him, which evidently failed to ignite much interest within him. Hey, even though your performance is commendable at present, you shouldn't be so lethargic. A slender and delicate silhouette suddenly obstructed Mu Chen's gaze, followed by the melodious voice of Tang Qianer, filled with playful reproach. As he beheld the charmingly pouting face of the girl, Mu Chen couldn't help but stretch lazily and remarked, "It's not that I am being idle. Rather, This form of sparring holds no value for me. In the spirit road, he had endured countless life and death battles, where he was unable to wield even the slightest trace of spiritual power. Instead, he was compelled to push one's intellect and character to the utmost limits. A moment's carelessness would lead to the harsh outcome of elimination, resulting in a mere wait within the safety zone until the trial concluded. In comparison to that, the gentle exchanges among students at the North Spirit Academy held little significance for Mu Chen. "Humph, all you do is boast," Tian Can huffed lightly, yet her beautiful eyes could not help but wander toward the youth's remarkably pleasing visage. His pair of black eyes, imbued with gentle warmth, possessed a composure and depth uncommon for one of his age, drawing one into their captivating depths. Tian Can also settled beside Mu Chen, then extended her delicate hand to loosen her ponytail. Instantly, her silken tresses cascaded down like a waterfall, an enchanting sight that drew many admiring glances from those around, who ultimately cast envious looks at Mu Chen, recognizing the fortunate treatment he received. "By the way, how is your cultivation of the Luo death seal progressing? Is everything all right?" Tian Can inquired, turning her head and knitting her brows. Mu Chen smiled faintly, extending his palm toward her. Within her grasp lay a faintly discernible black mark, emanating a chilling aura that gradually spread. "You have succeeded in your cultivation?" Tian Can gently parted her rosy lips, her cheeks adorned with an expression of astonishment. Unable to contain herself, she grasped Mu Chen's hand, fixating her gaze on the dark mark within his palm. With her delicate fingers, she pointed at the mark, and a chilling aura seeped from it, causing her slender form to shudder slightly. It could only be deemed a preliminary success. Continuous nurturing with spiritual energy was imperative. Mu Chen shook his head before his gaze shifted to the surroundings, where numerous eyes had ignited with fervor. He cleared his throat and remarked, "Such behavior will incite animosity towards me." Not far off, Luo Tong observed this scene, his expression darkening slightly. Tian Can was the belle of the eastern courtyard, and he harbored feelings for her. Moreover, her father was one of the domain lords of the northern spirit realm. His father had once expressed that if he could win Tian Can's affection, their Luo domain and the Tang domain would form a formidable alliance, significantly enhancing their strength. However, while the notion was enticing, Luo Tong found it far from easy to capture the heart of the young lady, who remained rather indifferent towards him, fueling his resentment. Witnessing the closeness between Mu Chen and Tian Can only intensified his jealousy. "Brother Luo, that fellow truly is arrogant." Zhang Liting and Yong, who flanked Luo Tong, remarked enviously, casting disdainful glances at Mu Chen. Yet, despite their contempt, they were acutely aware that Mu Chen was not someone to be trifled with, and thus refrained from their usual brazen provocations. "A mere newcomer, just entering the heavenly realm, dares to posture before me." With a sullen gaze, Luo Tong's eyes shifted to the distance, where Tan Qingshan was training diligently, drenched in sweat. He coldly remarked, "Zhang Li, go challenge Tan Qingshan. Remember to take care of the newcomer." Zhang Li was taken aback, then hesitantly replied, "But Tan Qingshan is close with Mu Chen. If I trouble him, Mu Chen might. What is there to fear with me around?" Luo Tong interjected, his brow furrowing. Noting Luo Tong's displeasure, Zhang Li dared not protest further and promptly made his way toward Tan Qingshan. Upon noticing Zhang Li approaching, Tan Qingshan frowned, though his taciturn nature prevented him from voicing any concerns, and he continued practicing his boxing routine. "Tan Qingshan, I wish to spar with you. This will expedite your training. As a senior, I must look after the newcomers," Zhang Li said with a malevolent smile. The surrounding students grasped Zhang Li's intentions, but, daunted by Luo Tong's dark demeanor nearby, none dared to speak out. Moreover, such sparring could indeed be deemed normal. These individuals are truly overstepping their bounds. Tian Can witnessed the scene and her brows furrowed in discontent, eager to rise. Yet she was restrained by Mu Chen's gentle grip on her smooth wrist. "What is it?" Tian Can queried, puzzled, as she glanced at Mu Chen. Luo Tong and his cohort clearly sought to provoke Tan Qingshan, intending to send a message to Mu Chen, a display of intimidation. Although taciturn, Tan Qingshan possessed an indomitable spirit. Occasionally, he eschewed assistance, for a man's pride should not be underestimated, as Mu Chen sagely observed. the reprehensible act of veterans preying on newcomers was ubiquitous. While intervention might alleviate some tribulations, it was not necessarily what he desired. Indeed, it could even engender estrangement if he were so inclined. Thus, to circumvent such vexations, he needed to demonstrate, through his own volition, that he was not to be trifled with. But he is no match for Zhang Li, Tang Qian'er demurred. Victory is not solely predicated on vanquishing one's opponent. Mu Chen rejoined with a gentle smile, merely conveying the message that he is not a pushover, and that any attempt to exploit him, even to the point of breaking him, will incur a price, will suffice.
Tian Can Tu Dou.
Conceding that Mu Chen's words held a certain validity, though she retorted with a touch of defiance, "Humph, despite being a year younger than me, you feign an air of premature gravitas." Mu Chen chuckled, turning his gaze towards Tan Qingshan, whose countenance betrayed a maelstrom of emotions. His palms alternated between clenching and relaxing, indicative of an internal struggle. Eventually, he met Mu Chen's gaze. Mu Chen offered a reassuring smile and a subtle nod. Upon witnessing this gesture, Tan Qingshan's hands clenched resolutely, a glint of ferocity igniting in his eyes as he declared in an icy tone, "Then I shall seek the guidance of Senior Zhang Li." Zhang Li, taken aback by Tan Qingshan's audacity, could only sneer, deeming him an ignorant and presumptuous youth. The two individuals gradually retreated, surrounded by a multitude of onlookers, many of whom clearly believed that Tan Qingshan was destined for misfortune this time. The sparring match commenced under the watchful gaze of the crowd, and as anticipated, the contest proved to be overwhelmingly one-sided. However, the spectators' expressions of sympathy began to shift after a brief moment, for they witnessed Tan Qingshan, despite being repeatedly knocked down by Zhang Li, showing no signs of surrender. Instead, he relentlessly charged at Zhang Li, his eyes blazing with a frenzied fervor that even startled Zhang Li. With a series of resounding clashes, the two figures intertwined in a fierce struggle. Though Tan Qingshan appeared utterly disheveled, he was determined to bite Zhang Li, even at the cost of enduring several blows. After Zhang Li forcefully repelled Tan Qingshan once more, only to have the latter lunge forward and leave a bloody mark on his arm, Zhang Li could no longer withstand the onslaught of this deranged wolf-like fervor and retreated several steps, exclaiming, "You lunatic!" Tan Qingshan, deaf to the admonitions, charged forward once again, prompting Zhang Li to hastily evade. Alarmed by the intensity reflected in Tan Qingshan's crimson eyes, he felt a surge of dread and angrily shouted. Meanwhile, several fellow students rushed to restrain Tan Qingshan, but his mania was such that they struggled to hold him back. This scene sent a chill through numerous onlookers, as they realized just how unhinged Tan Qingshan truly was. As the surrounding students shouted in protest, Tan Qingshan gradually began to regain his composure. He grimaced in pain, his body aching, and his face bruised, yet his eyes sparkled with an exhilarating fervor. Before him, Zhang Li's clothes were tattered and torn, leaving him disheveled and covered in dirt. Although he bore no significant injuries, the look of terror on his face was evident to all. Despite his defeat in strength, Tan Qingshan had emerged victorious in spirit, earning the respect of the other students from the heavenly realm. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced in Mu Chen's direction, where the latter was smiling broadly and giving him a thumbs up, a gesture of commendation. Tan Qingshan chuckled sheepishly, feeling a surge of gratitude towards Mu Chen, who had afforded him the opportunity to earn respect through his own abilities. It seemed that henceforth, he would no longer be bullied by the elders. This fellow possessed a somewhat reckless spirit. Tang Qian'er also laughed, recalling how Tan Qingshan's earlier fervor had left her somewhat apprehensive. Mu Chen nodded with a smile and then rose to his feet. "What are you doing?" Tang Qian'er inquired, puzzled. Mu Chen stepped forward slowly, walking into the arena under the watchful gazes of many, his eyes fixed on the sullen expression of Senior Luo Tong not far away. "Senior Luo Tong, I have recently practiced a new spiritual technique and would like to seek your guidance. I hope you can enlighten me." As Mu Chen's voice echoed through the training ground, the previously raucous atmosphere seemed to quiet significantly. Subsequently, numerous astonished gazes turned towards him, lingering in disbelief. No one anticipated that Mu Chen would take the initiative to seek a sparring match with Luo Tong. Did he not realize that the latter had been actively searching for an opportunity to provoke him? How could he now voluntarily approach him?
Qian.
What is wrong with Mu Chen? Luo Tong is not to be trifled with, Mo Ling remarked gravely, observing Mu Chen's retreating figure. Tang Qianer shook her head. Although concern flickered in her eyes, she did not reveal it outwardly. Instead, she offered a gentle smile and replied, "It is nothing. He will know how to handle it." Mo Ling could only manage a wry smile and nod. Such sparring sessions adhered to established rules, and even if he wished to intervene, he could not. For now, he could only hope that Mu Chen possessed some skill, for otherwise, Luo Tong would likely seize this opportunity to humiliate him. Amidst the scrutiny of many eyes, Luo Tong paused momentarily, his already somber expression growing increasingly frigid. A chilling laugh escaped his lips. It seems that, after a few days in the heavenly realm, you believe you have familiarized yourself with the terrain and can now act arrogantly? Luo Tong rose, his gaze darkly fixed upon Mu Chen. Senior Luo Tong, you misinterpret my intentions. I merely wish to engage in a friendly competition. Mu Chen replied with a slight smile, his demeanor warm. Moreover, is it not entirely reasonable for a senior to spar with a newcomer? After all, this was suggested by Zhang Li just a moment ago. Beside them, Zhang Li, upon hearing Mu Chen mention him, displayed a somewhat unnatural expression. However, he maintained a facade of intimidation, fixating his gaze on Mu Chen, pondering how this audacious individual dared to challenge Luo Tong directly. Did he not realize that Luo Tong possessed the formidable strength of the late spirit movement stage? Luo Tong regarded the gentle smile adorning Mu Chen's handsome face, yet could not suppress his growing ire. That smile seemed to mock him, igniting his fury. With a cold smirk, he declared, "Since you have made this request, as your senior, I shall oblige." Very well, very well." As he uttered the final two words, a glint of coldness flickered in Luo Tong's eyes, and the spiritual energy began to swirl around his body, emanating an overwhelming force. The surrounding students, witnessing this, hastily retreated, fearing they might become collateral damage. Mu Chen extended his hand, inviting, "Please." Bang! Luo Tong, showing no courtesy, his expression darkened, unleashed his spiritual energy without reservation. He stepped forward, his figure darting like an arrow, and with a powerful punch, accompanied by a deep explosive sound, he struck fiercely at Mu Chen. The onlookers felt their hearts race at Luo Tong's ferocity. This was not merely a sparring match. Luo Tong clearly intended to subdue Mu Chen. Yet, Mu Chen, facing the incoming Luo Tong, exhibited no signs of retreat. With dark spiritual energy enveloping his fist, he stood firm, ready to collide head-on with Luo Tong. He sought to test the true extent of the power possessed by one at the late spirit movement stage. Boom! A profound sound resonated as their fists collided heavily, the clash of their spiritual energies creating a shockwave that stirred the air into swirling eddies. As the shockwave reverberated, both figures recoiled. Mu Chen was forced back several steps, while Luo Tong only retreated one, indicating Luo Tong's slight advantage in the direct confrontation. Luo Tong stabilized himself, his pupils contracting slightly. He felt a subtle stinging sensation on his fist. Although Mu Chen's spiritual energy was not as formidable as his, Luo Tong realized that had he not exerted his full power, Mu Chen's aggressive spiritual force might have broken through his defenses. Evidently, the spiritual energy Mu Chen cultivated possessed a superior quality. Regardless of the potency of your spiritual energy, the disparity in our cultivation levels is insurmountable. I can crush you with sheer force. Luo Tong's gaze turned sinister. He was at the late stage of the spiritual movement realm, while Mu Chen was only at the middle stage. Despite the seemingly small gap, the difference was enough to overwhelm. Didn't your father ever advise you that it's prudent to bide your time until you possess sufficient strength? To proactively invite humiliation is foolish. Mu Chen chuckled softly upon hearing these words. While you were still a docile student in the academy, I was already learning the art of forbearance. Moreover, the purpose of enduring is reserved for adversaries who are temporarily invincible. Regrettably for you, I don't consider you to be one of them. Then allow me to demonstrate the price you shall pay today. A ruthless glint flashed in Luo Tong's eyes. He extended two fingers, forming a sword gesture, as dark cyan spiritual energy surged forth. It materialized into a faint sword tip at his fingertips, emanating a sharp and penetrating aura. The great Luo sword art? surrounding students, upon witnessing the azure luminescence of the sword tip emanating from Luo Tong's fingertips, exchanged astonished glances and gasps. Could it be the grand Luo sword technique of Luo Yu? Swiftly, Luo Tong provided no respite for Mu Chen to ponder. His gaze turned frigid as he propelled himself forward, his fingers slicing through the air like a blade, launching a ferocious thrust towards Mu Chen. Where the sword's edge passed, it seemed as though the very air was rent asunder. Mu Chen's eyes fixated intently on the approaching tip of the sword, its razor sharpness causing every pore on his body to involuntarily contract, his right hand gradually clenching into a fist. Dark, ethereal energy surged within him, steadily channeling into his right palm, where a shadowy mark began to materialize in the center. A chilling wave of energy radiated outward. Suddenly, a burst of obsidian light erupted from Mu Chen's palm, akin to wielding a dark sun. The frigid aura emanating from him was truly unsettling. With a decisive stomp of his foot, Mu Chen lunged forward with the ferocity of a tiger or leopard, choosing not to evade Luo Tong's relentless assault, a sight that left many onlookers astonished. "You seek your own demise," Luo Tong hissed menacingly, the azure sword tip advancing unimpeded, striking like lightning towards Mu Chen's throat. In that instant, Mu Chen unleashed a punch imbued with dense black energy, the force colliding head-on with the azure sword tip, akin to a dark sun meeting its adversary. A cataclysmic surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, causing the ground itself to tremble momentarily. Numerous students fixed their gazes intently upon the point of contact between the azure sword tip and the black energy, anticipation hanging thick in the air. Break! A cold glimmer flickered in Mu Chen's eyes as, within the depths of his energy sea, spiritual power surged forth without reservation. In the palm of his hand, the black seal trembled violently, manifesting before his clenched fist and striking heavily against the tip of the azure sword. Crack! As the black seal collided, the azure sword's tip abruptly halted, followed by a faint sound of fracturing that reached the ears of those present. Gradually, their eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld cracks swiftly appearing on the azure sword's tip. Bang! Ultimately, the azure sword shattered completely, eliciting an expression of shock from Luo Tong, who hastily retreated in disarray. Mu Chen did not pursue. Instead, he turned his palm over, causing the black seal to vanish, and the fluctuations in the arena gradually subsided. However, the surroundings remained eerily silent, with incredulous gazes fixated on the elongated figure, clearly struggling to comprehend that Mu Chen had not only withstood Luo Tong's most formidable assault but had also forced him to retreat. How could this be possible?
Jiang Li,
Tang Yong and the others stared in disbelief at this scene. The late-stage Luo Tong of the spirit movement realm had suffered at the hands of Mu Chen, who was merely in the mid-stage of the same realm. This, Mo Ling's expression was grave, his heart stirred with astonishment. Tang Qianer quietly exhaled, her delicate hand that had been tightly clenched finally relaxing. "This fellow is truly formidable. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Luo Tong." Mu Chen offered a slight bow and a smile to Luo Tong, his gaze subtly shifting to his palm where the dark mark had significantly faded. The Sanluo Death Seal, in terms of sheer power, undoubtedly surpassed the ordinary upper-tier level. Perhaps its relegation to the ordinary tier was due to the excessively demanding requirements for spiritual energy. However, the consumption of spiritual energy by the Sanluo Death Seal was also immense. The previous assault had drained half of the spiritual energy from his dantian. Although part of the reason was his imperfect control during the first execution, such consumption was unmatched even by typical lower-tier spiritual techniques. Luo Tong's face turned ashen, clearly unprepared for the outcome, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The ferocity of Mu Chen's attack had profoundly shaken him, and in that moment, he sensed an extreme danger. Mu Chen, however, paid no heed to Luo Tong's bewildered state. The deterrent effect he desired had been achieved, and he believed that Luo Tong would be more restrained in the future. With a clap of his hands, he prepared to leave. "Mu Chen, come with me," a calm voice suddenly called out from not far away as he turned. Startled, he glanced over to see Master Mo standing nearby, unnoticed until now.
Mu Chen hesitated briefly,
Exchanged a look with Tang Qianer, and then, under the gaze of the other students, followed. Master Mo's steps halted only as they neared a quiet grove. He turned, his eyes narrowing slightly, his voice growing stern. Have you been practicing the Luo Death Seal? Have you been cultivating the Azura Death Seal? Mu Chen inquired, observing the somewhat stern countenance of Instructor Mo. A wry smile played on his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. Given the latter's spirit transformation realm prowess, concealment was evidently futile. Presumably, you lack the requisite authorization to cultivate it, do you not? Instructor Mo stated gravely. Observing Mu Chen's demeanor, the severity in Instructor Mo's expression softened momentarily. The lad seemed unfazed by his authority. He shook his head in resignation, remarking, "Could you refrain from reckless actions? Merely attempting an experiment. Should any issues arise, I shall cease cultivation. I value my life as much as anyone," Mu Chen responded with a smile. Instructor Mo cast a disapproving glance at him, then hesitated before inquiring, "Have you achieved success in its cultivation?" "A preliminary success, perhaps." Mu Chen extended his palm, revealing a faint, shadowy imprint within. Instructor Mo gazed upon the dark seal adorning Mu Chen's palm, a subtle twitch in his lips betraying his astonishment. Though he had sensed it previously, witnessing Mu Chen's actual accomplishment in mastering the Azura Death Seal within such a brief span stirred a tremor of awe within him. Such talent befit one who had earned the qualification for the spiritual road. "You harbor a keen interest in this Azura Death Seal, do you?" Instructor Mo remarked, glancing at Mu Chen. Since their visit to the upper echelon of the spiritual compendium chamber, he had discerned Mu Chen's fascination with this particular spiritual art. "I sense that this spiritual art is not as simple as it appears," Mu Chen mused, contemplating the matter. Though ostensibly classified as merely a high-grade mortal art, he detected an underlying anomaly. "Oh?" Instructor Mo raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed upon Mu Chen. "There is an undeniable sense that the Senra Death Seal possesses immense potential. Its apparent cultivation seems merely superficial. I believe there must be some means to enhance the power of this Senra Death Seal," mused Mu Chen. Emosher squinted slightly, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. Gazing intently at Emosher, Mu Chen suddenly smiled mischievously and remarked, "Surely, you have some understanding of this Senra Death Seal. Do you not? You appear quite intrigued by it." Emosher glanced at Mu Chen, who resembled a cunning little fox, and, with a resigned nod, replied, "I too have practiced the Senra Death Seal." As he spoke, he extended his palm, revealing a similar black seal manifesting in his hand. However, this seal was remarkably more complete and profound than the one in Mu Chen's grasp, with a chilling aura that far surpassed Mu Chen's cultivation. Mu Chen gazed in astonishment at the black seal in Emosher's palm and chuckled lightly. "It seems, as I suspected, that this spiritual technique is far from ordinary. Otherwise, how could someone of your discerning eye take an interest in it?" Emosher was indeed a genuine powerhouse of the divine soul realm, renowned even in the northern spirit realm. Had the Senra Death Seal been merely a common mortal-level technique, he would never have chosen to cultivate it. "You sly fellow." Emosher sighed with a wry smile. This young man was indeed quite slippery. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "Do you wish to know how the Senra Death Seal can truly reveal its formidable power?" Mu Chen's eyes brightened, and he nodded eagerly. "It is quite simple." With a gentle smile, Master Mo extended his left hand, causing Mu Chen to be astonished as he beheld a strikingly identical black imprint upon it. This Luo Death Seal was not merely capable of manifesting a single mark. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Mu Chen's eyes, and an expression of excitement surged upon his visage as he fervently gazed at Master Mo, murmuring, "The reason the Luo Death Seal lacks further cultivation methods is not due to their absence, but rather because the true power of the Luo Death Seal lies in its ability to cultivate multiple Death Seals, allowing for their amalgamation to unleash its genuine strength." Master Mo nodded and replied, "However, the Luo Death Seal demands exceptionally rigorous spiritual energy. I exerted my utmost effort to barely cultivate 2 Death Seals, and with each additional seal, the backlash becomes increasingly formidable. I once endeavored to cultivate a 3rd Death Seal, but was nearly gravely injured by the recoil, which deterred me from attempting again." Mu Chen resonated deeply with this sentiment. As he cultivated his first Death Seal, he had struggled immensely to withstand the impact upon its formation. He couldn't fathom whether he could endure the second. Now that you have successfully cultivated the first Death Seal, Do not rush to condense the second, lest an unforeseen mishap occur, Master Mo cautioned. Mu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Though he eagerly anticipated the true power of the Luo death seal, he recognized that aspiring too high without proper preparation would yield no benefits. Observing his understanding, Master Mo refrained from further discourse, gesturing for Mu Chen to take his leave. Turning the corner, he then spotted Tian Can, who awaited him with bated breath. "Are you all right? Has Master Mo treated you well?" Tian Can inquired anxiously upon seeing Mu Chen emerge, her concern stemming from the fact that his cultivation of the Forest of Death Seal was somewhat illicit, and she feared he might face repercussions. Mu Chen smiled and shook his head, then cast a glance at the black seal in the palm of his hand, a warmth rising within him. Indeed, the Forest of Death Seal was remarkable, and it seemed he would need to devote considerable effort to mastering it. Under the cloak of night, Mu Chen sat in quiet meditation, his hands once again weaving intricate seals. Wisps of dark spiritual energy flowed and coalesced at his fingertips. However, as these tendrils of energy intertwined and attempted to solidify into a seal, they suddenly spiraled out of control, wavering and dissipating into nothingness. Mu Chen gazed at his empty palm and shook his head in resignation. He had merely sought to experiment with forming a second death seal, but the outcome was painfully clear: he had failed. The difficulty of solidifying the second seal was exponentially greater than that of the first. It appeared that he could only proceed gradually. In the meantime, Mu Chen also channeled some of his spiritual energy through his arm's meridians, nurturing the black death seal in his palm, deepening its hue with each passing moment. Due to the sparring session with Luo Li yesterday, Mu Chen's reputation has spread throughout the eastern courtyard. The senior students, who once relied on their experience, now regard the newly promoted newcomer with newfound respect. Similarly, Tan Qingshan's fierce demeanor from the previous day has made it clear that this seemingly taciturn youth is not to be trifled with. Consequently, in the days that followed, no one dared to provoke him, granting Mu Chen a rare tranquility. In this serene environment, Mu Chen devoted himself entirely to his cultivation. By day, he utilized the third-level gathering spirit formation in the training grounds, causing the spiritual energy within his sea of qi to grow increasingly robust. At night, while nurturing the fearsome mark of death in his palm, he gradually attempted to refine a second mark. However, without exception, each attempt ended in failure. Yet, despite the repeated setbacks, Mu Chen did not lose heart. He sensed that with each failure, he became more adept at the technique for condensing the fearsome mark of death, gaining greater control over it. This growing closeness to success brought a subtle joy to his heart. Time flowed quietly, and before long, nearly half a month had passed. During this period, Mu Chen's spiritual energy within his sea of qi became increasingly formidable. Although he had not yet advanced to the late stage of the spiritual movement realm, he was undoubtedly much stronger than he had been 2 weeks prior. As his spiritual power progressed, Mu Chen also became increasingly adept at mastering the Forest of Death marks. His control over the first mark had reached a remarkably precise level, no longer resulting in unnecessary consumption as it had during his earlier encounter with Luo Li. Regarding the refinement of the second mark, he had vaguely grasped some sensations. However, due to insufficient spiritual energy, he had yet to successfully condense it, leaving him with a tinge of regret. In the training ground, upon hearing the chime that signified the end of the session, Mu Chen opened his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual energy within his dantian. He smiled gently and stretched lazily. "Hey!" a sweet voice called from beside him. Turning his head, he saw Tian Can gazing at him with a bright smile, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. "What's up?" Mu Chen inquired with a grin. "We're heading to the North Spirit Plane for training tomorrow," Tian Can replied, her face radiating joy. "Is it already tomorrow?" he asked. "You must put in extra effort this time. I've heard that Lu Mubai from the West Courtyard will also participate, and his partner will be Hong Ling from the West Courtyard. We cannot afford to lose to them," she said earnestly. "Lu Mubai, huh?" Mu Chen smiled faintly. He was indeed the genuine top talent of the North Spirit Academy. Would their training at the North Spirit Plane mark the beginning of their first confrontation? How intriguing. A glimmer flickered in Mu Chen's dark eyes. He had yet to fear anyone on the spiritual path, and he felt the same in the North Spirit realm. At this moment, the fervent support of everyone is essential. Therefore, please bestow your recommendations upon the great sovereign today. Otherwise, it would be a missed opportunity. Thank you. Chapter 24. The Agreement. The North Spirit Plane, situated in the northwestern direction of the North Spirit Realm, lies approximately a day's journey from the North Spirit Academy. This vast expanse is renowned for its vibrant popularity among the inhabitants of the North Spirit Realm. Although the North Spirit Plane is fraught with perilous challenges, these very dangers are often accompanied by opportunities. Many venture forth, driven by the allure of such prospects, some attaining fortune while others are tragically buried beneath the decaying foliage. Embarking on a journey to the North Spirit Plane for cultivation is a significant event for the North Spirit Academy, with nearly half of the students participating. They are acutely aware that the quiet practice within the confines of the Academy pales in comparison to the invaluable experience of genuine combat. Only through real confrontation can one's character be tempered and strengthened, a crucial element on the path to becoming a formidable force. Furthermore, the North Spirit Plane is not only teeming with various spiritual beasts, but also frequented by an eclectic mix of individuals from all walks of life, including some of notorious repute. In stark contrast to these formidable figures, the students of the North Spirit Academy appear as lambs, for despite their own considerable strengths, they would likely find themselves outmatched should a confrontation arise with such ruthless characters. In order to safeguard the students, the North Spirit Academy has dispatched a formidable contingent of guards. The esteemed Master Mo from the East Academy and Master Shi from the West Academy shall accompany them. These are two genuine experts of the spirit realm. It is unlikely that any audacious individual would dare to entertain nefarious intentions in the presence of such powerful beings. At dawn, the training team of the North Spirit Academy commenced their journey. As dusk approached, they gradually arrived at the outskirts of the North Spirit Plains and set up camp as night fell. The darkness enveloped the area, and the campfire blazed brightly within the encampment. The students of the North Spirit Academy, evidently unaccustomed to such surroundings, were filled with excitement, and the entire camp was alive with a vibrant atmosphere. This exuberance drew the gaze of some adventurers lurking in the shadows, who smirked at the naive youngsters from the academy before gradually retreating. In their eyes, these seemingly innocent souls would likely tremble in fear when confronted by the ferocious spirit beasts. This scene felt somewhat familiar, yet the ambience here lacked the brutality and bloodshed that lingered in his memories of the Spirit Road. As Mu Chen momentarily lost his focus, a slender, delicate jade hand unexpectedly reached from behind and lightly patted his shoulder. The moment that hand made contact, his dark eyes turned icy, and his entire body tensed like a leopard poised to pounce. With lightning speed, his hand shot out, firmly grasping that jade hand. Ouch! A cry of anguish echoed, jolting Mu Chen back to his senses. He turned to face Tang Chener, the icy glint in his eyes swiftly dissipating. A touch of awkwardness colored his expression as he sheepishly released her wrist. What are you doing? That hurt, Tang Chener grumbled, settling down beside Mu Chen and rubbing her delicate wrist in complaint. What's wrong? Tang Chener pouted slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Mu Chen. With a woman's intuition, she had sensed a chilling undercurrent when Mu Chen had seized her wrist. She suspected that had she not cried out, Mu Chen might have crushed her wrist without hesitation. Mu Chen gazed into the flickering fire, a moment of silence passing before he spoke. In the spiritual road, anyone who did what you just did to me might have been killed. Because if I didn't, I might have been the one to die. Tang Chener was taken aback. She stared at the serene young man, noting that the word kill seemed to elicit little more than a flicker of emotion. It was as if he had grown accustomed to the notion. That spiritual road. Sounds rather frightening, Tang Chener murmured. The spiritual road held an air of mystery in their eyes, and it was said that most who emerged from it remained tight-lipped about their experiences. However, the exceptional strength of those who returned from the spiritual road stirred a sense of longing in youths like Tang Chener. Yet, in their naivete, they failed to grasp the brutal truth. Extraordinary strength could only be forged in the crucible of extraordinary hardship. Mu Chen smiled gently, murmuring to himself, in that place, everyone is considered a competitor, and a rather ruthless one at that. It is inhabited by individuals of a rather twisted nature. One moment they may greet you with warmth, and the next a dagger is plunged into your chest. Thus, in such an environment, trust is a rare commodity. However, should you truly encounter it, it would become a treasure you cherish for a lifetime. With a soft exhale, Mu Chen's expression softened as he recalled the silver-haired maiden, a peculiar individual who often left him exasperated. During the 6 months she pursued him, they clashed 3 times. He emerged victorious on 2 occasions. Yet, in their final confrontation, she turned the tide. Her black long sword, like a specter in the night, hovered at his throat. In that moment it was clear she had won, and decisively so, for a mere flick of her wrist would have sealed his fate, leaving him eternally ensnared in that ethereal realm. Yet, she refrained from striking. Her glass-like eyes, glimmering in the darkness, bore into him for an extended moment before she slowly sheathed her sword and spoke softly, "I shall not kill you. Come with me." Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback, and after a prolonged silence, he finally mustered the courage to voice the question that had plagued him for the past 6 months. "Why have you pursued me for so long? Had I not saved you, you would have perished long ago." When he first laid eyes upon her, she found herself ensnared in a deadly predicament, surrounded by 5 cunning and malevolent individuals who nearly brought her to her demise. Initially, Mu Chen had no intention of intervening, for those ruffians were indeed troublesome. Yet perhaps it was the fleeting glimpse of sorrow that shimmered in her glass-like eyes that softened his resolve. He chose to save her, inadvertently inviting those 5 troubles upon himself. In the ensuing week, Mu Chen embarked on a desperate flight with the injured girl, and after 10 days, he systematically vanquished the foes, claiming the lives of 3 while 2 ultimately surrendered. However, just as he thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief after dispatching these menaces, the girl, who had hitherto exchanged not a single word with him, unsheathed her sword. This initiated a relentless 6-month-long game of cat and mouse between them. Upon hearing Mu Chen's inquiry, the girl seemed to ponder for a moment before hesitantly delivering a response that nearly provoked a visceral reaction from him. "I do not wish to develop any feelings for you. My sole desire is to cultivate my skills. Having feelings for you would only distract me. Are you unwell?" In that instant, even Mu Chen, typically composed, could not help but exclaim those words. "Then what are you doing now?" he asked wearily. "Just now I intended to kill you, but it seems I cannot bring myself to do it." The girl contemplated earnestly, the gentle moonlight illuminating her youthful visage, one that could potentially bring calamity to the world. After a moment of furrowed brows, she remarked, "It appears that over these past 6 months, I have indeed developed some feelings for you." Mu Chen gazed silently at the sky. "We had been pursuing and killing each other for half a year, and yet you managed to develop a fondness for me. I spared your life just now. You owe me a debt of gratitude. Therefore you shall join my team. Whenever my feelings for you wane, I shall eliminate you. Are you raising a puppy? Well, at that time I might just let you go instead of killing you." With a shake of his head, Mu Chen turned to leave, expressing his disinterest. "I can shield you from all the hidden arrows as long as you do not harm me. I shall protect you, whether in the spirit path or the vast world." The young girl watched as Mu Chen began to walk away, hesitating for a moment before softly speaking. Mu Chen halted his steps. Her gentle voice seemed to pierce through the space, striking his heart heavily and causing his gaze to soften imperceptibly. In truth, he rarely spoke, yet her words were unexpectedly moving. "Then, let us cooperate harmoniously." A faint smile graced the young girl's typically calm and emotionless face, transforming her beauty into something that dimmed the very moonlight. Subsequently, she extended her icy, jade-like hand and gently clasped Mu Chen's. "This is my promise to you." Chapter 25. The essence of spirit beasts. The flickering flames of the campfire cast a warm glow upon Tian Can's delicate form, yet she found herself feeling a chill that stemmed from Mu Chen's vivid descriptions of the world of spiritual paths she had once yearned for. "It seems that the spiritual path is not as enchanting as I had imagined. Fortunately, I did not venture there, for otherwise, I might have been left with nothing but bones." With a touch of trepidation, Tian Can expressed her inability to fathom how one could possibly navigate a realm devoid of trust, living in a state of perpetual anxiety. It was never an auspicious place to begin with. Mu Chen smiled gently, then lifted his gaze to see Master Mo beckoning to everyone. The numerous students turned their attention toward him. "This time, the northern spirit plane will serve as our encampment. Tomorrow, you will depart from here to engage in training at the northern spirit plane, confronting the spirit beasts directly. Before we proceed, I must caution you. Spirit beasts are categorized into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. The outskirts of the northern spirit plane primarily host low-tier spirit beasts. However, even these require your combined efforts to confront effectively. Low-tier spirit beasts possess the strength of the spirit movement realm, medium-tier ones belong to the spirit will realm, and high-tier spirit beasts rival the strength of the divine soul realm. Deep within the northern spirit plane, high-tier spirit beasts dwell, so you must absolutely refrain from venturing too far into the depths. At this juncture, his tone grew somewhat stern, for even he found it exceedingly troublesome to contend with the high-tier spirit beasts that lurked in the depths of the northern spirit plane. The students, fresh from the academy, were akin to defenseless lambs. The crowd nodded in unison. They were not foolish enough to gamble with their lives. Not to mention high-level spirit beasts. Even mid-level ones would compel them to flee as far as possible. In this cultivation endeavor, the top 3 teams would each be rewarded with a spirit infusion pill. Master Mo's expression softened slightly as he observed the eager faces of the young men and women, a smile gracing his lips. Thus, to achieve commendable results, collaborate diligently with your companions. Your current abilities necessitate some degree of cooperation if you wish to thrive in the periphery of the North Spirit Planes. Yes. The students responded in unison. After hunting spirit beasts, do not forget to collect their essence. Although the essence of low-level spirit beasts may not attract the attention of powerful beings in the spirit realm, it serves as the standard for evaluating your performance. Mu Chen nodded slightly. Those in the spirit realm possessed the capability to refine the essence of spirit beasts, and given their strength, it was evident that ordinary spirit beasts would not capture their interest. Master Mo, as a formidable being in the spirit realm, what essence have you refined? One student inquired, their curiosity piqued by the unique abilities of those in the spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Master Mo hesitated for a moment, then formed a hand seal. An overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from within him, and a golden light coalesced behind him, transforming into a majestic golden wolf howling towards the heavens. The surface of the wolf's body was adorned with intricate patterns resembling thunder, exuding an extraordinary aura. Wow! Within the camp, exclamations of astonishment erupted, drawing the attention of the students from the western courtyard, who gazed in awe at the magnificent golden wolf behind Master Mo. Even as Master Shi, who was engaged in imparting rules to the students of the western courtyard, caught sight of this spectacle, he merely smirked, his body trembling slightly as he unleashed his formidable spiritual energy. Behind him materialized the shadow of a colossal black lion, adorned with a gray tortoise shell upon its back. The onlookers, captivated by the 2 formidable spirit realm experts as they summoned their refined spiritual beasts, were filled with envy at such power, which was undeniably alluring. I had refined the essence of the advanced spiritual beast, the Golden Thunder Wolf, which, despite its ranking in the Beast Chronicle, held the modest position of 382nd on the earthly list. In contrast, Master Shi had refined the essence of the advanced spiritual beast, the Stone Tortoise Lion, which occupied the 390th spot on the same earthly list. Observing Master Shi's actions, Master Mo smiled and waved his hand, causing the golden wolf to dissipate into thin air. Such a formidable spiritual beast, yet it merely ranks over 300 on the earthly list. One could only imagine how extraordinary the beasts within the top 100 must be. And what of the legendary celestial list of the Beast Chronicle? Surely, those creatures would be nothing short of miraculous. Students marveled at the prowess of the earthly list. How terrifying must the beasts of the celestial list be? Beasts that secure a place within the top 100 of the earthly list are no longer mere spiritual beasts. Their strength vastly surpasses that of spirit realm experts, rivaling those who have ascended to the third heaven realm. Thus, they are referred to as celestial-level spiritual beasts, or simply celestial beasts. At this juncture, Master Mo suddenly cast a glance at Mu Chen, who understood his meaning. The reason being that Mu Chen's father had refined the dragon flame sculpture, which ranked among the top 100 in the Earth rankings. This indicated that the dragon flame sculpture had achieved the status of a heavenly beast. Generally speaking, for a powerful figure at the spirit-soul realm, it is exceedingly challenging to refine a spiritual beast's essence that surpasses their own strength. However, Mu Feng's ability to accomplish this indeed signified a remarkable fortune. Consequently, Mu Feng's prowess would undoubtedly place him among the top 3 among the lords of the 9 domains in the Northern Spirit Realm. As for the beings listed on the heavenly rankings of the 10,000 beasts, Master Mo paused momentarily before chuckling. It is likely that even the supreme figures of the vast world would not dare to act recklessly against them. Well, the time is nearly upon us. You should rest early today, for tomorrow morning, we shall enter the Northern Spirit Plains to commence our training. Master Mo felt he had conveyed enough and waved his hand, calming the exuberant youths. The night passed in tranquility. The following day, as dawn broke, the camp was abuzz with excitement, with numerous students ready and eagerly gazing into the vast forest. Mu Chen, alongside Tang Qian'er, scanned the surroundings and soon spotted Tan Qingshan not far away, surprisingly accompanied by Mo Ling. It appeared that the two had formed a team, which astonished Mu Chen, as Mo Ling possessed strength in the late stage of the spirit movement realm. If he were seeking a partner, there were certainly others more suitable than Tan Qingshan. Mu Chen, are you and Chen a team? With a light chuckle, I am paired with Qingshan. He is a newcomer, and his presence here poses certain dangers, hence I wish to extend my protection. Mu Ling, upon seeing Mu Chen, approached with Tan Qingshan, smiling as he spoke. Mu Chen nodded in acknowledgement, perceptively sensing the underlying intention in Mu Ling's words to foster a relationship, suggesting that Mu Ling's concern for Tan Qingshan was largely motivated by a desire for camaraderie. Mu Ling's thoughtful nature is commendable. Mu Chen smiled, harboring no ill feelings towards Mu Ling. Thus he did not resent this overture of friendship. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, but then their voices suddenly faltered. To their right, the crowd parted unexpectedly, revealing several familiar figures before Mu Chen, with one leading the way, Lu Yang, the very individual Mu Chen had bested during the academy trials. Lu Yang's gaze was fixed on Mu Chen, his expression rather grim. The defeat had significantly tarnished his reputation. Although he had entered the heavenly realm, and despite his elder brother being Lu Mubai, he still bore the brunt of some covert ridicule, inciting a tempest of fury within him. Mu Chen merely cast a glance at Lu Yang before turning his head to observe the tall, robust youth beside him, who was now eyeing Mu Chen with keen interest. So you are the renowned Mu Chen? Your reputation has certainly soared of late, inquired the youth clad in yellow, a casual smile gracing his features. Chong Tong, what are your intentions? Mu Ling interjected, his brow furrowing upon recognizing the two youths. Mu Chen remained composed. Chen Tong, a name quite renowned in the Northern Spirit Academy, though not as prominent as Lu Mubai, held the 3rd rank in the Academy's overall standings. With his strength at the late stage of the spirit movement realm akin to Mo Ling, he was one of the Academy's key cultivation targets. You used to flaunt your prowess alone. Now you need to bring someone along to dare to come? Mu Chen glanced at Lu Yang and chuckled. Hearing this, Lu Yang's face turned ashen, and he sneered, keep gloating. But don't let us meet you in the Northern Spirit Plains, or you'll regret it. Mu Chen smiled and shook his head. Compared to your elder brother, you are indeed lacking. Haha, quite the arrogance, aren't we? Let's get acquainted. I'm Chun Tong from the Western Academy, long eager to meet the only one from the Northern Spirit Realm who has qualified for the Spirit Path. Chun Tong extended his hand with a somewhat frivolous smile. Let's go. Mu Chen smiled faintly, disinclined to engage further with the two, and walked past Chen Tong. He then paused, glancing towards a figure in white, Lu Mubai, who was watching them with a detached air. Their gazes met, a subtle chill permeating the air, causing the surrounding students to fall silent. If you find me disagreeable, come at me yourself. These people I find somewhat beneath my notice. Mu Chen chuckled lightly and, without further delay, led Tang Qian'er and the others out of the camp, swiftly heading towards the Northern Spirit Plains. Lu Mubai narrowed his eyes as he watched Mu Chen depart, a faint glint of coldness flickering in his gaze. That scoundrel! Lu Yang gritted his teeth, while Chun Tong flashed a smile, his eyes shadowed with a hint of darkness. Let him revel for now. He will inevitably encounter difficulties within the Northern Spirit Plains. When the time comes, with no one watching, I shall teach him what true respect entails. Truly, he is a lad who lacks the understanding of honoring his seniors. Chapter 26. The seasoned hunter. The individuals in the West Courtyard are utterly exasperating. Within the verdant embrace of the forest, Tang Qian'er's delicate visage bore a trace of indignation. These ruffians had repeatedly sought to provoke Mu Chen. Even a clay figurine would harbor some resentment under such incessant harassment. To be envied is the mark of talent, she mused. Mu Chen, however, merely smiled lightly, casting his gaze toward the distant horizon. It appears that Lu Mubai harbors considerable jealousy toward me, though we seemingly had little interaction in the past. Lu Mubai? Tang Qian'er furrowed her brows, inquiring, is he the one targeting you? Otherwise, how could a mere newcomer like Lu Yang, who has only just ascended to the celestial realm, have Chun Tong come to his aid? Lu Mubai must be orchestrating this from behind the scenes. This fellow bears some resemblance to those eccentricities found on the spirit path. Albeit lacking a certain finesse, Mu Chen replied nonchalantly. This fellow is quite bothersome, Tang Qian'er remarked, her elegance momentarily chilling. She then expressed her concern. Lu Mubai is not easy to deal with. In comparison, Lu Yang is in a completely different league. Since entering the Northern Spirit Academy, Lu Mubai has consistently held the title of the strongest. Over the years, he seems to have never faced defeat. Indeed, Mu Chen, you must exercise greater caution regarding Lu Mubai. This individual has always eluded my comprehension. I have previously engaged him in combat, only to suffer a dismal defeat. And even in that instance, Lu Mubai did not reveal his true prowess. Beside me, Mo Ling spoke with gravity. Senior Mo Ling, you have already attained the late stage of the spiritual movement realm. If Lu Mubai can easily vanquish you, Tan Qingshan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Mo Ling slowly nodded and replied, Lu Mubai has likely ascended to the spiritual will realm. He is indeed formidable. Tang Qian'er's delicate visage also bore a hint of solemnity. If this were indeed the case, it would pose a considerable predicament, for the chasm between the spiritual wheel and spiritual movement realms is exceedingly vast. With this thought, she turned her gaze to Mu Chen, yet the youth's countenance remained remarkably tranquil, a gentle smile gracing his lips. His unspoken calmness and composure seemed to alleviate the concerns harbored by Tang Qian'er, Mo Ling, and Tan Qingshan. Before them stood a boy who exuded a serene magnetism, instilling a belief that he could accomplish feats deemed inconceivable by ordinary standards. While the spiritual will realm is indeed powerful, it is not an insurmountable existence. Though it may pose challenges, should Lu Mubai truly seek to engage, he would also encounter certain consequences. Mu Chen spoke softly, his words devoid of boastfulness. Rather, he asserted that whether on the spiritual path or within this vast world, should anyone harbor intentions against him, they would inevitably pay a price, regardless of the outcome. Let us set aside such matters for now. The cultivation within the Northern Spirit Realm has commenced, and it is time for us to take action. You two are now considered our rivals, remarked Mu Chen with a cheerful smile as he glanced at Mo Ling and Tan Qingshan. Then let us strike first. Mo Ling and Tan Qingshan exchanged glances, and without hesitation they dashed forward. They found themselves at the periphery of the Northern Spirit Realm, where spirit beasts were rather scarce. Only by venturing deeper could they hope to encounter any. Watching the two swiftly disappear from sight, Mu Chen could not help but smile, rubbing his palms together. A flicker of excitement began to surface in his dark eyes. It has been quite a while since I last played the role of a hunter. If I do not act soon, my skills may grow rusty. Let us proceed, he called to Tang Qian'er, quickening his pace. However, instead of following Mo Ling and the others, he took a slightly different route, drawing upon his experiences to seek out the traces of spirit beasts. The two hastened their steps, and after several minutes, they gradually penetrated deeper into the outskirts of the Northern Spirit Realm. The air was filled with distant roars of various beasts echoing around them. Tang Qian'er closely followed Mu Chen, her youthful visage betraying a hint of tension. She understood all too well that in such perilous terrain, being surrounded by spirit beasts could indeed prove fatal. As she nervously surveyed her surroundings, Mu Chen's form suddenly came to a halt ahead of her. Caught off guard, she collided into him, her delicate and supple frame pressing against his back. The softness of the contact caused Mu Chen to blink in surprise, while Tang Qian'er behind him felt her face flush crimson, hastily retreating, only to be caught by Mu Chen's gentle grip on her delicate hand. Shoo! Before Tang Qian'er could struggle, Mu Chen waved his hand lightly, his gaze piercing through the thicket, fixed straight ahead. Following his line of sight, Tang Qian'er beheld a clearing where two creatures, entirely blood-red with a single black horn upon their foreheads, ambled leisurely. They bore a resemblance to both tigers and pigs, their harsh grunting sounds resonating in the air. It is a low-level spirit beast, Blood Pig Tiger, Mu Chen murmured. These two Blood Pig Tigers appeared to possess strength at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm, yet their tough hides and robust physiques could withstand a full-force blow from someone at the late stage of the spirit movement realm. Furthermore, they could become particularly ferocious when provoked. One for each of us. Is that acceptable? Mu Chen inquired, glancing at Tian Can, whose lovely face had paled slightly. Nevertheless, she stubbornly nodded. This was likely her first direct confrontation with such fearsome spirit beasts. Do not be afraid. I am here, Mu Chen reassured her with a smile. Tian Can bit her silver teeth, her fair hand gripping tightly as a short sword slipped from her palm. She was determined not to hinder Mu Chen. For their mutual success, she had to give her all. Charge! Mu Chen exclaimed, his form surging forward. Roar! As Mu Chen made his appearance, the two bloodthirsty pig tigers unleashed their crimson gaze, letting out a thunderous roar. A sinister aura emanated from their bodies, casting a blood-red glow. With earth-shaking strides, one of them charged towards Mu Chen like a streak of red lightning, swift as thunder. Meanwhile, the other was poised to follow, but a sharp fragment of stone, enveloped in spiritual energy, struck it fiercely on the snout, causing it to halt abruptly. Its blood-red eyes turned towards the frail maiden that had appeared, and with a ferocious roar, it lunged forward. Mu Chen fixed his gaze upon the charging blood pig tiger, and instead of displaying any trepidation, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. He stamped his foot, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. As man and beast raced past one another, a tempest stirred, scattering dried leaves in their wake. Just as they were about to collide, Mu Chen abruptly sidestepped, his right hand clenching as a sharp dagger slipped into his grasp, dark spiritual energy swiftly coiling around it. With a deft motion, Mu Chen arced his right hand, and at the moment the blood pig tiger surged past, a flash of black light erupted. A cold gleam sliced through the tiger's eyes, sending blood splattering forth. With a resounding crash, the blood pig tiger collided violently with a massive tree, which toppled with a thunderous roar, causing the earth to tremble. The tiger let out a frantic howl. Its blood-red eyes were now completely blinded by Mu Chen's strike. The agony drove the blood pig tiger to the brink of madness. Relying on the scent in the air, it pivoted and charged at Mu Chen once more, its mane standing erect like steel spikes, resembling a fortress of iron. Facing the frenzied blood-boar tiger, Mu Chen remained remarkably composed. With measured steps, he allowed the beast to charge past him wildly. Each time the blood-boar tiger rushed by, Mu Chen's sharp dagger would draw forth a spray of crimson, scalding blood. As the blood splattered, the beast's momentum gradually waned, clearly beginning to tire. Seizing the moment when the creature staggered, Mu Chen swiftly closed the distance. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as his dagger, enveloped in spiritual energy, gleamed with a sharpness that sent chills through the skin. Like a bolt of lightning, it plunged into the throat of the blood-boar tiger. Scalding blood gushed out along the blade, and the beast let out a piercing howl before its massive body gradually ceased to move. Having dealt with the blood-boar tiger, Mu Chen turned his gaze toward Tian Can. The young girl appeared somewhat disheveled. Although she had managed to leave several bloody marks on the beast's body, these wounds seemed almost insignificant against the thick, rugged hide of the blood-boar tiger. Roar! The blood-boar tiger entangled with Tian Can seemed to have heard the dying howl of its companion. Its blood-red eyes suddenly deepened in color, and its already massive frame swelled even further, as if it had gone berserk. Has it gone mad? Mu Chen raised an eyebrow at the sight. Ah! Tian Can let out a startled cry as her short sword, upon striking the beast's body, was violently repelled, flying out of her hand. She hastily retreated several steps, only to feel a shadow loom over her. A foul stench filled the air as the blood-boar tiger leaped high into the air, descending upon her like a collapsing mountain. As she gazed upon the encroaching shadow, Tian Can felt her delicate face turn pale, her body seemingly frozen in place. Suddenly, a figure dashed past her, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. In his hand, a dagger surged with a dark, ethereal power, resembling a streak of cold, shadowy light, swiftly slicing through the belly of the blood pig tiger. Blood gushed forth, accompanied by the foul stench of entrails and viscera. Mu Chen rolled on the ground with Tian Can, evading the heavy weight of the blood pig tiger. After it crashed to the ground and struggled for a moment, it lay still, evidently devoid of life. With a sigh of relief, Mu Chen noted the demise of the two blood pig tigers. He then felt the girl in his arms stir slightly, prompting him to smile and release her, asking gently, "Are you all right?" Tian Can, her cheeks flushed, shook her head. Her gaze fell upon the lifeless beasts, awe flickering in her beautiful eyes. She understood well that it was Mu Chen's prowess that had allowed them to be dispatched so swiftly. "How are you so formidable? I could hardly fend off one of those blood pig tigers for so long," she exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "Just aim for the vital points, and with a few more hunts you'll grow accustomed to it," Mu Chen replied with a smile, rising to approach the slain blood pig tigers. As his dagger swept across their heads, crimson light erupted, and two orbs, roughly the size of fists, began to ascend slowly. Within these luminous spheres, a miniature blood pig tiger could be discerned, emanating faint yet violent waves of spiritual energy. This was the essence of a spirit beast. Seeing this, Mu Chen couldn't help but smile as he wiped the blood from the dagger, his gaze shifting deeper into the shadows. He licked his lips, the earlier sanguine scent seemingly igniting long-suppressed desires within him. "Let us go, this is just the beginning," he said to Tian Can before stepping forward again. The spirit beasts of such strength still lacked a certain challenge. Chapter 27. Robbery Bang. The ground trembled violently among the carpet of withered leaves, a ferocious roar echoing in the distance. Following the sound, one could see a massive earthy yellow bear, towering several meters high, swinging its colossal paw, akin to a hammer, in a furious assault upon a petite figure before it. In the face of the bear's onslaught, the small figure hastily retreated, a short sword enveloped in spiritual energy, darting forth like a serpent from its lair, carving a white streak through the bear's chest and drawing forth a crimson line of blood. Roar! The sharp pain radiating from its chest drove the bear into a frenzy, its massive paw enveloped in deep yellow spiritual energy. Each strike left profound imprints upon the earth. Should such force land upon the petite figure, it would surely inflict grievous harm. Fortunately, the small figure was remarkably agile, deftly dodging the attacks and seizing the opportunity to inflict further wounds upon the bear's chest with the short sword. Two figures, one large and one small, were entangled in a relentless struggle. After approximately 10 minutes, the colossal bear could no longer endure the exhausting battle, its massive body crashing to the ground like a fallen mountain. The beautiful young girl, witnessing the demise of the giant bear, breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Gasping for breath, she turned her head and noticed a tall youth smiling at her from beneath a nearby tree. "Not bad," Mu Chen remarked as he approached, casting a glance at the bear's lifeless form. He pointed to the blood-stained white markings on its body and said, "However, your strikes lacked decisiveness. This was its vital point. Had you seized a single opportunity, you could have delivered a fatal blow. You expended too much effort earlier. Had this bear been even slightly stronger, it might have been you who was left exhausted." Tian Can looked toward the ground not far away, where another slain bear lay. This one bore a single precise wound on its chest, a blood hole that directly pierced its heart. Clearly, it had been killed with a single strike. This bear was a testament to Mu Chen's prowess. Tian Can had witnessed that swift, ruthless, and precise attack firsthand. The thrill and composure of his lethal blow stood in stark contrast to her own disarray, a testament to the grace she could only aspire to. Despite her outward words, Tian Can felt a twinge of admiration in her heart. Throughout their journey, under Mu Chen's guidance, she had begun to shed the initial fear that had once gripped her. Now, she was even capable of independently hunting low-level spirit beasts of mid-spirit moving realm strength. As for Mu Chen, his handsome visage remained adorned with a tranquil and gentle smile, rendering the dangers that would have sent shivers down her spine seemingly trivial in his eyes. Tian Can gazed at the young man, who was crouched down collecting the essence of the mountain bear, as flecks of light danced upon his form. His serious profile possessed a certain quality that was uncommon among ordinary youths, causing her delicate cheeks to flush slightly. today had proven fruitful. Thus far, they had acquired 8 essence orbs from low-level spirit beasts. Mu Chen secured the mountain bear's essence and rose, smiling at Tang Chen. Upon hearing of their commendable achievement, a smile graced her face as well. The day's bounty was indeed quite satisfying. Let us proceed. The results are secondary. We must seize this opportunity for training, Mu Chen remarked with a grin. Just as he was about to delve deeper, his brow furrowed slightly as his gaze shifted toward the distant right. What is it? Tang Chen inquired, noticing his sudden change. There seems to be some commotion over there. Let us investigate, Mu Chen pondered briefly before gesturing for Tang Chen to follow, quickening his pace toward that direction. Tang Chen promptly kept up with him. In the dense woods, dozens of students from Biling Academy huddled together, their expressions grim as they gazed ahead. There, 10 figures leaned languidly against the trunks of trees, their eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Despite their relaxed demeanor, these individuals exuded an air of competence, their bright, piercing gazes complemented by a faint scent of blood lingering around them. They were, in fact, a group of adventurers. What do you intend to do? In front of the students stood several familiar faces, Mo Ling, Tan Qingshan, and even Jiang Li and Teng Yong, all of whom mirrored the anger and apprehension of their peers as they regarded the adventurers. After all, they were merely youthful individuals, not yet of age, and even in the presence of ferocious spirit beasts, they felt trepidation. The adventurers before them, seasoned and ruthless, radiated a latent ferocity that was enough to instill fear. You little brats, haven't even grown hair. A young man clad in leather armor grinned at the Biling Academy students and languidly remarked, haven't I already made myself clear? Hand over the spirit beast cores you possess. You want to rob us? A boy retorted angrily. Correct. The young man laughed heartily, his companions joining in the mirth, clearly treating the encounter as a source of amusement. We are students of Biling Academy, and our 2 mentors are present. They possess the strength of the divine soul realm. Some students attempted to intimidate the adventurous team by bringing out Mo and another individual. I understand that you are students from the North Spirit Academy, here for cultivation, correct? Has your mentor not informed you that encountering such acts of robbery is also a form of training? The young man smirked, saying, as long as I don't kill you, your mentor will remain indifferent. So, surrender everything lest I be compelled to act. I can be rather brutish. His grin revealed teeth as white as a beast's, sending a chill down the spine. You! Mo Ling could no longer contain his anger, his fists clenched tightly. Do you wish to test your strength? You are also at the late stage of the spirit movement realm, like me. Shall we see who is superior? The young man cast a glance at Mo Ling, his smile chillingly savage. Under that predatory gaze, Mo Ling felt a shiver run through him. Although they were both at the same level, the young man's aura was undeniably formidable, and his companions were equally strong. Mo Ling's eyes flickered, and after a moment, he slowly relaxed his clenched fists, offering a wry smile and a helpless shake of his head towards Tan Qingshan and Jiang Li. Tan Qingshan and the others could only sigh. They understood that they were simply not on the same level as this adventurous team. They resigned themselves to misfortune, considering it a small price to pay to avoid greater calamity. Now, that's a wise choice, the young man remarked, satisfied with their decision to yield, though a taunting smirk lingered at the corners of his mouth. Is this truly the caliber of students from the North Spirit Academy? It is truly disappointing. What are you all doing? Just as Mo Ling and his companions were about to retrieve the spirit essence of the spirit beasts they had painstakingly acquired, a voice filled with curiosity suddenly emerged from behind them. They immediately turned to see Mu Chen and Tang Chen standing nearby, observing them. Upon seeing Mu Chen, Mo Ling and the others first reacted with instinctive delight, but then recalled something, hastily signaling Mu Chen to leave at once. What's wrong? However, it seemed that Mu Chen did not perceive their signals. Instead, he smiled and approached with Tang Chen by his side. Hush, another little lamb has arrived. The young man grinned at Mu Chen, then his gaze shifted to Tang Chen beside him, his eyes instantly brightening. He whistled and teasingly remarked, and there's a little beauty as well. Tang Chen shot an annoyed glare at the young man, but this slight display of anger only rendered him momentarily stunned. As Mu Chen and Tang Chen approached, Mo Ling could only shake his head with a wry smile and recounted the situation. Robbery? You truly have bad luck. Mu Chen chuckled upon hearing this. Aren't you in the same predicament? Jiang Li and the others rolled their eyes, incredulous that he could still find humor in this situation. Hey kid, since you're here, why not take out some spirit essence as well? And let that little beauty hand it over. After all, we can't be unfair. The young man waved his hand, grinning. Do I get some too? Mu Chen furrowed his brow and replied. Who brought you misfortune here, you little brats? You truly are rather foolish. Although you possess some talent, when it comes to taking action, you are sorely lacking, the young man remarked with a hint of exasperation. I have a spirit beast essence, so I'll give it to you, Mu Chen said, shaking his head as he retrieved a spirit beast essence from his pocket and approached the young man. You're hard of hearing. I said for that pretty little thing to bring it over. You're quite annoying, the young man frowned, continuing to prattle on. However, while he was rambling, Mu Chen had already reached him, offering the spirit beast essence. The young man reached out to grasp it, but with his other hand, he swatted at Mu Chen's head in annoyance. Just as his palm was about to make contact with the spirit beast essence, the once smiling dark eyes of the youth turned icy in an instant. With a swift motion, a sharp black light burst forth from his palm, slicing through the young man's hand and causing blood to spatter everywhere. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving almost no one able to react, including some of the companions behind the young man, who stared in shock at the blood that flew past. Amidst the myriad of astonished gazes, the handsome youth looked up and smiled faintly. Sorry, but I've suddenly changed my mind about giving it. Chapter 28. Cooperation in the dense woods. The young man gazed in astonishment at his bloodied palm. Moments later, a surge of excruciating pain emanated from his hand, jolting him back to reality, and the smile that once adorned his face gradually darkened. The companions behind him, including Mo Ling, stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for Mu Chen's sudden aggression and the brutality of his assault. Are you seeking death? The young man stammered, his body trembling slightly, his gloomy expression taking on a hint of menace. Mu Chen cast a calm glance in his direction and remarked, as a somewhat seasoned adventurer, do you not comprehend the principle that one must eventually pay for their misdeeds? Have you never encountered the perils of underestimating your opponents? Ha! What a bold lad! The young man retorted, his anger morphing into a sardonic smile. His companions, eager to intervene, were halted by a mere gesture from him. He tore a piece from his clothing to wrap his bleeding hand, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Mu Chen. You must have an inkling of what is to come, do you not? To strike? Mu Chen replied with a smile. To be honest, your audacity in launching a surprise attack does not incite my wrath. Rather, I find a measure of admiration for your courage. A person devoid of resolve, no matter how gifted, is ultimately worthless. You are unlike those other fools. The youth fixed his gaze upon Mu Chen and said, I am Lin Zhong. While I appreciate your skills, let us be clear. There is a time for admiration and a time for competition. I offer you this opportunity. If you defeat me, you and your companions may leave without consequence, and I shall overlook your previous transgression. However, should you lose, you will forfeit a finger as a lesson. Are there any other options? Mu Chen shrugged and replied, What do you think? Lin Zhong sneered, In that case, let us commence. As Mu Chen's voice echoed in the air, he narrowed his eyes and suddenly lunged forward. His fingers, curled inwards, were enveloped in dark, ethereal energy, generating a fierce gale that surged towards Lin Zhong's throat with the speed of lightning. Do you still wish to continue? However, Lin Zhong was no ordinary student from the Northern Spirit Academy, lacking in practical experience. Having suffered a setback previously, he had grown cautious of Mu Chen. Thus, when Mu Chen launched his sudden attack, he was startled but not flustered. He swiftly raised his arm, channeling his spiritual energy to shield his throat. Thud! Mu Chen's fingers struck Lin Zhong's arm, akin to colliding with steel, causing a slight numbness in his fingertips. Lin Zhong's prowess was indeed formidable. Having reached the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm, to advance further, he would need to enter the spirit will realm. As this thought crossed his mind, Mu Chen wasted no time. He retracted his fingers, transforming them into a fist, enveloping it with spiritual energy, and launched a powerful strike at Lin Zhong's temple. Bang! Lin Zhong swiftly countered with an open palm, meeting Mu Chen's fists head-on. The clash of their spiritual energies erupted into a shockwave, sending a whirlwind of withered leaves swirling into the air. As their fists collided, Mu Chen was immediately jolted back several steps, while Lin Zhong also staggered back a step, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. In that fleeting moment of contact, he could perceive the overwhelming dominance of the dark spiritual power. It was evident that the spiritual technique practiced by the youth before him was far from ordinary. What a remarkable lad! Lin Zhong exclaimed coldly, lunging forward with ferocity, unleashing a torrent of robust spiritual energy. His palms, akin to blades, carved through the air with fierce arcs, mercilessly targeting the vital points of Mu Chen's body. Behind them, Tang Qian'er and Mo Ling watched Lin Zhong's ruthless assault with beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. These individuals were indeed desperate rogues. However, in the face of Lin Zhong's intense onslaught, Mu Chen remained composed and unflustered. He deftly shifted his stance, his dark eyes fixed intently on Lin Zhong's attacks. Occasionally, he transformed his palm strikes into punches, briefly engaging with Lin Zhong's energy, yet retreating almost immediately. It appeared as though he was consistently yielding ground, yet Lin Zhong found himself unable to gain the upper hand. At the rear, Lin Zhong's companions, who had initially approached the scene with a sense of amusement, gradually adopted a more serious demeanor. They exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a measure of surprise. This young man is quite impressive. Despite being in the mid-stage of the spiritual movement realm, he manages to evade Lin Zhong's onslaught. What? The adventurers gasped in astonishment. How could this youth discern Lin Zhong's offensive maneuvers? What remarkable perception he possesses. Lin Zhong was no mere child from the academy. Captain, you must be mistaken, one of them incredulously inquired. The robust man cast a sidelong glance at them, remarking, if this youth also possesses the strength of the late spiritual dynamic stage, none of you will be a match for him. When did the students of the Northern Spiritual Academy become so formidable? Impossible, the adventurers exclaimed, taken aback. Lin Zhong was on the verge of losing his composure. The burly man offered a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly turned their gaze, noticing that Lin Zhong's face was flushed with a crimson hue. A silvery radiance shimmered upon his fist, with a faint, muffled sound akin to thunder rumbling. He's actually going to resort to the thunderclap fist? That's Lin Zhong's trump card. It seems he's indeed been pushed quite far. Boy, try to withstand this move of mine. Lin Zhong's face was flushed, and the silver light on his fist grew increasingly dazzling, as a surge of violent energy emanated outward. Mu Chen observed the silver light upon Lin Zhong's fist, his eyes narrowing slightly as he clenched his right palm. Whoosh! Lin Zhong's figure darted out like an arrow, unleashing a punch that stirred up a torrent of air, the deep rumble of thunder echoing dully. Thunderclap fist. The violent punch, imbued with astonishing power, hurtled directly towards Mu Chen, withering leaves swirling up from the ground like a yellowish-brown tornado, enveloping Lin Zhong's fist as it ferociously struck towards Mu Chen. This astonishing punch sent shivers down the spines of Tang Qian'er and the others. Huff! Mu Chen took a deep breath, as a dark, abyssal light erupted from his palm. In the next instant, he took a step forward, his body akin to a longbow being released, his fist enveloped in black light as he unleashed a punch. Netherworld Death Seal. Dark energy coalesced upon Mu Chen's fist, transforming into a black imprint that radiated with overwhelming spiritual power. In a display of sheer resolve, it collided with Lin Zhong's fist amidst a sea of astonished gazes. A thunderous sound reverberated through the air, as the ground beneath them cracked under the force of their clash, sending violent shockwaves that shattered the surrounding dried leaves into fragments. The expressions of both figures paled momentarily, and as the energy exploded around them, they were violently thrown backward, their steps faltering as they narrowly avoided tumbling to the ground. This fierce confrontation proved to be evenly matched. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The adventurers were astounded that Lin Zhong's formidable attack had yielded no results, while Tang Qian'er and her companions were astonished by Mu Chen's ability to withstand such a fierce onslaught. Lin Zhong steadied himself, his face a tempest of emotions as he regarded Mu Chen, clearly struggling to accept the outcome. Behind him, His companions stepped forward, their gazes hostile as they fixed their eyes on Mu Chen. Observing the scene, Mu Chen let out a cold smirk, his slender fingers pinching together to reveal a fiery red orb that materialized between them, exuding an extremely volatile energy. What? Do you intend to overwhelm me with numbers? Lin Zhong's companions sensed the ferocious spiritual energy emanating from the orb, their expressions shifting in alarm. A spirit-breaking pearl? They hesitated to advance further, their eyes wide with astonishment as they regarded Mu Chen. It became evident why he displayed such fearless confidence. He possessed such a formidable item. Judging by the energy fluctuations from the spirit-breaking pearl, it was likely that even a practitioner of the spirit will realm could be gravely injured if they were not careful. The atmosphere in the arena abruptly turned tense, prompting Tang Qian'er and Mo Ling to swiftly position themselves behind Mu Chen, vigilantly observing the adventurers. Cease this at once. A deep voice suddenly resonated from behind Lin Zhong and the others, as a robust man strode forward, furrowing his brow. What are you doing? We may lose the match, but we cannot afford to disgrace our Thunderbolt team. The adventurers exchanged awkward smiles. Only then did the burly man turn his attention to Mu Chen, smiling as he said, "Young brother, you are quite formidable. Let us conclude today's events here. If my companions have offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive us. You're too kind." Mu Chen replied with a smile, deftly stowing away the shattered spirit pearl. At the very moment he did so, he sensed the tension in the burly man's body easing, indicating a clear apprehension towards the shattered spirit pearl. Mu Chen chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Since there is nothing more, we shall take our leave. With that, he prepared to depart with his companions, as these adventurers were not their allies, and it was prudent to distance themselves for safety. Wait, the burly man, noticing their intent to leave, grew anxious and quickly stepped forward. Mu Chen regarded him with caution, his hand slowly retreating into his sleeve, ready to retrieve the shattered spirit pearl once again. Is there something else? Seeing the wary gaze directed at him, the robust man offered a wry smile, hesitating before speaking. Young brother, I wish to propose a collaboration. Might you be interested? Collaboration. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen's eyebrows immediately arched in surprise. Chapter 29. The Jade Spirit Tree. Cooperation. Mu Chen looked somewhat astonished at the burly man before him, whose square face and thick eyebrows gave him a rugged appearance. What surprised Mu Chen the most was the faint spiritual energy emanating from the man, indicating that he had already reached the spirit will realm. This adventure squad seems quite capable. Haha, young friend, I am Lei Cheng, the leader of the Thunderstorm Squad. The burly man extended a large hand towards Mu Chen with a smile. Mu Chen, a student from the Northern Spirit Academy. I'm just an ordinary student from the Northern Spirit Academy. I'm afraid there's not much I can do to help. As for cooperation, I think it's better to forget it. Mu Chen shook his head. Although he didn't know the specifics of what Lei Cheng meant by cooperation, he was aware that these adventure squads often had complicated entanglements and too many grudges. Getting involved without reason would only bring unnecessary trouble. Seeing Mu Chen's refusal, Lei Cheng glanced around and whispered, "Young friend Mu Chen, to be honest, the reason I suddenly wanted to cooperate with you is because I saw the spirit-breaking pearl in your hand. Our Thunderstorm Squad recently found a valley in the Northern Spirit Plains and discovered some valuable items inside." Mu Chen remained expressionless, smiling without a word. Upon witnessing the scene, Lei Cheng recognized that the youth before him was not an ordinary individual. The young man's inherent temperament was one of arrogance and curiosity. However, Mu Chen exhibited not a trace of interest in the matters being discussed, evidently demonstrating exceptional control over his emotions. In the valley, we discovered a mature jade spirit tree. Lei Cheng was aware that Mu Chen would not act without certainty, and after a brief silence, he spoke softly. Jade spirit tree? At last. Mu Chen's gaze flickered with a hint of intrigue as he turned to Lei Cheng. Mature? Has it borne jade spirit fruits? The jade spirit tree, a rare treasure of nature, holds little allure in its form, yet the fruits it produces are imbued with nurturing spiritual power, greatly benefiting cultivators below the divine soul realm. Currently, Mu Chen was preparing to cultivate the second level of the soul-severing seal, but his strength was still limited, and he lacked the necessary spiritual energy. Thus, he required external aid, and the jade spirit fruits could indeed alleviate his pressing needs. Although we did not approach closely, our observations suggested that the jade spirit tree was likely quite mature. Lei Cheng nodded in affirmation and inquired, "Are there any guarding spirit beasts?" "It is precisely because of those creatures," Lei Cheng replied with a wry smile. "In that valley, there are at least 100 fire spirit monkeys. And most troubling of all, there is a fire spirit monkey king that has reached the intermediate level of spirit beast, possessing strength approximately in the mid-stage of the spirit will realm, surpassing even my own abilities. 100 fire spirit monkeys? And a fire spirit monkey king?" Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Although the fire spirit monkey was a low-level spiritual beast, some of the mature ones could reach the late stage of the spiritual movement realm. The sheer number of them gathered together posed a considerable challenge, especially with the presence of a fire spirit monkey king. The true difficulty lay not only in the formidable strength of the fire spirit monkey king, but also in its ability to command the other fire spirit monkeys. Mu Chen spoke softly, acknowledging that while the fire spirit monkeys were numerous, they lacked significant intelligence and could be easily dealt with when scattered. However, under the command of the fire spirit monkey king, the situation transformed. The fire spirit monkey king possessed a degree of spiritual awareness. Though not as cunning as a human, its ability to lead 100 fire spirit monkeys into battle would likely shatter the thunderstorm squad before them. Lei Cheng cast a surprised glance at Mu Chen, clearly astonished that this seemingly young lad possessed as much knowledge about these spiritual beasts as the seasoned hunters did. "My broken spirit orb can inflict severe damage on mid-level spiritual beasts, yet killing one might still prove challenging," Mu Chen pondered. "Never fear. As long as we can severely injure the fire spirit monkey king, our chances of victory will significantly increase," Lei Cheng replied with a confident smile. He was, after all, in the early stage of the spirit will realm. While he might not match the fully empowered fire spirit monkey king, he believed he could manage to inflict substantial injury. Given that, Mu Chen smiled slightly, his expression cunning as that of a little fox. "Shall we discuss the rewards, then? You must understand that to accomplish this task, I would at the very least need to part with a broken spirit orb, which is not inexpensive. At times, even having money does not guarantee acquisition." With a wry smile, Lei Cheng no longer regarded Mu Chen as a mere youth and harbored no intention of deceiving him. "Young friend, state your price. If it's agreeable, I naturally won't object." Mu Chen deliberated for a moment before responding. "I desire 30% of the jade spirit fruits from the jade spirit tree. This price shouldn't be exorbitant, as I recognize that your Thundering Fury squad is the main force, and thus the lion's share goes to you." "Your heart is indeed quite dark." Lei Cheng grinned, but after some contemplation, he nodded in agreement. This price was not unacceptable, considering they would receive the bulk of the reward. "Let's proceed in that manner. I also need to bring a few companions. Is that permissible?" Mu Chen inquired with a smile. Despite the initial amicable exchange, he knew it was prudent to be wary of others. Venturing alone with them would be too risky. "Acceptable, but you must be aware of the fire spirit ape strength. Those without the ability to protect themselves would only become a burden," Lei Cheng cautioned. Mu Chen nodded in agreement and turned to face Tang Qianer, Mo Ling, and the others who were unaware of the negotiations between Mu Chen and Lei Cheng. However, judging by their expressions, the atmosphere seemed cordial, and the fact that they hadn't resorted to violence was already a positive sign. "We're about to embark on a perilous yet potentially rewarding endeavor. I intend to collaborate with the Thundering Fury squad on a mission. If any of you are interested in joining me, the compensation will be very gratifying. However, there are 2 prerequisites. First, you must obey my commands, and second, you must possess a minimum cultivation of the spirit-reaching stage's intermediate level. Are there any volunteers?" Mu Chen asked, surveying Mo Ling and the others. Mo Ling and the others were taken aback. Mu Chen was actually considering cooperating with these individuals? "I'll go." Tang Qianer was the first to raise her delicate, fair hand, smilingly declaring, "I shall also participate." Mo Ling contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Being at the late stage of the spirit movement realm, he fully met the criteria. He understood Mu Chen's discerning eye. If even he expressed satisfaction with the rewards, they were likely to be substantial. Tan Qingshan, on the other hand, felt a twinge of regret, recognizing that with his initial stage of the spirit movement realm, his involvement would only lead to complications. Zhang Li and Teng Yong exchanged glances, hesitating for quite some time, before suddenly steeling themselves and stating, "We shall join as well." Subsequently, 3 more youths of mid-level spirit movement prowess decided to participate, bringing the total to 8 on Mu Chen's side. This assembly was commendable. Even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, they would possess ample room for maneuver. This youth displays a level of caution and sophistication that surpasses our own. When did the North Spirit Academy produce such students? Lei Chang shook his head slightly, realizing that Mu Chen's earlier remarks were clearly directed at them. Should they dare to act recklessly, that formidable expert of the Divine Soul Realm would undoubtedly ensure they had no chance of escaping the North Spirit Plains. Tan Qingshan nodded in agreement and, upon seeing Mu Chen wave his hand, ceased his lingering presence, departing alongside the other students. "Let us also set forth," Mu Chen said, turning to Lei Chang with a smile. "Indeed, let us proceed." Lei Chang nodded, beckoning to the members of the Thunderbolt Squad, and then took the lead as the group swiftly ventured into the dense forest, disappearing from sight in a matter of moments. As they journeyed onward, Mu Chen finally revealed the matter concerning the Jade Spirit Tree to Tang Qian'er and the others. Upon hearing the mention of the Jade Spirit Fruit, their eyes evidently sparkled with excitement, for they were well aware of the immense benefits such spiritual fruits would bestow upon them. Mu Chen is truly a man of honor. He hasn't forgotten us in such fortuitous circumstances, remarked Mo Ling with palpable enthusiasm. Beside them, Zhang Li and Teng Yong wore slightly flushed expressions. Previously, their attitude towards Mu Chen had not been particularly favorable, yet now they found themselves beneficiaries of his kindness, leaving them feeling somewhat uneasy. "Do you really think you can receive it without effort? Just follow the instructions. Should anything go awry, your lives might be at stake." Mu Chen chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, we shall heed your commands," Mo Ling responded, with Zhang Li and Teng Yong nodding vigorously in agreement. Observing their reactions, Mu Chen smiled and continued to focus on the journey ahead. As the group traversed through dense thickets, they encountered several obstructive spirit beasts along the way. However, before Mu Chen and his companions could intervene, these lower-tier spirit beasts were swiftly dispatched by the Thunderstorm Squad, their efficient methods leaving Mo Ling and the others in awe, making them acutely aware of the disparity in their abilities. With their rapid pace, approximately half an hour later, the signs of human presence began to dwindle significantly, and the occasional roar of beasts echoed through the air. By this point, even the Thunderstorm Squad adopted a more cautious demeanor. After navigating through the thickets once more, the landscape suddenly opened up before them. A stream flowed gently over the rocky terrain, and across from them lay a small valley, from which sharp cries of monkeys resonated. Gazing upon the small valley, Lei Chang halted his steps, turning to nod at Mu Chen, signaling their destination had been reached. The Jade Spiritual Tree resided within this very valley. Please vote and add to your favorites. Chapter 30. Valley of the Hunted Apes. The valley's entrance was narrow, flanked by dense, overhanging branches and piles of jagged rocks, effectively concealing it from casual observation. It was evident that the Violent Thunder Squad had invested considerable effort in locating this place, which harbored a substantial number of fire spirit apes.
Mu Chen.
Standing at a distance from the entrance, inhaled deeply, detecting a pungent, musky odor, confirming that the valley contained a greater number of fire spirit apes than Lei Chang had indicated. "Prepare yourselves," Lei Chang instructed, gesturing for Lin Zhong and the others to gather dry firewood from the surroundings, piling it outside the valley before igniting it. "Cover your mouths and noses, and try to hold your breath." Lei Chang produced several dark gray pills from his pouch, releasing a potent aroma that induced a drowsy sensation. Lin Zhong and the others had already retrieved scraps of cloth, wetting them in a nearby stream and distributing them among the group. Seeing everyone prepared, Lei Chang tossed the pills into the fire, causing the intense fragrance to permeate the air. Together, channel your spiritual energy to blow the smoke into the valley. With a sharp command, Lei Chang took the initiative to strike first. His sleeves billowed, unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual energy that summoned a fierce wind, laden with thick smoke, racing into the heart of the valley. Mu Chen and the others promptly followed suit, channeling their own spiritual forces to conjure gusts of wind, enveloping the valley in waves of mist, swiftly diminishing the once rumbling cries of the apes. Watching the valley, Lei Chang paused for a moment, straining his ears to discern any sounds from within, before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, he instructed, "Let us proceed, but be cautious. Move." The eager group nodded excitedly, their spirits ignited, as they gracefully dashed through the valley entrance, plunging into the depths of the gorge. As they entered, a haze enveloped the valley, revealing the ground strewn with slumbering fire apes. Evidently, the hypnotic potion employed by Lei Chang and his companions had proven exceedingly effective. The Yuling tree lies deep within the valley. We must hasten, for this hypnosis cannot last indefinitely, Lei Chang urged, quickening his pace as he leaped over the slumbering fire apes, heading deeper into the valley. Mu Chen and his team closely followed, but just as they ventured further in, a low growl erupted from the rocky cliffs, accompanied by a gust of hot wind. Suddenly, a colossal fire ape lunged toward Tang Chenner, who was positioned behind Mu Chen. The sudden attack startled Tang Chenner. In a flurry of motion, she raised her delicate hand, and the short sword, enveloped in spiritual energy, shot forth. However, it merely left a superficial wound on the fiery spirit ape. Although it did not inflict significant damage upon the creature, the sword nonetheless succeeded in momentarily halting its advance. At that moment, Mu Chen sprang into action, his foot firmly planted on the ground, and with the agility of a spiritual monkey, he leapt forward. Grasping his hand, a sharp dagger slipped from his sleeve, shrouded in dark spiritual energy, glinting with a chilling light as it swiftly darted between the fiery spirit ape's eyes. As blood sprayed forth, the creature let out a piercing roar, but before the sound could fully escape, the dagger, gleaming coldly, pierced its throat, silencing its cry. With a resounding crash, the massive body of the fiery spirit ape collapsed heavily, crushing the rocks beneath it, while Mu Chen gracefully descended beside it, wiping the blood from the dagger. He turned to the still terrified Tang Chenner and inquired, "Are you all right?" Indeed, it was not only they who were taken aback. Even the members of the Thunderbolt squad were momentarily stunned by Mu Chen's swift reaction and decisive action. Impressive. That fiery spirit ape likely possessed the strength of a late-stage spirit movement realm, Lei Chang remarked, giving Mu Chen a thumbs up with a smile. Its speed was hampered by the smoke. Otherwise, I would not have been able to strike so easily. Mu Chen shook his head, noting that although the fiery spirit ape had withstood the smoke's hypnotic effects, it was still affected. The potency of the sedative is ultimately limited. Even a fire spirit ape of such formidable strength, having reached the late stage of the spirit movement realm, can resist its effects. Deep within the valley, it is likely that there are no fewer than 20 of such powerful fire spirit apes. Fortunately, although they remain unhypnotized, their strength is somewhat diminished, making them manageable adversaries. Lei Chang nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly crouched down, his gaze fixed intently on the distance, his expression growing increasingly grave. Our predicament lies with that colossal creature. Mu Chen also squinted his eyes towards the horizon, where the mist had substantially dispersed at the valley's end, revealing a massive crimson silhouette, larger than the other fire spirit apes. This giant figure radiated a fiery glow, as if clad in a coat of blazing armor. Though it was half-seated on the ground, an aura of ferocity emanated from it, palpable even from afar. The violent fluctuations of its spiritual energy were far beyond those of ordinary fire spirit apes. It was evident that this imposing figure was the ruler of the valley, the fire spirit ape king. As Mu Chen felt the oppressive force of its spiritual energy, his expression turned serious. Beside him, Mo Ling and the others exchanged glances that betrayed a flicker of fear. After all, this was a mid-level spiritual beast. Mu Chen observed the fire spirit ape king for a moment, then shifted his gaze behind the colossal creature, where he noticed a crack in the mountainside, approximately 2 zhang wide. From within this fissure, a small tree, about a zhang in height, extended forth. The small tree, radiant and pure as if sculpted from jade, was adorned with lush green foliage, revealing hints of emerald hues. Nestled among the vibrant leaves were round, resplendent fruits, whose fragrant aroma wafted through the air, captivating the senses even from a distance. Indeed, it was the jade spirit tree. Mu Chen gazed upon the enchanting tree, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes. It was evident that the jade spirit tree had matured, for a cursory glance suggested that there were no fewer than 30 of those precious jade spirit fruits. The prospect of this collaboration was undeniably enticing. Young brother, I will lead 5 members of my team to confront the Fire Spirit Ape King, while the other 5 will assist your companions in dealing with the awakened Fire Spirit Apes surrounding us. At that moment, you shall await the opportune moment to employ the Spirit-Breaking Pearl, in hopes of delivering a decisive blow to the Fire Spirit Ape King. Lei Chang observed for a moment longer before speaking with gravity. Indeed, Mu Chen nodded thoughtfully, adding, if unforeseen circumstances arise, I recommend an immediate retreat. Should you become overly attached to the Jade Spirit fruits, I shall lead my team away first. The loss of the Spirit-Breaking Pearl will be regarded as a mere sacrifice, for while the Jade Spirit fruits are invaluable, one's life holds far greater significance. Upon hearing this, Lei Chang let out a wry smile and nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that if it came to such an unfortunate turn of events, it would simply be a stroke of bad luck. Prepare for action. With a wave of his hand, Lei Chang summoned a surge of spiritual energy within the 5 members of the Thunderbolt Squad, who cautiously approached the depths where the Fire Spirit Ape King awaited. Although a faint mist envelopes the valley, the Fire Spirit Ape King is clearly not an ordinary creature of its kind. As Lei Chang and his companions approached within several dozen yards of it, the beast suddenly sensed their presence, its scarlet eyes fixating on them. A fierce rage erupted within those eyes, indicating that these audacious intruders had provoked its ire. With a thunderous roar, the Fire Spirit Ape King unleashed its fury from its fearsome maw, extending its long arms to seize a massive boulder, which it hurled towards Lei Chang with tremendous force, the sound of the air being split resonating ominously. Kill! Lei Chang bellowed, propelling himself forward with swift determination. Grasping a blood-red blade that materialized in his hand, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, cleaving the enormous rock as if it were mere parchment. Undeterred, he charged ahead, directly aimed at the Fire Spirit Ape King, followed closely by the other members of the Thunderbolt Squad. Upon collision, a fierce battle erupted, with waves of spiritual power surging forth, and blades of light slicing through the air with a speed akin to lightning, striking at the body of the Fire Spirit Ape King. Meanwhile, Mo Ling and 5 other members of the Thunderbolt Squad engaged the awakened fire spirits, preventing them from interfering in the fray. At a distance, Mu Chen stood vigil, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the battlefield. Between his fingers, the fiery broken spirit pearl pulsed with chaotic energy, radiating an intense aura of power. The shattered spiritual orb possesses the formidable power to severely injure a formidable opponent of the spirit wheel realm. However, it exists in singularity. Thus, one must seize the opportune moment, for should it be squandered, this endeavor shall undoubtedly culminate in failure. The clash with the Fire Spirit Ape King is intensely brutal. Lin Zhong and his 5 comrades from the Thunderstorm Squad exert every ounce of their strength in their attacks. Although they manage to leave several wounds upon the Fire Spirit Ape King's body, their hands, gripping the hilts of their blades, are drenched in blood, evidently injured from the backlash. It is apparent that without Lei Chang withstanding the majority of the Fire Spirit Ape King's assaults, they would scarcely have been able to approach such a colossal foe. Thunderblade, strangle. After a prolonged entanglement, Lei Chang feels a numbness in his arms and bellows with determination. Boom! As his voice reverberates, Lin Zhong and the others suddenly advance a step, their long blades crackling with lightning. They then unleash their full might in a singular strike, and 5 beams of blade light, akin to lightning, surge forth, cleaving into the back of the Fire Spirit Ape King. Sizzle! The Fire Spirit Ape King's back, as resilient as metal, is unexpectedly cleaved open by the united effort of the 5, blood gushing forth immediately. Roar! The excruciating pain radiating from its back provokes a furious roar from the Fire Spirit Ape King. It swings its massive arms, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy, causing Lin Zhong and his comrades to spew blood and be hurled backward. Beast, meet your demise! Lei Chang leaps forward, issuing a thunderous shout as he strikes with his long blade. The entirety of his spiritual energy surges forth, and an ethereal blade of energy, nearly 10 feet long, materializes above his weapon, descending furiously upon the Fire Spirit Ape King. Clang! The Fire Spirit Ape King possessed astonishing speed. Sensing the ferocity of Lei Chang's assault, it immediately crossed its arms, forming a shield-like barrier that forcefully deflected the razor-sharp blade. The knife's edge penetrated its flesh, yet it did not sever its limbs. Mu Chen.
Lei Ching bellowed.
As soon as his roar echoed, Mu Chen, who had been gathering energy nearby, suddenly darted forth, his figure resembling that of a nimble monkey as he appeared behind the fire spirit ape king. With his fingers enveloped in dark, ethereal energy, akin to sharp daggers, he plunged them into the wound on its back. Blood gushed forth as Mu Chen swiftly withdrew, a surge of intensely violent spiritual energy emanating from the fire spirit ape king's injury. Boom! The moment that energy erupted, a tremendous shockwave of spiritual force exploded forth, as if the fire spirit ape king's back had detonated, sending flesh and blood flying, while the rocks beneath were shattered by the force. Roar! The fire spirit ape king let out a frenzied howl, yet its back was gushing blood, appearing as though a massive gash had been torn open. It staggered a few steps before finally collapsing to the ground. As Mu Chen landed, he gazed at the fallen fire spirit ape king and exhaled in relief. Success! Lin Zhong and the others, witnessing this scene, were instantly flooded with elation, and even Lei Cheng wore a smile of profound relief. However, just as they began to relax, Mu Chen's expression suddenly changed when he noticed a faint red glow emanating from the fire spirit ape king's body. Be careful! Lei Cheng also sensed the change and became tense immediately. The crimson light enveloped the body of the fire spirit ape king, and at that moment, the blood that had been spilling from its back abruptly ceased. Lin Zhong and his companions were struck with terror as they witnessed the fire spirit ape king unsteadily rise once more. The fiery red fur upon its body began to grow gradually. With a thunderous roar, the fire spirit ape king threw its head back, and amidst the crimson glow, a faint emerald shimmer flickered, reminiscent of the hue of the jade spirit fruit. In the midst of its roar, the aura of the fire spirit ape king surged dramatically. Damn it, it has broken through at this moment. Lei Cheng's expression shifted drastically as he sensed the escalating aura of the fire spirit ape king. Mu Chen's countenance also grew grave. It seemed that this beast had consumed a considerable amount of jade spirit fruit, and the situation had truly become troublesome. Chapter 31. Driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf, the valley trembled as if in response to the intensity of the moment. The already formidable stature of the fire spirit ape king appeared even more ferocious, its grotesque beastly visage radiating a violent and menacing aura. Mu Chen, Lei Cheng, and the others watched with grave expressions as the fire spirit ape king's presence grew increasingly astonishing. Who could have anticipated that it would break through at such a critical juncture? Judging by this aura, it seemed that the fire spirit ape king had reached the pinnacle of a mid-level spirit beast, comparable to a formidable warrior in the later stages of the spirit will realm. The later stages of the spirit will realm? Mu Chen and Lei Cheng exchanged glances, both inwardly lamenting their dire fortune at encountering such an improbable event. Captain, what should we do? Lin Zhong and the others inquired, their expressions a shade pale. Lei Cheng contemplated for a moment and resolutely replied, "The fire spirit ape king is on the verge of a breakthrough and has already sustained serious injuries. Let us make one more attempt. If we cannot overcome it, we shall retreat." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhong and the others nodded in agreement. The unexpected turn of events left them uneasy. Although they were reluctant to part with the jade spirit fruit, their lives took precedence. Mu Chen signaled to Tang Chener and the others in the distance, indicating that they should retreat immediately if the situation deteriorated. Suddenly, the fire spirit ape king emitted a furious roar, its blood-red eyes fixated intensely on Mu Chen, as if it harbored a vivid memory of the grievous wounds inflicted upon it earlier. The fire spirit ape king, known for its relentless grudge and lack of cunning intelligence, regarded Mu Chen as a target that must be obliterated. In a fit of rage, it launched the first attack, seizing a massive boulder of considerable size and wielding it as a weapon, aiming a fierce blow at Mu Chen. Observing this, Mu Chen deftly propelled himself backward, narrowly evading the ape's ferocious onslaught. He knew better than to allow this formidable creature, with its late-stage spirit will strength, to make contact. A single hit could prove fatal or grievous. Seeing the fire spirit ape king charge towards Mu Chen, Lei Cheng and the others hurriedly intervened. To their astonishment, no matter how they attacked, the fire spirit ape king paid them no heed, fixated solely on mercilessly pummeling Mu Chen, forcing him into a precarious situation. This revelation drained the color from their faces. Should the hundreds of fire spirit monkeys in the valley awaken, their chances of escape would be utterly extinguished. Captain, if the fire spirit monkey king continues to roar, all those monkeys will surely awaken. Lin Zhong and the others exclaimed in alarm. Mu Chen, too, recognized the gravity of the situation, his expression growing increasingly somber. His gaze flickered momentarily towards the jade spirit tree nestled within the crevice of the mountain wall, and with a sudden determination he declared, "Brother Lei Chang, I will lure the fire spirit monkey king away. You all must swiftly retrieve the jade spirit fruit." What? Lei Chang and the others gasped in astonishment. The fire spirit monkey king possessed strength at the late stage of the spirit will realm, while Mu Chen was merely at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm. Should he attempt to draw it away alone, it would undoubtedly be perilous. There is no time. Mu Chen insisted, his voice resolute. The fire spirit monkey king has locked onto me. You won't be able to divert its attention. As his words fell, dark spiritual energy coiled around his legs, and his speed surged dramatically, propelling him like an arrow out of the valley. Behind him, the fire spirit monkey king, with no hesitation, roared and gave chase. Lei Chang and the others stood in stunned silence as they watched Mu Chen flee the valley with the fire spirit monkey king in pursuit. Finally, gritting his teeth, Lei Chang urged, "Hurry, we must act swiftly. Lin Zhong, you and the others go and intercept the awakening fire spirit monkeys while I retrieve the jade spirit fruit." Understood. Lin Zhong and the others wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, nodding urgently before rushing towards the swaying fire spirit monkeys that were beginning to rise. Regazing at the valley's edge, Lei Chang offered a rueful smile, silently imploring that Mu Chen remain unharmed, lest the Northern Spiritual Academy seek retribution upon them. Deep within the forest, the earth trembled as a colossal, fiery silhouette, brimming with savage energy, relentlessly charged forward. Trees along its path were violently uprooted, yet it remained heedless, its crimson eyes fixated on the diminutive figure ahead, nimbly evading like a nimble monkey. Such commotion inevitably drew the attention of the forest's spiritual beasts, but the fire spiritual ape king, having reached the pinnacle of intermediate-level spiritual beasts, stood as a paramount entity in the outer reaches of the northern spiritual plane. Consequently, the other beasts, intimidated by its ferocious aura, dared not approach, instead passively observing the pursuit of the human by the beast into the depths. This accursed beast is relentless. After a frenzied dash of nearly 10 minutes, Mu Chen, noting the fire spiritual ape king's unwavering pursuit, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Suddenly, a gust of fierce wind surged from behind as the fire spiritual ape king hoisted a massive tree, hurling it towards him with brutal force. Mu Chen swiftly lunged forward, somersaulting across the ground to narrowly evade the tumbling tree amidst the earth's quaking. As Mu Chen rolled past a thicket of weeds, he abruptly plucked a handful of dark leaves, stuffing them into his bosom before resuming his frantic flight. In the midst of his frantic dash, Mu Chen's dark eyes sparkled with determination. His decision to lure the fire spirit ape king was not a display of bravado, but rather a testament to his considerable experience in such matters. Throughout his journey in the spirit path, he had encountered similar situations more times than he could count. He was now nearing the heart of the North Spirit Plane, a realm likely to be inhabited by spirit beasts capable of rivaling the fire spirit ape king. These spirit beasts possessed an acute sense of territoriality, and upon discovering the intrusion of the fire spirit ape king, they would undoubtedly respond with hostility. At that moment, an opportunity to evade this formidable creature would present itself. Thoughts raced through Mu Chen's mind as he summoned all the spiritual energy within him. The great Buddhist pagoda technique activated at this critical juncture, and perhaps due to the life and death stakes, Mu Chen sensed that the technique's operational speed had significantly increased. Waves of spiritual energy surged through his limbs, preventing him from succumbing to exhaustion. However, despite the formidable prowess of the great Buddhist pagoda technique, he was still only in the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm, a stark contrast to the late-stage spirit will realm of the advanced spirit beast he faced. As time wore on, Mu Chen began to feel his strength waning. Suddenly, just as Mu Chen sensed that the situation was becoming dire, a low howl echoed from the distant forest, carrying a warning tone. At last, they had arrived. Upon hearing the bestial roar, Mu Chen's eyes gleamed with elation as he quickened his pace, leaping towards the thicket. In the instant he plunged into the undergrowth. He swiftly retrieved a handful of dark foliage from his bosom, crushing it within his palm. The acrid, ebony sap splattered forth, coating his form. Just as Mu Chen completed this action, a colossal, sable silhouette burst forth before him. The creature, seemingly unconcerned with the diminutive human, fixed its gaze upon the formidable fire spirit ape king that was barreling towards them. It was a unicorn dragon leopard. Mu Chen, too, turned his attention to the ebon behemoth. It resembled a panther, distinguished by a solitary horn, and was clad in an impenetrable carapace. Its tail, moreover, brandished crocodilian barbs akin to iron spikes. A surge of untamed spiritual energy emanated from within its frame. Mu Chen observed the unicorn dragon leopard, his brow furrowing slightly. While this hulking beast was indeed an intermediate spirit animal, its strength appeared to be merely at the initial spiritual rotation stage, a far cry from the fire spirit ape king's might. Roar! The unicorn dragon leopard fixed its gaze upon the onrushing fire spirit ape king, emitting a menacing roar from its cavernous maw in an attempt to deter it. However, the fire spirit ape king was already consumed by rage. Anyone who dared obstruct its path to rending Mu Chen asunder would first meet its wrath. Thus, upon seeing the unicorn dragon leopard daring to impede its advance, it unleashed a savage bellow. Its immense body catapulted into the air, and fiery spiritual energy coalesced beneath its massive bestial paw. Finally, like a miniature meteor, it slammed ferociously into the unicorn dragon leopard's flank. Bang! At that moment, the earth was blasted into a massive crater. The surrounding trees were instantly uprooted and snapped in half. Mu Chen watched in stunned disbelief as the unicorn dragon panther emitted a sorrowful, agonized roar. Its body was sent hurtling backward, its entire torso shattered by the fire spirit ape king's brutally savage strike. Even its iron armor was pulverized. What a ruthless beast! Mu Chen couldn't help but gasp, witnessing the unicorn dragon panther being instantly slain by the fire spirit ape king's blow. This thing was far too fragile. I was hoping it could at least delay him. The fire spirit ape king, having obliterated the unicorn dragon panther with one strike, turned its bloodshot, ferocious gaze upon Mu Chen. The latter sensed the ominous shift and, just as he was about to flee once more, a roar filled with extreme fury echoed from the depths of the forest. Roar! The roar was imbued with astonishing spiritual energy fluctuations. As it reverberated through the air, it stirred up a veritable tempest. The sheer pressure of the spiritual energy caused Mu Chen's face to pale instantly. A high-level spirit beast. A spiritual divinity realm powerhouse. Boom! A silver blur shot forth from the depths of the forest with incredible speed. In mere moments, it materialized in the clearing. Mu Chen swiftly lowered himself, peering through the undergrowth. He observed that the silver figure was identical to the previous unicorn dragon panther, only far larger in size. Upon its head, the single horn gleamed with a silvery luminescence. This is a high-level spirit beast, the silver horned dragon panther? A sudden tremor coursed through Mu Chen's heart as he cast a glance at the lifeless body of the deceased unicorn leopard. His gaze then shifted to the silver-horned leopard, which was fixated on the fire spirit ape king with a gaze filled with blood-red hatred. It dawned on him with startling clarity that the fire spirit ape king had, in fact, slain the offspring of the silver-horned leopard. Mu Chen quietly crouched down, smearing the pungent black liquid over his body to mask his scent, holding his breath tightly. With a look of sympathy and pity, he gazed at the fire spirit ape king. My friend, you are doomed. Chapter 32. Dividing the spoils deep within the forest. A tempest of violent spiritual energy surged like a ferocious wind, and the overwhelming pressure of this power rendered the sounds of the forest eerily silent. In the distance, several spirit beasts fled in a panic, having sensed the wrath of the silver-horned leopard. The once vividly crimson eyes of the fire spirit ape king dimmed significantly under the weight of this spiritual pressure, and a hint of fear flickered across its grotesque visage. Though it had just ascended to the peak of a mid-level spirit beast, the silver-horned leopard before it was undeniably a genuine high-level spirit beast. The massive form of the fire spirit ape king shrank slightly, its intense wariness fixated on the silver-horned leopard, and there were subtle signs of retreat, clearly indicating its intention to flee. Roar! However, The recently bereaved silver-horned dragon leopard was evidently not inclined to let the perpetrator before it escape easily. Its cold, beastly gaze was filled with unbridled fury and cruelty, as its sharp claws slowly scraped against the ground, emanating waves of tumultuous spiritual energy that surged forth relentlessly. Suddenly, the fire spirit ape king turned and fled. The ferocity it had exhibited while pursuing Mu Chen had vanished without a trace. Under the looming threat of death, it appeared to have entirely forgotten Mu Chen. The silver-horned dragon leopard coldly regarded the fleeing fire spirit ape king, its massive form slightly crouching. In the next instant, its spiritual energy burst forth like a flood, enveloping it in a resplendent silver light. A muffled sound echoed as the silver-horned dragon leopard transformed into a streak of silver light, shooting forth with astonishing speed. In an instant, the silver light tore through the air at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. Before Mu Chen could react, a piercing sound of tearing filled the air. He turned his gaze to see the fire spirit ape king had ceased its flight, a gaping blood hole about half a meter wide appearing on its back, its innards completely obliterated. With a thunderous crash, the colossal body of the fire spirit ape king collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth, clearly indicating the cessation of its breath. One strike, instant annihilation. Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Was this the power of a high-level spirit beast? It was indeed terrifying, he marveled inwardly. Yet his prostrate form remained utterly still, even his breaths minimized to the barest whisper, as the spiritual energy within him was entirely drawn into his dantian. At this moment, should he be discovered by the silver-horned dragon leopard, his fate would likely be no better than that of the fire spirit monkey king. Mu Chen watched intently as the silver-horned dragon leopard vanished from sight, refraining from rising immediately. Instead, he patiently lingered for approximately 10 minutes before cautiously standing up. With vigilant eyes scanning his surroundings, he swiftly approached the lifeless form of the fire spirit monkey king. Drawing forth his dagger, he severed the creature's head, and in an instant, a brilliant crimson light erupted forth. This was the essence of the fire spirit monkey king, a radiant glow resembling flames, from which a diminutive fire spirit monkey emerged, exuding a potent wave of spiritual energy. With a deft motion, Mu Chen tucked the essence of the fire spirit monkey king into his bosom, before using the dagger to decapitate the head completely. Having accomplished this, he prepared to depart, when suddenly his steps faltered. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way back to the spot where the unicorn dragon leopard had perished, where the ground still bore the remnants of thick crimson blood. Mu Chen retrieved a vial and carefully collected the blood before securing it within his cloak, then swiftly turned to leave. Meanwhile, as Mu Chen dealt with his pressing troubles, an upheaval arose within the valley. The tranquility that had once enveloped the area was shattered by the furious roars of the giant crimson apes, glaring angrily at the humans deep within the valley. They seized massive boulders, hurling them relentlessly, forcing the multitude of individuals in the depths of the valley into a state of disarray. Damn it! These beasts have all awakened. Lin Zhong and his companions deftly evaded the colossal boulders, their expressions darkening as they beheld the throng of fire spirit monkeys in the distance. Following Mu Chen's diversion of the fire spirit monkey king, they had hastened their pace. Yet they were taken aback by the relentless awakening of these hypnotized monkeys, now effectively cornering them. What should they do now? Tang Qian'er and Mo Ling appeared somewhat pallid. Their psychological fortitude was, after all, not on par with that of Lin Zhong and his group. The current scene left them feeling a touch weak in the knees. We must prepare to charge through, Lei Cheng declared solemnly. Behind him, he bore a bundle from which a verdant glow continuously seeped, accompanied by a fragrant aroma that wafted through the air. Lin Zhong, keep a close watch on them and ensure nothing goes awry. Despite their seasoned expertise, Lei Cheng understood that Tang Qian'er and her companions were inexperienced novices. Should they inadvertently plunge into the midst of the fire spirit monkeys, they would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. Understood, Lin Zhong and his group nodded, no longer mocking the Northern Academy students for their lack of courage. The bravery displayed by Mu Chen in single-handedly luring away the fire spirit monkey king had stirred even their hearts. They realized that had it not been for Mu Chen's audacious act, they would likely be facing dire straits today. Let us proceed. Gripping his long blade, Lei Cheng's gaze sharpened, and a formidable surge of spiritual energy emanated from him. He charged ahead, cleaving through the horde of fire spirit monkeys, the blade's brilliance carving a path through the chaos. Bang! 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 Although Lei Chang, a strong cultivator at the initial stage of the spirit will realm, was leading the team, the sheer number of fire spirit apes proved overwhelming. Before long, members of the Thunderstorm Squad began to sustain injuries, yet they gritted their teeth and held on, their hands gripping long swords that dripped with blood. Damn it! Lei Chang cleaved a fire spirit ape in two with a single strike, but more of the creatures surged forward, prompting him to curse in frustration. Anxiety began to gnaw at him. Could it be that they were destined to perish in this valley today? Tang Qian'er and Mo Ling, their faces pale, gazed at the ferocious fire spirit apes surrounding them. Just as despair began to take hold, they noticed the ape horde ahead suddenly erupt into chaos. The fire spirit apes, as if terrified by something, scattered in all directions, emitting fearful screeches. Lei Chang and the others stared in astonishment, their eyes drawn to a slender figure leaping into view. It was Mu Chen. At the sight of the familiar figure, Tang Qian'er and the others were filled with joy. Though they knew Mu Chen's strength paled in comparison to Lei Cheng's, the confidence he inspired in them far surpassed that of their leader. What is he holding? Lin Zhong and the others could see clearly. Mu Chen was carrying something large, and the terror of the fire spirit apes seemed to stem from it. It was a head. Lei Cheng froze for a moment before his eyes widened in shock. It's the head of the fire spirit ape king. What? A jolt surged through Lin Zhong and his companions, their eyes widening in astonishment. Could Mu Chen have actually slain the fire spirit ape king? Hurry!
Mu Chen exclaimed,
brandishing the severed head of the fire spirit ape king. The surrounding fire spirit apes recoiled in terror. In their eyes, the ape king was a formidable entity, and its slayer must possess even greater power. Their limited intellect prevented deeper contemplation, leaving them to succumb to primal fear. Let's go, Lei Cheng cried out, waving his hand to urge the group forward, swiftly breaking through the ape encirclement. They reached Mu Chen's side, where they could clearly discern the gruesome, blood-dripping head of the fire spirit ape king. Lei Cheng exchanged glances with Lin Zhong, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. How had Mu Chen accomplished this feat? Mu Chen, however, paid no heed to their thoughts. He led them out of the valley and placed the ape king's head at the entrance, deterring the apes from pursuit. The group fled, not stopping until they had distanced themselves from the valley. Exhaustion overtook them, and they collapsed to the ground. Even Lei Cheng was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Mu Chen slumped beneath a tree, his body aching. This had been a harrowing experience, and he had nearly met his end. Are you all right? Tang Qian'er asked, her radiant eyes fixed upon the young man. He had undoubtedly impressed her today. Fortunately, I simply had a stroke of good fortune. I am not capable of slaying the fire spirit ape king. Mu Chen shook his head in an annoyed manner, then turned to Lei Cheng and said with a smile, however, Brother Lei Cheng, with the mission flawlessly executed, shouldn't we proceed with dividing the spoils? Haha! Lei Cheng chuckled, removed the package from his back, and unfurled it. Instantly, resplendent emerald light radiated, and a rich fragrance permeated the air, causing everyone's eyes to gleam. Mu Chen's gaze also shifted to the package. As he beheld the rounded and luscious jade spirit fruits, a satisfied smile graced his countenance. This arduous endeavor had finally yielded a worthwhile reward. Chapter 33. Returning to camp, unfurling the bundle upon the earth, an emerald radiance emanated, each verdant jade spirit fruit, perfectly round and luminous, its alluring fragrance inciting a collective throat-clearing and fervent gazes among the company. In total, 30 jade spirit fruits were procured, though the yield might have been greater, were it not for the fire spirit ape king's depredations. Lei Cheng chuckled. Then, dividing off 15 of the fruits, he declared, Brother Mu Chen, though you stipulated only a 30% share, we are truly indebted to you for your deeds today. These 15 jade spirit fruits are rightfully yours. We cannot, in good conscience, accept less. It is sufficient to adhere to the 30%. Mu Chen demurred, but, observing Lei Cheng's resolute expression, he relented with a helpless smile, abandoning his objections and accepting the 15 jade spirit fruits. Turning to Mo Ling and the others, who were regarding him with eager anticipation, He offered, "You all contributed significantly this time. Each shall receive a jade spirit fruit. Is that agreeable?"
Hehe.
Mo Ling and his companions grinned broadly, while even Jiang Li and Teng Yong appeared visibly moved. As they received their jade spirit fruits from Mu Chen, their countenances flushed with a desire to express their gratitude, yet they were overcome with a certain bashfulness, and could only offer in return a series of sheepish smiles. "Here, one for you as well." Mu Chen presented a jade spirit fruit to Tang Qian'er, who accepted it with a sweet smile. Mu Chen finished distributing the 15 jade spirit fruits he had acquired, leaving him with 6 remaining. He gazed at the icy, jade-like fruits and couldn't help but smile. With these jade spirit fruits, he should be able to refine the second death mark of the Forest of Death, wouldn't he? Observing the harmonious atmosphere around him, Mu Chen chuckled, just as Lei Cheng approached, offering him a bottle of strong liquor with a grin, asking, "How about it? Can you drink this?" Though Mu Chen was not fond of such beverages, he did not refuse. Taking a swig, the fiery sensation caused his youthful, handsome face to flush slightly, prompting him to cough a few times. "Drink less," Tang Qian'er remarked, gently patting Mu Chen's back with her delicate hand, a hint of reproach in her tone. Over the years, I've encountered many young talents, but none as formidable as you, brother Mu Chen. If you ever have the time, feel free to join our thunderstorm team." Lei Cheng jested. "Considering your father is the lord of the Mu domain, I doubt Uncle Mu would let you wander off into the realm of adventurers." Tang Qian'er shot Lei Cheng a glare, retorting, "The lord of the Mu domain." Lei Cheng was taken aback, then turned to Mu Chen with astonishment. "So, brother Mu Chen is the young master of the Mu domain. I truly underestimated you. I once had the chance to meet Lord Mu Feng alongside my brother. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog." Mu Chen cast a glance at Tang Qian'er, who cheekily stuck out her tongue, realizing she had spoken too hastily. "Brother Mu Chen, during the forthcoming days, we shall all reside in the North Spirit Plains. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. Consider this a favor we owe you," Lei Chengdao remarked. "Brother Lei, you are being too courteous. Since we are collaborating, I shall certainly extend my utmost support." Mu Chen replied with a smile. "Collaboration aside, it is undeniably true that you rescued our Thunder team," Lei Cheng said earnestly. Mu Chen could only shake his head helplessly, though he felt a growing fondness for this straightforward and robust man. The group engaged in lively conversation for quite some time as dusk approached. Observing the darkening sky, Mu Chen, accompanied by Tang Qian'er and Mo Ling, bid farewell to the Thunder team and made their way towards the camp. Along the journey, Mo Ling and the others remained immersed in a state of exhilaration. Although the day's events had been perilous, the thrill that followed had ignited an inexplicable excitement within them as they animatedly recounted the fierce battles in the valley. Mu Chen found their enthusiasm somewhat perplexing. The dangers they regarded as thrilling were merely commonplace to him, having encountered far too many in the Spirit Road. With fewer obstacles on their return, they approached the location of the camp within half an hour. The group of youths gazed at the distant cluster of tents, exhaling a sigh of relief. Mu Chen's gaze shifted towards the camp, and his brow furrowed slightly as he noticed several figures emerging from the tree line ahead. The leader of these figures was quite familiar, Lu Yong and Chen Tong, followed by a few playful youths, clearly fellow students from the West Courtyard. "It's Chen Tong and the others," he mused. Also noticed Lu Yong and others there, and was momentarily taken aback, his expression quickly darkening. Mu Chen seems to be the target. When Mu Chen and his companions spotted Chen Tong and the others, they were met with the returning group, who approached with unfriendly expressions, effectively blocking Mu Chen and his companions' path. "Chen Tong, what are you trying to do?" frowned upon seeing this. Nothing much, just intending to have a little chat with him. This does not concern you. I suggest you refrain from meddling. If you offend Brother Lu, it may not end well for you, Chen Tong replied with a grin. The Brother Lu that Chen Tong referred to was undoubtedly Lu Mubai. Upon hearing this, S' expression shifted slightly, clearly showing his apprehension towards Lu Mubai. He had calculated correctly. Their numbers were overwhelming, and apart from Tang Qian'er, the rest were not particularly familiar with Mu Chen. It was said that Jiang Li and the others were at odds with Mu Chen. Thus they were unlikely to offer assistance. However, Just as he thought he had everything figured out, he noticed Zhang Li, Teng Yong, and the others merely cast a cold glance in his direction, showing no intention of leaving, and instead sneered. If you wish to harm Brother Mu, you'll have to ask us if we agree. Although Zhang Li and the others had previously held a grudge against Mu Chen, today's events had completely altered their perception. Whether it was Mu Chen's timely assistance or his various deeds within the valley, these somewhat arrogant youths found themselves filled with admiration. The past disdain had vanished, and uttering Brother Mu bore no psychological burden. You, Chun Yong, Lu Yong, and the others were momentarily stunned, their faces turning ashen as they glared at the group surrounding Mu Chen, who was being protected by Mo Ling and Zhang Li. They found it utterly baffling that Mu Chen, a mere newcomer to the senior class of the Eastern Academy, could command such loyalty from these seasoned students. Mu Chen, however, remained composed, his expression unreadable. Without uttering a word, he simply patted Zhang Li and the others on the shoulder and said, "Let's go." His near-dismissive attitude toward Chen Tong and Lu Yong only deepened Chen Tong's frustration. With a low growl, Chen Tong snapped, "Think you can just walk away? You're far too arrogant." As he spoke, his hand shot out, aiming to seize Mu Chen by the collar. But in the blink of an eye, a cold glint flashed in Mu Chen's dark eyes. With a swift motion, a black light flickered, and before Chen Tong's hand could reach him, a blood-stained dagger was already pressed against Chen Tong's throat. The icy chill at his neck caused Chen Tong's pupils to contract violently. Trembling, he gritted his teeth and hissed, "What do you think you're doing? Do you really think I won't kill you?" Mu Chen's voice was soft, yet it carried an unmistakable edge of lethality that sent a shiver down the spines of Chen Tong, Lu Yong, and the others. The sheer coldness in Mu Chen's emotionless gaze left the youths behind Chen Tong too intimidated to utter a word. "What are you all doing?" Suddenly, a deep voice shattered the standoff, compelling the youths to glance over. There stood Master Mo at a short distance, his gaze sternly fixed upon them. Master Mo. Upon seeing him, Mo Ling and the others hurriedly paid their respects. "Master Mo, Mu Chen intends to kill me," Chen Tong exclaimed, his face flushed as he glared at Mu Chen. "Do you truly believe I remain oblivious to everything?" Master Mo replied, casting a measured glance at Chen Tong. Taken aback, Chen Tong sheepishly rubbed his nose and shot a resentful glare at Mu Chen before hastily leading his companions away. Once they had departed, Master Mo approached Mu Chen, gazing at the youth's gentle and amiable visage, shaking his head in disapproval. "You reckless lad. How could you dare engage in such perilous activities with those adventuring teams?" "Master Mo is aware of our endeavors?" Mu Chen asked, momentarily taken aback. "So you were secretly safeguarding me. Had I known earlier, I would not have found myself in such a dire predicament." Mu Chen lamented, realizing that if he had been aware of a powerful soul realm expert watching over him, he would have preferred to avoid the frantic chase through the forest. Master Mo waved his hand dismissively and turned towards the camp, with Mu Chen following closely behind, a smile gracing his face. As they traversed through the woods, they arrived at the camp, where Mu Chen's gaze swept across the surroundings. Suddenly, he focused on a nearby area, where dozens of robust figures were gathered. Their imposing presence radiated an ominous aura, clearly indicating they were no ordinary individuals. This is Chapter 34. Lu Ming within the encampment. The unfamiliar newcomers evidently captured the attention of numerous students, yet few dared to approach. The ominous aura emanating from these individuals instilled a sense of trepidation among the young men and women. "Are they from the Lu domain?" Mu Chen furrowed his brow as he regarded the strangers. What purpose could they have for coming to the northern spirit plains? Master Mo also appeared puzzled, making his way towards the group. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached briskly, smiling as he clasped his fists in greeting. "You must be Master Mo of the Northern Spirit Academy," he said. "I am Lu Ming from the Lu domain. I apologize for the uninvited intrusion and hope for your understanding." "Oh, so it is Lu Ming, the third master of the Lu domain." Master Mo replied with a faint smile. "There is no need for such formalities. It is merely rumors that have circulated." The middle-aged man quickly shook his head, adopting a notably humble demeanor. "Lu Ming, the third master of the Lu domain?" Mu Chen, standing behind Master Mo, cast a discerning glance at the middle-aged man. The latter appeared somewhat gaunt, his hands resembling eagle talons, thin yet powerful. A smile adorned his lean face. The name Lu Ming was not unfamiliar to Mu Chen. He had often heard it from his father and Uncle Zhou. This individual was the younger brother of Lu Qingtian, the lord of the Lu domain, and served as his right-hand man. He had reached the latter stages of the spirit will realm, just a step away from the divine soul realm, making him quite a notable figure within the northern spirit realm. What brings you here? Observing Lu Ming's company, which struck a discordant note with the camp's atmosphere, Master Mo's expression betrayed a hint of displeasure. This was, after all, a sanctuary for students' cultivation, and the presence of these individuals, so palpably imbued with a murderous aura, threatened to disrupt their practice. Master Mo, Lu Mubai interjected with a genial smile from behind Lu Ming. My uncle is currently engaged in a mission. Upon discovering that Lu Yang and I were here, he merely sought to pay us a visit, with no intention of causing any disturbance. A mission? Lu Ming sighed audibly. A consignment of paramount importance to our Lu territory was seized en route by the Blood Slaughter Band. Though we managed to encircle them promptly, their chieftain, Blood Slaughter himself, eluded our grasp, fleeing into the northern spiritual plane during our relentless pursuit. Our presence here is solely to apprehend him. Blood Slaughter? At the mention of the name, Master Mo's brow furrowed in concern. This was a notorious villain within the northern spiritual realm, his hands stained with the blood of countless victims. Should such a ruthless fiend infiltrate the northern spiritual plane, he would pose a grave threat to the students under their tutelage. While conventional mercenary bands and adventurers might hesitate to transgress against the Academy's students, a scoundrel like this would not scruple to murder them should they incur his displeasure. Indeed, Lu Ming responded with a wry smile. In fact, we came to caution you, Master Mo, to urge your students to exercise prudence, lest any untoward incidents occur. His infamy precedes him. Standing beside Master Mo, Mu Chen felt a twinge of surprise upon hearing the mention of the Blood Butcher Corps. He had certainly heard of their notorious reputation. However, these individuals were not fools. How daring of them to brazenly act against the Lu domain. It seemed that whatever they had stolen was of considerable significance. Otherwise, why would the Lu domain be so incensed? Not only cleansing the Blood Butcher Corps with bloodshed but also pursuing them to this very place. Master Lu, what exactly did the Blood Butcher Corps seize from your Lu domain that warranted such a considerable mobilization?
Mu Chen inquired.
His gaze flickering before he feigned innocence in his questioning manner. This Na'vi inquiry rendered Lu Ming momentarily stunned. Before he managed a dry chuckle, young brother, such matters cannot be disclosed. Mu Chen smiled faintly, yet deep down, he increasingly comprehended the critical importance of the item taken by the Blood Butcher Corps to the Lu domain. Mu Chen, this matter has no bearing on your Mu domain, Lu Mubai remarked, casting a glance at Mu Chen. Mu Chen? Upon hearing this name, Lu Ming was taken aback, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Mu Chen. So you are the son of Mu Feng, the only one from the North Spirit Realm to have obtained the qualification for the Spirit Path. Mu Chen nodded with a smile. Given the multitude of disputes between the Lu and Mu domains, this reaction from Lu Ming did not surprise him. I have long heard of your name. I initially thought that the Spirit Path qualification would belong to Mu Bai, Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Mu Chen returned the smile but chose not to respond further. Thank you for the warning regarding the Blood Butcher matter. We will remain vigilant. Upon encountering Lu Ming's barbed remarks, Master Mo furrowed his brow. After all, Lu Ming was a renowned figure in the Northern Spirit Realm. How could he engage in conversation with a mere youth in such a manner devoid of grace? Master Mo, we wish to take respite at the camp for one night, and I sincerely hope you will acquiesce. Although Master Shi has already consented, I believe it necessary for you to grant your approval as well. Of course, let our people guard the camp tonight. I assure you there will be no issues, Lu Ming hastily articulated. Master Mo pondered for a moment. Since Master Shi had already agreed, it would be inappropriate for him to refuse. He nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to arrange accommodations for Lu Ming and his companions. Chen Tong mentioned you intended to kill him? Mu Chen remarked, preparing to turn away, when suddenly Lu Mubai's voice, calm yet distant, interrupted. Mu Chen glanced at Lu Mubai, smiling as he replied, when it comes to those seeking trouble, I know not the meaning of mercy. Should you desire it in the future, feel free to approach yourself. I would not mind imparting a lesson to those sycophants. Lu Mu Bai's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Mu Chen, who maintained a smile in their silent exchange. If the opportunity arises, I shall personally ascertain the mettle of one who has attained qualification for the spirit path. I trust you shall not disappoint me, Lu Mu Bai stated, casting a deep glance at Mu Chen before turning away without further words. Mu Chen, witnessing this, merely chuckled and proceeded towards the eastern camp where the students resided. Meanwhile, Tang Qian, observing his approach, pouted slightly and remarked, "What is there for those fellows from Luoyu to be proud of? They have been robbed, yet still possess the audacity to show their faces." She, too, was gazing in that direction and naturally overheard the sharp remarks exchanged between Lu Ming and Lu Mu Bai, which immediately left her feeling somewhat displeased. When one's heart is troubled, there is an innate desire to vent such feelings. Mu Chen, however, merely smiled and beckoned to Tan Qingshan. Once he approached, Mu Chen discreetly placed a jade spirit fruit into his hand. "This is a reward for your efforts in delivering the message," he said, patting the shoulder of the somewhat dazed Tan Qingshan, who was clutching the jade spirit fruit. "Is this truly for me?" Tan Qingshan's face flushed with excitement. Earlier, Mo Ling and the others had recounted their adventures in the valley to him, and upon seeing that each of them possessed a jade spirit fruit, he had felt a pang of envy. Yet, he understood that their efforts had earned them such rewards, which only served to amplify his frustration at his own inadequacy. His family circumstances were not particularly favorable, and he could not afford such precious spirit fruits. Now that Mu Chen had gifted him one, it would undoubtedly save him considerable time in his cultivation. "Brother Mu, thank you," Tan Qingshan expressed gratefully, holding the jade spirit fruit tightly. "Do focus on your cultivation," Mu Chen replied, shaking his head as he turned toward his tent. He still had 5 jade spirit fruits remaining in his possession. With such ample preparation, he was hopeful that he could finally condense the second layer of the San Luo death seal. Just the thought of it stirred a flicker of excitement within even his usually composed heart. As night gradually enveloped the North Spirit Plain, darkness descended, and the camp once again burst into vibrant light, filled with lively activity. However, Mu Chen chose not to venture outside. Instead, he sat quietly within the tent, his eyes firmly closed as he practiced the Great Buddha Sutra. A faint, ethereal black luminescence flickered around his body. This serene meditation persisted for approximately half an hour, after which Mu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He retrieved a perfectly round jade spirit fruit from his bosom. Under the gentle glow of the firelight, the surface of the jade spirit fruit reflected a brilliant radiance, rendering it exceedingly tempting. Mu Chen licked his lips, then opened his mouth wide, directly stuffing the jade spirit fruit into his mouth. It was finally time to refine the second layer of the Forest of Death Seal. Boom! As soon as the jade spirit fruit entered his mouth, it instantly dissolved, releasing a rich and sweet flavor that filled Mu Chen's mouth. Subsequently, a cool, pure surge of spiritual power poured into Mu Chen's body like a torrent. The intensity of this spiritual energy caused his body to tremble slightly. His lips pressed tightly together. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Chen brought his fingers together, swiftly executing a dazzling array of hand seals. As he transformed these seals, dense, dark spiritual energy began to coalesce in his palm. The dark spiritual energy, shimmering with black light, enveloped Mu Chen's arms completely. The magnitude of this energy was far beyond what he could usually summon. Mu Chen's gaze was fixed intently upon the rapidly gathering energy in his palm, where the center of the black light seemed to form a vortex, continuously devouring the surrounding influx of spiritual power. His mind was utterly focused on this endeavor, daring not to allow even the slightest distraction. In his usual practice, he harnessed only the spiritual energy he could control, and thus, even in failure, the repercussions would not be overly severe. However, the current situation was markedly different. The spiritual energy derived from the jade spirit fruit had elevated Mu Chen's internal power to an extraordinarily robust level. Should he fail, the backlash could potentially lead to considerable complications. As Mu Chen concentrated with unwavering determination, the gathering of the black light accelerated, gradually taking on the form of a dark seal. "Enter," he commanded fiercely within his heart, channeling all his internal energy into the black light. The The extension of the dark seal quickened once more. After approximately a minute, the black light silently retracted, revealing a black seal suspended just outside the palm of Mu Chen's left hand. At last, he had successfully refined the second sorrowful death seal. Yet, as Mu Chen gazed at the seal hovering before him, his sense of relief was overshadowed by an increasing gravity in his expression. He understood that merely forming the sorrowful death seal was only the first step toward success. The next challenge lay in assimilating this second seal into his body. Once the sorrowful death seal entered his being, it would unleash an immensely terrifying backlash. A moment's carelessness could even shatter his internal meridians. Confronted with the formidable recoil of the San Luo death seal, Mu Chen had suffered greatly while refining the first seal. He understood that with each subsequent seal he attempted to forge, the intensity of that recoil would only escalate. Even someone as powerful as Master Mo, a formidable presence in the spirit realm, had failed to materialize a third San Luo death seal. It was evident that the magnitude of the recoil was proportional to the cultivator's strength, highlighting just how terrifying it could be. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen felt the surge of spiritual energy within his sea of qi, forming a protective barrier around his meridians in preparation for the impending violent onslaught. With his body primed, he hesitated no longer. With a focused mind, he gently pressed the second San Luo death seal into the palm of his left hand. Upon contact, a violent tremor coursed through Mu Chen's body, and his expression shifted dramatically. A torrent of savage force erupted from his palm, flooding through his meridians like a rampaging flood. This overwhelming power, brimming with destructive potential, shattered the previously established barriers of spiritual energy, causing his meridians to twist under the strain, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Cold sweat erupted on his forehead, yet he dared not lose focus. He hastily summoned his spiritual energy to reinforce his defenses. In that moment, Mu Chen's body transformed into a battlefield. As the recoil from the San Luo death seal annihilated all his protective measures, wreaking havoc, the agony compelled his body to convulse slightly, a testament to the ferocity of the assault he was enduring. Damn it! The excruciating pain contorted Mu Chen's face as he gritted his teeth, muttering a curse under his breath, resolutely enduring the torment. At this moment, succumbing to the agony would not only render his previous efforts futile, but also inflict severe internal injuries upon him. The intense pain radiating from his twisted meridians spread relentlessly, drenching him in cold sweat, and the agony even brought a vague dizziness to his mind. It was then that he truly comprehended the immense difficulty of refining the second layer of the death seal of samsara. The backlash force had already shattered the outer meridians and surged directly into Mu Chen's qi si, causing a chill to creep into his heart. While injured meridians could be mended, a breach in the qi si would lead to unbearable suffering. Stop this, he thought, and despite his usual composure, a surge of furious roars erupted within him. Buzz! Points of light appeared, and Mu Chen felt as though a powerful force erupted from the depths of his being, clashing violently with the rampant backlash. Boom! The thunderous sound resonated within him, causing his ears to ring, and only after a moment did he regain his senses. As soon as he did, he sensed within himself and was struck dumb. To his astonishment, the raging backlash force had been halted. How could this be? Mu Chen murmured in a daze, his spirit gazing at the dimming light points within him, which ultimately vanished entirely. Was this truly the spiritual vein? Why was he unable to control it, or even sense its presence? After a fruitless contemplation, Mu Chen could not help but let out a bitter smile. It seemed that his body harbored secrets even he was unaware of. Suppressing these thoughts, Mu Chen activated the Great Floating Pagoda technique, drawing in all the spiritual energy dispersed throughout his limbs and bones into his qi si. However, as this energy surged into his qi si, he sensed a peculiar turbulence within the once tranquil energy, a strange wave rippling in Mu Chen's heart. Feeling this wave, Mu Chen was initially taken aback, but then an unmistakable thrill surged within him. This was a sign of a breakthrough in spiritual energy. With astonishment, Mu Chen opened his eyes wide, promptly retrieving a jade spirit fruit from his robe and unhesitatingly placing it into his mouth. He then activated the Great Floating Pagoda technique, refining the cool spiritual energy bit by bit until it transformed into a pitch-black energy, continuously infiltrating his qi si. The two streams of spiritual energy swiftly merged, producing a melodious sound akin to joyous singing within Mu Chen's qi. Amidst this melodious resonance, he could distinctly feel his internal spiritual energy rapidly becoming more robust. This surge persisted for a while before gradually subsiding, and the pitch-black spiritual energy within his qi, resembling a cluster of stars, had increased in strength by more than double compared to before. Within the confines of the tent, Mu Chen slowly opened his eyes, his lean and handsome visage illuminated by a radiant expression of delight. He extended his hands, revealing two faint black marks that shimmered within the palms of his hands. At long last, he had successfully cultivated the two formidable death marks. A broad smile spread across Mu Chen's face as he gently clenched his fists. Not only had he refined the second death mark, but he had also seized this opportunity to break through, ascending to the latter stage of the spirit movement realm. As he savored the robust spiritual energy coursing through him, far more potent than before, Mu Chen could not suppress his joyous laughter. The rewards of this night had truly exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, as Mu Chen reveled in his breakthrough, in another tent within the camp, Master Mo suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze revealing a hint of surprise as he directed his attention towards Mu Chen's tent, followed by a faint smile. This young lad possesses quite remarkable potential. As dawn broke, the forces from the Lu domain, led by Lu Ming, temporarily departed, presumably to seek the whereabouts of the Blood Butcher. With their absence, the atmosphere in the camp seemed to relax considerably, as the young men and women exhibited a notable resistance toward these foreign figures shrouded in an aura of menace. Nevertheless, Masters Mo and she did not cease their cultivation due to the Blood Butcher's affairs. Instead, they reminded the numerous disciples to avoid straying too far and to remain close to one another. Let us also set forth, they declared. Mu Chen waved at Tang Qianer, who then gracefully trotted over. The delicate and enchanting form of the young girl caught the attention of many boys, who gazed at her with rapt admiration, followed by a hint of envy directed towards Mu Chen for being able to team up with her. Brother Mu, heading out for training. Huh? Aha. Just don't lose to us. Jiang Li and Teng Yong greeted the duo upon seeing them. With your skill, do you really think you can win? Dream on. Tang Qianer retorted playfully. Haha. Brother Mu, just call us if you need anything. Anyone looking for trouble won't scare us. Jiang Li chuckled, while Mo Ling and the other boys from the East Courtyard, who accompanied Mu Chen on his mission yesterday, nodded in agreement. Mu Chen smiled and waved goodbye to them. Then, without further ado, he led Tang Qianer out of the camp towards the North Spirit Plains. Within the camp, Lu Mubai watched their departing figures, a barely perceptible chill flickering in his eyes. Bang! In the forest, Mu Chen dashed forward, striking out with a swift palm. The dark spiritual energy surged from his palm, and with tremendous force, he sent a low-level spiritual beast, at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm, flying several meters away, where it fell to the ground with a mournful cry. Tang Qianer, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Although Mu Chen had been able to defeat such low-level spiritual beasts yesterday, he had never dispatched them in such a brutal manner before. Your strength? Tang Qianer couldn't help but inquire. Last night, aided by the Jade Spirit Fruit, I just broke through to the late stage of the spirit movement realm, Mu Chen replied. Mu Chen bent down to extract the essence of the spirit beast, smiling as he explained. What a peculiar sight. Tang Qianer, upon hearing this, pouted momentarily before raising her delicate face, proudly proclaiming, I can also reach the later stage of the spirit movement realm within 5 days. Impressive. Mu Chen responded with a grin, giving her a thumbs up before continuing deeper into the forest. Come on, you must also take action. No slacking off. This is not beneficial for your cultivation. Understood. Tang Qianer replied sweetly, her face beaming as she quickly followed suit. In the western region of the North Spirit Plain, a dozen figures were vigilantly searching. Among them was Lu Mubai, whose rank and strength were evidently sufficient for him to lead the team. Young master, we previously detected the trail of that blood butcher, but he proved exceedingly cunning and managed to evade one of our small teams, reported an expert from the Lu domain. Standing behind Lu Mubai. Continue the search, Lu Mubai nodded, commanding. Yes. The small team promptly replied, expanding their search radius. This probing persisted for about half an hour, and just as Lu Mubai furrowed his brow, a sudden buzzing sound resonated from ahead. It was the signal emitted by their Lu domain personnel. They found something. Hurry! Lu Mubai's eyes brightened, and with a wave of his hand, he was the first to dart forward. As he swept through the thicket, a bloodied figure stumbled towards him in disarray, unmistakably one of their capable fighters from the Lu domain. Where is the blood butcher? Lu Mubai inquired urgently. To the north. Upon hearing this, Lu Mubai's gaze flickered slightly, and he waved his hand, saying, "Wait a moment. Brother, why must we wait?" Lu Yong inquired with confusion. "If we delay any further, what if that blood butcher escapes?" "He won't escape. We have already cornered him," Lu Mubai replied with a faint smile. "At this moment, he is akin to a trapped beast, destined for demise. However, before his end, it would be fitting for him to take out his frustrations on some unfortunate souls." "What do you mean, brother?" Lu Yong was taken aback. "Mu Chen is situated in that direction," Lu Mubai remarked softly with a hint of amusement. "Oh?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Yang's eyes, only to be promptly replaced by a frown. "We cannot guarantee that the blood butcher won't target Mu Chen. The blood butcher has a penchant for beautiful women, and with Tang Qianer, that lovely girl by Mu Chen's side, he would surely find it hard to resist. And given Mu Chen's nature, he is unlikely to abandon Tang Qianer to flee alone. Thus, Lu Mubai smiled gently, yet his expression bore a chilling undertone. "Aha! How astute of you, brother. Should Mu Chen fall into the clutches of the blood butcher, no one could utter a word of reproach. He would only have himself to blame for his misfortune." Lu Yong exclaimed with excitement, well aware of the blood butcher's brutality. If Mu Chen were to fall into his hands, he would undoubtedly suffer a fate worse than death. Lu Mubai merely smiled, gazing toward the north, murmuring, "I had originally intended to take action myself, but it seems you are indeed out of luck. Hey, Mu Chen, make your move quickly. This fellow possesses the strength of the late stage of the spirit movement realm. I cannot contend with him." In the heart of the forest, Tang Qianer deftly evaded a ferocious spirit beast lunging towards her, her dark ponytail bouncing playfully as her startled cries occasionally pierced the air. Perched on a tree branch, Mu Chen observed the graceful figure below, relentlessly pursued by the late-stage spirit beast, and couldn't help but chuckle. With a light tap of his foot, he descended like a soaring eagle, his right hand clenched into a fist, dark energy coalescing in his palm to form a black sigil. "Beast, cease your arrogance." Mu Chen darted forward with a soft laugh, the black sigil carrying a formidable surge of energy as it fiercely struck towards the spirit beast. With a resounding crash, the beast roared in fury, its massive claws wreathed in surging spiritual energy, clashing head-on with Mu Chen's ferocious punch. The shock wave of spiritual force swept through the area, clearing the surrounding fallen leaves in an instant. The beast let out a low growl, forced to retreat under Mu Chen's overwhelming power. In the moment of its instability, Mu Chen pivoted and charged again, his palm flipping to reveal a dagger, its blade gleaming with sharp, deadly light as it plunged ruthlessly into the beast's throat. Warm blood sprayed forth, and the beast collapsed with a thunderous thud, shaking the ground. Mu Chen leapt down with agile grace, wiping the blood from his dagger with a smile. His tall, slender frame, bathed in the gentle sunlight filtering through the forest, appeared strikingly handsome. "You wretched creature, utterly devoid of chivalry, making me endure such a chase," Tang Qianer muttered with a mix of annoyance and relief. Tang Qianer spoke with palpable resentment, then approached the spirit beast, drawing forth a short sword to pierce its skull. As she extracted the essence of the creature, she continued to enumerate Mu Chen's transgressions. Mu Chen observed her and could not help but smile. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted. In a swift motion, he dashed forward, encircling his arms around Tang Qianer, who was poised to retrieve the spirit beast's essence. At that moment, both of them lunged forward. As Mu Chen embraced Tang Qianer and propelled them away, a bloodied shadow abruptly surged from the forest. The hand that had initially reached for Tang Qianer grasped nothing but air, prompting an astonished exclamation from its owner. They rolled on the ground twice before swiftly rising, Mu Chen's gaze keenly fixed on the sudden apparition, his pupils contracting slightly. Before them stood a figure atop the carcass of the spirit beast, clad in a blood-red robe, his countenance dark and menacing, with narrow eyes gleaming with cunning. "Ah, what a nimble lad you are," the bloodied shadow remarked with a sinister smile. His gaze fixated on Tang Chen'er, as if he intended to devour her whole, sending a shiver down the girl's spine as she instinctively sought refuge behind Mu Chen. Mu Chen's eyes remained locked on the shadow, his grip on Tang Chen'er's delicate hand growing damp with perspiration. If his deductions were accurate, this individual was none other than Xue Tu, the leader of the Blood Butcher Brigade, who was being hunted by Lu Ming and his comrades. It was indeed unexpected to encounter such a nefarious figure here. This situation had certainly become quite troublesome. In the clearing of the forest, three figures confronted each other, the atmosphere so oppressive that it felt suffocating, particularly for Tang Chen'er standing behind Mu Chen. In stark contrast, the Blood Butcher wore a broad smile, his narrow eyes glinting with a cunning and sinister light. Mu Chen remained vigilant, his internal spiritual power surging wildly. The Blood Butcher emanated an unmistakable aura of danger, one that far surpassed the threat posed by the Fire Spirit Ape King encountered the previous day. In terms of both strength and intellect, the Blood Butcher was in a league of his own. The latter had merely managed to break through to the late stage of the Spirit Will realm, whereas the Blood Butcher was on the verge of stepping into the Spirit Soul realm. Kid, I don't have much time to indulge in this standoff. You have 10 seconds to consider. Hand her over to me, and I can grant you a path to survival, the Blood Butcher said with a beaming smile directed at Mu Chen. Are you not afraid that engaging us here will attract the attention of those two Spirit Soul realm instructors from the North Spirit Academy? Mu Chen replied slowly. Your time is running out. The Blood Butcher grinned, revealing chilling white teeth that sent shivers down one's spine. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen turned to Tang Chen'er, grasping her smooth, fair wrist, intending to push her towards the Blood Butcher. A wise move, young man, the Blood Butcher remarked, his smile growing ever more radiant. Summoning his strength, Mu Chen stepped forth decisively and, in a swift motion, struck Tang Chen'er on the shoulder, the force propelling her away with tremendous power. If you don't want to be harmed, just leave. After sending Tang Chen'er flying with a forceful strike, Mu Chen's low voice resonated in the air. As Tang Chen'er fell into the depths of the forest, her beautiful eyes gazed upon the tall figure of the young man, her eyes misting with unshed tears. She quickly suppressed the foolish thought of abandoning him and turned to flee. Did she truly believe she could escape? Xue Tu coldly observed this scene. Could these two youthful souls naively think they could elude his grasp? Boy, soon you shall experience the torment of existence worse than death. Xue Tu let out a chilling laugh and surged forward, not toward Mu Chen, but directly after the fleeing Tang Chen'er. Observing this, Mu Chen also sprang into action, yet Xue Tu paid him no heed. Breaking Spirit Pearl. Just as he intended to disregard Mu Chen's intervention, the young man suddenly clenched his fist, a radiant light appearing in his palm, followed by a thunderous shout. Breaking Spirit Pearl? Upon hearing this name, Xue Tu's heart jolted. Although Mu Chen's strength seemed feeble, if he possessed the Breaking Spirit Pearl, it could indeed pose a significant threat to him. Should that pearl strike true, it would undoubtedly inflict wounds that Xue Tu, currently ensnared in a dire predicament, could not afford to sustain. Xue Tu's gaze flickered as he ultimately halted his advance, staring at the approaching orb of black light. With a commanding shout, his robust spiritual energy erupted, enveloping his entire being. Crack! As the dark light was poised to collide with his body, it suddenly erupted, but the anticipated violent spiritual energy failed to materialize. Instead, a putrid stench enveloped the air, as a viscous substance shot forth from the black glow, splattering across the body of the Blood Butcher. This unforeseen turn of events left him momentarily stunned, and as he cast his gaze downward at his blood-soaked form, he noted the blood was particularly thick and emitted a rather acrid odor, rendering him exceedingly disheveled. Do you dare to toy with me? The corners of Blood Butcher's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes flashing with an unsettling coldness as he fixed a steely gaze upon Mu Chen. Yet, Mu Chen paid him no heed, swiftly retreating. Trash, do you covet this? Seeing that Blood Butcher managed to suppress his fury and still sought to capture Tang Chen'er first, Mu Chen smiled, retrieving a jade-like, round fruit from within his robe. A potent surge of spiritual energy emanated from the fruit. The Jade Spirit Fruit? Blood Butcher's pupils constricted slightly upon seeing it, a glint of greed igniting in his eyes. Having reached the peak of the spiritual will realm, he was but a step away from breaking into the divine soul realm. Should he obtain this jade spirit fruit, it was evident he could risk everything for a chance to break through. If successful, he would be able to easily extricate himself from this predicament. Truly an unexpectedly intriguing young man. I find myself rather interested in you now. Blood Butcher grinned, his expression instantly turning sinister. In a swift motion, he lunged at Mu Chen, deciding that the temporary relinquishment of a small beauty was worthwhile compared to the prospect of breaking into the divine soul realm. Mu Chen had anticipated such a reaction. With his spirit power surging within, he enveloped his legs and propelled himself to the utmost limits of speed, frantically fleeing into the depths of the forest. With the strength of blood slaughter, it would be trivial to eliminate him. Boy, do you truly believe you can escape? You would risk your life for a mere girl to lure me in? To be honest, I find myself somewhat admiring your audacity. How about this? Hand over the jade spirit fruit, and I shall only cripple your limbs, sparing your life. What say you? Blood Slaughter chased after the desperate figure ahead, his peculiar, sinister laughter echoing in the air. Unappreciative, Blood Slaughter's gaze turned icy, and as his spirit power surged violently, his speed suddenly increased, closing the distance to Mu Chen. Sensing the chilling presence drawing ever closer behind him, Mu Chen's heart sank slightly. He had indeed underestimated Blood Slaughter's strength. Yet, at this moment, any relaxation could very well lead to his demise at the hands of this fiend. Gritting his teeth, Mu Chen felt a deep roar of determination erupt within him as his spirit power coursed rapidly through his veins. Perhaps sensing the peril Mu Chen faced, the hidden light points within his body began to flicker back to life. As these points emerged in succession, had Mu Chen the presence of mind to observe internally, he would have noted that they formed a vague resemblance to a mysterious tower. Boom! However, at this moment, Mu Chen was evidently unable to discern such sentiments. He merely sensed that the spiritual energy within him had surged dramatically, and his speed had suddenly accelerated, gradually widening the distance between him and Blood Butcher. What? This lad is surprisingly swift. Blood Butcher, taken aback, furrowed his brow and once again channeled his spiritual energy to pursue rapidly. After all, his keen eyesight allowed him to discern that Mu Chen's sudden outburst was likely fleeting and could not possibly rival his enduring stamina. Within the depths of the forest, one fled while the other pursued, as the ground was littered with rustling dry leaves, akin to the chaos of wind sweeping through the remnants of clouds. In this frantic escape at breakneck speed, Mu Chen and his companions swiftly approached the heart of the northern spirit plains. Observing this direction, Blood Butcher felt a flicker of impatience. The area was fraught with treacherous spirit beasts, prone to sudden upheavals. Boy, I have played with you long enough. Blood Butcher gritted his teeth and, disregarding the substantial consumption of spiritual energy, stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant, his body crouched like a leopard, and with a sudden clap of his hands against the earth, the spiritual energy enveloping him morphed, seemingly transforming into the form of a leopard. His figure became a fleeting shadow, surging forth towards Mu Chen with astonishing speed. Prepare to meet your demise. The explosive acceleration allowed Blood Butcher to close the distance in mere breaths, appearing directly behind Mu Chen, and then he unleashed a punch, a violent wave of spiritual energy radiating from his fist. Such an assault was potent enough to obliterate any individual of the spirit movement realm. Mu Chen also sensed the astonishing attack looming behind him. Should he forcibly receive it, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injury. His gaze flickered wildly as he glanced into the depths of the forest, calculating certain positions. Then, with a sudden turn, he spread his palm, and dark light materialized, revealing a mysterious black paper that suddenly appeared. With a resounding thud, that enigmatic paper manifested in Mu Chen's palm, just as the ferocious punch from Blood Butcher struck it fiercely. The impact echoed through the air. Blood Butcher was taken aback to find that his punch did not obliterate Mu Chen. Nevertheless, he did not falter in speed, swiftly darting into the thicket. His cold gaze fixated on Mu Chen, who lay beneath a towering tree. Still trying to escape, Blood Butcher observed the incapacitated Mu Chen with a sinister smile. No longer necessary. In response to his chilling grin, Mu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile upon his youthful and handsome face. "Now it's your turn to flee, scoundrel." At these words, Blood Butcher's pupils constricted slightly, just as he was about to retort. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the depths of the forest, silver light bursting forth like lightning, unleashing an unparalleled torrent of spiritual energy that stirred up violent winds throughout the woods. The silver-horned dragon leopard. Blood Butcher's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the imposing spirit beast, and he glared fiercely at Mu Chen. "What a ruthless little brat. Do you intend to perish together with me? Yet you remain rather inexperienced. As long as I retreat from its territory, this spirit beast will naturally refrain from pursuing me, while you, alas, shall become its meal." Upon hearing these words, a sneer of derision deepened at Mu Chen's lips. "You are tainted with the blood of its offspring. Do you truly believe it will so easily let you go?" At this revelation, the Blood Butcher abruptly glanced down at the sticky crimson fluid that marred his body, his expression shifting dramatically. It dawned on him that this seemingly Na'vi youth had been ensnaring him from the very beginning. He feigned the loss of the spirit pearl, concealing a vial of blood, all while executing a meticulously orchestrated escape. Gazing upon the boy's mocking countenance, a chill crept into Blood Butcher's heart. Could such a reckless youth truly orchestrate such a scheme? Mu Chen, observing the Blood Butcher's ashen face, offered a gentle smile, casting his gaze towards the silver-horned dragon leopard radiating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, exhaling softly. Chapter 38. Counterattack Roar. In the forest suffused with tempestuous spiritual energy, the silver-horned dragon leopard's eyes glowed a furious red as it fixated on the blood-soaked Blood Butcher in the distance, continuously emitting low growls brimming with hatred and malice. From the human's form, it detected the scent of its offspring's blood. Could this detestable human have harmed its young? Although the intelligence of high-tier spirit beasts far surpasses that of their lower-tier counterparts, it still pales in comparison to that of humans. In its fury, it yearned only to shred to pieces anyone or anything that bore the scent of its progeny. Scoundrel! Blood Butcher found himself under the cold gaze of the silver-horned dragon leopard, a shiver coursing through his body. He cast a venomous glare at Mu Chen, bitterly resenting the unforeseen cunning of this young man, whom he had initially deemed an easy target, a mere late-stage spirit realm boy. Naturally lecherous by nature, he now recognized the perilousness of his situation, compelling him to unleash his frustrations before his misfortune escalated. The sight of a stunning beauty earlier had ignited a longing within him, yet he had never anticipated that a fleeting desire could lead to such dire consequences. "I shall not let you escape," Blood Butcher hissed ominously, and in an instant, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from his being. With a swift push against the ground, he propelled himself backward, darting through the dense thicket, clearly intent on fleeing. However, the infuriated silver-horned dragon leopard had no intention of allowing him to escape so easily. Its powerful physique crouched slightly, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a streak of silver, shooting forth with astonishing speed. Possessing strength comparable to that of a Soul Realm powerhouse, its velocity far surpassed that of Blood Butcher, who found himself suddenly confronted by the beast's ferocious energy fluctuations, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Spirit Leopard attack. Yet Blood Butcher was no ordinary foe. He twisted mid-air, releasing a low growl as he channeled his spiritual energy, which coalesced around him into the form of a spirit leopard. With a furious punch, he struck out, merging man and leopard in a frenzied assault against the silver-horned dragon leopard. The spirit leopard enveloped the figure of Blood Butcher and violently collided with the silver light, producing a thunderous sound. An explosive wave of spiritual energy radiated outward, snapping the surrounding trees asunder. With a resounding crash, the spiritual force surged forth, propelling Blood Butcher backwards in a disheveled manner, eliciting a pained scream from his lips as he crashed heavily to the ground. His right arm was drenched in blood, revealing a gruesome wound in his palm from which blood gushed forth. Upon witnessing this, Mu Chen raised an eyebrow. He had distinctly observed the Fire Spirit Ape King being annihilated in an instant by the Silverhorn Dragon Leopard the previous day. Yet today, Blood Butcher had merely lost an arm. This fellow's strength was indeed formidable. With a swift descent, the Silverhorn Dragon Leopard fixed its cold gaze upon Blood Butcher, exhibiting no hesitation. Its agile form surged forward once more, the glimmer of silver imbued with the essence of death. In response, Blood Butcher hastily rolled on the ground to evade the leopard's onslaught. Although he narrowly escaped the direct strike, he was still caught by the leopard's tail, which lashed out like an iron whip. With a sickening thud, the tail struck Blood Butcher's chest, forcing a mouthful of blood from him and significantly diminishing the ferocity in his eyes. He had endured 2 brutal attacks from the silver-horned dragon leopard, leaving him grievously wounded, his injuries far worse than those sustained in his previous encounters with Lu Ming and the others. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before he was slain by the silver-horned dragon leopard. Blood Butcher gritted his teeth, casting a resentful gaze toward the direction where Mu Chen had been. Suddenly, he froze, for the youth who had lain there had mysteriously vanished without his notice. This little wretch, when I catch you, you shall find no escape, neither in life nor in death. Blood Butcher's face turned ashen with fury, his mind raging incessantly. Yet, in this moment of distraction, the silver-horned dragon leopard darted past once more, its sharp claws leaving a deep gash upon his body, the excruciating pain making stars dance before his eyes. Damn beast! Blood Butcher muttered a curse under his breath as an unusual crimson glow flickered across his visage, ferocity evident in his eyes. With a powerful leap, he retreated swiftly, his hands moving with remarkable agility to form intricate seals. A torrent of violent spiritual energy surged forth from within him, accompanied by a low rumble reminiscent of thunder. Boom! A clap of thunder erupted, and Blood Butcher spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet his previously waning aura suddenly surged with vigor. His speed intensified, transforming him into a fleeting shadow, desperately fleeing in another direction. Roar! In response to Blood Butcher's frantic escape, the silver-horned dragon leopard let out a low growl, its form becoming a streak of silver as it relentlessly pursued him. This chase forced Blood Butcher to expel 5 more mouthfuls of blood, his once darkened face now as pale as parchment. The weakness surging through him caused waves of dizziness to crash against his mind. However, the only moment of relief for Blood Butcher came after approximately 10 minutes of relentless pursuit when the silver-horned dragon leopard finally began to decelerate, ultimately coming to a halt. It let out a distant roar before leisurely turning away. Upon witnessing the creature's retreat, Blood Butcher dared not stop immediately. Instead, he continued to muster his strength and fled for several more minutes before collapsing into a thicket. Once ensconced within the foliage, Blood Butcher felt utterly drained, as if all vitality had been sapped from his being. He gasped for breath, casting a mournful glance at his numerous wounds, overwhelmed by despair. Who could have anticipated that in the pursuit of a mere fledgling at the spirit movement realm, he would find himself in such a pitiful state? This was a feat even Lu Ming and the others could not accomplish. You little wretch, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Blood Butcher seethed, his voice rife with malice. Just as the words escaped his lips, a chilling sensation coursed through him, honed by years of life and death encounters, prompting him to instinctively tilt his head. Suddenly, a flash of cold light erupted from the forest behind him, slicing past his face with a sharp intensity, leaving a deep gash upon his cheek. The abruptness of this attack caused Blood Butcher's expression to shift dramatically as he bellowed, "Who goes there? The person you most desire to meet." Came the melodious laughter from within the woods, followed by the emergence of a figure. With a tall and graceful stature and a radiant smile upon his handsome visage, it was none other than Mu Chen. "You little wretch, how dare you return?" Upon encountering the figure of Mu Chen emerging from the depths of the forest, Blood Butcher let out a fierce shout. Mu Chen, with a smile that barely concealed his scorn, fixed his gaze upon him. A surge of spiritual energy began to rise from his body, yet his black eyes betrayed no hint of mirth, instead radiating an icy demeanor. "What do you intend to do, boy? Though I find myself in a precarious state, should I fight with all my might, you might not escape with your life," Blood Butcher exclaimed, observing Mu Chen's demeanor with alarm. "After all, we have kept to our own paths. How about we simply bury today's incident?" Mu Chen paused, furrowing his brow. "Are you truly resolved not to trouble me further?" "You have a point." Mu Chen seemed to deliberate for a moment before giving a slight nod. Blood Butcher's heart soared with hope, but before he could express his delight, A mocking smile crept upon Mu Chen's lips. However, I still have a strong desire to eliminate you. In an instant, Mu Chen's figure surged forward with astonishing speed, his spiritual energy coursing through him. Black light surged around his fists, and two dark energy imprints began to materialize. You insolent wretch, you dare to seek death. Blood Butcher's expression darkened as he witnessed the oncoming assault. He summoned the scant reserves of spiritual energy within him, channeling it into his arms, and with a low growl, unleashed them like arrows. Forest of death imprints. Mu Chen clenched his fists tightly, a roar echoing in his heart, as the two dark energy imprints erupted with intense black light, exuding an overwhelming and violent force. The collision was imminent. The four fists collided with tremendous force, shattering the turf beneath their feet. The shockwave of spiritual power sent both combatants hurtling backward, each spitting forth a mouthful of crimson blood. At that moment, Blood Butcher's form became notably sluggish. Mu Chen seized the opportunity to close in, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his dark eyes as he unleashed a streak of black light that cut through Blood Butcher's gaze. Blood splattered forth, accompanied by Blood Butcher's piercing scream, as he flailed his arms wildly in a desperate attempt to strike Mu Chen down. Yet, Mu Chen deftly sidestepped and appeared behind Blood Butcher, plunging his dagger deep into the vulnerable heart of his foe's back. The blade sank entirely within, and blood began to drip steadily from the weapon. Blood Butcher's frenzied movements suddenly froze, and he slowly crumpled to the ground, his pale visage reflecting disbelief. How could a formidable warrior at the late stage of the spirit will realm fall to a mere youth of the spirit movement realm? As Blood Butcher collapsed, Mu Chen felt his legs give way, and he sat down heavily, a sweet taste rising in his throat as he coughed up another spurt of blood. After resting for a moment, Mu Chen gritted his teeth and approached Blood Butcher's lifeless form, searching his body as he thought to himself that he had nearly lost his life and deserved some spoils of war. He wondered if the item that Blood Butcher had seized from the Lu domain was still on him. Chapter 39. The mustard seed bracelet. Mu Chen's hands roamed over the lifeless form of Xue Tuesday. While he held little interest in Xue Tu himself, he was profoundly intrigued by the object that Xue Tu had seized from the Lu domain. The Blood Slaughter Group was a notable force within the Northern Spirit Realm, possessing considerable prowess, albeit not on par with the 9 domains. Their actions were often audacious, yet they refrained from drawing the ire of the 9 domains, fully aware that they were no match for them. Thus, Mu Chen found himself curious about the item that compelled the Blood Slaughter Group to take such a perilous risk against the Lu domain. Moreover, the Lu domain's subsequent reaction astonished Mu Chen. They mercilessly decimated the Blood Slaughter Group and relentlessly pursued them into the Northern Spirit Plains without any intention of yielding. Clearly, the object stolen by Xue Tu was of immense significance to them. For something to warrant such attention from the Lu domain, it could not be ordinary. Years ago, Mu Feng had developed a rift with Lu Qingtian, the lord of the Lu domain, leading to numerous frictions between the two realms. Both sides harbored mutual disdain, and though they exchanged pleasantries, they would undoubtedly strike hard at the first opportunity. Given this antagonistic relationship, coupled with the antagonism from the Lu brothers toward him, Mu Chen felt no fondness for the Lu domain. Thus, he was more than willing to engage in actions that would thwart the Lu domain's endeavors. As Mu Chen pondered these thoughts, his hands continued their search. However, after an extended examination of Xue Tu's corpse, he discovered no extraordinary items, prompting him to furrow his brow in frustration. Could it be that this fellow had concealed the object? Mu Chen, still somewhat unwilling to give up, resolutely stripped the Blood Butcher of all his garments. As he tore away the final piece of clothing, an object finally fell to the ground. Mu Chen's gaze immediately shifted, and he beheld a grayish-silver ring, reminiscent of a bracelet, that landed softly upon the grass, shimmering with a faint silvery light. This so-called mustard seed bracelet is a peculiar spiritual artifact, embodying the principle of the mustard seed contains the universe, possessing the ability to construct space. A rather rare storage device. However, such an item is exceedingly valuable. Mu Chen had only seen it in the possession of his father, and he was astonished to discover that the Blood Butcher possessed one as well. As Mu Chen toyed with the gray mustard seed bracelet, it was said that it could retain the spiritual imprint of its owner, allowing the owner to sense any external interference. Yet, with the blood butcher deceased, it was likely that such a spiritual imprint had also dissipated. Holding the mustard seed bracelet in his hand, Mu Chen focused his mind and channeled his spiritual energy into it. Instantly, a small expanse of space materialized within his perception, revealing the storage compartment of the bracelet. Within this compartment, Mu Chen indeed uncovered a plethora of items, though they were a disordered assortment. After a cursory examination, he found nothing particularly remarkable. Where did this fellow amass such a collection of rubbish? After all, he is the leader of the Blood Butcher gang, Mu Chen pondered, continuing his meticulous search with growing curiosity. The search persisted for a considerable duration, when suddenly, Mu Chen's expression shifted. A glimmer of light flickered from his palm, revealing an ancient piece of bronze. As Mu Chen's spiritual energy swept through the contents of the mustard seed bracelet, various items responded to his energy to some extent. However, this particular artifact remained utterly unresponsive. This extraordinary lack of reaction piqued Mu Chen's curiosity. Gazing intently at the archaic bronze piece, he observed it was adorned with intricate and obscure bronze patterns, so complex that they induced a sense of dizziness. The reverse side of the bronze exhibited clearer designs, which, upon closer inspection, appeared to depict a colossal black bird soaring majestically, with mountains and rivers beneath its expansive wings, as if enveloped by its grandeur. What kind of spiritual beast could this be? Mu Chen was taken aback. Despite the ambiguity of the patterns, he sensed an inexplicable awe emanating from them, leaving him astounded that a mere illustration could evoke such a reaction. Could it be a celestial beast? Furrowing his brow, he examined the bronze piece, yet yielded no conclusive results. Ultimately, he could only shake his head, for his instincts suggested that this was likely an object seized by Blood Butcher from the hands of the Lu domain. As for its true purpose, it would require his father's insight to uncover its significance. With a slight shrug, Mu Chen was about to search the mustard seed bracelet once more when his expression abruptly changed. From a distance, he heard the sound of rushing wind, unmistakably approaching his direction. As he completed his tasks, figures began to materialize not far away. Within mere moments, these silhouettes appeared in the clearing. Upon noticing them, Mu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was Emosher and his companions.
Mu Chen.
As Emosher emerged, he spotted Mu Chen standing a short distance away. A look of joy instantly broke across his previously tense features. With a swift motion, he appeared beside Mu Chen, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Mu Chen smiled and shook his head. Although his complexion was somewhat pale, it was evident that he was in acceptable condition. "I heard from Chenner that you encountered Xue too, so I hastily made my way here. I'm glad to finally find you." Seeing Mu Chen safe, Emosher visibly relaxed, though he soon furrowed his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. "By the way, where is Xue Tu? This fellow truly has the audacity to lay hands on the students of our Biling Academy." Mu Chen chuckled awkwardly and gestured towards the nearby bushes, saying, "That fellow is dead." Emosher's expression momentarily froze at this revelation, and his companion, Shishir, also looked taken aback. With a flick of his sleeve, Emosher unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy that swept away the foliage, revealing a cold, lifeless body beneath. This. Just as Mu Chen was about to speak, a sound of rushing wind approached from behind. Lu Ming, accompanied by a large entourage, rushed over, followed closely by Lu Mu Bai and Lu Yang. Upon seeing Mu Chen unharmed, their eyes were filled with astonishment. "Xue Tu?" As he spoke, his sharp gaze was fixed on Mu Chen, causing the latter considerable discomfort. "Was it you?" Mu Chen, feeling the weight of that stare, shook his head and replied, "I was being pursued by him and nearly lost my life. Fortunately, I encountered an elderly man who intervened and eliminated the bloodthirsty killer." "Elderly man?" Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, casting a skeptical glance at Mu Chen. He then waved his hand, signaling two subordinates to approach the corpse of the bloodthirsty killer for a search. After some time, they returned and shook their heads at Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes twitched involuntarily. He turned back to Mu Chen, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "Mu Chen, have you seen anything on the bloodthirsty killer?" "What do you mean?" Mu Chen blinked and chuckled. "That elderly gentleman did rummage through his belongings after taking him down, but I kept my distance and didn't dare to approach. so I have no idea what he might have taken. Lu Ming's expression instantly turned cold.
Mu Chen.
Stop with the nonsense. The items on the bloodthirsty killer must have been taken by you. That elderly man you mentioned is probably a fabrication of your imagination.
Liu yang exclaimed angrily.
What do you imply? Mu Chen looked at him quizzically and said, Are you suggesting that I killed the bloodthirsty killer? Lu Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. The bloodthirsty killer was at the late stage of the spirit will realm, just a step away from the divine soul realm. The notion that Mu Chen could have slain him was utterly absurd. Lu Mu Bai, however, coldly scrutinized Mu Chen, a chilling fire flickering in the depths of his gaze. Mu Chen, please do not jest with me. If you truly possess something, as long as you can hand it over to me, I shall reward you generously and even personally visit the Mu domain in the future to discuss this matter with your father. Lu Ming endeavored to soften his expression, smiling as he spoke. Master Lu, I genuinely did not see anything on him. I was terrified when he pursued me and dared not approach him. Mu Chen replied, shaking his head, his youthful visage reflecting a remarkable seriousness and sincerity. Lu Ming's eyes twitched, unable to suppress the anger brewing within him. Although he did not truly believe that Mu Chen could have slain the blood butcher, it was undeniable that he was the prime suspect in this matter. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, his large hand reaching for Mu Chen, his voice cold. Since you refuse to speak the truth, allow me to personally search you. Upon witnessing Lu Ming's hand approaching, Mu Chen clenched his fist, a dark dagger appearing in his grasp. However, just as Lu Ming's hand was about to grasp Mu Chen, another hand reached out, blocking him. Master Mo cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ming, his voice calm yet tinged with authority, causing Lu Ming's body to stiffen momentarily. Lu Ming, you have gone too far. Upon hearing Master Mo's voice, laced with a hint of anger, Lu Ming's expression froze. Master Mo was a genuine powerhouse of the spirit realm and held the esteemed position of chief mentor at the Northern Spirit Academy. Even in their Lu domain, they dared not provoke him lightly. Master Mo stated placidly, I comprehend your sentiments. However, that does not justify your unwarranted search of my student's person. Had you not driven the blood slaughterer towards the northern spiritual origin, Mu Chen would not have encountered such a perilous situation. Now that he has narrowly escaped, I am disinclined to permit such actions. Mu Chen sheathed his dagger, meeting Lu Ming's gaze, which held a hint of coldness. He shook his head and stated, Third Master Lu, I have not taken your possessions. Those are my spoils of war, Mu Chen mused. He had nearly been slain by the blood slaughterer that day, and relinquishing his prize was out of the question. You, Lu Ming hissed through gritted teeth, his expression darkening. However, with Master Mo present, he dared not act against Mu Chen. Keep the spoils, but be mindful of overindulgence. Lu Ming cast a baleful glance at Mu Chen, suppressed his fury, and with a wave of his hand, led Lu Mubai and the others away. Mu Chen, unfazed by Lu Ming's threats, watched them depart in anger. He then turned to Master Mo, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master Mo. You are a student of our Northern Spiritual Academy, and currently participating in our Academy's training. Naturally, it is my duty to safeguard your well-being. Master Mo offered a faint smile, casting a meaningful glance at Mu Chen. Mu Chen chuckled sheepishly under Master Mo's gaze, and without further ado, turned and hastened towards the outer reaches of the northern spiritual origin. Master Mo and Master Shi stood behind, exchanging glances before observing the chilling corpse of Shui Tuesday Master. She furrowed his brow and remarked, Is this young lad truly so fortunate as to encounter a master who would come to his rescue? The likelihood of such a serendipitous event seems rather slim. Yet, if one were to suggest that Mu Chen single-handedly vanquished the formidable Shui Tu, the improbability of that claim would be even more astonishing. Master Mo offered a non-committal smile, his gaze fixed on the silhouette of the young man ahead. He had witnessed Mu Chen's prowess firsthand, having seen how he had dispatched the Fire Spirit Ape King, and thus understood that anyone who perceived him through a mundane lens might pay a substantial price. While others might deem it inconceivable for Mu Chen to have slain a master like Shui Tu, he found it not entirely implausible. Truly, what an intriguing young man. No wonder he was the only individual in the northern spirit realm to have qualified for the spirit path. Mu Chen flashed them a reassuring smile, indicating that all was well, then turned his attention to the strikingly beautiful girl with reddened eyes who was gazing at him. "I'm so sorry. This is all my fault," Tian Can said, her eyes glistening. "If it weren't for my words, you would not have encountered Shui Tu and found yourself in such peril. We're teammates, after all, and to team up with such a lovely girl, how could it be devoid of excitement? That would surely be a disservice to such fortune." Mu Chen jested. Upon hearing this, the girl's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink, and she playfully punched Mu Chen, her earlier distress visibly alleviated. "Couldn't have been you who did this, could it?" Tian Can leaned closer to Mu Chen, whispering conspiratorially. "Do you think it is possible?" Mu Chen smiled, fully aware of how incredulous such matters could be. Indeed, had it not been for the grave injuries inflicted upon Blood Butcher by the silver-horned dragon leopard, forcing him to deplete his spiritual power in a desperate escape, it would have been utterly impossible for Mu Chen to eliminate him. Others might deem it implausible, yet you, being so cunning. Who can say? Tian Can chuckled playfully. She possessed an inexplicable confidence in Mu Chen. While others viewed certain feats as unattainable, she believed that the young man before her might just achieve the impossible. In the days that followed, due to the demise of Blood Butcher, the vigilance of Master Mo and the others had considerably eased. Consequently, they did not hasten the conclusion of their training, allowing the students to hone their skills on the periphery of the North Spirit Plane. On the second day after Blood Butcher's death, Lu Ming departed with his companions, yet the dark gaze he cast upon Mu Chen before leaving made it clear that this matter was unlikely to conclude so easily. This sense of caution led Mu Chen to exercise greater care in the ensuing days. Although he did not believe Lu Ming would dare to act against him under Master Mo's watch, prudence was certainly a virtue. Under this heightened vigilance, Mu Chen's month-long training gradually approached its conclusion. Within the camp, the atmosphere today was notably more vibrant than usual, with every student's face illuminated by anticipation and excitement, for today was the day to assess the results of their training. Before the gathered assembly, Master Mo and Master Shi surveyed the numerous disciples, nodding in satisfaction. Compared to a fortnight ago, these students appeared considerably more adept, evidently demonstrating the significant impact of their recent training. Master Mo gestured to a nearby recording personnel and stated, "Commence." Chapter 41. Cheating the Deng Lei team, 3 mid-level low-grade spirit beast cores, 8 low-level early-stage spirit beast cores. The Lu Yun team, 2 mid-level low-grade spirit beast cores. The Ying Zong team. Mu Chen, do you think we can secure first place? Tian Can gazed at the lively scene before her, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation. Isn't the treatment for the top 3 the same? Whether or not we come in first, it makes no difference. Mu Chen replied with a smile, expressing indifference towards the notion of being first. However, he mused that the only potential competition worthy of surpassing them would be Lu Mubai. Those 2 brothers had been fixated on him lately. Losing to them would be rather disheartening. Tian Can murmured, but if we lose to them, it would be quite unpleasant. Hearing her words, Mu Chen's gaze shifted to the distance, where Lu Mubai was coldly fixated on him. Beside him stood Hong Ling, radiating a captivating charm in her red attire. Though she seemed somewhat distracted, her enchanting eyes occasionally glancing in Mu Chen's direction. These individuals. Mu Chen couldn't help but smile faintly. Ever since the demise of Blood Butcher, Lu Mubai's gaze towards him had grown increasingly peculiar, tinged with a sense of regret and anger. This stirred within him an array of sentiments, suggesting that the sudden encounter with Blood Butcher that day might harbor some hidden intricacies. Mu Chen, it's our turn. Tian Can suddenly nudged him, whispering softly, "Then you shall proceed." "After all, aren't the items with you?" Mu Chen replied with a smile. Tian Can nodded and swiftly made her way forward, drawing numerous curious glances from those around. At this point, Mu Chen had gained considerable notoriety. The incident involving his expedition with Mo Ling to hunt the fire spirit monkey had, unbeknownst to him, spread widely. This left many other students astonished, for who would have anticipated that while they were still dealing with low-level spirit beasts, Mu Chen would dare to undertake such ventures that they themselves had never even contemplated. Moreover, the aftermath of the Blood Butcher incident further cloaked Mu Chen in an air of mystery. Although they did not believe he could truly vanquish the formidable Blood Butcher, who was at the late stage of the spirit wheel realm, The mere fact that he survived the relentless pursuit was, in itself, an extraordinary feat. All these factors undoubtedly rendered Mu Chen the most luminous figure in this cultivation journey. Those who had previously underestimated him due to his newcomer status now dared not display such sentiments. Thus, many were intensely curious about the accomplishments of Mu Chen's small team. Under the watchful gaze of numerous spectators, Tang Qian'er approached the recording personnel. With a graceful motion, she reached into her bosom and produced a series of radiant orbs, each containing the essence of spirit beasts, shimmering with a brilliant luster. 35 orbs of mid-level spirit beast essences appeared before her. The recorder, taken aback, registered a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. These spirit beasts likely possessed mid-level strength during their lifetimes. Such formidable creatures typically required a team of students to hunt, and securing even one in a day was considered a significant achievement. Yet, Tang Qian'er had effortlessly showcased so many. With another delicate gesture, she revealed 15 even more luminous orbs, representing late-stage, low-level spirit beast essences. The surrounding crowd erupted in murmurs of astonishment. Spirit beasts of this caliber were usually avoided at all costs. Indeed, Mu Chen's prowess was remarkable, as he had managed to hunt such an impressive quantity. Listening to the surrounding exclamations, Tang Qian'er felt a surge of pride. After a moment's contemplation, she cautiously withdrew a single orb resembling a flame from her attire. Within this orb, a miniature fire ape seemed to roar, emanating an astonishing wave of spiritual energy that rendered the onlookers silent. Was that the essence of the Fire Spirit Ape King? This was simply extraordinary. The moment the Fire Spirit Ape King's essence was unveiled, who could possibly rival her? Mo Ling and the others murmured in disbelief. After all, that was a mid-level spirit beast of late-stage spirit will realm. How could they, mere students, ever possess the capability to hunt such a creature? Master Mo and Master, she gazed at the essence of the Fire Spirit Ape King, which was filled with astonishment. Master Mo remained relatively composed, having witnessed firsthand how Mu Chen had vanquished the unfortunate Fire Spirit Ape King with such cunning. The recorder, however, stood in stunned silence for quite some time, clearly taken aback by the emergence of such a high-level spirit beast essence from a mere student. A mid-level late-stage spirit beast essence. A moment later, the recorder's voice, strained with suppressed astonishment, finally broke the silence, inevitably eliciting a wave of uproar. Master, I refuse to accept this. Mu Chen could not possibly possess the capability to hunt a spirit beast of late-stage Lingluan realm. This must be a case of cheating. A discordant voice suddenly pierced through the air, and the crowd turned to see Lu Yang stepping forward, his tone rife with skepticism. Upon hearing Master Mo's words, Lu Yang's face flushed crimson with indignation. As he spoke, he approached and produced numerous luminous orbs from his bosom, each representing the essence of spirit beasts. Among these orbs, 2 belonged to mid-level spirit beasts, their former strength having reached the initial stage of the Lingluan realm. In a certain sense, had it not been for Mu Chen's possession of the Fire Spirit Ape King's essence to establish dominance, Lu Mubai might have outshone them. However, as the saying goes, there are no what-ifs. With the fiery essence in hand, Lu Mubai's achievements appeared somewhat diminished. Tang Qian'er, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of delight in her beautiful eyes. She held no fondness for Lu Mubai overshadowing Mu Chen. Although the joy in Tang Qian'er's beautiful eyes was faint, it was nevertheless discerned by Lu Mubai, who immediately raised the corners of his lips, reaching into his embrace. Everyone gazed intently at him, wondering if Lu Mubai had hidden treasures. Not long ago, he had fortuitously encountered 2 spirit beasts in the late stage of the spirit will realm, whose powers had diminished for various reasons, allowing him to reap the benefits. Lu Mubai smiled as he extended his hand, revealing 2 orbs of light, one azure and one deep yellow, gently pulsating in his palm, emanating astonishing waves of spiritual energy. Remarkably, these 2 spirit beast essences had also reached the late stage of the spirit will realm. A wave of astonishment erupted around him, as incredulous gazes fixated on Lu Mubai. Had he truly hunted down 2 spirit beasts of such formidable strength? You cheated. Tang Qian'er's delicate face paled, and she exclaimed in anger. Lu Mubai's prowess was indeed commendable, but it was utterly implausible that he could have slain spirit beasts of the late stage of the spirit will realm. No one would believe such a coincidence, that he just happened to encounter two weakened spirit beasts. Are you the only ones allowed to take shortcuts? Fortune does not favor you alone, Lu Yong sneered. Mo Shi and Shi Shi observed this scene with furrowed brows. Yet they remained silent. In truth, the evaluation of such achievements had always been rather lenient. What they truly cared about was whether the students had gained practical experience, rather than the ultimate results. Tang Qian'er clenched her delicate fist, clearly seething with indignation. Yet feeling utterly powerless, she could only stomp her feet in frustration. Mu Chen maintained a calm gaze, only glancing at Hong Ling when Lu Mu Bai produced two soul orbs from late-stage spirit will realm beasts. Hong Ling's charming face betrayed a hint of unease, and upon sensing Mu Chen's gaze, she instinctively averted her eyes. Never mind, after all, the top three can still obtain the spirit-nourishing pill. Mu Chen offered a faint smile, attempting to console the irate Tang Qian'er. But they are clearly cheating, Tang Qian'er retorted angrily. The fire spirit ape king was a creature Mu Chen had nearly lost his life to slay, and she absolutely refused to believe that Lu Mu Bai had acquired those two late-stage spirit will soul orbs through his own prowess. It's merely a small contest. What harm is there in losing this time? There will be plenty of opportunities ahead, Lu Mu Bai said with a slight, yet somewhat cold and provocative smile directed at Mu Chen. Mu Chen rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. He truly did not wish to engage in such childish tricks of deceit, but alas, it was Lu Mu Bai who had approached him. Master Mo. Mu Chen suddenly turned to Master Mo and said with a grin, I almost forgot. There are still soul orbs in my possession. Can I supplement now? Master Mo smiled knowingly at Mu Chen, aware that this little rascal was likely up to something that would leave others astounded, and nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Mu Chen shrugged at the now gloomy-looking Lu Mu Bai and began rummaging through his robes. All eyes in the vicinity were now fixed upon Mu Chen, wondering if this fellow could possibly produce yet another surprise. Under their watchful gaze, Mu Chen slowly extended his palm, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished as they beheld 5 luminous orbs rising from his hand. Each orb pulsed with spiritual energy, rivaling the essence of the fire spirit ape king's spiritual beast. Remarkably, all 5 orbs represented the spiritual essences of mid-tier spiritual beasts at the late stage of the spirit will realm. Mu Chen tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at the ashen-faced Lu Mu Bai, and offered a faint smile. My apologies, but a few days ago, 5 mid-tier spiritual beasts at the late stage of the spirit will realm had a brawl, and they all ended up gravely injured, so I took it upon myself to eliminate them. The crowd collectively spat blood. Was this fellow truly mocking Lu Mu Bai with such a preposterous excuse? Their gazes turned to Lu Mu Bai, whose handsome visage had transformed into an expression of profound displeasure. Clearly, this time Lu Mu Bai had met his match. Chapter 42. Interception. The evaluation of their achievements had become somewhat ludicrous due to the antics of Lu Mu Bai and Mu Chen. The spiritual essences they presented were overwhelmingly powerful for the other students. Moreover, it seemed utterly impossible, whether it was Lu Mu Bai's 2 essences or the 5 in Mu Chen's hand. Even the latter's lackadaisical excuse blatantly conveyed the message of cheating. Of course, many in the crowd began to realize that Mu Chen was intentionally targeting Lu Mu Bai, as the origins of Lu Mu Bai's 2 spiritual essences were equally shrouded in mystery. The recording personnel also halted, gazing helplessly at the scene before them, then turned their attention to the 2 individuals, Mo Shi and Lu Mu Bai. You two should cease this foolishness at once, Mo Shi remarked, shaking his head in resignation. With a stern expression, he gestured dismissively, stating, Put away your belongings. This training is intended to hone practical skills, not to showcase your prowess. Do not lose sight of the purpose. Mu Chen, however, merely smiled nonchalantly. He had never anticipated that the 5 spirit beast essences would serve any significant purpose, and indeed, they were not obtained through his own efforts, but rather discovered within the blood butcher's mustard seed bracelet. His actions were motivated by a desire to vex Lu Mu Bai, whom he found intolerable. Lu Mu Bai, on the other hand, wore an expression of deep displeasure. Mo Shi's words clearly implied disbelief in the claim that the spirit beast essences were acquired through Lu Mu Bai's own hunting endeavors, even though this was indeed the case. Nonetheless, he had been outmaneuvered by Mu Chen. In the end, both Mu Chen's team and Lu Mu Bai's team were declared joint winners. Upon hearing Mo Shi's announcement, a stir of astonishment rippled through the camp. It was evident that Mu and the others did not wish to dwell on the matter, as the rewards for the top 3 were identical. They seemed reluctant to engage further with the 2 contentious figures, Mu Chen and Lu Bai. Yet, this outcome suggested that even Mu harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of the spirit beast essences presented by the 2. The students exchanged glances, weighing their thoughts in silence. Ultimately, they reached a consensus on the true first place, dismissing the unreliable spirit cores of the lesser beasts. It was evident that the spirit core of the fire spirit ape king held the most authenticity, as not only had Mo Ling and others recounted how Mu Chen had single-handedly lured the fire spirit ape king away, but even Master Mo had witnessed the event with his own eyes. Thus, the spirit core of the fire spirit ape king was undeniably linked to Mu Chen. Possessing the spirit core, Mu Chen was poised to surpass Lu Bai. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Bai's expression darkened, clearly aware of their thoughts. This time, not only had he failed to overshadow Mu Chen, but he had also lost considerable face in the process. Tang Chen'er, however, felt a surge of joy. Although Mu Chen and Lu Bai were tied for first place, many students understood the true value of their respective rankings. Consequently, the evaluation results had been determined. Mu Chen and Lu Bai's teams ranked first, while Mo Ling's team claimed second place, and the third position was secured by Chan Tong's team from the West Courtyard. Observing these results, the unsuccessful candidates could only sigh in regret. With the outcomes established, the rewards were promptly dispensed. Master Mo smiled subtly, flicking his fingers, unleashing several beams of light that surged from his hand and gracefully landed in the hands of Mu Chen and the others. Mu Chen gazed at the exquisite small jade box in his hand, from which the radiant light gradually faded. He gently opened the box to reveal a thumb-sized azure elixir, resting quietly within. A potent wave of spiritual energy emanated from it, far surpassing that of the jade spirit fruit. After all, this elixir was the result of the meticulous amalgamation of various spiritual herbs, and its efficacy was naturally superior to that of a single jade spirit fruit. The onlookers, filled with envy and desire, beheld the spiritual elixir in Mu Chen's hand, as it was said to hasten one's ascension into the spirit will realm. The youthful crowd, having heard of a month-long holiday, was instantly invigorated, for their time at the North Spirit Academy had surely made them yearn for home. Within the camp, a jubilant atmosphere prevailed as numerous students began to pack up, and the main group reassembled, meandering back along the path to the North Spirit Academy. Upon returning, Mu Chen finally relaxed, no longer needing to remain vigilant. The North Spirit Academy was regarded as an exceptionally safe haven within the North Spirit realm. Even the formidable forces of the Lu domain would not dare to wreak havoc within its confines. The following day, Mu Chen organized his belongings and exited the academy, making his way into North Spirit City, where he hastened towards the teleportation array to the Mu domain. As he traversed the familiar streets, bustling with life and vibrancy, he marveled at the city's prosperity and liveliness. Without pausing, he calculated shortcuts, propelling himself forward with purpose. As Mu Chen rounded another street corner, the thoroughfare grew quieter, with a gentle drizzle seeming to descend from the heavens. He quickened his pace through the light rain, the cool droplets striking his face, causing him to shiver slightly. Abruptly, he halted, his keen senses, honed from his trials within the spirit road, causing a prickling sensation to spread across his skin. Unbeknownst to him, the street had become deserted, devoid of any human presence or sound. Mu Chen's expression gradually turned grave as he lifted his gaze towards the hazy sky, where a faint glimmer flickered and the air seemed to subtly undulate. A bewildering formation. Mu Chen's hands clenched slowly, his dark eyes sharpening with intensity. He raised his head, staring intently ahead, his voice ringing out with icy resolve, to dare establish a bewildering formation within North Spirit City and target students of the North Spirit Academy. Such audacity! You must be Mu Chen? A soft voice finally echoed from the distance. Mu Chen looked up sharply, spotting a figure holding a floral umbrella, gradually materializing into view through the fine rain. Hand over the item. Chapter 43. The figure in the rain, Ji Zong hand over the item. Amidst the gentle drizzle, Mu Chen stood taut, his gaze fixed intently ahead. There, a figure wielding a floral umbrella gradually materialized. a somewhat slender man whose countenance bore an unusually delicate quality, his thin lips sharp as a blade, emanating an unsettling chill. As Mu Chen scrutinized this unfamiliar, effeminate man, a surge of foreboding washed over him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he inquired, "You are not from the Lu domain, are you? What brings you to seek me?" Indeed, I am not from the Lu domain. Rather, someone has offered a substantial sum for my intervention," the effeminate man replied with a faint smile, the floral umbrella in his hand gently twirling, his lips pressed together. "You may call me Jizong." Jizong? The Jizong of the rainy people. Mu Chen's pupils constricted slightly. This name resonated with considerable notoriety in the North Spirit realm, rivaling even that of the Blood Butcher. However, this did not imply that Jizong possessed strength superior to the Blood Butcher. His prowess likely resided at the initial stage of the spiritual will realm. What rendered him particularly formidable was his other, highly regarded identity. He was a level 1 spirit array master. In this vast world, a nexus of innumerable realms, even supreme beings of unparalleled might find themselves humbled by its enormity, thus making this grand world a kaleidoscope of strife and ambition. Spirit array masters and spirit artifact masters. Aside from the orthodox practice of spiritual energy cultivation, these remarkable professions shine brightly. They demand exceptionally stringent innate talents. Even those with extraordinary gifts in the path of cultivation may find themselves struggling on these paths. Conversely, some individuals deemed mediocre in cultivation may possess astonishing talents in these fields. The adage, "When heaven closes a door, it opens a window," holds profound truth in the vast expanse of the world. Overall, spirit array masters occupy a prestigious position, as many factions require their expertise, whether for constructing defensive formations, offensive arrays, or beneficial cultivation setups. Consequently, a senior spirit array master is highly sought after in this expansive realm. Those who have attained a certain level of mastery in array formations can effortlessly construct arrays with a mere gesture, wielding their power to shake the heavens and the earth. Currently, the fame of Jizong in the Northern Spirit Realm is entirely attributed to his status as a level 1 spirit array master, rather than his initial strength in the spirit will realm. A level 1 spirit array master, when within their array, possesses a terrifying prowess that rivals even a late-stage cultivator of the spirit will realm. Unexpectedly, although you are a student of the Northern Spirit Academy, you are still aware of my title, Jizong remarked with a soft, almost feminine voice, which was in stark contrast to his undeniable masculinity, creating an unsettling dissonance. You dare to act in Bailing City, yet you have violated the taboos of the Bailing Academy. If they were to discover this, your fate would not be a pleasant one. Mu Chen's gaze flickered momentarily, and he responded, "That is precisely why I have painstakingly arranged a mesmerizing formation. What transpires here will remain unknown to the outside world." Jizong gestured towards the desolate street, saying, "Therefore, you should obediently hand over your belongings to me. I have no desire to kill you, lest Mu Feng loses his sanity. It would be in our mutual interest to remain amicable, would it not?" Mu Chen's eyes turned frigid, a subtle surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. Although he found himself ensnared within Jizong's formation, he was not one to easily concede. "It appears you are indeed quite disobedient," Jizong remarked with a faint smile. He then flicked his fingers, causing the spring rain falling from the sky to intensify, emanating a powerful wave of spiritual energy. "To personally experience the might of my spiritual rain formation is indeed a stroke of fortune for you." With a flourish of his sleeve, the torrential spring rain descended like a tempest, akin to a rain of blades, enveloping Mu Chen entirely. Witnessing such a formidable offensive, Mu Chen was taken aback. Indeed, a formation master was formidable. Such an assault could render even those of the spirit will realm helpless. Gathering spirit light, Mu Chen hastily retreated, dark spiritual energy surging from within him, forming a thin black veil before him, shielding his body from the impending onslaught. Bang! 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 The spring rain poured down incessantly, relentlessly battering against the dark barrier, causing it to tremble as ripples swiftly radiated outward, giving the impression of imminent collapse. Mu Chen's strength, after all, was merely at the late stage of the spirit movement realm, and facing the onslaught of the Array's power from the G-clan, it was exceedingly difficult for him to withstand. He could not afford to prolong this situation. He must shatter the formation. Gazing at the rapidly disintegrating black light, thoughts raced through Mu Chen's mind. With his current strength, confronting the Ji-clan head-on would likely render him incapable of victory. His only path lay in dismantling the formation. Once the formation was breached, the Ji-clan would be stripped of its fangs, significantly diminishing its threat, and without the protective cover of the formation, they would certainly hesitate to act within the Northern Spirit Realm. However, breaking through an array crafted by a first-level Spirit Array Master was no simple task. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen found his composure gradually settling amidst the peril. His gaze flickered. After all, the Ji-clan was merely a first-level Spirit Array Master, and the formation they had established evidently lacked the sophistication to be manipulated solely by intent. This suggested that he would need to leverage certain external objects to resonate with the formation and gain control over it. Such external objects would be the vulnerabilities of the Spirit Array Master, likely positioned in places they could easily defend. Mu Chen's eyes stealthily scanned the Ji-clan's figure, and after a moment, they fixated on the flower umbrella clutched in his hand. His strength paled in comparison to that of the Ji-clan, especially considering the latter was the one commanding the formation. Fortunately, the Ji-clan was aware of this reality as well, thus. This underestimation would present Mu Chen with an optimal opportunity. Snap! Before Mu Chen, the black light formed by the condensation of spiritual power finally shattered completely. The spring rain brushed against his face, leaving a trace of blood, while his brows arched like swords. With a powerful stamp of his foot, the rain splashed around him, and his body surged forward like a leopard, darting straight towards Ji-zong. What an aggressively spirited youth he is. Seeing this, Ji-zong merely smiled lightly, then waved his hand. The spring rain coalesced, transforming into a rain spear that struck fiercely towards Mu Chen. With a swift motion, Mu Chen lunged forward, supporting himself on the ground, propelling his body with agility, evading the sharp rain spear like a nimble spirit monkey. An impressive display of skill indeed. Ji-zong, observing this, chuckled in admiration, yet his attacks grew increasingly ruthless. With a flick of his hand, several long spears materialized, carving sharp, vicious arcs as they descended upon Mu Chen's vital points. Mu Chen adeptly maneuvered, but one of the long spears still grazed his chest, tearing his clothing and leaving a streak of blood that seeped forth. However, he paid no heed to the wound on his chest. Instead, he leaped forward with fervor, finally closing the distance to Ji-zong. The latter raised an eyebrow, his voice smooth yet cold. So you dare to charge directly at the master of the formation. You possess a certain sharpness, young man. Nevertheless, while your intentions are commendable, you have overestimated your abilities and underestimated the chasm that lies between us. Ji-zong smiled faintly, and with a firm grip of his palm, he summoned the gentle spring rain to converge within his hand, transforming it into a sword of liquid rain, shimmering with a profound spiritual aura. Mu Chen clenched his fists, dark energy swirling around him, as two beams of ominous light manifested, infused with overwhelming spiritual power, and he unleashed them ruthlessly towards Ji-zong. The force of the punches howled through the air, tearing asunder the rain, producing a mournful sound of wind that caused Ji-zong to momentarily falter, astonished that Mu Chen, despite being at the late stage of the spirit motion realm, could unleash such a fierce onslaught. Had he not been a Spirit Array Master but rather an ordinary practitioner at the initial stage of the Spirit Will realm, capturing Mu Chen today would indeed have been a formidable challenge. Yet that was still insufficient. Ji-zong's gaze turned frigid, and with a violent tremor of his water sword, it erupted with a resonant hum, sweeping forth like a water serpent, crashing heavily against the two beams of dark light, unleashing a torrent of chaotic spiritual energy. As the force surged, Mu Chen found himself pushed back step by step, the two ominous seals of death also retreating gradually. Though Ji-zong was merely at the initial stage of the Spirit Will realm, the might of his spirit array was sufficient to contend with the late stage of the Spirit Will realm. Clearly, Mu Chen could not hope to gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation. Gritting his teeth, Mu Chen watched as the two ominous seals were forced back, his gaze drawn to the sharp tip of the sword, a chilling sensation piercing his heart, leaving his skin tingling with unease. Ha! A sense of impending threat enveloped his mind as Mu Chen's eyes widened in furious determination. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of his heart, and at that moment, the great Buddha technique began to resonate within him. Through these repeated trials, he had come to realize that some latent power resided within him, a power that could only be awakened in moments of life and death. And now was the opportune moment. Arise. As the indistinct light tower flickered into existence within Mu Chen's being, a peculiar wave of energy surged forth from him. This wave, though not overwhelmingly powerful, caused Ji Zong's body to tremble slightly, his gaze momentarily lost in a daze. However, this disorientation was fleeting. Ji Zong quickly regained his composure with a cold snort. Mu Chen was indeed unlike an ordinary youth, which explained why Lu Yu sought his assistance. Yet, no matter how fiercely he struggled, the vast chasm between them could never be bridged with ease. With a swift motion, Ji Zong's arm trembled, and the sword formed from rainwater surged violently, propelled by a tempest of spiritual energy, forcefully dispelling the two ominous death seals and darting towards Mu Chen's shoulder like a flash of lightning. Clang! The assault from Ji Zong was exceedingly fierce, slicing through the gap between two ominous death seals, leaving Mu Chen with no time to defend himself. The rain-soaked long sword pierced his shoulder, but at the moment of contact, the indistinct form of a luminous tower within Mu Chen seemed to tremble. The sword hesitated for a brief instant before its tip finally plunged into Mu Chen's shoulder, blood oozing forth. Ji Zong observed this scene with a faint smile, believing the situation was already settled. His gaze fell upon the young man before him, only to find that beneath the gentle rain, a pair of obsidian eyes, akin to profound black holes, fixated on him, enveloping Ji Zong's heart with an unspoken sense of peril. The young man before him remained unfazed by the sword embedded in his shoulder. Even the pain failed to elicit the slightest quiver of his brow. His hands trembled slightly, and a glimmer of cold light shot forth, ultimately gliding past Ji Zong's astonished gaze, brushing against the handle of the flower umbrella held in his left hand. The umbrella fell feebly, splattering droplets of rain, while Ji Zong stood, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. He then glanced at the young man, who had abruptly retreated, blood continuing to trickle down from his shoulder. You have indeed discerned it. Ji Zong's lips moved, yet his expression grew significantly grave. The youth before him had surprisingly identified the flaw in his formation, and what astonished him even more was the audacity of the latter to use his own body as bait, thereby exposing a momentary gap when he attempted to strike. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ji Zong acted without hesitation, severing the flower umbrella in the youth's grasp, while simultaneously cutting the connection between him and the formation. You have lost, Mu Chen remarked with a grin directed at Ji Zong. As his laughter faded, the descending spring rain ceased, and the surrounding air seemed to shimmer with light. Soon thereafter, Mu Chen began to perceive faint voices drifting into his ears. The same street stretched before him, now devoid of any traces of rain, with sunlight streaming down from the sky, and in the distance, silhouettes began to materialize. Clearly, the mesmerizing array that had enveloped him was now dismantled. Mu Chen fixed his gaze ahead, where Ji Zong regarded him with a solemn countenance. After a brief moment, Ji Zong smiled and remarked, "Truly an impressive young man. I did not anticipate that Mu Feng would have such an outstanding son." Mu Chen returned the smile, though his eyes were filled with vigilance and caution. "Do you intend to act further? The formation has been broken. I can no longer harm you. What transpires next is no longer my concern. Yet I advise you to take care of yourself," Ji Zong replied with a faint smile. He then cast a meaningful glance at Mu Chen before slowly turning and walking away. This Ji Zong is utterly ineffectual. As Mu Chen vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, two icy gazes pierced through the gaps from a certain point on the street, fixating on the distant silhouette of a young man. "Third uncle, what shall we do next?" Beside the middle-aged man stood a handsome youth, furrowing his brow in inquiry. This familiar figure was none other than Lu Mu Bai, while the middle-aged man was Lu Ming. Fortunately, I never truly placed my trust in that Ji Zong. I merely intended for him to take the lead as a probe. If he could resolve the matter, that would be splendid. If not, we shall take matters into our own hands. However, if we act now, it may attract the attention of the North Spirit Academy." Lu Ming murmured. "Then let us swiftly eliminate him." Lu Ming's eyes glinted coldly as he waved his hand. Instantly, 10 figures surged forth from behind him, each exuding a menacing aura, their spiritual energy indicating they had all reached the initial stage of the spirit will realm. Engage. Yes. The 10 figures responded in a low unison, their forms flickering as they vanished into the shadows. On the street, Mu Chen, who had been on high alert, suddenly narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze forward. There, 10 figures erupted from the darkness, encircling him in a circular formation. 10 adept practitioners at the initial stage of the spirit will realm. Seeing these 10 figures, Mu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Yu's murderous intent toward him was indeed formidable. Although Lu Ming and his ilk dared not act directly within North Spirit City, they were still orchestrating a grand trap for him. Engaging them would be unwise. He must find a way to escape. Mu Chen's thoughts raced as he hastily retreated. No matter how confident he was, he couldn't possibly believe that he alone could contend with 10 seasoned opponents, each at the early stage of the spirit will realm. Swiftly, the 10 figures surged forward, their spiritual energy erupting with a palpable killing intent. The commotion they caused even stirred disturbances in the distance, signaling that their actions were beginning to draw attention. Damn it! Mu Chen cursed inwardly as he witnessed their ferocity. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his spiritual energy rapidly within his body, dark luminescence flickering between his arms, preparing for a desperate struggle. He knew he had to buy time. The 10 figures closed in with remarkable coordination, swiftly encircling him and cutting off all escape routes. 10 sharp swords aimed directly at his vital points. Mu Chen's gaze fixed intently on the incoming assault, the dark glow around his arms intensifying. Just as he was about to lunge forward to strike first, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed. Who dares to lay a hand on the young master of the Mu domain? Seeking death. Following the roar, a figure darted like lightning, landing in front of Mu Chen within moments. With a sweep of his sleeve, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth like a raging river, sending the 10 assailants reeling and tumbling backward. Uncle Zhou. Mu Chen gazed at the familiar figure before him, his countenance instantly brightening with joy. He had finally arrived. The gaunt middle-aged man standing before Mu Chen was none other than Zhou Yi from Mu Yu. At this moment, his piercing gaze was fixed like that of a hawk on the 10 figures that had been sent flying, yet he refrained from pursuing them, instead choosing to remain by Mu Chen's side, shielding him from harm. Kill them. Zhou Ye's cold stare bore into the 10 figures as he issued a sharp command. Immediately, a resounding reply erupted not far away, and dozens of figures swiftly rushed forth, directly targeting the 10 silhouettes. Realizing their precarious situation, the 10 figures gritted their teeth and with a flick of their sleeves, a cloud of smoke billowed forth, allowing them to retreat rapidly under the cover of the obscuring haze. Damn it! In a certain part of the street, Lu Ming glared at Zhou Yi, who had suddenly arrived with his entourage, his fury boiling over as his face turned an ominous shade of gray. He had never anticipated that Zhou Yi would thwart their critical plan at such a pivotal moment. Third uncle? Lu Mu Bai furrowed his brows, taken aback by the series of plans that had gone awry. Lu Ming spoke in a chilling tone, then waved his hand and turned away. Lu Mu Bai could only sigh in resignation, his gaze drifting through the gaps to where Mu Chen was now shielded by the forces of Mu Yu. A fleeting glimmer of coldness crossed his eyes as he thought, "Lucky boy, this time fortune favors you, but next time, you may not be so fortunate. Just sent my mother off. I am utterly exhausted. The updates for the early morning will be posted during the day." Chapter 45. The 9 Nether Sparrow on the street. Zhou Yi stood protectively in front of Mu Chen, his keen, hawk-like gaze sweeping the surroundings. After a moment, his body gradually relaxed as he sensed the faint killing intent begin to dissipate. Suddenly, dozens of figures surged forth, encircling the 2 young Master Zhou. "Little Mu, are you unharmed?" Feeling the retreat of the menacing aura, Zhou Yi let out a sigh of relief and turned to inquire. Mu Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "Fortunately, Uncle Zhou arrived swiftly. It should be the people from the Lu domain." "The Lu domain?" Zhou Ye's expression shifted dramatically, followed by a hint of confusion. "Although our Mu domain and the Lu domain have always been at odds, we have maintained a certain restraint toward one another. How could this happen?" Zhou Yi nodded thoughtfully, then waved his hand, leading Mu Chen directly toward the teleportation array in the city. With Zhou Ye's protection, they encountered no further mishaps, indicating that the Lu domain recognized the gravity of the situation and chose to temporarily retreat. In Mu City, within the Mu Manor, when Mu Feng heard Zhou Ye's words, his previously smiling and resolute face instantly turned icy. He abruptly rose, exclaiming, "What do the Lu domain intend to do? Do they wish to completely sever ties with our Mu domain? They probably do not desire to completely sever ties just yet. Otherwise, they would not have first sought the assistance of Jizong and only resorted to taking action themselves when absolutely necessary," Mu Chen remarked from the side. "Jizong?" Mu Feng's expression darkened, and Zhou Yi beside him furrowed his brow, asking, "Did he also strike at you?" "Indeed, I found myself ensnared in a formation he had set, but I managed to break free, and then he departed," Mu Chen replied, nodding. "You dismantled his formation?" Mu Feng and Zhou Yi were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Mu Chen with astonishment. They were well aware of Jizong's reputation. Although his strength at the initial stage of the spirit will realm was not particularly formidable, his status as a first-rate formation master could pose significant trouble. Yet now, the formation he had arranged had been dismantled by Mu Chen? "I am, after all, in the late stage of the spirit motion realm," Mu Chen chuckled upon seeing their surprised expressions. Late stage of the spirit motion realm? Mu Feng was once again taken aback, then nodded in satisfaction. Although Mu Chen had been delayed for a year in his cultivation during his journey through the spirit road, his innate talent was exceptional, and he was truly catching up now. That means nothing. If Jizong were to activate his formation, even those in the late stage of the spirit will realm would find it troublesome. "Do you truly believe your strength is sufficient to dismantle it?" While Mu Feng was pleased, he could not bear to see Mu Chen's smug demeanor and chided him with a laugh. "Jizong had the same underestimation as you, which is precisely why I was able to dismantle his formation," Mu Chen retorted, pouting. "It seems young Mu capitalized on Jizong's arrogance," Zhou Yi remarked with a smile. "Such cunning is indeed rare. Where is the flattery in that?" Mu Feng chuckled for a while before becoming serious again. "Why did Lu Yu choose to act against you? Moreover, it was chosen in Bailing City. Should this be discovered, it would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the Bailing Academy. Given their usual manner of conduct, such reckless actions are quite uncharacteristic of them. Furthermore, the quotas from the 5 major academies are soon to be announced, and offending the Bailing Academy at this juncture would be exceedingly unwise." "Oh?" Mu Feng and Zhou Yi exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of gravity in the other's eyes. They had heard whispers regarding the Blood Butcher Corps and the Lu domain, yet had not paid it much heed. However, observing the Lu domain's evident seriousness regarding this matter, it seemed decidedly significant. Although the mustard seed bracelet possesses some value, it hardly warrants such intensity of focus from the Lu domain. Mu Feng chuckled softly, inquiring, "Is there something within that piques their interest?" Mu Chen nodded, his hand clenching as an ancient copper piece materialized. "It should be this object. However, upon examination, I found nothing particularly extraordinary." Taking the antiquated copper piece from Mu Chen's hand, Mu Feng traced the intricate patterns with his fingers, contemplating for a moment before flipping it over. Upon encountering the image of a colossal black bird etched upon the copper, he paused, seemingly deep in thought. "This item bears a resemblance to," Mu Feng murmured, his pupils narrowing. "It resembles the 9 Nether Sparrow?" "The 9 Nether Sparrow?" Zhou Yi exclaimed in astonishment. "Surely not. The 9 Nether Sparrow." Mu Chen's eyes also reflected surprise as he could not help but exclaim, "Is it not the creature ranked 11th in the record of 10,000 beasts? Its appearance indeed bears a striking similarity." Mu Feng nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly he clenched his palm, and a blazing light coalesced within it, ultimately transforming into a fire sculpture the size of a palm. This fiery figure possessed an exceptionally keen gaze, its wings reminiscent of a dragon's, and its sharp eagle claws adorned with fiery red dragon scales, emanating an imposing aura. "Is this the essence of the dragon flame eagle that my father refined?" Mu Chen gazed curiously at the exquisite fire sculpture, recognizing it as a true celestial beast, ranked 85th on the beast's record. It was undeniably more formidable than Master Mo's golden thunder wolf or Master Shi's stone turtle lion. The dragon flame eagle perched upon Mu Feng's palm and gently approached the ancient copper plate. Upon encountering the black bird patterns on the northern side of the plate, a flicker of apprehension crossed its piercing, chilling eyes, causing it to retreat hastily, displaying evident trepidation and fear. Something capable of instilling such caution in the dragon flame eagle must surely be the Nine Nether Bird. Observing this, Mu Feng declared with certainty, "The Nine Nether Bird, born in the northern abyss, possesses wings that can overshadow mountains, and its ethereal light can engulf the sun and moon." This description of the Nine Nether Bird resonated within Mu Chen's heart, prompting him to involuntarily click his tongue in astonishment. Such power was indeed difficult to fathom. If it truly is the Nine Nether Bird, it is no wonder that the Lu domain holds it in such high regard. If a powerful being at the divine soul realm could obtain the essence of the Nine Nether Bird, their strength would be exceedingly monstrous.
Mu Feng lamented.
However, if it were indeed the Nine Nether Bird, would the Lu domain possess the strength to challenge it? Mu Chen furrowed his brow. If it truly was the Nine Nether Sparrow, then even if the entire strength of the Willow domain were mobilized, capturing it would be impossible. The secret must lie within this bronze fragment. Mu Feng smiled faintly, and suddenly, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted, flooding into the bronze fragment like a deluge. Mu Chen had attempted this before, but to no avail. However, just because Mu Chen had failed did not mean Mu Feng would, for the latter was a genuine powerhouse at the late stage of the divine soul realm, standing at the pinnacle of the northern spirit realm. As the torrent of spiritual energy poured in, the previously inert bronze fragment finally stirred. A radiant light burst forth, forming a luminous screen in midair. Within the screen, a vast expanse of dark, rugged mountains appeared. Deep within these treacherous peaks, an enormous black bird let out a piercing cry, its body unleashing a flood of black light that seemed to blot out even the sun. The black light grew increasingly dense, eventually transforming into black flames that enveloped the bird. Its cries grew more and more mournful. The scene shifted, and the colossal bird's massive form rapidly shrank within the thick black flames, until, with a final mournful cry, it transformed into a massive black egg and vanished into the deepest part of the dark mountains. The vision ended, and then a complex network of routes appeared, resembling a map. Indeed, it is the Nine Nether Sparrow. Mu Feng exhaled deeply, unable to conceal the astonishment in his eyes, and remarked, "Furthermore, this Nine Nether Sparrow is attempting to evolve. However, it has failed." Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat. The Nine Nether Sparrow was already formidable, and if it were to evolve, it would undoubtedly possess the qualifications to challenge the heavenly rankings of the beasts. It seems that the Lu domain is indeed after the Nine Nether Sparrow, and we must not allow them to succeed. Zhou Ye's expression turned grave as he stated, "If the Lu domain acquires the Nine Nether Sparrow, their strength will undoubtedly surge, and given their nature, they are unlikely to show any further restraint towards the Mu domain. Then let us seize it as well." Mu Chen's gaze flickered, his eyes fixed intently on the ancient bronze piece. "Father, where is this place? It looks somewhat familiar." Upon hearing this, Mu Feng smiled gently, his eyes sharp. "Of course it seems familiar, for this is within the northern spirit realm. Judging by this location, it should be the black abyss of the northern spirit realm." Chapter 46. The Seal, the Black Abyss? Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name, then clicked his tongue, realizing it was in such a place. The Black Abyss, a notorious perilous region within the northern spirit realm, starkly contrasts with the northern spirit plains. While the latter frequently attracts adventuring parties, the former is virtually a forbidden zone. Over the years of those who dared to venture into the Black Abyss, 9 out of 10 have become part of the foul, decaying sludge that accumulates there. The rare survivor emerges shaken to the core, requiring extensive recuperation. Merely hearing the name Black Abyss in the future would likely evoke profound dread. Entering the Black Abyss is no trivial matter. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, clearly well acquainted with the dangers of the Black Abyss, where treacherous swamps abound, and a single misstep could be fatal. However, for the sake of the Nine Nether Sparrow, such risks might indeed be worth taking. Moreover, if the Lu domain were to acquire the Nine Nether Sparrow, it would spell significant trouble for us. Mu Feng pondered aloud. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the immense power of the Nine Nether Sparrow. In its prime, No one in the northern spirit realm would dare to covet it. However, based on current observations, it seems the Nether Sparrow has failed in its evolution, rendering it at its most vulnerable. It's likely that the Lu domain will not pass up this opportunity. What should we do? Mu Feng contemplated for a moment before suggesting, let's dispatch some skilled individuals to monitor the movements of the Lu domain. This matter should be kept top secret. If word gets out, numerous factions might become envious. Therefore, the Lu domain will probably proceed covertly rather than openly. The abyss of black despair is perpetually shrouded in deadly miasma, which only weakens during the height of summer each year. I observe that the time is drawing near. If the Lu domain intends to act, it will surely choose that moment. Zhou Yi remarked, and Mu Feng nodded in agreement, stating, we shall discreetly gather our forces. Should an opportunity arise, we too shall act. Even if we are unable to obtain the Nether Sparrow, we must ensure that the Lu domain returns empty-handed. Very well, I shall commence preparations at once.
Zhou Yi,
Known for his decisive nature, promptly agreed and departed without a moment's hesitation. Father, take me with you to the abyss of black despair, Mu Chen said with a smile. That place is far too perilous. It is not suitable for you, Mu Feng replied, furrowing his brow. I have emerged from the spirit path after all. Father, the circumstances there may not be any better than those of the abyss of black despair, Mu Chen responded with a gentle smile.
Mu Feng paused.
Taking a closer look at the youth before him. The boy's striking features, though still bearing a hint of youth due to his age, already possessed a certain resolute contour. He found himself momentarily lost in thought. The little boy he had nurtured was indeed growing up significantly. Since you wish it so, then accompany me, but remember to exercise caution, Mu Feng said with a smile, feeling a sense of pride. This son of his would undoubtedly surpass him by leaps and bounds. Mu Chen nodded and gazed at Mu Feng with a cheerful expression, adding, additionally, there are some matters where I would appreciate your guidance, Father. What is it? Mu Feng inquired, puzzled. Concerns me, Mu Chen replied. Mu Chen shrugged helplessly and said, ever since I started practicing the great floating pagoda technique, I felt something hidden within my body. Father, can you explain this to me? Mu Feng was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Is that so? However, Mu Chen just stared at Mu Feng. Knowing his father well, he understood that the more indifferent his father appeared, the more serious the matter likely was. Father, you can't keep hiding things from me forever, can you? Mu Feng looked into Mu Chen's earnest and persistent eyes, and the smile on his face gradually faded after a moment, revealing a wry smile. I didn't expect you to notice so soon. I thought it would take at least another half a year. This matter is beyond my explanation because it was your mother who did it. You little rascal. Asking for a beating. Mu Feng's face reddened, feeling somewhat disdained by his son. What did mother do to me? Mu Chen looked down at his body, puzzled. Because you are her biological son, carrying her bloodline, she set a sealing array within you at birth. That's why you haven't been able to detect your spiritual veins all these years, Mu Feng explained. My spiritual veins were sealed by mother? Why? Mu Chen exclaimed in surprise. He had always believed he lacked spiritual veins, never imagining they had been sealed by his mother. There are two reasons. While the spiritual veins can enhance your cultivation tremendously, excessive talent can sometimes become a hindrance. To truly become a formidable force, one must possess a temperament that matches such innate abilities. In this vast world, there are countless prodigies, yet how many can genuinely stand above the rest? Mu Feng smiled faintly and remarked, you must have heard of numerous celestial beings who transcended the confines of lower realms to arrive in this grand world. Those individuals are the true paragons of strength. They possess an unwavering resilience that no circumstance can shake. If you aspire to rival them, you too need to cultivate such a disposition. And what is the other reason? Mu Chen inquired, nodding. Mu Feng sighed softly and replied, if your mother had not sealed your spiritual veins, we would likely find ourselves in significant trouble, and you might not have been able to grow up smoothly. Mu Chen furrowed his brow, questioning, what do you mean? I have shared all that you ought to know, but some matters truly are not for you to grasp at this moment, Mu Feng stated, shaking his head, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Chen. You only need to understand that your mother did this to protect you. Moreover, you must not act recklessly. She has already made considerable sacrifices for your sake. Therefore, until you have amassed sufficient strength, do not disturb the seal within you. Mu Feng's expression grew notably more serious. Mother. Mu Chen whispered to himself, gently caressing his chest. The mere mention of that word evoked a warmth that emanated from the depths of his soul. The tender figure in his heart, though never seen, instilled within him an indescribable sense of intimacy, as if their bloodlines were intertwined. What events transpired in his childhood that led to the separation of their family, leaving him, as an infant, unable to discern that gentle shadow clearly? When you truly become strong, you will naturally come to understand everything, Mu Feng said, patting Mu Chen on the shoulder. And when will the seal within me be lifted? Mu Chen hesitated before inquiring. Lifted? The seal left by your mother is not easily undone. However, she entrusted you with the key. As long as you possess the ability, you shall gradually unlock it yourself. Mu Feng replied with a smile. Key? Mu Chen's eyes sparkled. Is it the great floating pagoda technique? Indeed, Mu Feng nodded. Once you cultivate the great floating pagoda technique to the level of transformation pagoda, you should be able to unravel the seal set by your mother. Transformation pagoda. Mu Chen's mouth moved as he contemplated. He had personally experienced the arduous journey of mastering the great floating pagoda technique, and he wondered how long it would take to reach that highest realm. Spirit arrays? Mu Chen was taken aback, then scratched his head. I've never studied that. Father, do you expect me to become a spirit array master as well? Your mother was exceptionally skilled in this area. As her son, you cannot possibly be entirely ignorant. Can you? Otherwise, when we meet again in the future, she may accuse me of failing in my guidance. Therefore, endeavor earnestly. Mu Feng chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Mu Chen's hair, then leisurely made his way out of the living room, leaving behind a somewhat despondent Mu Chen, who mused that being a spirit array master was not as simple as it seemed. How could his mother, so exceptionally talented, possibly choose his father? The 47th chapter, Spirit Arrays. Mu Feng's intention to have Mu Chen study spirit arrays was evidently not a mere whim. Consequently, the following day, Mu Chen was introduced to the instructor Mu Feng had arranged for him. The instructor was a rather gaunt, middle-aged man, clad in a grayish-white robe, his face devoid of any semblance of a smile, exuding an air of utmost seriousness. Although he was an underling of Mu Feng, he displayed neither excessive deference nor humility upon encountering him, maintaining a demeanor that was both respectful and self-assured. This is Mr. Wenling, who will impart to you the fundamental knowledge of spirit arrays, Mu Feng said, gesturing towards the middle-aged man with a smile directed at Mu Chen. Mu Chen had previously encountered Mr. Wen. He clasped his fists in salute, eschewing any pretense of superiority, his expression humble. The man named Wenling merely nodded slightly, remaining largely reticent. Be diligent in your studies. Mr. Wenling is renowned for his strictness. Although you are my son, should he deem you lacking in talent, he will not continue your instruction merely on account of your lineage. Do you understand? Mu Feng reminded that Wenling was a revered guest invited by their Mu domain. Although only a first-level spirit array master, the total number of spirit array masters in Mu domain did not exceed 10, and Wenling was already the strongest among them. Mu Chen nodded. The North Spirit Academy did not offer courses in spirit array cultivation, nor did it specifically hire spirit array masters, and ordinary people could not afford to hire spirit array masters for teaching, which also led to the scarcity of spirit array masters in the North Spirit realm. Perhaps after entering the 5 great academies, one could receive more professional training in spirit arrays, but in the North Spirit realm, one could only lay the groundwork first. Then you should start learning from Mr. Wen, and I will be busy with other matters, Mu Feng said. He was quite confident in his son, believing that Mu Chen's sensibility would prevent him from doing anything that would drive the teacher away in anger, so he left without worry. Due to the matter of the 9 Nether Sparrow, Mu Feng had been extremely busy recently, keeping a close eye on all movements in the Lu domain. Please have a seat, sir, Mu Chen said with a smile as he saw Mu Feng leave. Wenling nodded and sat down, his serious face glancing at Mu Chen before he spoke after a moment of silence. I heard from the domain Lord Mu that you once fought with Jizong? Mu Chen was clearly taken aback by Wenling's sudden question, paused, and then nodded. Do you know what array Jizong set up against you? Wenling asked again. It was just two simple first-level spirit arrays. It seems Ji Zong still had some fear of my father and did not dare to directly attempt a fatal strike. When Ling remarked, to my knowledge, the most formidable formation that Ji Zong can deploy is the Blood Rain Killing Array. This formation is comparable to a second-tier spiritual array. Once activated, even those at the late stage of the spiritual realm would find themselves in a precarious situation. Mu Chen scratched his head, realizing that his victory was somewhat fortuitous. However, to possess the strength to dismantle both of his spiritual arrays is no trivial feat. When Ling regarded Mu Chen with a slight nod, and even his typically stoic visage revealed a hint of admiration. Now, let us discuss spiritual arrays. When Ling gestured, explaining, a spiritual array, in simple terms, is the resonance of spiritual energy formed through a unique method, thereby invoking the world's spiritual essence for offensive and defensive purposes. Yet, triggering such resonance is exceedingly complex and arduous. In certain lower realms, establishing arrays is relatively easy, as the energy there is not as dense and intricate as that of the vast world. Thus, in many respects, the spiritual arrays of the vast world are more advanced and complex than those of most lower realms. When Ling extended his hand, which appeared particularly elongated, contrasting sharply with his otherwise ordinary appearance, Mu Chen observed his palm, noticing that spiritual energy rapidly coalesced at his fingertips, ultimately transforming into 5 exquisitely intricate spiritual seals. These seals appeared remarkably complex, yet emanated a unique resonance, as if the very spiritual essence of heaven and earth was subtly swirling around these 5 seals. This is a spirit seal, an indispensable element for arranging a spirit formation. A spirit seal? Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Indeed, when Ling nodded, flicking her fingers, and the 5 spirit seals were released, vanishing as if they were raindrops dissolving into the sea. However, as these seals disappeared, Mu Chen suddenly felt a fierce gust of wind sweep through, causing him to sway slightly. Startled, Mu Chen gasped, his gaze sharpening, and he began to discern that the air before him appeared to twist slightly, with strands of nearly imperceptible light interweaving. The culmination of these lights led to the 5 diminutive spirit seals. Is this a spirit formation? When Ling affirmed with a nod, stating, this is merely a minor spirit formation, hardly qualifying as a first-level formation. To arrange a spirit formation, one must possess an absolute mastery over the spirit seals. Even the slightest fluctuation or anomalous resonance can lead to the failure of the formation. At times, if a formation fails, the practitioner may suffer a backlash of spiritual energy, and in severe instances, their very life may be at stake, for such a failure is akin to losing control of the formation, resulting in it turning against its creator with ferocious intensity. Generally speaking, the more formidable the spiritual array, the greater the number of spiritual seals required, and consequently, the more challenging it becomes to master them. When Ling remarked, as a first-level array master, my limit is the simultaneous control of 20 spiritual seals. Beyond that, chaos ensues. To my knowledge, those array masters exceeding the 5th level can effortlessly manipulate hundreds or even thousands of spiritual seals with a mere gesture. The sheer power of such mastery could reduce even a formidable spirit realm expert to mere ashes. Mu Chen listened in awe. Spiritual seals form the foundation for array formation, yet there exists another indispensable element. What is it? He inquired. The array diagram, when Ling replied calmly. The formation of an array is an exceedingly intricate endeavor, akin to a grand engineering project. Spiritual seals serve as the foundation and conduit for infusion, while the array diagram acts as the blueprint. Without this comprehensive plan, the project cannot even begin. When Ling then reached into her robe, slowly retrieving an emerald-like jade tube, which shimmered with a faint glow. This is a first-level array diagram, known as the Spiritual Thunder Array. Mu Chen curiously accepted it and unfurled the diagram, immediately engulfed by a radiant brilliance. Upon the diagram, intricate lines danced before his eyes, weaving together in a complex manner, ultimately forming an array that flickered with a subtle thunderous light. For array masters, the array diagram is undeniably the most captivating treasure. Whenever a high-level diagram emerges, it invariably incites a frenzied scramble among array masters eager to possess it. The formation diagrams, much like the formation masters, are categorized into 9 levels. Throughout the years, I have only encountered a mere 4th-level formation diagram, which is the highest I have seen. When Ling spoke of the 4th-level formation diagram, her serious countenance was imbued with a palpable sense of envy and yearning. Of course, for you at this moment, delving into formation diagrams may be somewhat premature. When Ling turned her gaze toward Mu Chen and handed him a jade slip, saying, "Within this contains the method for cultivating spiritual seals. I encourage you to attempt it. In many respects, this serves as the most fundamental test for beginners. Should you find yourself feeling clumsy or sluggish during the cultivation process, it would be prudent to cease, for this would indicate a lack of sensitivity towards the spiritual seals, suggesting that this may not be your innate talent." Upon hearing her words, Mu Chen accepted the jade slip without further ado. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in the method for cultivating the spiritual seals contained within. After nearly an hour of contemplation, he gradually opened his eyes and set the jade slip aside. A look of deep contemplation etched upon his face. The cultivation of spiritual seals bears a slight resemblance to the refinement of the Luo death seal, yet it is considerably less intricate. However, this is not to imply that becoming a formation master is simpler than cultivating the Luo death seal. After all, the number of spiritual seals that a formation master must manipulate far exceeds that of the Luo death seal. While Mu Chen managed to refine 2 Luo death seals, what of facing 20 or even 200 spiritual seals? The difficulty of refinement and control is evidently not a matter to be taken lightly. After a period of contemplation, Mu Chen once again closed his eyes tightly. He extended his hand, and the dark spiritual energy flickered at his fingertips as he endeavored to cultivate the spiritual seal. When Ling observed the young man with a serene gaze, mindful that if Mu Chen could not surpass this initial trial, there would be no point in continuing his instruction, as it would merely squander their time. In the tranquil room, when Ling's expression was stern as he looked upon the youth before him, the boy had his eyes firmly shut, and dark spiritual energy surged and ebbed from his right palm, as if striving to coalesce into form. After a while, when Ling diverted his gaze, sighing quietly within, Mu Chen had remained in this state for a full hour, far exceeding his expectations. Generally speaking, a novice with some aptitude for the craft of spiritual array would typically manage to refine the first spiritual seal within half an hour. Those with greater talent might achieve it even more swiftly. Yet, at this moment, Mu Chen had spent an entire hour without successfully condensing the first spiritual seal. Such a delay could only be described as sluggish, prompting a sense of regret from Wen Ling. He had certainly heard of Mu Chen's remarkable talents in cultivation, but it appeared that such gifts had not extended to the discipline of the spiritual array. Despite the tinge of disappointment, Wen Ling harbored no further sentiments. He had witnessed such occurrences countless times. Prodigies in cultivation were not necessarily adept in other domains. The world, after all, possessed a certain equilibrium. Time continued its gradual passage amidst Wen Ling's soft sigh. Another half an hour elapsed before the young boy before him slowly opened his eyes. Yet, no spirit seal had materialized within his palm. This struck him as somewhat incredulous. Even with significant slowness, it seemed impossible to fail to conjure even a single seal. Upon hearing Wen Ling's words, Mu Chen shook his head sheepishly, hesitating slightly before replying. "It's not that I haven't conjured any, but I'm uncertain if I've done it correctly." "Done it incorrectly?" Wen Ling inquired, momentarily taken aback. Mu Chen pondered for a moment before extending his slender hand. A dark light surged within his palm, and a deep, black spiritual energy flickered at his fingertips. Then, Wen Ling observed a spirit seal slowly materializing. "So, he did succeed," Wen Ling remarked, visibly relieved. However, just as he was easing his breath, another spirit seal emerged from Mu Chen's fingertip. "Two?" Wen Ling's brow furrowed involuntarily. Even as Wen Ling's brow arched, the transformations in Mu Chen's hand persisted unabated. The black radiance surged, and yet another spirit seal materialized. Following this third seal, 2 more spirit seals successively appeared at Mu Chen's fingertips. 5 spirit seals. When Ling gazed in astonishment at the 5 dark spiritual marks at Mu Chen's fingertips, his mind seemingly frozen for a brief moment. In his previously serious eyes, a flicker of disbelief emerged. He could hardly fathom that Mu Chen had managed to condense 5 spiritual marks on his very first attempt. During his own initial learning, he had expended a full fortnight before achieving such a feat, for the greater the number of spiritual marks, the more challenging their consolidation became. Observing Wen Ling's dazed expression, Mu Chen shook his head slightly. With a gentle fluctuation of his palm, the spiritual marks dissipated into disarray, and he muttered in disappointment, "Did I make a mistake?" Though he had yet to delve into the knowledge of spiritual array masters, he understood the arduous nature of this vocation. However, during his initial attempt at condensing the spiritual marks, he had experienced no difficulty whatsoever. It felt as effortless as water flowing naturally, even more so than his usual practice. This left him somewhat bewildered, prompting doubts about whether he had erred in the process. For how could it have been so seamless otherwise? As the words escaped his lips, he realized his voice was slightly hoarse, prompting him to clear his throat. He then regained his composure, remarking, "It seems you possess considerable talent in the realm of spiritual array mastery." Upon hearing this, Mu Chen finally exhaled in relief, realizing that he had not erred after all. Ahem. However, despite your evident talent, do not allow yourself to become complacent. A true master of spiritual arrays cannot rely solely on innate ability. Wen Ling resumed his serious demeanor and replied, "Mr. Wen speaks wisely." As Mu Chen absorbed the teachings, Wen Ling cast a fleeting glance at the youth, realizing that within his dark eyes lay a tranquility akin to a serene pond, devoid of any trace of arrogance or self-satisfaction typically expected of someone his age. This elicited an involuntary admiration within him. This young lad would undoubtedly surpass his father one day, reaching astonishing heights. The Lord of the Mu Feng domain indeed has an extraordinary son. Although the spirit seals you have formed are commendable in quantity, they lack cohesion, causing them to dissipate swiftly. Such spirit seals are insufficient for establishing a spiritual array. Perhaps it was Mu Chen's humble and diligent approach to learning that softened the typically stern countenance of Wen Ling. Initially, he had approached the task of instructing Mu Chen in spiritual arrays with a mere sense of obligation, yet now, he found himself inspired by Mu Chen's innate talent and demeanor, igniting a genuine appreciation for gifted individuals. Mu Chen appeared contemplative, nodding in acknowledgement of the dispersed spiritual energy within the seals. For the time ahead, focus entirely on refining the spirit seals. Once you can successfully consolidate these 5 seals and master the art of dispersing them at will, I shall then guide you in the arrangement of some beginner-level spiritual arrays. Now, proceed with your refinement, and I will elucidate some meticulous steps to consider during the process of refining the spirit seals. Thank you, Mr. Wen. As the afternoon swiftly slipped away, when dusk enveloped the realm, Wen Ling observed the youth still engrossed in refining his spirit seals. A satisfied smile graced his face as he quietly rose and slipped out the door. Wen Ling exited the room and made his way to the back hall, where he encountered Mu Feng, who was engaged in a discussion with Zhou Yi. "Ah, Mr. Wen, how is that young lad faring? Does he still possess that innate talent?" Mu Feng inquired with a hint of urgency in his demeanor. If Mu Chen lacked such talent, would it not render the inheritance of his abilities futile? "Congratulations to the domain lord," Wen Ling said, clasping his fists, a smile breaking through his usually stern countenance. The young master's aptitude in this regard is not inferior to his cultivation talent. At this rate, he might complete the introductory course within 10 days. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng let out a sigh of relief and grinned broadly. This lad truly is impressive. He has not shamed his mother. Zhou Ye's previously stern expression softened into a gentle smile as he remarked, "Indeed, it seems only a matter of time before he surpasses you. Of course, one must consider whose son he is." Mu Feng replied with a triumphant smile, one that radiated more joy than even his victories against Luo. "By the way, have there been any developments in Luo?" "Yes," Mu Feng nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly, taking on a sharper gaze. "Keep a close watch on them. The moment they make a move, we shall act swiftly as well. We cannot allow them to seize the 9 Netherworld Sparrow." As time slipped by, Mu Chen devoted most of his hours to the refinement of spiritual seals. Having recently ascended to the late stage of the spiritual movement realm, he contemplated attempting to break into the spiritual will realm with the aid of spirit-nourishing pills and the remaining jade spirit fruits. However, he wisely chose to forego such pursuits, recognizing that this juncture in his cultivation was crucial for laying a solid foundation. An excessive focus on speed might lead to adverse consequences. The process of refining spiritual seals also honed his mastery over spiritual energy, allowing both endeavors to progress harmoniously. Through Mu Chen's diligent practice, within a mere 5 days, he successfully solidified the 5 spiritual seals, eliminating the prior issue of their sudden dissolution due to uneven energy distribution. Upon witnessing Mu Chen's accomplishment, Wen Ling was astounded internally, yet she maintained a composed demeanor and began to instruct him on the intricacies of arranging spiritual formations. At this stage, Mu Chen grasped the formidable challenges inherent in establishing these formations. Despite seemingly possessing considerable aptitude for this craft, he encountered repeated failures even while attempting to construct a formation that barely qualified as a minor one. Wen Ling exhibited a nonchalant attitude towards his setbacks, understanding that if Mu Chen could easily arrange a minor spiritual formation in just a few days, it would undermine the significance of the formation master profession. Consequently, the scarcity of formation masters in the Northern Spirit Realm would be inexplicable. Nevertheless, amidst these continuous failures, Mu Chen began to subtly discern certain techniques. It was not until the afternoon of a fortnight later that he finally succeeded in arranging a minor spiritual formation. With a serene gaze, Mu Chen abruptly galvanized his arms, unleashing the 8 spirit seals from his palms. They surged forth with tremendous speed, seemingly dissolving into the very air, swiftly vanishing from sight. As the spirit seals dissipated into the atmosphere, Wen Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. He could vaguely discern the 8 spirit seals occupying distinct and peculiar positions in the air. Beams of light emanated from each seal, intersecting and connecting in an intricate and arcane manner. As the final ray of light completed its complex and abstruse interweaving, Wen Ling immediately sensed a surge in the velocity of the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy. A faint glimmer shimmered within the air, gradually fading into obscurity, imperceptible to all but the most discerning observers. Abruptly, Mu Chen's eyes snapped open, a surge of elation flooding his dark pupils. He had succeeded. Nearby, a contented smile graced Wen Ling's countenance as he clapped his hands together gently. Approaching Mu Chen, he offered his congratulations, stating, "Congratulations on successfully arranging your first spirit array." Mu Chen responded with a delighted smile. Although the rudimentary spirit array before him barely qualified as a first-level array, it was enough to fill him with elation. Wen Ling stepped forward, inadvertently entering the confines of a small spiritual formation. Suddenly, the air around him warped dramatically, and a diminutive light array emerged, from which surged forth numerous beams of ethereal light, ensnaring his limbs and body like ropes. However, Wen Ling merely smiled faintly upon witnessing this. With a tremor of his form, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, shattering the bindings effortlessly. Clearly, a formation of such modest caliber, one that could not even be classified as a level 1 formation, was incapable of restraining someone as prepared as he. This minor formation was known as the binding array. Although it did not qualify as a level 1 formation, it possessed some utility. If an opponent were to underestimate it, they could be momentarily delayed, presenting a valuable opportunity. Wen Ling remarked thoughtfully, "Mr. Wen, when will I be able to arrange a level 1 formation?" Mu Chen inquired. While the small formation had its merits, its limitations were evident. Only by mastering the art of crafting a level 1 formation would he truly attain formidable prowess. A level 1 formation required at least 15 spiritual seals, and he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching that milestone, Wen Ling explained. 15 spiritual seals. You say? Mu Chen nodded slightly. Ever since he had managed to condense 8 seals, he began to sense the increasing difficulty of further refinement. Achieving the level of 15 seals would require diligent effort on his part. Since you have already acquired the ability to arrange small formations, I will encourage you to study various other minor formations in the time to come, to lay a solid foundation for your future endeavors. These small formations, while not overly complex, represent the most fundamental principles. A rare smile graced Wen Ling's countenance, indicating his delight with Mu Chen's progress. Indeed, Mu Chen replied with a smile, noting his burgeoning interest in spirit arrays. He mused whether this aptitude was inherited from his mother. This thought brought a smile to Mu Chen's face, followed by curiosity. He had heard from his father that his mother possessed exceptional skill in spirit arrays, and he wondered about her specific rank as a spirit array master. In the subsequent days, Mu Chen devoted himself to studying various minor spirit arrays while maintaining his spiritual energy cultivation. Through this diligent study, his understanding of spirit arrays deepened, and the number of spirit seals he condensed also increased. Time flowed swiftly as Mu Chen immersed himself in cultivation until a week had passed. On this particular day, Mu Chen keenly sensed an atmosphere within the Mu estate that differed from the usual. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly made his way to the council hall. Guards heavily guarded the exterior of the hall, but they did not impede Mu Chen's passage upon recognizing him, having received prior instructions. Mu Chen proceeded directly into the council hall, where he observed several figures within. The most conspicuous were 5 individuals seated in the hall. Despite their varying physiques, each appeared lean and formidable. The spiritual energy emanating from them was considerable. These were the 5 city lords of the Mu territory. Upon encountering the 5 somewhat familiar figures, Mu Chen was slightly taken aback. These 5 individuals were esteemed generals of his father, guarding the 5 cities of the Mu domain. Typically, they each monitored their respective cities, so it was unexpected for them to gather in one place today. Upon seeing Mu Chen enter, Mu Feng merely gestured, and Mu Chen approached him. "Young master," the 5 figures said, clasping their hands and smiling. "Ah, the young master has grown up," exclaimed a lean, middle-aged man at the forefront, prompting laughter from the others and easing the previously tense atmosphere. Mu Feng also smiled, then gestured for silence, and the room fell quiet instantly. With a serious gaze, Mu Feng surveyed everyone and stated, "This matter is of utmost importance. I will personally lead the team alongside Zhou Yi. You will leave 2 individuals to guard the Mu domain, while the other 3 will accompany us." Listening attentively, Mu Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. It appeared that the Mu domain was determined to deploy its elite forces. His father held the 9 Nether Sparrow in exceptionally high regard. The Lu domain was equally invested in this operation. According to our intelligence, not only would Lu Qingtian take the field personally, but Lu Zong and Lu Ming would also join. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Lu Qingtian and Lu Zong from the Lu domain were both formidable spirit realm experts, and Lu Ming was on the verge of advancement. Such a formidable lineup was indeed impressive, which explained why his father and Uncle Zhou would both take to the field. Mu Feng nodded slightly and then waved his hand, instructing, "Each of you will lead a small team, with strength no less than the late stages of the spirit movement realm, and they must be seasoned veterans. This operation must not fail." "Understood." The 5 city lords responded solemnly, then broke into smiles, exclaiming, "It seems we are truly going to clash with the Lu domain this time. It has been a long while since we've had such excitement." Mu Feng offered a faint smile, his eyes revealing a flicker of fervor. While others feared the Lu domain, the Mu domain held no such trepidation. This time, for the sake of the 9 Nether Sparrow, he was determined to confront them head-on. Beside him, Mu Chen observed the rising fervor of battle intent within the conference hall and gently licked his lips. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the somewhat enigmatic 9 Nether Sparrow, for such a high-level spirit beast had yet to appear in the entire northern spirit realm. One could only wonder who would ultimately lay claim to it. Chapter 50. The Black Abyss. The Black Abyss lies in the southern part of the northern spirit realm, a rather secluded area that remains largely untouched due to its extreme dangers, resulting in a severe lack of inhabitants. There is some distance between the Mu domain and the Black Abyss, so by the time Mu Feng and his companions arrived, 3 days had already passed. Mu Chen stood atop a hillside, his gaze fixed upon the horizon before him. What met his eyes was an expanse of primordial forest, cloaked in deep shades of black. Above this seemingly endless dark woodland hung a pall of gray miasma, a toxic vapor so lethal that even the formidable practitioners of the spirit will realm dared not allow its essence to penetrate their bodies. Though a distance separated him from it, Mu Chen could still perceive the suffocating aura of death and a rancid stench emanating from the abyss of the Black Nether. Compared to the northern spirit plains, the peril here was unfathomable, which explained why this place was regarded as a forbidden zone that instilled fear in the hearts of all within the northern spirit realm. The forces of the Lu domain must have already arrived at the Black Nether, having entered through the western passage. Perhaps shortly after our arrival, we shall encounter them, Zhou Yi remarked, his eyes fixed on the ominous depths of the Black Nether. Mu Feng nodded slightly, then produced a jade vial containing dark red pills. Everyone, take these detoxifying pills. While they cannot completely eliminate the potent toxins, they will provide some resistance against the miasma. Mu Chen accepted one of the detoxifying pills and swallowed it, immediately feeling a refreshing sensation coursing through his body, a testament to the pill's efficacy. You are all aware of the dangers that lurk within the Black Nether, so remain vigilant. Let us proceed. As Mu Feng observed the readiness of the group, he ceased to delay, gesturing with a sweeping motion before charging forth toward the distant Black Nether. Behind him, Zhou Yi, Mu Chen, and the others promptly followed suit. Comprising nearly 100 individuals, the contingent was of considerable size. However, those led by Mu Feng were seasoned veterans, possessing a wealth of experience. Consequently, their journey was conducted with utmost stealth, leaving nary a trace of dust in their wake. Eventually, the party surreptitiously infiltrated the black underworld abyss, which was permeated with deadly miasma. Upon entering the black underworld abyss, Mu Chen discerned an eerie sensation emanating from all directions, causing a slight rigidity in one's blood. Mu Chen vigilantly surveyed the dim surroundings. In contrast to the northern spiritual plane, this place was remarkably tranquil, but it was precisely this tranquility that instilled unease. The party cautiously advanced deeper, and Mu Chen could sense that everyone's bodies were in a state of tension, with hands firmly gripping gleaming swords and spiritual energy subtly circulating. However, despite their utmost caution, the black underworld abyss was evidently fraught with peril and teeming with murderous intent. Shortly after the party ventured into the black underworld abyss, a piercing scream echoed through the air. From beneath the ground covered with decaying branches and leaves, a monstrous, jet-black serpent suddenly emerged. With a twist of its immense body, it instantly devoured two of Mu Territory's warriors who were unable to react in time. Black saliva dripped from its enormous maw, corroding the withered leaves on the ground, indicating its possession of potent venom. It's a black underworld serpent. The team was momentarily thrown into disarray by the sudden assault. However, they quickly regained their composure. As they gazed upon the fearsome black giant serpent, gasps of astonishment escaped their lips. This was a mid-level spiritual beast, comparable in strength to one in the mid-stage of the spirit will realm. To their surprise, they encountered such a formidable creature upon merely entering the black abyss. Observing this, Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, followed by a cold snort. With a powerful stride, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, his form darting forward to position himself atop the black serpent. He then brought his feet down heavily upon the serpent's massive body. With a resounding roar, as Zhou Yi's feet struck down, spiritual energy flared behind him, coalescing into an immense beastly silhouette resembling a deep yellow giant rhinoceros, whose back, covered in thick scales, seemed to bear a small mountain. Upon the emergence of this deep yellow giant rhinoceros, Zhou Yi's body felt as heavy as a mountain, unleashing an overwhelming weight that crushed the black serpent beneath him. The ground trembled as the serpent emitted a mournful cry, its body collapsing into a mass of blood and pulp. A mid-level spiritual beast, comparable to the mid-stage of the spirit will realm, was thus mercilessly crushed to death by Zhou Yi. Mu Chen, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim in awe, "Your Uncle Zhou has now ascended to the early stage of the spirit soul realm. The spiritual beast essence he has refined is from the mountainous spiritual rhinoceros, ranked 180th in the great beast's record, whose weight bears down like a mountain, instantly reducing foes to mere pulp," remarked Mu Feng. Mu Chen nodded with a hint of envy, longing for the day when he could possess his own spirit beast essence. The group responded promptly. Though they were already exceedingly wary of the black abyss, it was evident that their caution still fell short. After vanquishing the black abyss serpent, the team pressed onward, albeit with heightened vigilance. Sharp, alert gazes scanned their surroundings continuously, and even their footsteps were carefully measured before they dared to land. This meticulous approach, while somewhat slowing their pace, proved effective. Following the encounter with the black abyss serpent, the group faced several more stealthy ambushes. Yet fortunately, there were no further casualties, merely a handful of individuals sustaining minor injuries. This cautious journey persisted for nearly half an hour, and Mu Feng's team had begun to delve deeper into the black abyss. However, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly desolate, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, Mu Feng, positioned at the forefront, halted, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the dark forest ahead, which emanated a foul odor. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "Lu Qingtian, when did you become so fond of lurking in the shadows?" Upon hearing Mu Feng's words, the others were taken aback, gripping their swords tightly as their eyes turned toward the shadowy woods. Had they finally encountered someone from Luoyu? Mu Chen also fixed his gaze in that direction, surprised that this encounter had come sooner than he anticipated. "Mu Feng, your Mu domain truly is inescapable." Shortly after the words of Mu Feng resonated through the air, a faint laughter echoed from the depths of the dark forest, followed by the sound of rustling footsteps. Gradually, numerous figures emerged from within the shadows, numbering at least 100, their formation imposing and formidable. Mu Chen's gaze swept across the assembly, landing on the foremost figure, a middle-aged man clad in a green robe, who stood there with a gentle smile. This man possessed a pair of slightly sunken eyes, which, as they scanned the surroundings, conveyed an intensity akin to that of a tiger or leopard, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who met his gaze. He was Lu Qingtian, the lord of the Lu domain. Mu Chen pressed his lips together, recognizing that this individual was indeed the most powerful domain lord in the northern spirit realm, Lu Qingtian. Beside Lu Qingtian stood a notably frail middle-aged man, his eyes a striking shade of green, his expression cold and indifferent. Yet, the subtle yet potent fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him revealed that he was also a formidable practitioner who had ascended to the realm of divine spirit Lu Zong, the second master of the Lu domain. A realization dawned upon Mu Chen as he noted the presence of Lu Ming standing behind Lu Zong, alongside another familiar face, Lu Mubai. To his surprise, Lu Mubai had joined them as well. The atmosphere grew tense as the two factions confronted one another, their eyes filled with hostility. Spiritual energy surged quietly, and the ambience became charged with an impending clash. "You, indeed, are the one who took that item." Upon encountering Mu Chen, who trailed behind Mu Feng, Lu Ming and Lu Mubai's gazes instantly turned frigid, particularly Lu Ming, whose expression was one of barely contained fury. Although he had long suspected this outcome, the confirmation ignited a tempest of rage within him. How could the esteemed third master of the Lu domain be toyed with by a mere youth? Such indignation was unbearable. In the face of Lu Ming's menacing glare, Mu Chen merely responded with a faint smile, then turned his attention to the cold-eyed Lu Mubai, saying, "I must extend my gratitude for the splendid gift you have bestowed upon me." Lu Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, "It seems fortune smiles upon you." Mu Chen smiled again, a gesture that only served to deepen Lu Ming's ire. "Ah, Mu Feng, you truly have a remarkable son," Lu Qingtian observed, casting a brief glance at Mu Chen, fully aware that the reason for attracting the Mu domain was largely due to him. Mu Feng regarded Lu Qingtian with indifference, stating, "Your Lu domain is indeed greedy. Fine treasures ought to be shared among all, for to hoard them is hardly commendable. Do you not fear being overwhelmed by your own desires?" Lu Zong, standing beside Lu Qingtian, shot a cold glance at Mu Feng and the others, retorting, "To indulge in solitary gluttony is likely to lead to one's own demise." Zhou Yi echoed with a sneer, while Lu Zong coldly replied, "Should your Mu domain's elite fall here, I dare say that your territories would require our Lu domain's governance. One can only hope you possess the capability to undertake such a task," Zhou Yi responded slowly. Both parties fell silent, their gazes locked in an increasingly frosty exchange. Subtle waves of spiritual energy began to ripple through the air, signaling the imminent eruption of a fierce battle. Mu Chen, observing the tense atmosphere, quietly channeled his own spiritual energy. Just as he prepared himself, his ears caught an unusual sound emanating from the deeper shadows of the dark abyss. A faint buzzing noise reached him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The soft hum, barely perceptible, drifted from the depths of the dark forest, instantly altering Mu Chen's countenance. The dark abyss was a place fraught with peril at every turn, where a single misstep could lead to certain death. Yet, within its depths, there existed a creature that struck fear into the hearts of all who ventured there. The soul-devouring bee. These low-level spiritual beasts, no larger than a palm, possessed strength barely reaching the initial stages of the spirit movement realm. However, Anyone who had entered the dark abyss knew all too well the terror that accompanied an encounter with these creatures. While a single soul-devouring bee could easily be crushed, they never traveled alone. Each time they emerged, they came in swarms of thousands, like a dark cloud sweeping across the land. Wherever they passed, no spiritual beast, not even those comparable to the late stages of the spirit will realm, could escape being reduced to mere skeletal remains in an instant. In the depths of the abyss of darkness, encountering a swarm of soul-eating bees would compel even the mightiest of advanced spirit beasts to retreat momentarily. Upon hearing the faint buzzing, Mu Chen's heart raced, and he urgently whispered, "We must flee. A swarm of soul-eating bees is approaching." His words caused Mu Feng and the others to change their expressions, a flicker of alarm crossing their eyes. Without hesitation, he decisively waved his hand and commanded, "Quickly, leave this place." As his voice fell, he was the first to dash towards another direction within the abyss, no longer able to afford a standoff with Lu Qingtian and the others. For if they were ensnared by the swarm, even if he managed to escape, the casualties among the Mu domain's forces would be catastrophic. The group hastily departed, leaving Lu Yu momentarily stunned. Lu Qingtian furrowed his brow, and soon his expression shifted, becoming gravely serious. "It is indeed the swarm. We must go," he exclaimed, unhesitatingly leading his men in the opposite direction. Clearly, they too were aware of the peril posed by the soul-eating bees. The two factions, which had just moments ago been on the brink of confrontation, now retreated in haste, the tension dissipating in an instant. As they hurriedly withdrew, from the depths of the dark forest, an endless expanse of black clouds surged forth rapidly, the buzzing sound reverberating through the air, as if even the atmosphere were quaking. With a thunderous roar, as the black clouds emerged, the ground beneath them trembled violently, and a black spirit beast, resembling a frightened rat, desperately burrowed its way out, seeking to escape. However, the speed of the dark clouds was evidently swifter, swiftly sweeping past the ebony spirit beast. This was soon followed by a piercing and urgent roar, which rapidly dissipated into silence. As the dark clouds surged, they left behind a gruesome sight, a skeleton enshrouded in blood. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that within the dark clouds resided countless palm-sized black bees, each armed with menacing fangs from which blood dripped ominously. The forces from Lu Domain and Mu Domain retreated with great haste. Yet they underestimated the velocity of these soul-devouring bees. In the span of mere breaths, the vast dark cloud expanded, ensnaring several individuals from both sides, who were unable to evade, resulting in spine-chilling screams. Perhaps it was the scent of blood that ignited their bloodlust. These soul-devouring bees did not retreat but instead fragmented into torrents of darkness, rapidly pursuing the fleeing groups. "Evade!" Mu Feng shouted as a surge of black approached them. The formation immediately split in two, distancing themselves from the impending threat, yet they gazed at the menacing black torrent with clenched teeth, wary of attempting to cross it. "Xiao Mu!" Zhou Yi noticed that Mu Chen had also separated from them, his expression shifting slightly as he contemplated forcing his way through the swarm of soul-devouring bees. However, he was halted by Mu Feng. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yi nodded. Despite Mu Chen's youth, he had consistently demonstrated a reliability that inspired confidence. Although the abyss of dark souls was fraught with peril, Mu Chen's cautious nature suggested he would likely navigate the dangers without significant issue. With a sweeping gesture, Mu Feng led his companions swiftly into the depths of the forest, skillfully evading the ferocious swarm of soul-eating bees from a distance. On the other side of the ominous black tide, Mu Chen observed that several of them had become separated, and he could only shake his head in resignation. Clearly, he dared not recklessly charge into the torrent formed by the soul-eating bees. Without hesitation, he darted in another direction, understanding that they must create a considerable distance from these perilous creatures. "Young master, be cautious," he warned. Mu Chen nodded, casting a glance over his shoulder, his expression suddenly turning grave as he noticed a dark current hurtling towards them. "Run!" he shouted, his voice urgent, as a dense aura of dark spiritual energy enveloped him. He pushed his speed to the utmost limit. If they were to be encircled by the swarm, their chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. Duan Wei and the others sensed the impending danger and quickly followed Mu Chen, refraining from uttering another word. Though their pace was swift, the swarm of soul-eating bees was swifter still, and they could feel the relentless approach of their pursuers drawing ever closer. Damn it! Duan Wei cursed as he recognized the perilous situation. Gritting his teeth, he contemplated turning back to confront the threat. However, he was taken aback when he noticed that the swarm suddenly ceased its pursuit, hovering and buzzing before swiftly veering off towards the northwest. Mu Chen gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, his brow furrowing slightly as an elusive sound reached his ears, a faint whistle drifting from afar. This peculiar and almost imperceptible sound did not seem to emanate from the swarm of soul-eating bees. Could it be that these bees were under someone's control? A startling thought crossed Mu Chen's mind. This whistle did not appear to be a natural occurrence. Duan Wei, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback before urgently exclaiming, "Young master, this is far too dangerous. It's all right, we need not approach them closely, merely observe from a distance. If anything seems amiss, we shall retreat immediately." Mu Chen contemplated. If these soul-eating bees were indeed being manipulated, could it be that other forces were also privy to the news of the 9 Nether Sparrow? Seeing Mu Chen's resolve, Duan Wei could only shake his head in resignation, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Very well, we shall follow along. But should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will swiftly escort you away, young master." The swarm of soul-eating bees moved with remarkable speed, yet Mu Chen cautiously maintained a safe distance, aided by the conspicuous dark cloud that loomed above, allowing him not to lose sight of them. As he kept close behind, Mu Chen's expression grew increasingly perplexed, for the faint whistle had become ever clearer. Following the sound, he lifted his gaze to behold a small basin ahead. Within this basin stood a modest black hill, atop which grew an oddly shaped black tree, densely populated by countless soul-eating bees. A peculiar honking sound seemed to emanate from this place, though it was so faint that it would have gone unnoticed without careful discernment. Mu Chen's gaze meticulously swept across the area, yet he failed to detect even a trace of a figure, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Had he misjudged the situation? Furrowing his brow, Mu Chen directed his attention towards the black tree, his eyes gradually ascending. When they finally reached the treetop, his pupils constricted slightly. There, he beheld a shadowy figure, barely discernible in gray. Was there truly someone present? Chapter 52. The spirit insect flute. Mu Chen's focus remained steadfast upon the summit of the dark tree, where he vaguely perceived a gray silhouette. However, after observing for a while, he sensed something amiss. The shadow exuded no hint of human presence. What could it possibly be? Mu Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation. Upon witnessing Mu Chen's persistence, Duan Wei could only manage a wry smile before gesturing to those beside him to depart swiftly. As Mu Chen watched them retreat, he too crouched down slightly, concealing himself amidst the foliage, his gaze fixed intently on the towering black tree. Suddenly, the tranquility of the area was shattered by a dozen spirit beasts. Countless crimson lights flared up, causing the air to tremble, and a resonating hum erupted. The swarm of spirit-devouring bees surged forth, transforming into a swirling mass of darkness as they descended upon the spirit beasts. Roar! The fleeing spirit beasts suddenly became aware of the impending danger ahead, and they erupted into frantic howls before turning tail and sprinting away, while the ominous black clouds pursued rapidly behind them. As the ravenous spirit bees departed in droves, the colossal black tree stood stark and barren, retaining only a few remnants. However, lacking numerical superiority, the ravenous bees posed no threat. At that moment, Mu Chen surged forward, darting straight towards the towering black tree. With a nimble push off his toes, he ascended like a sprightly monkey, aiming for the treetop. Along the way, several spirit bees attempted to obstruct him, but he effortlessly dispatched them. Mu Chen's speed was astonishing. Within mere breaths, he leaped to the top of the tree, where he found a small yet remarkably concealed space, with branches and leaves extending outward, shrouding all secrets within. Time was of the essence, and Mu Chen dared not linger. His gaze immediately fell upon the interior of the treetop. Amidst the overgrown weeds, a figure was seated in a meditative posture. Yet, this figure bore no trace of life. It was merely a skeleton, draped in tattered gray garments. Mu Chen gazed at the skeletal remains with astonishment, cautiously approaching, and only after observing no signs of anomaly did he exhale quietly in relief. As he drew closer to the skeleton, he noted that half of its body exhibited a charred black hue, suggesting signs of severe withering beneath that ashen exterior. It appeared that this skeleton had suffered grievous injuries in its past life. His gaze traversed the scene until it fixed upon the skeletal remains. Their faint inscriptions hinted at a story. With a sweep of his sleeve, he cleared away the detritus of leaves, focusing his attention. I am known as Skyworm, hailing from the spirit insect clan. In my travels, I chanced upon the trail of the 9 Netherbird. Consumed by avarice, I sought to claim it. After much contrivance, I achieved my desire only to discover. The inscription faded, yet a profound character of hate pierced through, sending a chill through him. This individual, too, had discovered the 9 Netherbird's presence. It seemed he had nearly succeeded, yet fate had intervened. Spirit Insect Clan. He mused, before his gaze shifted to the skeleton's other hand. Within its grasp lay a jet-black flute, scarcely an inch in length, adorned with intricate insectal patterns. Whenever a breeze stirred, it would weave through the flute, producing delicate, ethereal melodies. Could this be a spirit insect flute? He pondered. It was said that spirit insect masters possessed such instruments to command their cultivated insects. Could this flute be such an artifact? So, the subtle melodies I detected were from the wind interacting with this flute. It seems the spirit-devouring bees were drawn here to nest, lured by its haunting music. Venerable predecessor, he continued, since you have passed into oblivion, allow this humble junior to inherit your legacy. Bowing respectfully towards the remains, Mu Chen gingerly retrieved the sable flute. If his conjecture held true, this spirit insect flute should possess the capability to beckon the spirit-devouring bees. However, he hesitated to employ it rashly, mindful of his lack of expertise as a spirit insect manipulator. Should he inadvertently summon the bees, his inability to control them might engender unforeseen complications. Having stowed away the flute, Mu Chen was on the cusp of departing when a glimmer of light beneath the skeletal figure's ashen raiment caught his eye. After a moment's contemplation, he offered a salutation to the remains before gently touching the tattered garment. Yielding to the ravages of time, the fabric disintegrated into dust upon contact, revealing a pair of translucent vials beneath the bones. These vials, evidently crafted from extraordinary materials, had remained intact despite the passage of years. Mu Chen lifted the 2 vials, each containing a dark fluid of unknown properties. After a moment of deliberation, he cautiously unsealed one of the vials, whereupon a peculiar fragrance wafted forth. Buzz! As the strange aroma permeated the air, Mu Chen felt a tremor course through the colossal ebony tree. To his astonishment, numerous spirit-devouring bees emerged from the tree's trunk, their crimson eyes fixated on the tree's apex. Startled by the sudden emergence, Mu Chen hastily resealed the vial and swiftly stowed it within his mustard seed bracelet. The fragrance, it seemed, possessed an irresistible allure for the spirit-devouring bees. I must not linger here any longer. My gratitude, esteemed predecessor. Mu Chen clasped his fist towards the skeletal remains, not lingering any longer, and nimbly leapt onto the towering black tree, swiftly darting into the depths of the forest. Who is it? A glimmer of coldness flickered in Mu Chen's eyes as he raised his head, gazing at a familiar figure standing with arms crossed upon the trunk ahead, observing him with an indifferent expression. It was none other than Lu Mubai. Lu Mubai's gaze was icy as he regarded Mu Chen, then extended his hand, stating languidly, "It seems you are quite fortunate, encountering delightful treasures wherever you go. What have you obtained atop that tree? Hand it over." Chapter 53. Confrontation beneath the shade of the trees. Mu Chen regarded Lu Mubai, who looked down at him from a height. He had not anticipated crossing paths with him here. It appeared that Lu's faction had also been scattered previously by the swarm of devouring spirits. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed Lu Mubai had faintly sensed that subtle whistling sound and had followed it, but unfortunately, he was a step too slow and had been outpaced by Mu Chen. As for Lu Mubai's demand to relinquish his possessions, Mu Chen merely smiled lightly, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his lips. This is not the North Spirit Academy. If I were to kill you, I would face no repercussions. Therefore, I hope you can recognize the reality of the situation. Given your temperament, I trust you are not the type to recklessly charge ahead without thought. Lu Mubai, upon encountering Mu Chen, paid no heed to his words. A shadow of darkness flickered in his eyes as he slowly spoke. Even with blood Tuo relentlessly pursuing me, I harbor no fear. What are you, Lu Mubai, in comparison? Mu Chen smiled and replied, that fool blood Tuo must have had the misfortune of stumbling upon the silver-horned dragon leopard within the northern spirit plains. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, your luck is rather remarkable to encounter such a situation. A hint of derision glinted in Lu Mubai's eyes. In truth, they had conducted an investigation following the incident and discovered traces of a struggle within the territory of the silver-horned dragon leopard, including remnants of Blood Tuo's torn garments. This revelation shed light on how Mu Chen managed to escape Blood Tuo's clutches. Thus, Blood Tuo perished at the hands of the silver-horned dragon leopard. What relevance does that hold for you? To employ this as a means of intimidation is rather naive.
Mu Chen chuckled softly.
Refraining from engaging in a futile debate with Lu Mubai, for he found amusement in their self-importance. Now, do you intend to voluntarily surrender what you possess? Lu Mubai extended his hand once more, this time revealing a faint shimmer of spiritual energy within his palm. Mu Chen smiled and shook his head. In that very moment, as Mu Chen declined, Lu Mubai's gaze turned icy, and he lunged forward like a hawk swooping down on its prey. Spiritual energy surged within his palm, mercilessly directed towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen's toes dug into the withered leaves, propelling him backward as a flurry of dried foliage swirled around him. The fiery spiritual energy surged forth, shattering the myriad of desolate leaves scattered in the air. Lu Mubai moved like a flash of lightning, his hands resembling the talons of an eagle. The crimson spiritual energy radiated with a searing intensity, aimed directly at the vital point of Mu Chen's chest. Observing the ferocity of Lu Mubai's attack, Mu Chen's gaze turned icy. From his fist emerged a dark, formidable force, swiftly followed by the manifestation of the Forest of Death Seal. With a powerful punch, the Forest of Death Seal flickered on the surface of Mu Chen's fist, exuding an overwhelming aura under the embrace of the dark spiritual energy. Boom! Mu Chen's fist collided directly with Lu Mubai's fierce eagle claw, producing a muffled sound as a visible wave of spiritual energy expanded, sending the withered leaves beneath their feet flying into the air. Mu Chen's figure trembled slightly, retreating a few steps while casting a cold glare at Lu Mubai. This individual's strength had indeed reached the level of the spirit will realm. In the late stage of the spirit movement realm, Lu Mubai's body also shuddered slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The last time Mu Chen faced Lu Yang, he had only just reached the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm. To his surprise, not long after, Mu Chen had ascended to the late stage of the spirit movement realm, displaying a remarkably swift cultivation pace. What astonished him even more was that Mu Chen had managed to withstand a direct confrontation with him. Although Mu Chen did not gain the upper hand, his ability to contend with Lu Mubai at such a level was indeed remarkable. A bit of skill, it is no wonder that he always wears that irksome expression. I had originally intended to thoroughly defeat you in the upcoming battle for the 5 major academy spots, but alas, you truly irk me. It seems I shall deny you that opportunity. Lu Mubai spoke coldly, stepping forward as crimson spiritual energy surged forth from his body. The oppressive force of that energy enveloped Mu Chen, indicating his intent to kill him here and now. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Mubai unleashed his power, his palms curling into claw-like shapes as the fiery energy swirled, resembling the form of a blazing fire eagle. With a swift movement, he merged his hands with the fire eagle and launched a fierce assault towards Mu Chen. As Lu Mubai's formidable attack bore down upon him, Mu Chen chose not to confront it head-on. Indeed, Lu Mubai's strength surpassed his own by a narrow margin, and engaging in a direct clash would play into his adversary's hands. With a nimble leap, Mu Chen deftly retreated, the tips of his fingers flickering with a shadowy glow. I will see where you can escape. Lu Mubai's eyes flashed with a chilling light as he lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy. Transforming his claws into fists, he struck down upon Mu Chen with a powerful blow. Flame Eagle Inferno. With that punch, the crimson spiritual energy surged forth like a torrent of flames. Within that inferno, Lu Mubai's fist manifested as a fierce and unmatched fire eagle, roaring forth and sealing off all of Mu Chen's avenues of retreat. Suddenly halting, Mu Chen's dark eyes locked onto the raging onslaught. In that fleeting moment, he brought his hands together with intent, his voice echoing with authority. Form the array, buzz. As his command resonated, the air before him quivered, and streams of spiritual energy erupted forth, ensnaring Lu Mubai's limbs with precision. The sudden entanglement caused Lu Mubai's body to stiffen momentarily, a deep astonishment flickering in his eyes. A spiritual array? However, this astonishment lasted but an instant, as he soon discerned the feebleness of the array's binding force. With a cold sneer, he declared, "So it is merely a minor spiritual array." Boom! A torrent of immense spiritual energy surged forth, shattering the binding tendrils of light. Yet Lu Mubai's assault remained relentless, striking fiercely at Mu Chen. Nevertheless, the brief interruption caused by the minor array had evidently diminished the intensity of Lu Mubai's onslaught. This time, facing Lu Mubai's ferocious attack, Mu Chen chose not to evade. A chilling glimmer swiftly emerged in his dark eyes. Ebon spiritual energy suddenly enveloped Mu Chen's arms. He stepped forward, his palms coming together, and two ominous marks of death swiftly manifested between his hands. Finally decided not to flee. Upon witnessing this, a glint of malice and murderous intent flashed in Lu Mubai's gaze. The force of his punch, infused with crimson spiritual energy akin to a ravenous fire eagle, surged violently towards Mu Chen's chest. The ominous marks of death. A low exclamation reverberated within Mu Chen's heart at that moment. The spiritual energy within him flowed through his meridians like a torrent, his palms drawing inward before unleashing a powerful strike. The two ominous marks of death glimmered with an oppressive light in his palms. As their fists whistled past, the next instant saw them collide with a thunderous crash, their cold and fierce gazes locked in a deadly stare. A resounding voice suddenly echoed through the shaded grove, accompanied by a powerful surge of spiritual energy akin to a tempest, shattering the dry leaves strewn across the ground. The towering trees trembled violently, shedding a cascade of leaves into the air. Amidst the swirling foliage, two figures, having collided with great force, staggered back, their bodies reeling from the impact. Mu Chen's feet skidded against the earth as he retreated several paces, finally stabilizing himself with a forceful stomp. His palms trembled slightly, a consequence of the immense recoil from the formidable power he had just withstood, causing a dull ache to resonate through his hands. Yet, despite the discomfort, he had resolutely absorbed the ferocious onslaught from Lu Mubai, clearly demonstrating the true might of the two death seals he had conjured. Since mastering these death seals, Mu Chen had not been able to fully unleash their potential, as his previous adversaries, Blood Butcher and Ji Zong, had vastly surpassed him in strength. In that disparity, even with the activation of the death seals, he could not bridge the gap, leaving him unaware of their true power. Now, however, he finally sensed their potency. Although Lu Mubai had ascended to the spirit will realm, he appeared to be merely at the initial stage. This advancement surpassed Mu Chen, yet the difference was not insurmountable like that against Blood Butcher. Hence, in a battle of this caliber, the true power of the two death seals could finally be realized. Do you find yourself reconsidering my assessment? Originally, you believed that I was a character you could easily trample upon, yet it seems that the reality diverges from your expectations. Mu Chen gazed at Lu Mubai's ashen complexion and couldn't help but smile, saying, "Indeed, you have surprised me to some extent. However, do you truly believe that such a version of yourself holds the qualification to revel arrogantly before me?" As the final chilling words escaped Lu Mubai's lips, crimson spiritual energy surged forth from his body, his gaze brimming with a palpable murderous intent. Clearly, Mu Chen had provoked Lu Mubai to unleash his true wrath. Observing this, Mu Chen narrowed his eyes into a dangerous arc, the smile at the corner of his lips gradually turning icy. Although dealing with Lu Mubai was indeed troublesome at present, if this fellow insisted on being relentless, Mu Chen would not allow him to gain any significant advantage. Beneath the shade of the trees, the two men confronted each other, their gazes sharp as blades. As leaves fell continuously between them, the atmosphere charged with tension. Just as their bodies were taut like a bowstring ready to snap, a faint sound suddenly emanated from the forest behind them, causing the tense atmosphere to momentarily freeze. The sounds grew closer, and soon, A dozen figures burst forth from the depths of the forest, landing behind Lu Bai. Young master, we have finally found you. Mu Chen gazed at the approaching figures, his brow slightly furrowed, for they were none other than the forces from the Lu domain. Lu Bai, upon noticing this, discreetly exhaled in relief, then cast a cold smile at Mu Chen, remarking, "It seems your good fortune has run dry." "Not necessarily," Mu Chen replied. Duan Wei and his companions had evidently sensed the previous commotion and hurried over. Upon seeing Lu Bai and his entourage, their expressions shifted dramatically. They promptly shielded Mu Chen behind them, their eyes narrowing with hostility and vigilance towards the opposing group. Mu Chen shook his head, his tense demeanor easing. With both sides now reinforced, further conflict seemed futile. An altercation of such magnitude could undoubtedly attract the attention of the spirit beasts dwelling in the black abyss, leading to trouble for all involved. Lu Bai seemed to have considered this as well, his teeth gritting in reluctant frustration. He fixed his gaze on Mu Chen and sneered, "It appears you are destined to escape once more. Merely being verbally formidable is insufficient. Wait until the day you can truly subdue me before uttering such words." Mu Chen replied, his expression unperturbed. "That opportunity will arise, and I am quite eager to see whether your countenance will still bear that loathsome expression at that time." Lu Bai regarded Mu Chen intently, choosing not to engage further. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the forces from the Lu domain to swiftly retreat into the depths of the forest. As Duan Wei and the others watched Lu Bai's group vanish into the distance, they sighed in relief and turned to Mu Chen, asking, "Young master, are you unharmed?" Mu Chen smiled and shook his head, his dark eyes glinting with a cold light as he fixated on the distant figures of Lu Bai and the others. After a moment, he turned and swiftly darted in another direction. "Let us depart and hasten to reunite with my father and the others." Before them lay an expansive black marsh, shrouded in a viscous, toxic miasma. The noxious atmosphere here was exceptionally dense. Any soul daring to venture into its depths would find even those of the spirit realm unable to endure for long. In the murky waters of the marsh, bubbles erupted, releasing faint wisps of poisonous gas, while the dark sludge occasionally churned, revealing the menacing crimson eyes of savage beasts lurking below. At the edge of the marsh, a group of individuals appeared rather troubled, led by Mu Feng, who was currently frowning as he scrutinized the seemingly endless black mire. "Domain Lord, this toxic swamp is exceedingly difficult to traverse. The miasma above is insurmountable, and if we attempt to cross the marsh, few will survive the onslaught of those black venomous crocodiles." A city lord from Mu domain remarked with a bitter smile beside Mu Feng. "Is there an alternative route into the depths of the black underworld?" Zhou Yi inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. These individuals seem to have made meticulous preparations. Lu domain has evidently conducted thorough investigations, perhaps even sending scouts. Their avoidance of this path suggests they have discovered other entrances into the abyss. Mu Feng sighed softly, then asked, "Have there been any updates regarding Xiao Mu and the others?" "Not yet. Shall I lead a team to search for them?" "Zhou Yi Dao." Mu Feng pondered for a moment, about to speak, when his expression shifted. With a smile, he remarked, "No need, I've mentioned before, do not underestimate that young man." As he spoke, he turned to gaze at the forest behind, where the foliage stirred, and a dozen figures swiftly emerged. Leading the pack was a striking young man, Mu Chen. "Father!" Mu Chen exclaimed as he spotted the group at the edge of the swamp, breaking into a smile. "You've finally caught up. Are you all right?" Mu Feng inquired, casting a cheerful glance at Mu Chen. Mu Chen shook his head, then approached, surveying the vast swamp. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Father, it seems you've run into some trouble." It was evident that he had discerned the predicament faced by Mu Feng and the others. With a weary shake of his head, Mu Feng let out a resigned sigh. Despite he and Zhou Yi being able to barely traverse the swamp due to their cultivation at the Divine Soul Realm, the rest of their party was at a loss. If this delay continued, it was likely that the 9 Nether Sparrow would fall into the hands of the Lu domain. Zhou Yi also chuckled wryly. "Uncle Zhou, do not worry. The 9 Nether Sparrow is unlikely to be so easily obtained," Mu Chen replied, shaking his head. Though he had never encountered the 9 Nether Sparrow, the information left by the skeletal remains hinted at its complexity. Moreover, Traversing this toxic swamp was not an impossible feat. Mu Chen's gaze slowly swept over the treacherous swamp, and a slight smile crept onto his face as he said, "Oh?" Upon hearing these words, Mu Feng, Zhou Yi, and the others were momentarily taken aback, their eyes brightening as they turned to Mu Chen. The youth, seemingly at ease, simply dusted off his hands, exuding an air of tranquility. "Do you have a solution?" Noticing their eager expressions, Mu Chen smiled gently and nodded. "In the Spirit Road, some areas are far more perilous than this Black Venom Marsh." Chapter 55. The solution. Seeing the composed smile on the young man's face, Mu Feng and the others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of delight and uncertainty. Could this lad truly resolve a matter that even seasoned individuals like themselves found daunting? "Then enlighten us on your plan. Should you speak nonsense, I shall not let you off lightly," Mu Feng jested. Mu Chen fixed his gaze on the vast expanse of the Black Venom Marsh and remarked, "This marsh is treacherous. Birds find it difficult to traverse. Once one steps onto its surface, it becomes a quagmire from which escape is nearly impossible. The poisonous miasma permeating the sky renders flight an impossible feat. However, if we could utilize floating objects as stepping stones, we might manage to progress. Yet, it would not be long before we are dragged under by the numerous black venom crocodiles lurking beneath, torn to shreds. We are all aware of that," Mu Feng retorted with a light-hearted scold. "In truth, crossing over is not overly complicated. What can traverse the Black Venom Marsh with ease?" Mu Chen inquired with a smile. "Traverse with ease?" Mu Feng paused, contemplating, and replied, "Is it the Black Venom Crocodile? Indeed, if we capture some black venomous crocodiles and fashion boats from their hides, we would be able to navigate through the treacherous Black Venom Swamp with ease. Furthermore, the scent emitted by the crocodile skins would serve as a deterrent against attacks from these creatures." Mu Chen remarked, "Is it truly that simple?" Mu Feng and the others furrowed their brows. While the method was not particularly complex, it seemed insufficient to guarantee their safety amidst the dangers of the Black Venom Swamp. Although the crocodile hides might provide some protection, it was evident they would not ensure complete security. There is indeed one final step," Mu Chen chuckled, acknowledging that while the black venomous crocodiles possessed limited intelligence, they were not easily deceived. "As for this last step, let us first complete the preceding ones. Father, Uncle Zhou, the task of hunting the black venomous crocodiles is entrusted to you." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, uncertain of Mu Chen's intentions. "You better not be reckless." Mu Feng gritted his teeth, recognizing their limited options and the urgency of their situation. They could not afford to lag behind, lest they be outpaced by Lu Yu and his cohort. "Zhou Yi, let us proceed. The others should prepare to construct the boats," Mu Feng commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood. Although the others harbored doubts about Mu Chen's proposed plan, they promptly complied with Mu Feng's orders, dispersing to begin chopping down trees. Mu Feng and Zhou Yi exchanged a glance, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from within them. In a swift motion, Mu Feng appeared above the treacherous black toxic swamp, with fiery red energy swirling behind him, transforming into a colossal fire eagle. The eagle was adorned with crimson scales, its wings reminiscent of a dragon's, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. A formidable pressure of spiritual power radiated outward, causing the black toxic swamp below to stir restlessly. From the roiling mire, menacing black toxic crocodiles emerged, gazing up at the awe-inspiring fire eagle with a mixture of trepidation and vigilance. Zhou Yi floated suspended in the air, behind him materializing a giant brown lizard that resembled a small mountain. Its immense weight seemed to reverberate through the very air. Those who had refined the essence of such spirit beasts, like the powerful beings of the divine soul realm, possessed certain traits and powers reminiscent of the spirit beasts in their prime. Just as Mu Feng's fire dragon eagle granted him unparalleled speed, Zhou Ye's mountain spirit lizard bestowed upon him pure, unadulterated strength. Mu Chen gazed at the magnificent spirit beasts looming behind Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, his eyes igniting with fervor. The divine soul realm was indeed a realm of extraordinary might, far surpassing that of the spirit will realm. Zhou Yi clenched his fist tightly, then, with a low growl, he unleashed a powerful punch. A beam of deep yellow spiritual energy shot forth like a pillar, infused with the weight of a mountain, crashing fiercely into the swamp below. Boom! The ground trembled violently as the swamp was struck, creating a profound pit. A tremendous force rebounded, sending dozens of black toxic crocodiles soaring through the air. At this moment, Mu Feng made his move. Behind him, the flame dragon sculpture let out a resounding roar, and a fierce and tumultuous blaze erupted, ensnaring the dozen or so black poison crocodiles. With a crack, the surge of spiritual energy pulsated, instantly overwhelming the formidable creatures, whose strength was comparable to that of the spirit will realm. Mu Feng then raised his hand, casting their lifeless forms towards the marsh's edge. Meanwhile, at a distant cliff passage, a group of individuals abruptly halted. It was the Lu domain's forces, who had previously encountered Mu Feng and his companions. The fluctuation of spiritual energy caught Lu Zong's attention as he paused, gazing into the distance. It was Mu Feng and Zhou Yi. It seemed they were in trouble. They should be trapped within the black poison marsh by now. He chuckled, considering that with the strength of Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, they could force their way through, albeit at a tremendous cost. The rest of the forces lacked such capability. Lu Qingtian, leading the group, smiled lightly and remarked, "If that is the case, by the time they reach the depths of the black abyss, they will be mere remnants of their former selves. Will they still have the audacity to contend with us then?" Lu Ming responded with a cold laugh, "Brother, your foresight is commendable. Should the opportunity arise, we must ensure they do not escape. Once the Mu domain is rid of Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, they will be at our mercy." Lu Qingtian nodded with a faint smile, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Should the chance present itself, he would not let them slip away. For now, all they needed to do was wait in the depths of the black abyss for the remnants of the Mu domain, exhausted from their trials in the black poison marsh, to emerge. Mu Feng, enjoying a life of luxury in the pastoral domain, has chosen to contend with me in the pursuit of the 9 nether birds. Therefore, I cannot be held accountable for the ensuing consequences. The earth trembled as Mu Chen gazed at the dozen black, venomous crocodiles thrown his way by Mu Feng, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. Each of these crocodiles possessed the strength of the initial stage of the spirit will realm, yet they posed virtually no resistance against his father and Uncle Zhou. After expressing his admiration, Mu Chen summoned several capable hands to meticulously strip the skins from the black venomous crocodiles. Meanwhile, a makeshift boat had been prepared nearby, prompting Mu Chen to instruct them to wrap the crocodile skins around the vessel. If the boat were to be cast directly into the black venomous swamp, it would likely sink immediately. However, the residual spiritual energy within the crocodile skins would allow the boat to float upon the murky waters. As they completed this task, all eyes turned to Mu Chen, questioning whether this method would indeed enable them to traverse the black venomous swamp unscathed. "It is your turn." Mu Feng regarded Mu Chen with a serious expression, cautioning, "Do not act recklessly. If trouble arises once we enter the black venomous swamp, the chances of survival will be slim. Do not worry, father." Mu Chen smiled faintly, then pointed towards the swamp, saying, "Our primary concern is to evade the attacks of these black venom crocodiles. These creatures are intermediate spirit beasts, and due to their prolonged existence beneath the marsh, their perception is severely limited and their vision is rather dull. As long as we can disrupt their sight and combine it with the scent of these crocodile skins, we should be able to slip past unnoticed." "How do we disrupt their vision?" Mu Feng inquired, furrowing his brow. "Are you already capable of setting up spirit formations?" Upon noticing the spirit seals at Mu Chen's fingertips, both Mu Feng and Zhou Yi were taken aback, and the other members of the Mu clan also stared in astonishment at Mu Chen. "It's just a minor spirit formation," Mu Chen chuckled lightly, explaining, "The formation I intend to set up is called the bewilderment array. It can create a certain degree of confusion. While it may not be overwhelmingly powerful, it is perfectly suited for dealing with these creatures that have such poor perception." Mu Feng and Zhou Yi exchanged glances, surprised to find that Mu Chen's understanding of these spirit beasts surpassed their own. After Mu Chen finished speaking, he ceased to engage with them, his expression turning serious as he deftly moved his fingertips. 8 spirit seals vanished around the small boat, and soon everyone could vaguely sense a slight disturbance in the air, emanating a peculiar wave. As Mu Chen's hand gestures changed, he gradually exhaled a sigh of relief after a moment, wiping the bead of sweat from his forehead. "All done." The group quickly turned their gaze, and indeed, they beheld a faint mist rising around the small boat, obscuring the situation entirely. This concealment, though easily discernible to the discerning eye of a human, is fortunately beyond the comprehension of those venomous black crocodiles. While they may harbor uncertainty regarding the efficacy of this approach, the prevailing atmosphere instills a modicum of confidence. There is no merit in premature commendation. It is the tangible results that matter, lest efforts be rendered futile and potentially detrimental. Although a faint smile of satisfaction graces Mu Feng's lips, he refrains from voicing his praise, wary of inflating the young one's pride. The truth will reveal itself in due course. Mu Chen curled his lips in disdain before decisively propelling the small vessel into the treacherous black poison swamp, leaping aboard with agility. Chapter 56. Ruthless measures. With a resounding pop, enormous black poison bubbles ascended from the depths of the swamp, bursting forth and releasing a noxious miasma that thickened the already oppressive atmosphere. At this moment, upon the desolate expanse of the black poison swamp, a small boat, ensconced in the hide of a black crocodile, navigated cautiously forward. The occupants of the vessel were taut with tension, suppressing even the faintest sound, their gazes fixed intently on the surrounding marshlands, their spiritual energy quietly surging within. In stark contrast to their palpable anxiety, Mu Chen maintained a demeanor of calm, his eyes scanning the periphery with unwavering focus. The vessel bore several skilled individuals from their Mu domain, and any loss incurred here would represent a significant blow to their collective strength. Mu Feng stood beside Mu Chen, his seemingly indifferent visage betraying a hint of gravity. His entire being was taut, ready to act at the slightest hint of danger. As the small boat delved deeper into the tense atmosphere shared by its occupants, the murky swamp began to stir. The noxious black mud bubbled ominously, revealing the grotesque silhouettes of venomous black crocodiles that floated upon its surface, slowly gliding towards the vessel. Upon witnessing this, the eyes of the crew twitched, and their heartbeats quickened in response to the growing trepidation. In the suffocating silence aboard the small boat, dozens of black crocodiles encircled them, their crimson eyes piercing through the murkiness, scanning with ferocity. The tension escalated palpably. Under Mu Chen's adept control, the boat maintained a steady pace as it quietly traversed the swamp. To the relief of Mu Feng and the others, the black crocodiles did not launch an attack. Instead, their crimson eyes hinted at a flicker of confusion and bewilderment. It was evident that these creatures, lacking in intellect, sensed something was amiss but could not ascertain the source of their unease. Ultimately, the small vessel successfully navigated through the throng of black crocodiles. Yet, the occupants remained cautious, refraining from exhaling audibly until half an hour later, when they finally glimpsed the edge of the swamp. It was then that they released the pent-up tension they had carried within. Indeed, we made it through. The young master is truly remarkable. Father, what do you think? Did I bring you shame? Mu Chen let out a quiet sigh of relief in his heart, then clapped his hands and smiled at Mu Feng, saying, "You rascal." Mu Feng chuckled in response, yet his eyes could not conceal the undeniable pride he felt. This young lad had finally matured, able to share his burdens, making all those years he spent playing both father and mother worthwhile. Mu Feng nodded slightly, ruffling Mu Chen's hair with his hand, before swiftly leaping to the edge of the marsh, stating, "We should hasten our pace. Otherwise, we will fall too far behind in the Lu domain." Understood. Duan Wei and the others replied in unison, gradually making their way onto the shore, tidying up briefly, while remaining vigilant. They began to accelerate toward the depths of the black abyss. As Mu Feng and his companions traversed the black poison marsh toward the depths of the black abyss, cold, watchful eyes observed them from a distant mountainside. These individuals managed to cross the black poison marsh unscathed. How is that possible? Lu Ming's expression darkened as he gazed at the figures in the distance, remarking, "It seems the Mu domain truly came prepared." Lu Zong furrowed his brow, initially intending to seize the opportunity when the Mu domain's forces were sufficiently exhausted by the black poison marsh, but he had not anticipated that these individuals would pass through with such ease. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lu Qingtian's eyes. The more thoroughly the Mu domain prepared, the greater the obstacles they posed for them. These adversaries must be eradicated. The 9 Nether Sparrow must belong to their Lu domain. With the possession of the 9 Nether Sparrow, their Lu domain would ascend to become the true sovereign of the Northern Spirit Realm, and Lu Qingtian would no longer be merely a domain lord, but the master of the Northern Spirit Realm itself. A fierce ambition burned within Lu Qingtian's gaze. "Brother, what should we do now?" Lu Ming inquired, sensing that the forces of the Mu domain were nearly upon them. "Do not rush," Lu Qingtian replied with a faint smile. "How long have we been preparing for this plan? The Black Nether Abyss has long been within our reconnaissance. Do they truly believe they can challenge us in such a reckless state?" As he spoke, he cast his gaze deeper into the Black Nether Abyss, a chilling glint passing through his eyes. "Let us proceed. I have a grand gift prepared for them." As they ventured deeper into the Black Nether Abyss, Mu Feng and his companions grew increasingly cautious. In the depths of this abyss lay the true traces of advanced spiritual beasts. Should they attract the attention of these ferocious creatures, it would indeed spell considerable trouble, especially since they also had to remain vigilant against the forces of Lu domain. The team stealthily traversed the dark forest, avoiding any encounters with spiritual beasts they came across, opting instead to navigate around them from a distance and swiftly depart. After enduring such tribulations for a full half-hour, Mu Feng and his group finally emerged from the thicket. Beyond the forest lay the black, sheer cliffs of the mountain abyss, where enormous fissures spread like the gaping maw of a demon. Mu Feng and his companions gazed at the dark chasms of the mountains, their brows furrowed and expressions laden with gravity. "We are gradually approaching the depths of the black abyss," Mu Feng remarked slowly. "This area before us can truly be deemed the heart of the black abyss, where formidable spirit beasts reside." "Formidable spirit beasts," Duan Wei and the others echoed, their eyes narrowing. "Such creatures rival the might of those in the divine soul realm. Throughout our journey, we must refrain from hunting any spirit beasts. The advanced ones here are exceedingly bloodthirsty. Even a hint of blood can attract their attention. If more than 2 advanced spirit beasts converge upon us, we shall pay a significant price." Mu Chen nodded in agreement. "The dangers here far exceed those of the northern spirit plains. Let us proceed, but tread carefully." With a wave of his hand, Mu Feng led the way, swiftly darting into the dimly lit fissures of the colossal mountain. Behind him, Mu Chen and Zhou Yi followed closely, exercising utmost caution. Deep within the black abyss, the perpetual shroud of deathly miasma cast a somber and damp atmosphere. Occasionally distant, guttural roars echoed, imbued with a palpable thirst for blood. The group navigated cautiously through the shadows, steering clear of any potential signs of spirit beasts. Mu Chen could sense the surging spiritual energy within Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, clearly indicating their readiness to confront any unforeseen threats. Yet, unlike their palpable relief, Mu Chen felt a slight furrow in his brow. This uncharacteristic smoothness only served to amplify his unease. As they rounded a bend in the mountain path, Mu Chen and Mu Feng exchanged a glance, and from the latter's eyes, a glimmer of wariness was perceptible. It was evident that Mu Feng shared the same sentiment. Upon turning the corner, the view before them suddenly expanded, revealing a vast rocky expanse nestled at the confluence of 3 towering peaks, surrounded by sheer cliffs. Mu Feng gazed intently at this terrain, his expression suddenly tightening. He then abruptly lifted his head, fixating on a concealed section of the cliff where shadows of figures began to materialize. "Ah, Mu Feng, your pace is quite commendable," came the calm voice of Lu Qingtian from atop the cliff, casting a nonchalant glance down at Mu Feng and the others. "It's Lu US people. Be cautious," Zhou Yi exclaimed in a low voice, his robust spiritual energy surging forth from within. "What are your intentions, Lu Qingtian?" Mu Feng replied in a stern tone, realizing that Lu Yu seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of the Black Abyss, while they remained blissfully unaware, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. "Seeing you so on edge is rather tiresome, so I thought I would provide you with something to occupy your time," Lu Qingtian said with a smile, though the expression bore a sinister edge. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yu's entourage produced several large jars and hurled them downwards. With a resounding crash, the jars shattered upon impact, spilling forth a torrent of crimson liquid that quickly spread across the ground, releasing a pungent metallic scent. Upon witnessing this scene, Mu Feng and his companions' expressions darkened considerably. It seemed that mere beast's blood would not suffice. Lu Qingtian inhaled the pungent scent of blood, a flicker of icy ruthlessness crossing his eyes once more. Suddenly, with a sweeping motion of his sleeve, a dozen skilled fighters from the Lu domain were sent hurtling away, their anguished screams echoing through the air. With a stoic expression, Lu Qingtian flicked his fingers, sending forth several beams of spiritual energy that collided violently with the bodies of those dozen individuals. A deep, muffled thud resounded as they exploded mid-air, a crimson mist cascading downwards, creating a scene of gruesome carnage. The expressions of Mu Feng and his companions darkened ominously. From the depths of the abyss of black darkness, a series of low, guttural roars erupted, infused with a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy. High-level spiritual beasts. As the bloodthirsty roars reverberated from afar, the faces of Mu Feng, Zhou Yi, and the others turned ashen. They realized they had fallen into Lu Domain's trap. Mu Feng, how do you like this grand gift? Lu Qingtian looked down upon Mu Feng and the others, a hint of mockery lacing his calm laughter. How long has our Lu Domain planned for this 9 Nether Sparrow? Did you truly believe that acquiring a mere scrap of intelligence granted you the right to vie with us? Very well, since you have come, let it be. Pay a price and consider it a lesson learned. Mu Feng's gaze was frosty as he fixed his eyes on Lu Qingtian, yet he found himself devoid of any desire to engage in further argument. His thoughts flickered like a candle flame, contemplating various strategies. The earlier roars had undoubtedly emanated from high-level spiritual beasts. Should they become entangled with these formidable creatures, even if they managed to vanquish them, the toll would be significant, possibly inflicting considerable injuries. At that point, Lu Qingtian and his cohort would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. However, if they opted to retreat now, it would align perfectly with Lu Yu's intentions, allowing them to pursue the elusive 9 Nether Bird unimpeded. Should Lu Yu acquire the 9 Nether Bird, it would spell great peril for their Mu domain. This precarious situation left them ensnared in a dilemma. What shall we do now? Zhou Yi could not help but inquire. Let us first assess the situation, Mu Feng replied, his countenance ashen. Beside him, Mu Chen furrowed his brow, finding the antics of Lu Yu's group exceedingly vexatious as they continued to place obstacles in their path. Roar! As the forces of Mu domain stood on high alert, a resounding roar echoed from the distance, followed by the piercing sound of rushing wind. In no time, 3 streaks of light shot forth from the depths of the black abyss, swiftly approaching the rocky cliffs surrounding them. 3 high-level spiritual beasts. Watching the 3 luminous figures, Mu Feng couldn't help but clench his teeth in agitation. Under the tense scrutiny of the gathered crowd, the 3 beams of light rapidly unveiled their massive forms, their blood-red eyes brimming with a savage thirst for blood and ferocity. Upon the precipice to the left, a colossal lion of sanguine hue stood regally, its back adorned with a pair of amethystine wings of formidable sharpness. On the opposing flank, a gargantuan beast of ebon shade, seemingly forged from steel, shimmered under the sun's caress, its streamlined form evocative of a lethal apparatus. A violet-winged lion, an ironclad beast. Duan Wei and his comrades exclaimed in unison, their countenances shifting with alarm at the sight of these advanced spiritual creatures, each possessing the power of a nascent divine soul realm entity. And there, a hydropyro crane. Pausing over the last entity, Mu Feng's gaze intensified. It was an immense, sable crane, its pinions distinctively colored, one a cerulean blue reminiscent of flowing water, the other a fiery crimson. Their movement conjured images of surging hydro and pyro elements, a spectacle of deadly grandeur. This crane, the hydropyro crane, was the mightiest of the 3, having attained the mid-stage of the divine soul realm. Mu Feng, your fortune seems to have waned, attracting even a hydropyro crane. Lu Qingtian jested, observing the unfolding scene. It seems we are about to witness a most captivating struggle between man and beast. With a gesture, his cohort retreated, concealed within the cliffs, as the spiritual beasts, drawn by the scent of carnage below, remained oblivious to their presence. Bastard! Zhou Yi spat, his ire evident in his clenched jaw and fiery eyes. Mu Feng's gaze darkened as the 3 advanced spirit beasts fixated on them. Retreat was the only option if they chose not to engage, yet he felt a sense of reluctance to withdraw at this moment. Duan Wei and the others, noticing the flicker in Mu Feng's eyes, dared not disturb him, instead focusing intently on the three eager advanced spirit beasts, their palms slick with cold sweat. Mu Chen understood their predicament, his brows furrowing as thoughts raced through his mind. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of light seemingly flashing across his night-like dark irises. Father, Mu Chen spoke softly. Mu Feng responded absently, his brows knitted in irritation, clearly troubled. Can you and Uncle Zhou hold off these three advanced spirit beasts? Mu Chen inquired. Mu Feng glanced at him, nodding helplessly. However, doing so would undoubtedly deplete our strength significantly. Once we are weakened, Lu Qingtian will surely take action. You need not slay these three advanced spirit beasts. Simply entangle them, and avoid exhausting yourselves too much, Mu Chen advised. Prolonging the standoff would not benefit us either, Mu Feng remarked, furrowing his brow. If we cannot defeat these three advanced spirit beasts, we will have no choice but to retreat. I have a way to deal with them, Mu Chen hesitated before stating. Mu Feng's body visibly stiffened at that moment, and he stared at Mu Chen in astonishment, as did Zhou Yi and the others, their expressions reflecting disbelief. After all, these were three advanced spirit beasts, comparable to three formidable beings at the Divine Soul Realm, and how could Mu Chen, merely at the late stage of the Spirit Motion Realm, possibly deal with them? It is not always necessary to rely solely on fists to resolve issues. Mu Chen curled his lips and chuckled. There exists a concept known as leveraging circumstances. It has saved me countless times within the spirit path. What exactly do you intend to do? Mu Feng inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Could it be that this young man truly possesses a solution? There is no time for explanations now. You hold them off while I prepare, Mu Chen urged, glancing at the three advanced spirit beasts poised to pounce at any moment. Unable to elaborate further, Mu Feng and Zhou Yi exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth and nodded. At this moment, they indeed felt reassured by Mu Chen. His confidence suggested he had a plan. Then we shall leave this to you. Without further ado, Mu Chen turned and dashed outside, vanishing in an instant. Someone's fleeing? Lu Qingtian, who had been watching Mu Feng and the others closely, furrowed his brow upon witnessing Mu Chen's escape. It's Mu Chen. What does he intend to do? Is he planning to run away? Lu Mubai murmured, a sense of unease creeping over him regarding Mu Chen. Never mind him. A late-stage spirit movement realm boy, once separated from Mu Feng and the others' protection, would likely struggle to escape even the dark abyss. Lu Qingtian dismissed the concern, believing that the pillars of the Mu domain were Mu Feng and Zhou Yi. What significance did Mu Chen hold? Lu Mubai nodded in agreement, realizing he had overestimated Mu Chen. In such a predicament, could he truly turn the tide? Such notions were but the fantasies of a dreamer. Boom! As they conversed, a sudden surge of formidable spiritual power erupted below. Mu Feng and Zhou Yi were the first to dash forth, charging directly towards the three advanced spiritual beasts that were eyeing them menacingly. Mu Feng stood his ground against the water-fire crane and the black iron beast, showcasing his prowess at the late stage of the Divine Soul Realm. Even when facing two opponents, he remained unfazed. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, at the early stage of the Divine Soul Realm, engaged in a fierce battle with the purple-winged lion, matching it blow for blow. This astonishing clash instantly stirred waves of spiritual energy in the vicinity, with each confrontation seeming to resonate through the very air. Lu Qingtian observed the fierce struggle with an amused smile, though his gaze was chillingly cold. Mu Feng, unleash your full strength. Since you refuse to retreat, you may as well leave your life here. As the battle erupted in the valley, Mu Chen swiftly darted away, leaping onto a rocky outcrop. He cast a glance at the vast expanse of the Black Forest, then turned his palm over to reveal a short flute adorned with intricate engravings, the very item he had acquired earlier, the spirit insect flute. Chapter 58. Summoning the bees holding the slightly cold spirit insect flute, Mu Chen's eyes flashed with contemplation. Resolute, he no longer hesitated, bringing the flute to his lips. With a surge of spiritual power coursing through him, he exhaled a breath into the flute. Mu Chen was not a skilled spirit bug master, and thus could not adeptly manipulate the spirit bug flute. However, he possessed knowledge of its fundamental usage. A seasoned spirit bug master could summon their desired spirit bugs at will using the flute, but Mu Chen was not capable of such finesse. Fortunately, Within the depths of the black abyss, the most dominant species was the devouring spirit bee. It seemed plausible that playing the spirit bug flute here could attract them. As Mu Chen's thoughts raced, a faint luminescence emanated from the flute. The intricate patterns upon it began to writhe, releasing a peculiar sound wave that emanated from the flute and spread into the distance. This sound wave was not loud. In fact, it could easily be overlooked if one did not listen closely. Yet Mu Chen was aware that the spirit bugs were exceedingly sensitive to such frequencies. He continuously infused his spiritual energy into the flute, perpetuating the sound wave's expansion, while simultaneously casting glances into the depths of the black abyss, where the fluctuations of spiritual energy grew increasingly tumultuous. It appeared that his father and Uncle Zhou had already engaged in combat with the three formidable spirit beasts. Time was of the essence. A flicker of anxiety crossed Mu Chen's eyes. Those three advanced spirit beasts were not to be trifled with. The longer his father and Uncle Zhou were entangled with them, the more their energy would be depleted. Once their exhaustion reached a critical level, it was likely that the lurking forces from Luo Li would take action. That was a scenario Mu Chen was desperate to avoid witnessing. The sound of the flute reverberated gently, yet the distant surroundings remained unsettlingly still. This induced beads of sweat to form in Mu Chen's palm. Could it be that his strategy was futile? Although he had spoken confidently in front of Mu Feng and the others, it was merely a facade to reassure them. Mu Chen was acutely aware of Mu Feng's inner turmoil. He was reluctant to retreat and allow Luo Li to seize the 9 Nether Sparrow, yet he also feared being ambushed by Luo Li. Thus, he devised this plan, hoping to alter the exceedingly unfavorable circumstances they faced. However, if he could not even attract the soul-devouring bees, then his so-called strategy would crumble effortlessly. "Brothers, have some mercy," Mu Chen murmured to himself. As Mu Chen anxiously awaited, time swiftly slipped away. Nearly 10 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. The fluctuations of spiritual energy within the valley grew increasingly violent, causing the very earth to tremble, indicating that the battle was reaching a fever pitch. His time was running short. Gritting his teeth, Mu Chen prepared to withdraw. However, as he gazed into the distance, his eyes suddenly sharpened, followed by a surge of elation. They were coming. In the far distance, a dark cloud swept across the sky, accompanied by a distinctive humming sound that resonated from afar. The soul-devouring bees had finally been lured. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Mu Chen stowed away the spirit insect flute and swiftly darted toward the valley. Bang! In the depths of the valley, a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy swept forth, causing the surrounding cliffs to tremble violently, with massive boulders tumbling down incessantly. Duan Wei and his companions gazed anxiously at the 2 battle circles within the valley, where 2 individuals and 3 beasts clashed fiercely, their spiritual radiance engulfing the area and reducing the debris to mere powder. "Damn it," Duan Wei muttered, observing the stalemate in the battle. His gaze drifted toward a particular spot on the cliff, where a pair of cold, sinister eyes gleamed with a mocking smile, clearly reveling in the current predicament, which played perfectly into Luo Li's hands. With a wry smile, Duan Wei shook his head. He was uncertain of Mu Chen's whereabouts, yet judging by his previous behavior, it was evident that he must have had some intentions behind his actions. However, it remained unclear whether those intentions could resolve the present dilemma. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Just as they began to prepare, a sudden noise erupted from behind them. They swiftly turned to see Mu Chen's figure darting towards them. Anticipating Mu Chen's arrival, Mu Feng and Zhou Yi immediately retreated, but the 3 high-level spiritual beasts relentlessly pursued them. Mu Chen, glancing back at the pursuing beasts, clenched his fist, and a bottle materialized in his hand. He uncapped it, releasing a peculiar fragrance into the air. With a decisive motion, Mu Chen struck the bottle, causing a stream of black liquid to surge forth. He then channeled his spiritual energy, unleashing it like a tempest, dispersing the black liquid into a mist that enveloped the 3 high-level spiritual beasts. The dark, damp miasma clung to the bodies of the 3 advanced spirit beasts, yet they exhibited no reaction whatsoever, disregarding Mu Chen, whom they perceived as nothing more than a feeble ant, and continued their relentless pursuit of Mu Feng and his companion. Observing Mu Chen's peculiar behavior, Duan Wei and the others were left utterly perplexed. Into that crevice in the mountain, Mu Chen pointed towards a nearby fissure in the rock, urgently commanding. Duan Wei and his companions exchanged glances, but soon gritted their teeth and nodded, rushing into the mountain crevice. Mu Chen followed closely behind, while Mu Feng and Zhou Yi brought up the rear, their formidable spiritual power surging forth, causing the three advanced spirit beasts to stagger backward in alarm. What are they doing? The people from the Lu domain stared in astonishment as Mu Yu and the others vanished into the mountain crevice. Was this not severing all avenues of retreat? How had these individuals become so foolish? Lu Qingtian furrowed his brow, questioning how someone as astute as Mu Feng could commit such a blunder. Just then, his expression shifted abruptly, and he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the valley's edge, where the previously distant buzzing sound suddenly intensified. Could it be spirit-devouring bees? Roar! The three advanced spirit beasts in the valley sensed the impending approach of the spirit-devouring bees, their unease manifesting in low growls. Faced with such a terrifying swarm, even these advanced beasts found themselves in dire peril. The dark clouds surged into the valley like a torrent, showing no signs of slowing, as the roaring deluge swept towards the three advanced spirit beasts, all under the astonished gazes of Mu Feng, Lu Qingtian, and the others. Roar! Enveloped by ominous clouds, the three advanced spirit beasts began to struggle frantically, their violent spiritual energy erupting uncontrollably, obliterating thousands of soul-devouring bees. Yet, they were soon overwhelmed by an even greater swarm of these creatures. Mu Feng and his companions watched as the once resounding roars beneath the shroud of darkness grew fainter, sending a shiver down their spines. Slowly, they turned to gaze at the strikingly handsome young man behind them, who smiled radiantly, their expressions stiffening with unease. Could this be the plan that Mu Chen had spoken of? How could he possibly lure these soul-devouring bees and ensure they targeted only the three advanced spirit beasts? Chapter 59. Arrival. The unique buzzing of the soul-devouring bees resonated throughout the valley, instilling a sense of dread, especially as the relentless black tide surged forth, with the three advanced spirit beasts desperately fighting for survival. The ground was nearly carpeted with the corpses of the fallen bees, yet the relentless swarm showed no signs of retreat, their crimson gazes fixated madly on their prey, launching wave after wave of assault. This black torrent resembled an immense storm, and wherever it passed, all living beings were left as nothing but stark white bones. The two groups hidden within the valley gazed in horror at the unfolding scene, realizing that any party caught in this maelstrom would likely face total annihilation. Mu Chen's figure was concealed within the crevice of the mountain, his gaze piercing through the gap as he focused intently on the valley below. The spirit insect flute and the peculiar black liquid emanating an enigmatic fragrance had already been secured within his mustard seed bracelet, and he dared not reveal even the slightest trace of his presence. At this moment, should the spirit-devouring bees be attracted to him, it would be akin to finding no way out in the heavens or the earth. The black storm within the valley raged for approximately 10 full minutes, with the initially tumultuous fluctuations of spiritual energy gradually diminishing until they ultimately vanished. When the three waves of spiritual energy ceased, everyone understood that the three high-level spirit beasts had been annihilated by the spirit-devouring bees. This left Mu Feng and the others unable to suppress their astonishment. Although the individual strength of these spirit-devouring bees was exceedingly weak, when they converged, they became one of the most lethal beings within the abyss of black darkness. After the massive swarm of spirit-devouring bees dealt with the three high-level spirit beasts, they circled once more above the valley before swiftly departing with a resonant hum. As the swarm receded, Mu Feng and the others emerged from the crevice and directed their gaze towards the center of the valley, where the once mighty three high-level spirit beasts now lay as nothing more than stark white bones, with some grotesque strands of blood clinging to the skeletons, lending an air of chilling desolation. Mu Chen, however, approached with a leisurely demeanor, extracting three exceptionally radiant spirit beast souls from the cranial cavities of the three high-level beasts, and without a hint of hesitation, he deposited them into his mustard seed bracelet. This is the essence of a high-level spiritual beast, its value far surpassing that of what they previously acquired in the northern spirit planes. Such a grade of essence would undoubtedly entice even some formidable entities of the divine soul realm. On the mountain wall, the expressions of Lu Yu and others were particularly grim. Lu Qingtian's pupils constricted, fixating intently on Mu Chen, his countenance reflecting incredulity. "Did you summon those soul-devouring bees? Could it be that you were behind this?" Mu Chen's smile gradually turned frigid as he replied, "I suggest you hastily vacate the black abyss. Otherwise, when the swarm of soul-devouring bees reappears, your fate may well mirror theirs." The Lu faction stirred slightly, with Lu Zong and Lu Ming's expressions shifting noticeably. They had witnessed firsthand the terrifying prowess of the soul-devouring bees. Should they fall into such peril, escape would be utterly unattainable. Mu Chen chuckled inwardly, astonished by Lu Qingtian's astuteness, as he had evidently discerned all of Mu Chen's previous maneuvers with clarity. "Mu Feng, you indeed have a remarkable son." Lu Qingtian glared coldly at Mu Feng, realizing that what could have been a significant blow to Mu Yu was thwarted by a mere youth, igniting a simmering wrath within him. With a darkened gaze, though filled with fury, he recognized that it was not the opportune moment to engage in a full-scale confrontation with Mu Yu. Otherwise, the ensuing damage would preclude any hope of obtaining the 9 Nether Sparrow. "I shall see how long you can bask in your triumph." Lu Qingtian's voice was frigid as he spoke, ceasing any further trivial discourse. With a decisive wave of his hand, he led the forces of Lu Domain swiftly towards the depths of the Black Abyss. They were unwilling to squander time in futile attempts to thwart Mu Feng and his companions, fully aware that such endeavors would be in vain. "Let us proceed. Keep close to them," Mu Feng commanded sharply, his figure darting forth as he led the forces of Mu Domain, trailing closely behind Lu Qingtian's group. The prior plan of Lu Domain had faltered, leaving them unable to shake off Mu Domain's pursuit. The two groups, one ahead and the other behind, swiftly traversed the Black Abyss, with Lu Qingtian's faction exhibiting a newfound caution, refraining from any disturbances for fear of being ensnared themselves. As both parties navigated with great care, they did not provoke any other spirit beasts along the way. After approximately half an hour of this cautious advance, the oppressive Black Valley began to dissipate, and the terrain gradually opened up into a broader expanse. With a sudden rush, Mu Feng's company emerged from the valley, finding themselves atop a high ridge. Gazing forward, their expressions turned solemn. Before them lay a vast black basin, its ground resembling that which had been scorched by flames, exhibiting a charred hue. Yet, what truly astonished Mu Feng and his companions were the countless stark white bones scattered throughout the basin. The skeletal remains, judging by their size, appeared to belong to spirit beasts, frozen in a frenzied dash towards an unseen allure, as if something irresistible beckoned them. Mu Chen stared in astonishment at the ground littered with bones, a chill coursing through him. What had transpired here? How could so many spirit beasts have perished? His gaze gradually lifted, fixing upon the horizon, where he beheld a colossal black volcano protruding from the basin's center. Atop the mountain, a dark recess yawned like a demonic maw, consuming all in its vicinity. Here, Mu Chen's expression grew grave. The scene before him felt hauntingly familiar. In a fleeting moment of clarity, he recalled that this landscape mirrored precisely what was chronicled on the copper plate. Turning his head, he exchanged a glance with Mu Feng, both discerning surprise and delight reflected in each other's eyes. Clearly, this was the very location of the 9 Nether Sparrow, their ultimate objective. In the shadowy basin, a gentle, cool breeze swept through, causing the countless eerie white bones to tremble slightly, instilling a sense of unease. This was indeed the realm of the 9 Nether Sparrow. At this moment, the eyes of both factions sparkled with anticipation, fixated on the black volcano with a mix of longing and fervor. Lu Qingtian's gaze burned with intensity as he turned to glance at the distant Mu Feng, a cold smirk curling his lips. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, propelling his figure like an arrow straight towards the volcano. Following closely behind were Lu Zong, Lu Ming, and Lu Mu Bai, who immediately joined the fray. "Make your move," Mu Feng bellowed, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power from within. Behind him, this energy coalesced into a massive, radiant fire eagle. With a powerful flap of its wings, the eagle transformed into a blazing streak of light, while Mu Feng leaped onto its back. Together, they surged forth, their turbulent spiritual energy conjuring storms in the air. Humph! Upon witnessing Mu Feng's swift approach, Lu Qingtian's eyes narrowed with coldness. With a low growl, a silvery light erupted from within him, manifesting as an enormous silver beast. This creature resembled a colossal ape, yet its entire body was covered in silver scales that flickered with the brilliance of thunder, its roar reverberating with the sound of rolling thunder. Is this the thunder scale beast? Mu Chen gazed at the silver beast that had appeared behind Lu Qingtian, momentarily taken aback. This formidable spirit beast ranked 133rd in the beast record, and although it had not yet reached the celestial tier, it was undeniably among the elite of high-tier spirit beasts. With a thunderous stomp, the thunder scale beast launched itself forward like a bolt of lightning, carrying Lu Qingtian and obstructing Mu Feng's path. Ha ha! Lu Qingtian, have you finally been unable to restrain yourself? Let us see who has made greater strides this past year. Upon witnessing the scene, Mu Feng remained unfazed, erupting into hearty laughter. With a deep, resonant cry, the fiery dragon sculpture beneath his feet unleashed a low, piercing shriek, as torrents of blazing spiritual energy surged forth, hurtling directly towards Lu Qingtian. With a resounding crash, two colossal entities collided mid-air. The violent shockwave of spiritual energy shattering numerous skeletal remains below. The lords of the Mu and Lu domains had already engaged in battle, and their respective forces no longer held back, their eyes ablaze with ferocity as they roared and charged at one another. Zhou Yi is mine. Lu Zong, the second master of the Lu domain, glared ominously at Zhou Yi, who was recklessly advancing with Mu domain's forces. A cold command escaped his lips, as emerald light enveloped him, and behind him, a somewhat ethereal colossal beast began to take shape. This was a giant scorpion, entirely emerald in hue, emanating a faint fragrance, clearly harboring lethal venom. The emerald venom scorpion ranked 204th in the beast record. Mu Chen recognized the formidable emerald scorpion with a discerning eye. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Zhou Yi, ahead, let out a cold snort, as the mountain spirit, moving with earth-shaking strides, resembled a mobile mountain, crashing fiercely towards Lu Zong. With a thunderous impact, the two opposing forces clashed in earnest, the sounds of battle shattering the prolonged tranquility of the area. Waves of tumultuous spiritual energy erupted, suffusing the air with a palpable aura of bloodlust. Mu Bai, stop him. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu Bai immediately nodded, pivoting to swiftly pursue Mu Chen. Upon hearing the sound of rushing wind from behind, Mu Chen cast a fleeting glance over his shoulder, his brow furrowing slightly as his internal spiritual energy surged with rapidity. He channeled this energy into his legs, accelerating his pace once more. Trying to flee, Lu Mu Bai, noticing this, let out a cold snort and also quickened his speed.
Relentlessly pursuing Mu Chen.
The two of them, one in front of the other, swiftly leapt across the dark basin and drew near to the ominous volcano, scaling its steep cliffs like agile monkeys. Suddenly, as Mu Chen ascended with urgency, he sensed a fierce gust of wind approaching from behind. Instinctively, he lunged forward, pressing his palms against the ground to propel himself into the air. Clang! A sharp dagger lodged itself violently into the very spot where he had just stood, piercing through the hard volcanic rock beneath. With the sound of slicing air ringing in his ears, Mu Chen clenched his palm, causing several spiritual seals to manifest with haste, which he then propelled forward, merging them swiftly into the atmosphere. Hiss! Lines of light materialized, distorting the air around them as waves of spiritual energy surged forth, effectively countering the incoming daggers. While establishing a minor spiritual array to fend off the onslaught, Mu Chen had no intention of granting Lu Mu Bai an easy passage. He darted past a cluster of jagged volcanic rocks, planting one foot firmly on the ground while the other kicked out like a whirlwind, sending a barrage of sharp rocks hurtling towards Lu Mu Bai. Boom! Seeing this, Lu Mu Bai tightened his fist, then unleashed a powerful blow infused with fiery spiritual energy, accompanied by a howling gale that shattered the incoming volcanic debris into countless fragments. Although he successfully deflected the attack, Lu Mu Bai's speed was somewhat impeded. He watched as Mu Chen darted away like a nimble monkey, and with a clenched jaw, he hurriedly resumed his pursuit. In a matter of minutes, Mu Chen reached the summit of the black volcano first. At the pinnacle lay a sunken crater, shrouded in darkness, rendering its contents nearly indistinguishable. Just as Mu Chen's gaze swept over the crater, a fierce gust of wind from a powerful punch surged from behind. Hesitating for a moment, He propelled himself directly into the depths of the crater. Lu Mubai followed closely, hesitating briefly before gritting his teeth and plunging in after him. The two swiftly glided into the crater, landing gracefully at its base. Inside, the light was dim, and the ground was strewn with obsidian volcanic rocks, enveloped in darkness. As Mu Chen scanned the area, he was astonished to find no trace of the Joyo Sparrow. Instead, he encountered numerous massive black boulders, remnants of the volcanic eruption. Lu Mubai, having also descended into the crater, did not immediately confront Mu Chen. He too was surveying the surroundings, evidently searching for the elusive Joyo Sparrow. Both shared a look of puzzlement. With furrowed brows, Mu Chen cautiously adjusted his steps, carefully traversing the crater's floor, his eyes ceaselessly seeking. Lu Mubai cast a glance at Mu Chen, retreating slightly, clearly harboring intentions akin to Mu Chen's. The base of the volcano was not particularly spacious. The two soon circumnavigated it, yet their efforts yielded naught, deepening the intrigue in their eyes. Could it be that the inscription on the copper piece was but a fabrication? Mu Chen pressed his lips together and surveyed his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered to the very center of the volcano's abyss, where colossal black rocks, sculpted by volcanic forces, encircled him. He scrutinized these immense stones, but discerned nothing of significance. With a resigned sigh, he was about to turn away when his steps halted abruptly. His hand within his sleeve clenched, and the ancient copper piece materialized in his palm, radiating a gentle warmth. Could this copper piece possibly sense the location of the Nether Sparrow? A flicker of inspiration ignited in Mu Chen's heart. He discreetly glanced at Lu Mubai, who was still searching in another area, and then stealthily advanced towards the enormous black rocks. He caressed each stone, and after a moment, his steps came to a halt, his eyes brightening as they fell upon a particular black boulder before him. Standing there, the copper piece in his hand grew exceptionally warm. However, when the time comes for its release, I shall undoubtedly unleash a fervent explosion, providing everyone with an exhilarating experience. In these final 3 days of anticipation, I earnestly beseech all readers to cast their votes for the great sovereign. Thank you. Chapter 61. The Mysterious Black Egg. Before Mu Chen stood a colossal black rock, towering at approximately 10 zhang. Upon its surface were numerous small holes, and perhaps due to the erosion of ancient magma, the rock appeared exceptionally smooth. Mu Chen gently caressed the surface of this black monolith, only to feel the ancient bronze plate in his palm become exceedingly hot. Could the Nether Sparrow be contained within? A jolt of surprise coursed through Mu Chen's heart as his gaze flickered. He then glanced at Lu Mubai, who was positioned on the opposite side, and suddenly clenched his fist. Dark spiritual energy surged within his palm, revealing a sinister death mark upon its surface. With a resounding roar, Mu Chen retracted his arm and then unleashed a powerful punch. The short distance between him and the rock generated a swift sound of rushing wind, and enveloped in spiritual energy, his fist struck the colossal black rock with tremendous force. Bang! As Mu Chen's fist collided with the black rock, a deep sound reverberated, causing the monolith to shudder. He then witnessed cracks silently spreading beneath his fist. With a sharp crackle, fragments began to cascade from the giant rock, and the speed of the fissure's expansion accelerated rapidly, soon engulfing the entire structure. Upon witnessing this scene, Mu Chen cautiously took 2 steps back. After delivering that powerful punch, he had already sensed that the colossal rock seemed to be somewhat hollow inside. The massive boulder trembled incessantly, with fragments of stone cascading down rapidly. As Mu Chen focused intently, his pupils suddenly constricted, for he saw a surge of black light erupting from the fissures of the giant rock. This commotion immediately drew the attention of Lu Mubai, who gazed at the trembling black stone with astonishment, a glint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Streams of black light shot forth from the crevices of the rock, followed by a wave of energy that resonated with a thunderous boom as the massive boulder explosively shattered. Debris flew outward, some narrowly missing Mu Chen's body. Yet he remained utterly still, his gaze fixed on the point from which the stones erupted. There, the black rock had fragmented, and a dark, inky light quietly ascended, gently hovering at the base of the volcanic crater. As the luminous mass floated, it revealed what appeared to be a gigantic black egg, about the size of a man, enveloped in an aura of deep, smooth darkness. The surface of this egg was adorned with subtle yet profoundly enigmatic patterns, which, upon closer inspection, seemed to resemble a mysterious black bird unfurling its wings to shield the egg within. Before him lay a resplendent black giant egg, which elicited a moment of astonishment from Mu Chen, soon replaced by a surge of delight in his eyes. The image on the copper plate suggested that the elusive 9U bird had transformed into this very black egg. Could this be the one? Upon Mu Chen's discovery of the egg, Lu Mubai also sensed its presence, and a palpable greed illuminated his gaze. In an instant, he propelled himself towards the egg with great urgency. Observing this, Mu Chen's eyes flickered, yet he refrained from recklessly charging forward. He harbored doubts about the ease with which Lu Mubai could seize the 9U bird's treasure. Lu Mubai swiftly approached the black giant egg, but just as he was about to step within a meter of its formidable circumference, a bolt of dark light erupted from its surface. Boom! The dark light collided fiercely with Lu Mubai, sending him hurtling backward, crashing violently against the mountainside, and causing him to spout a mouthful of blood. Buzz! Following the impact that repelled Lu Mubai, the black giant egg seemed to awaken, emanating a series of dark rings that encircled it, slowly ascending into the air above the volcanic crater. Witnessing this spectacle, Mu Chen hurriedly followed suit, emerging at the volcano's summit. Buzzing sounds resonated as the black giant egg finally hovered above the crater, releasing waves of dark energy that stirred the spiritual forces of the world into a frenzy. This commotion swiftly captured the attention of everyone present, prompting Mu Feng and Lu Qingtian to retreat, gazing at the mysterious black egg with expressions of bewilderment. Father, that black egg is the transformation of the 9 Nether Sparrow. Quick, seize it. Lu Mubai, equally flustered, urged with urgency. The 9 Nether Sparrow? Lu Qingtian's eyes narrowed, a surge of exhilaration flooding his heart. In an instant, his figure transformed into a blur, darting toward the mysterious black egg suspended above the volcano's mouth with the swiftness of lightning. Seeing this, Mu Feng was unwilling to lag behind and immediately followed suit. The two moved with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously reaching the volcano's rim, both extending their hands to grasp the enigmatic black egg. Father, no. Mu Chen's gaze was riveted on the mysterious black egg. Suddenly recalling the skeletal remains he had encountered in the black abyss, a wave of unease washed over him, prompting an involuntary shout. The moment Mu Feng heard this cry, he was taken aback, his eyes flashing with surprise. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully halted his advance despite the rare opportunity before him, choosing to trust Mu Chen and suppressing his impulsive desire. Meanwhile, as Mu Feng paused, Lu Qingtian let out a cold chuckle, his finger already making contact with the mysterious black egg. Just as he was about to seize it, his expression underwent a dramatic change. A peculiar sound emanated from the black egg, and Lu Qingtian's finger, which had touched it, rapidly turned charred black, excruciating pain swiftly radiating from his fingertips. The sudden turn of events caused Lu Qingtian's expression to change dramatically. He struggled frantically, only to horrifyingly discover that his fingers seemed to be glued to the mysterious black egg. No matter how he fought against it, he was unable to free himself. What terrified him most was that the spiritual energy within him was swiftly flowing into that enigmatic black egg through the point of contact on his finger. Damn it! Lu Qingtian let out an angry growl, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, he severed the finger that was in contact with the mysterious black egg. As his finger fell, blood splattered, and Lu Qingtian, enduring the excruciating pain, retreated in a panic. This entire sequence of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Mu Feng, being the closest, witnessed the scene clearly, and his gaze towards the mysterious black egg grew increasingly shaken. This object was, indeed, not to be trifled with. Fortunately, he had been called back by Mu Chen earlier, otherwise the cost might have been far greater. Elder brother, Lu Zong and the others hurriedly surrounded Lu Qingtian, and upon seeing his severed finger, their eyes twitched involuntarily. Be careful. This damn thing is rather strange, Lu Qingtian said, channeling his spiritual energy to staunch the bleeding from the severed finger, his expression darkening. Lu Zong and the others nodded in agreement. It seemed that the 9 Nether Sparrow was indeed not so easily obtained. At this moment, Mu Feng descended and joined forces with Mu Yu's group. He patted Mu Chen's shoulder with a hint of trepidation, offering a wry smile. Fortunately, you reminded me in time. Mu Chen's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze intently upon the enigmatic black egg at the volcano's mouth. He spoke softly. Be cautious, mother. I have an unsettling feeling about it. Mu Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing that the Nine Nether Sparrow was no ordinary spirit beast, ranking 11th among the legendary creatures in the beast's record. In comparison, even his flame dragon eagle seemed insignificant. The atmosphere had grown peculiar. Two factions that had previously been locked in a fierce struggle now hesitated to make a move, each wary and greedily fixated on the mysterious black egg. A gentle breeze wafted through, slightly easing the tension. Mu Chen's eyes remained locked on the black egg, but suddenly, a sharp glint crossed his gaze as he noticed the intricate patterns on its surface beginning to glow faintly. A peculiar wave of energy quietly emerged from within, rippling outward. Chapter 62. The anomaly. A low hum resonated above the dark volcanic crater, where the mysterious black egg hovered. Its surface was adorned with profound, arcane light patterns that gradually illuminated. As these patterns emerged, everyone present could feel the spiritual energy in the air becoming increasingly turbulent. Mu Feng and the others watched with solemn expressions, sensing the agitation of the world's spiritual forces, a flicker of unease crossing their eyes as they realized that these developments were somewhat unexpected. Based on the imagery within the copper plate, it was expected that the Nine Nether Sparrow would be in a state of extreme weakness due to its prior evolutionary failure. However, the recent incident where the mysterious black egg forced Lu Qingtian to retreat, severing his own fingers in the process, indicated that this entity was far from the feeble being they had anticipated. Exercise caution, Mu Feng spoke in a somber tone. If the situation turns dire, we must retreat immediately. We shall abandon the Nine Nether Sparrow. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yi and the others momentarily stood in stunned silence. Yet, upon witnessing Mu Feng's grave expression, they nodded in agreement, clearly sensing the underlying tension. Mu Chen's gaze remained fixated on the enigmatic black egg in the sky. The Nine Nether Sparrow was exceedingly formidable. Although they were unaware of the extent of its power prior to its evolutionary failure, it undoubtedly surpassed the realm of divine soul. Should this Nine Nether Sparrow retain even a fraction of its former strength, it would likely prove insurmountable for any formidable opponent within the Northern Spirit Realm. Not far away, Lu Yu's forces were also on high alert, their eyes trained on the mysterious black egg hovering above the volcano. Lu Qingtian's expression was exceedingly grim, while beside him, Lu Mubai's complexion fluctuated between shades of red and pale. Had it not been for his actions earlier, Lu Qingtian would not have been so hastily compelled to seize the opportunity. The pivotal moment came when Mu Chen chose to issue a call that starkly contrasted with his own, ultimately rescuing Mu Feng. In light of this comparison, even his handsome visage flushed with a hint of suppressed resentment. His elder brother unharmed? Lu Zong and Lu Ming exchanged glances at the severed finger of Lu Qingtian, their faces etched with concern. Should any misfortune befall Lu Qingtian, it would undoubtedly deal a grievous blow to their Lu domain. Lu Qingtian, his countenance dark and foreboding, shook his head solemnly, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the heavens, unwavering. As the brilliance of the luminous patterns intensified, the enigmatic black egg began to tremble, eliciting astonishment from the onlookers as streaks of dark radiance erupted violently from within it. The sky swiftly succumbed to darkness, hinting at an ominous transition from day to night, a transformation that unsettled the crowd. Amidst this encroaching gloom, a resonant and crystalline call suddenly reverberated through the cosmos, its sound waves rippling outward until they vanished from sight. Mu Chen, observing the black rings enveloping the sky, felt a sudden jolt in his heart, a flicker of unease crossing his features. Something was amiss. At that moment, Mu Feng's expression shifted dramatically, his fists clenched tightly, eyes wide with alarm. Our spiritual energy is depleting. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Zhou Yi and the others also shifted abruptly as they hastily probed their own bodies, only to discover that their spiritual energy was indeed vanishing in an eerie manner. It appeared as though an unseen force was forcibly siphoning their energy away. Mu Chen, upon hearing Mu Feng's exclamation, felt his heart race. As one in the late stages of the spiritual movement realm, he was not particularly sensitive to this ebbing of energy. But for those like Mu Feng who were in the spirit-soul realm, the phenomenon was painfully evident. It is the cause of that black egg. Mu Chen spoke in a solemn tone, asserting that the only explanation for the bizarre scene before them could likely be attributed to that mysterious black egg. Not far away, the forces of Lu Yu were also thrown into disarray, with cries of alarm echoing, clearly having sensed the same peculiar situation. Mu Feng's gaze shifted rapidly, and he clenched his teeth with determination. We must leave, retreat. The circumstances here were exceedingly strange, and Mu Feng recognized that their venture had been overly reckless. What level of existence was the Nether Sparrow? Even if it had failed to evolve and was currently in a state of extreme weakness, how could they, with their limited strength, hope to gain any advantage? At such a moment, there was no room for greed. If their lives were in jeopardy, no treasure would prove valuable. Thus, Mu Feng decisively commanded his men to withdraw. Boom! Just as Mu Feng ordered the retreat, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. Domain Master, look! A voice filled with dread suddenly rang out. Mu Feng and Mu Chen hastily lifted their heads, their eyes directed toward the distant horizon, where they beheld a multitude of radiant lights emerging from the depths of the black abyss. Within those lights were formidable spirit beasts, and at the forefront, there were even a dozen high-level spirit beasts. Mu Chen could not help but gasp in shock. What was happening? Could it be that the spirit beasts from the black abyss had come forth? Quickly, take cover. The corners of Mu Feng's eyes twitched, suppressing the terror within him as he hastily darted towards the nearby rocky outcrop. In the face of such a tumultuous stampede of beasts, even a formidable entity like him, a soul realm expert, felt compelled to retreat. As Mu Feng and his companions scrambled to evade the onslaught, the forces from Lu Yu were equally struck by the horrifying spectacle, many finding their legs weakening under the sheer intensity of the scene, which was undeniably terrifying. Lu Qingtian was also taken aback, yet fortunately, he retained his composure, promptly leading his group to retreat hastily, unwilling to position themselves in the path of the stampeding beasts. The two groups maintained a cautious distance, the atmosphere thick with tension as they held their breaths, carefully crouching low while fixating on the rapidly approaching herd of spirit beasts. Mu Chen's gaze was intently fixed on the charging creatures, and soon, his expression sharpened as he noticed that the eyes of these beasts were exhibiting a frenzied crimson hue. It was as if some mysterious force had driven them into a wild frenzy. Furrowing his brow, Mu Chen recalled the sight of the skeleton of the insect master he had previously encountered, heightening his vigilance towards the yet unseen Joyo bird, which seemed to harbor an enigmatic complexity. The herd, enveloped in a swirling cloud of dust, ultimately surged into the dark basin, trampling the remnants of the once-present skeletal remains into nothingness, all the while disregarding their destruction. Their relentless charge was directed towards the mysterious black egg hovering above the volcano's mouth. Mu Chen gazed intently at the throngs of beasts as they surged into the basin, hastening towards the enigmatic black egg. Suddenly, his pupils constricted in astonishment as he beheld the dark avian patterns on the egg, which seemed to awaken as it gently flapped its wings. The already dim sky grew even darker. A piercing cry echoed, a resonant wave of black sound rippling forth, soft and fluid like water, spreading gracefully until it enveloped the frenzied beasts rushing towards it. In that instant, the world appeared to fall into a profound silence. Mu Chen took a deep breath, a look of horror surging in his dark eyes as he witnessed the aftermath of that black sound wave. The spirit beasts, regardless of their rank, whether high or low, were instantaneously frozen in place, before their flesh was stripped away, leaving behind only a multitude of stark white bones. Standing in the black basin, Mu Chen exchanged a glance with Mu Feng, and they both recognized the shock reflected in each other's eyes. They recalled the chilling bones they had seen upon their arrival. It dawned on them that this was not an isolated occurrence. Thus, it became evident that this phenomenon was not unprecedented. The black sound waves spread like gentle ripples from the basin, and wherever they traversed, all spirit beasts were instantaneously reduced to stark white bones, devoid of even a trace of blood. Mu Chen and the others stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before them, their hearts filled with an unsettling dread. This spectacle was undeniably bizarre. With a whoosh, those spirit beasts transformed into bones. Yet a magnificent radiance erupted from within them, ultimately manifesting as countless beams of light that soared across the sky, racing towards the enigmatic black egg hovering above the volcano. As these luminous arcs, imbued with potent spiritual energy, approached, the mysterious black egg emitted a dark glow, resembling an unfathomable abyss, devouring the radiant light entirely. Waves of brilliance continuously ascended from the bodies of the spirit beasts. Beneath their dazzling exterior lay the sacrifice of their very essence. What sent chills down one's spine was the sight of the spirit beasts observing this horrifying scene with wide eyes, yet devoid of any panic. Instead, within their crimson pupils flickered a fervent zeal, as if this reckless act of flying into the fire bestowed upon them an overwhelming sense of honor. That black egg must be the embodiment of the 9 Nether Sparrow. Mu Feng's expression grew grave as he cast a wary glance at the black egg consuming the multitude of light arcs in the sky. The beasts of the black abyss seemed to be supplying an immense amount of spiritual energy to the 9 Nether Sparrow. Mu Chen murmured softly. Mu Feng nodded in agreement, saying, "Moreover, such a scene is likely not a first occurrence. Over the years, countless spirit beasts may have transformed into bones within this black abyss, offering all their spiritual power to the 9 Nether Sparrow. The spirit beasts of this abyss of black shadows." Mu Feng's expression grew somewhat peculiar as he remarked, "It is as though they are being raised like the 9 Nether Sparrows, allowed to grow until they become sufficiently plump, only to be slaughtered for their spiritual energy. Moreover, it is conceivable that the bronze tokens we acquired were deliberately placed here by them, designed to lure greedy humans, from whom they would extract our inner spiritual power." A bitter smile crossed Mu Feng's face as he continued, "Perhaps this time, we are merely unworthy of their attention. Otherwise, I fear our fate would be no better than that of those spirit beasts." Zhou Ye's complexion paled slightly. If all of this were indeed orchestrated by the 9 Nether Sparrow, it would be far too terrifying. Mu Chen sighed deeply, aware that his father's words held a significant truth. Over the years, many humans, lured by greed, must have found their way here, unable to escape, much like the skeleton he encountered in the abyss of black shadows. That skeleton was somewhat fortunate to have escaped, yet ultimately succumbed to its grievous injuries. "Retreat." Mu Feng's voice carried no hint of hesitation. "Forget about the 9 Nether Sparrow. Within the northern spirit realm, no one has ever tamed such a being. While its attention is diverted towards those spirit beasts, we must withdraw immediately." Indeed, Duan Wei and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. In the face of such an enigmatic situation, where hope was utterly obscured, the wisest decision was to depart as swiftly as possible. Mu Feng had evidently resolved to no longer covet the 9 Nether Sparrow. After issuing his command, he waved his hand, and a group of individuals stealthily ascended the rocky terrain, cautiously making their way towards the periphery of the Black Basin. "Brother, the people from the Mu domain are retreating," Lu Ming exclaimed, noticing the commotion. "Pay them no mind," Lu Qingtian replied coldly. "This situation feels amiss. If they depart, we shall find a measure of relief, lessening our vigilance against them. What shall we do then?" Lu Ming hesitated, his heart unsettled by the scene before him. The mysterious black egg exuded an unsettling aura, and his instincts urged him that distancing themselves would be the wisest course of action. "Wait a moment." A flicker of inner conflict crossed Lu Qingtian's eyes, yet he ultimately gritted his teeth and declared, "The allure of the 9 Nether Sparrow is too potent. If I could obtain it, even if the chance were but a sliver, I would ascend to the position of the sovereign of the northern spirit realm." Lu Ming exchanged glances with Lu Zong, both nodding in agreement. They had painstakingly prepared for this plan for so long, it would indeed be unsatisfactory to abandon it now. As the forces of the Mu domain quietly retreated and the Lu domain remained undeterred, within the Black Basin, countless spirit beasts succumbed to the pervasive black sound waves, transforming into mere skeletal remains. With a whoosh, countless rainbows of light surged through the sky, ultimately drawn into the floating, enigmatic black egg. When the final beam of light vanished, the world around them fell eerily silent. Crack. In the stillness, a faint cracking sound suddenly pierced the air. Although not particularly loud, it struck the hearts of the Lu domain and the retreating Mu domain forces like a thunderclap. Their gazes, filled with astonishment, turned toward the enigmatic black egg. To their astonishment, delicate fissures began to appear on its surface. As these cracks emerged, black flames surged forth, enveloping the mysterious egg in a swirling embrace. The eerie black flames flickered ominously, causing the very essence of the world to seem to boil in response. Cold sweat trickled down Mu Feng's forehead, and his voice turned hoarse. The 9 Nether Sparrow seems poised to emerge. At that precise moment, a resounding, ethereal cry erupted from within the black egg, reverberating across the heavens. The black flames erupted like a tempest, engulfing the sky in their tumultuous embrace. The cracks on the black egg became increasingly dense, culminating in a crisp sound as it shattered. The black flames grew even more ferocious, and to the astonishment of Mu Chen and his companions, a pair of colossal black wings, capable of obscuring mountains, unfurled from the raging inferno. As the black flames blazed fiercely in the sky, Mu Chen's gaze pierced through the smoke, revealing a massive silhouette gracefully extending its grand form amidst the inferno. It was a scene reminiscent of an immortal phoenix reborn from its own ashes. A terrifying aura of spiritual pressure radiated at that moment, causing the very atmosphere to pulse with energy. Could that be the 9 Nether Sparrow? Mu Chen gazed in astonishment at the colossal creature gracefully stretching its form amidst the surging black flames. Though its appearance remained obscured, the indistinct silhouette alone was enough to evoke a sense of awe. The intensity of the fluctuation. Mu Feng, too, fixated intently on that vague, massive figure, swallowing hard. Such a magnitude of spiritual pressure would likely be insurmountable even for those who had ascended to the third heaven. The audacity of attempting to subdue such a being was utterly ludicrous. We must leave. Mu Feng inhaled deeply, resolutely suppressing his yearning, and uttered a low command, preparing to retreat without further ado. Suddenly, as Mu Feng urged his companions to withdraw, a resounding thunder echoed from the heavens. They looked up, momentarily stunned. Above the vast expanse of black flames, ominous dark clouds began to coalesce. Within those clouds, streaks of lightning, reminiscent of black dragons, surged silently. A destructive force emanated from the dark storm. Is this the black divine thundercloud? Mu Feng's pupils constricted in horror as he struggled to contain his astonishment, the words escaping his lips involuntarily. The black divine thundercloud? Mu Chen was taken aback. Mu Feng took a deep breath, stifling his shock, and murmured, "This 9 Nether Sparrow. Is it still not resigned? It seeks to evolve once more." At that moment, Mu Chen and the others stood transfixed, their gazes fixed upon the colossal shadow amidst the billowing black flames in the sky. They could not help but exclaim, was it not defeated previously? Is it attempting to try once more? Mu Feng's eyes reflected a semblance of astonishment as he remarked, "It appears that the 9 Nether Sparrow possesses an extraordinary pride. The last failed evolution evidently compelled it to expend tremendous effort to emerge from the flames anew. Yet, astonishingly, upon its reappearance, it seeks to attempt evolution once again." Mu Chen was equally awed by the audacity of the 9 Nether Sparrow. For most individuals, a setback in a particular endeavor would instinctively lead them to avoid that path. However, this 9 Nether Sparrow resolutely strives to rise from its previous failure. Such tenacity and arrogance are truly remarkable. Will it succeed? Mu Chen inquired softly, lifting his gaze to the ominous black thunderclouds overhead, where the dark lightning writhed like a colossal black dragon, exuding an indescribable aura of cosmic power. Cannot say. The 9 Nether Sparrow is already an immensely formidable existence, holding the 11th rank on the Beast Record's earthly list. If it succeeds in its evolution, it will gain the qualification to challenge the celestial list of the Beast Record. At that point, it will truly ascend to the status of a divine beast. Mu Feng replied, "Divine beasts." Mu Chen couldn't help but press his lips together. This seemingly simple term carried an unparalleled weight, for in this vast world, each divine beast represents a superlative existence. Even the most exalted beings hold a sense of trepidation when confronted by these extraordinary dominators of the realms. However, the black divine tribulation is not easily surmountable. Mu Feng also gazed intently at the colossal shadow within the billowing black flames, murmuring, "In the expanse of heaven and earth, countless spirit beasts exist, yet how many can ultimately ascend to that superlative echelon?" The mere distinction between spirit beasts and divine beasts signifies a chasm that cannot be bridged, even after millennia of arduous cultivation. It had already faced failure once. Typically, those who fail to transcend the tribulation meet their demise within the storm of lightning. Yet, the Nine Nether Sparrow had previously managed to escape with its life. Should it falter again, it might not be so fortunate.
Mu Chen,
Who had initially taken a step back, found his pace gradually slowing. Since the Nine Nether Sparrow was intent on enduring the tribulation, their own safety was paradoxically assured. In the eyes of the Nine Nether Sparrow at this moment, they appeared as insignificant as ants, hardly worthy of its attention. Mu Chen expressed his regret. Should the Nine Nether Sparrow be obliterated in the divine tribulation, no one would be able to obtain its spirit essence. Consequently, their expedition would yield no rewards. Nevertheless, even if they were to acquire the spirit essence of the Nine Nether Sparrow, who among them would possess the prowess to refine it? In the past, Mu Feng's ability to refine the flame dragon sculpture was already a stroke of immense fortune, let alone now facing the Nine Nether Sparrow, which is far more formidable and terrifying than the flame dragon sculpture. As Mu Chen and his companions gazed at the sky with a mix of awe and regret, a clear cry once again resonated through the heavens amidst the pervasive black flames. This time, within that cry, there seemed to be a thick aura of battle intent and unyielding spirit. It was challenging the black divine thunder tribulation in the sky. Boom! Screech! The clear cry echoed once more, and within the vast expanse of black flames, the hidden Nine Nether Sparrow flapped its massive wings, causing the black flames to surge like a tidal wave, transforming into countless black fire pillars that shot straight up, fiercely charging towards the black thunderclouds. The Nine Nether Sparrow, facing the black divine thunder tribulation, dared to take the initiative. Boom! The black thunderclouds stirred silently, and the black lightning, resembling coiled black dragons, coldly watched the oncoming black fire pillars. Then, the black lightning, imbued with destructive power, surged down violently. Bang! 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 The black lightning and the black fire pillars collided fiercely in the distant sky, causing the entire world to seem as if it had exploded. The deafening roar shook the earth violently, and cracks spread out from the black basin. Mu Chen and his companions were all stunned by the terrifying spectacle in the sky, where black fire and black lightning rampaged wildly. The black lightning was clearly an extremely fearsome force, descending with the intent to annihilate all creation, shattering the countless black fire pillars into nothingness. The black thunderbolt shattered the fiery pillar with a more terrifying momentum, forcefully shooting into the black sea of flames that enveloped the sky, ultimately striking the colossal entity hidden within. A cry echoed, this time tinged with a note of suffering. Yet soon thereafter, a surge of fury emerged within the call. The Nine Nether Sparrow flapped its wings in unison, witnessing the black sea of flames swirling wildly, which ultimately transformed into a tempest of black flames that nearly bridged the heavens and the earth. As the tempest of black flames whirled, the earth began to fracture under its tumultuous force. Fortunately, the primary target of the Nine Nether Sparrow was the black divine thundercloud. Once the tempest took form, it surged madly towards the ominous black clouds. In response to the sparrow's frenzied assault, the black divine thundercloud began to writhe, revealing a vortex suffused with dark lightning at its center, where countless black bolts coalesced. With a thunderous roar, within the vortex, the myriad black lightning bolts converged, ultimately forming an enormous pillar of lightning that erupted forth, striking directly upon the tempest of black flames. The black lightning pillar, like the wrath of a thunder god, violently tore through the tempest, causing the entire realm to dim in that moment. The tempest, which had gathered the full might of the Nine Nether Sparrow, was once again thwarted. The sparrow let out an exceedingly furious cry, lamenting this cursed thunderstorm that had already obstructed it once. Would it truly be hindered a second time? Proud as it was, it steadfastly refused to concede defeat. The sky was filled with black flames, which suddenly and eerily contracted, as if all the darkness were being drawn into the immense body of the Nine Netherbird. As the flames shrank, the magnificent form of the Nine Netherbird became vividly apparent to all observers. It was a colossal creature, nearly 10,000 feet in height, with wings spread wide enough to obscure mountains. Its feathers were a deep, mysterious black, with tendrils of black flame swirling among them. Its elongated tail feathers extended gracefully, with clusters of black flames gently flickering at their tips. Despite its enormous size, the nine netherbird did not appear the slightest bit cumbersome. Rather, its sinuous curves exuded an elegance that was both enchanting and beautiful. However, at that moment, its eyes shone with a fiery red hue, brimming with defiant fury as it fixed its gaze upon the brooding thunderclouds in the sky. With a powerful beat of its wings, a tempest arose, and black flames enveloped its massive wings. It transformed into a streak of dark fire, soaring into the heavens, channeling all its strength into a fierce charge towards the ominous black thundercloud. It was prepared to engage in a final, desperate struggle against the dark divine storm. As Mu Chen watched the nine netherbird flap its wings, bravely plunging into the terrifying black thundercloud like a moth to the flame, he was overwhelmed with a sense of awe. The bird's fierce and indomitable spirit evoked admiration even from this mere spectator. However, amidst the awe, a sense of regret arose, for Mu Chen witnessed the black divine thunderclouds once again violently contracting. At that moment, it seemed as though all the thunder within was converging into a singular, cataclysmic strike. The heavens fell into profound silence, save for the resounding thunder that echoed through the air. A bolt of black lightning, nearly the size of the nine nether sparrow, surged forth like an enraged black dragon, piercing the heavens and earth before crashing heavily upon the advancing form of the nine nether sparrow. Chapter 65. Self-detonation. The black lightning cascaded from the sky, its indescribable thunderous roar reverberating far and wide, nearly engulfing the entire black abyss. The spirit beasts within the abyss emitted terrified howls, trembling in fear as they cowered on the ground, paralyzed by dread. All present gazed in shock at the turmoil above. Even the top-tier powerhouses like Mu Feng and Luo Li from the northern spirit realm were struck with trepidation. The sheer magnitude of this force was terrifying. If it were to descend upon them, they would likely be reduced to nothingness. Amidst the ravaging black lightning, a chilling cry resonated, filled with unwillingness and despair. The nine nether sparrow was on the verge of defeat. Upon hearing that piercing cry, Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Was the black divine thunder tribulation truly this formidable? Even a being as powerful as the nine nether sparrow could not withstand it. The dark flames were ultimately driven back, and within the plaintive cries of the nine nether sparrow, there lingered a sense of impending doom. It had not anticipated its defeat not once but twice and still found itself vanquished. The overwhelming force of black lightning pressed relentlessly toward the essence of the nine nether sparrow, prompting it to emit another mournful call. In that moment, its colossal form, adorned with enigmatic black feathers, ignited entirely. The black flames surged fiercely, causing the temperature of the world to rise sharply. Retreat! The nine nether sparrow, in a frenzy, prepared for self-detonation. Upon witnessing the sudden eruption of black flames engulfing the nine nether sparrow, Mu Feng's countenance shifted dramatically. With a thunderous shout, he seized Mu Chen and darted away like an arrow, fleeing beyond the confines of the Black Basin. The distant forces of the Lu domain, sensing the dire situation, turned pale and hastily changed direction, scrambling away in a frantic bid for safety. In that moment, they had completely abandoned any thoughts of pursuing the nine nether sparrow. As both factions fled in a frenzied panic, the black flames erupting from the body of the nine nether sparrow grew increasingly ferocious. With a powerful flap of its immense wings, it conjured a tempest that swept across the heavens. Then, in a cataclysmic explosion, its massive form detonated. The black flames surged wildly, obliterating even the terrifying black lightning, while the distant black thunderclouds above were rendered riddled with holes by the onslaught of the consuming flames. The entire world seemed to transform into a steamer, the intense heat igniting the forests below into a blazing inferno. Bang! Although Mu Feng and his companions had distanced themselves from the epicenter of the explosion, the violent shockwave that radiated outward still sent them sprawling to the ground in disarray. As Mu Feng rose to his feet, he cast a glance towards the sky behind him, his expression growing increasingly grave. There, alongside the self-detonation of the nine nether sparrow, a colossal black fire lotus bloomed across the heavens, with tendrils of black flames resembling meteors streaking across the firmament, trailing long, fiery tails as they descended in a torrential cascade. The scene was reminiscent of an apocalyptic vision. Thud! Wherever the black flames landed, the earth fractured instantly, enormous fissures rapidly spreading throughout the area, transforming the once serene black basin into a scene of utter devastation. "We must leave at once," Mu Feng urged in a low voice. It was no longer safe to remain. If they were unfortunate enough to be struck by one of those meteor-like flames, calamity would surely follow. Whoosh! Just as Mu Feng's words fell, a searing sound of tearing wind pierced the air. He quickly looked up, his expression shifting dramatically as he beheld a black flame hurtling through the sky, aimed directly at their position. As the ominous black fire loomed larger in his vision, Mu Feng's face paled. There was no time to flee. He and Zhou Yi exchanged a swift glance, and in unison, they stepped forward, unleashing a mighty roar as their profound spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a robust barrier of spiritual light to shield their companions behind them. Whoosh! The black flame, trailing a long, dark tail, whistled downward, crashing heavily against the barrier of spiritual light. Boom! As Mu Chen and his companions stood upon the trembling earth, they felt it crack open beneath them, releasing a wave of searing heat that caused their skin to prickle with discomfort. The spirit energy barrier strained under the onslaught of the encroaching black flames, while beads of cold sweat cascaded down the foreheads of Mu Feng and Zhou Yi. Their palms, which were pressed firmly against the barrier, burned with excruciating pain. Yet they resolutely held their ground, understanding that should the rear guard be affected, the consequences could leave them gravely wounded, given their current strength. The barrier quivered ominously, distorting in a disconcerting manner, producing a sound that sent chills down the spines of Mu Chen and his companions, prompting them to retreat hastily. "Be cautious. We cannot hold it any longer." The barrier twisted further, and Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, released a collective roar as the barrier shattered, hurling them backward in disarray. With a resounding thud, Mu Chen was also propelled away, crashing heavily against a massive rock. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his very bones were fracturing. "This is utterly overwhelming," Mu Chen murmured, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a bitter smile. That was merely a fraction of the raging inferno. If the full brunt had been unleashed upon them, they would have surely turned to ashes in an instant. The self-detonation of the 9 Nether Sparrow was indeed terrifying. Staggering to his feet, Mu Chen was about to call out to Mu Feng and the others when his expression suddenly shifted. He jerked his head upward, only to witness a small orb of black flames hurtling directly towards him. Mu Chen. This unforeseen event was also noticed by Mu Feng, who was immediately horrified, his face contorted as he instantly rushed towards Mu Chen. However, his speed was no match for the rapidly approaching black flames, and even Mu Chen could only watch as the black flames rapidly magnified in his pupils.
I am doomed.
The thought flashed through Mu Chen's mind, and then he felt the scorching heat rush towards him. Instantaneously, excruciating pain filled his mind, and darkness enveloped his vision as he fell backward. In the instant before his vision faded, he vaguely saw a glimmer of light within the black flames, and then everything succumbed to darkness amidst the pain. Chapter 66. Internal upheaval. Mu Chen's consciousness drifted aimlessly in the darkness, devoid of any light. He floated in a state of slumber, unaware of the passage of time. This drifting continued for an unknown duration until peculiar undulations rippled through the darkness. In the center of the darkness, strands of eerie black flames rose and suddenly coalesced. The black flames converged, transforming directly into a colossal black bird that howled towards the heavens. It seemed to detect Mu Chen's drifting consciousness and, with a piercing screech, transformed into a streak of black fire, its eyes fiercely charging towards his consciousness. "Ah!" Mu Chen shrieked, his body instinctively jolting upright. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with lingering fear. Xiao Mu is awake. The young master is awake. Is he truly awake? That familiar voice, filled with elation, belonged to Mu Feng, who hastily approached. Gazing upon the unharmed Mu Chen, he breathed a palpable sigh of relief. Mu Chen, gently massaging his throbbing temples, inquired about the situation. "You were caught in the blast of the 9 Netherbirds' self-detonation and have been unconscious since then. Fortunately, it appears you've suffered no lasting harm," Mu Feng replied, visibly relieved. He shuddered to imagine the consequences had anything befallen Mu Chen. Mu Chen paused, a vague recollection surfacing of a dark flame engulfing him just before he lost consciousness. What of the 9 Netherbird? Is it deceased? Mu Chen queried, shaking his head to clear the lingering fog. A tinge of regret colored Mu Chen's tone as he mused. Such a formidable entity, ranked 11th on the 10,000 beasts list. Encounters like these are exceedingly rare. If one could refine its spiritual essence, the resulting power would be immeasurable. The assembled crowd echoed their assent in unison, quickening their pace. Though they had successfully exited the black underworld abyss, the memory of the cataclysmic events they had witnessed sent shivers down their spines, fueling their desire to distance themselves from that accursed place. Seated upon the litter, Mu Chen absently rubbed his head, his gaze drawn to the distant black underworld abyss. A peculiar sensation washed over him, a nagging feeling that the 9 Netherbird had somehow managed to survive. As Mu Chen emerged from the depths of slumber, he found himself enveloped in the stillness of the night. He gazed into the tranquil darkness for a fleeting moment, then stretched languidly. "It's time to resume cultivation," he murmured. Mu Chen chuckled softly, then crossed his legs and gently closed his eyes, swiftly entering a state of meditation. The air around him shimmered slightly, as wisps of spiritual energy from the world were drawn towards him, ultimately seeping into his body through his breath. This state of cultivation persisted for approximately an hour, before he suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness of night, his deep black irises appeared remarkably astonished and tinged with an undeniable joy. He had discerned that the spiritual power within his dantian had reached a state of fullness, indicating that he had attained the pinnacle of the late stage of the spirit movement realm, signifying his readiness to seamlessly break into the spirit will realm. Such rapid progress was astonishing. Filled with elation, Mu Chen had initially expected this process to take another half-month. But to his surprise, it had come about so swiftly. It seemed that this expedition to the Black Abyss had indeed yielded significant benefits for him. After a moment, Mu Chen gradually suppressed his joy, and with a firm grasp, a delicate jade box materialized in his hand. Inside the box lay a round, jade-like pill, the reward of spiritual essence he had obtained during his trials in the North Spirit Plains. This elixir held immense potential for those aiming to break into the spirit will realm, and Mu Chen had refrained from using it casually, waiting for the most opportune moment. Now that moment had arrived. He took the jade-like pill, inhaling its faint fragrance, which heightened his clarity of mind. Without further hesitation, he opened his mouth and consumed the spiritual essence pill. A low hum resonated. The essence-infusing elixir dissolved upon entry, instantly transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy that surged through Mu Chen's body like a mighty river. With his eyes tightly shut, he activated the Great Buddha technique, meticulously refining the abundant spiritual energy that flowed continuously into his energy sea. As this vast influx of energy entered, notable changes began to manifest within the energy sea. The once nebulous mass of spiritual energy, resembling a cosmic cloud, gradually began to contract. During this process, Mu Chen sensed that the spiritual energy within him was becoming increasingly pure and formidable. To attain the spirit will realm, a substantial amount of spiritual energy was essential. However, Mu Chen was fortunate to possess the essence-infusing elixir, which alleviated considerable difficulties in this endeavor. He calmed his mind and steadily refined the medicinal properties of the elixir, directing them entirely into his energy sea. Inside the energy sea, the initially palm-sized sphere of spiritual energy had diminished to the size of an egg, yet the edges of this sphere began to smoothen, while the originally dark-hued energy deepened in its intensity. The sphere of spiritual energy continued to compress, with Mu Chen persistently channeling energy into the sea. This process lasted approximately 10 minutes, during which the egg-sized sphere stilled at the size of a dove's egg, and the compression ultimately ceased. As Mu Chen attuned to the changes within the energy sea, he eagerly delved into it and beheld a dove-sized, pitch-black wheel of spiritual energy slowly hovering. This spiritual energy wheel was several times smaller than the previous sphere, yet Mu Chen could distinctly feel the immense potency it contained. His cultivation had far surpassed the previous late stage of the spiritual dynamic realm. Mu Chen gazed intently at the small and exquisite spiritual light wheel, an irrepressible joy welling up within his heart. He had finally broken through the spiritual dynamic realm and truly advanced into the spiritual rotation realm. With this alone, he had already met the most basic recruitment requirements of the 5 great academies. Although he was not surprised that he had reached this stage, the sensation of becoming stronger was still incomparably wonderful. Perhaps those fellows in the spiritual road possessed strength far surpassing his own because they had completed the final step. But so what? I, Mu Chen, will not be inferior to you in the spiritual road, and I can achieve the same in this great thousand world. Mu Chen pursed his lips tightly, an arrogance and persistence ingrained deep within his bones evident on the young man's handsome face. With the successful condensation of the spiritual wheel, Mu Chen's mood completely relaxed. Just as he was about to withdraw from this state, a somewhat familiar clear cry suddenly resounded in his mind. Screech! Boom! Just as Mu Chen's mind was stunned by this cry to the point of losing its ability to think, he was horrified to discover that an extremely fierce wave suddenly emerged from within his body, then went straight for his mind, as if to devour his consciousness. The essence spirit devouring its master. This situation caused Mu Chen's already somewhat sluggish body to instantly turn cold, and a look of horror surged in his eyes. This marks the release of my 4th book. Time truly flies. I've been writing for over 5 years now. I am deeply grateful to the readers who have consistently supported and accompanied me throughout this journey. Writing is a monotonous endeavor, and without your encouragement, it would have been difficult to persevere. Therefore, I extend my sincere thanks. Regarding the new book, The Great Ruler, it is likely the most ambitious in scope among the 4. Frankly, writing it will be challenging, but I am dedicated to the task and confident that it will be a captivating novel. Initially, upon the release of Martial Universe, many comments suggested that it would not surpass Battle Through the Heavens. However, by the time Martial Universe concluded, the number of readers who favored it was comparable to that of Battle Through the Heavens, which greatly pleased me. I believe that The Great Ruler will eventually resonate with readers just as much as the other 2. The Great Ruler will be available at midnight tonight. My original intention was to offer a 2-month public period, allowing readers an extra month of free access. Unfortunately, due to contractual obligations, this proposal was rejected by the editor. Uncertain of the ultimate outcome, I hope that capable readers will choose to experience the authentic version, for your support serves as my greatest motivation. Well then, let us convene at midnight. I am preparing for a grand revelation. Dear friends, are you ready? Chapter 67. A page of black paper. The spirit sparrow. The sudden turn of events left Mu Chen's mind engulfed in confusion and dread, his visage paling noticeably. The essence devouring its master? Damn it, he had only just broken through to the spirit will realm and lacked the strength to refine the essence of spirit beasts. How could such a thing inexplicably manifest within him? A fierce surge of energy barreled toward Mu Chen's consciousness, attempting to obliterate his mind. Faced with this internal assault, Mu Chen found himself with limited options. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his internal spiritual power through his meridians, colliding the 2 forces together. Boom! As they clashed, a wave of dizziness swept through Mu Chen's mind once more. Yet, he bit down on his tongue, leveraging the intense pain to maintain his clarity. Then, he beheld a peculiar black flame rising within him. This black flame flickered, revealing a shadow of elegant wings within its depths. It was the 9 Nether Sparrow. The moment Mu Chen laid eyes on that shadow, which left a profound impression on him, his heart surged tumultuously. He could hardly fathom that not only had the essence of a spirit beast infiltrated his being, but it was also the essence of the 9 Nether Sparrow. It was that very moment. Recalling the moment before he lost consciousness in the black underworld abyss, Mu Chen was struck by a sudden thought. Could it be that the wisp of black flame that had hurtled toward him concealed something? Could the spirit essence of the 9 Nether Bird have been hidden within it, burrowing into his body? Damn it! Mu Chen cursed under his breath. Far from being delighted that the 9 Nether Bird's spirit essence was within him, he felt a deep sense of dread. Given his current strength, it was impossible for him to refine it. The only outcome would be the erasure of his consciousness by the 9 Nether Bird. Perhaps this cunning and ferocious creature might even seize his body in a peculiar manner, seeking rebirth. This was a scenario that Mu Chen was absolutely unwilling to witness. Within the black flame, the 9 Nether Bird seemed to sense Mu Chen's gaze, and it immediately unleashed a clear cry filled with ferocity. The black flame turned back and plunged toward Mu Chen's Qi. It was intelligent enough to know that if it breached Mu Chen's Qi and destroyed his spiritual energy, he would become a cripple, unable to resist it any longer. Such a ruthless beast. Startled by the 9 nether birds' ruthlessness, Mu Chen cursed angrily and hastily mobilized his spiritual energy, attempting to block the 9 nether bird. Within the black flame, the looming 9 nether bird seemed to cast a disdainful glance as its keen eyes swept over the surging spiritual energy. What level of existence was it? Even in its current weakened state, it was by no means something that a mere youth who had just stepped into the spiritual will stage could contend with. At this juncture, the sable flame seemed to gain luminescence. With a flutter of its pinions, the fiery mass darted towards the incoming spiritual energy. Upon their collision, Mu Chen was aghast to witness his internal spiritual energy being directly vaporized by the sable flame. Such obstruction was wholly ineffectual against the 9 netherbird. The chasm between them was vast, one a supernal spirit beast of infamous renown, the other merely a youth of the spiritual rotation stage, hardly comparable. Mu Chen discerned the disparity between them, yet he did not yield. Instead, with gritted teeth and a surge of fierce resolve, he thought, "If you seek to cripple me, you shall not emerge unscathed." With a mental command, the nascent spiritual light wheel within Mu Chen's sea of qi commenced its slow revolution. He drew upon the stored spiritual energy within, directing it unreservedly towards the sable flame hurtling towards his sea of qi. Sizzle. Undaunted, the sable flame pressed forward, vaporizing all spiritual energy in its path. Despite Mu Chen's desperate obstruction, he merely delayed the inevitable, failing to truly impede the 9 netherbird. In a mere handful of moments, the sable flame breached all of Mu Chen's spiritual defenses, appearing before the sea of qi. Within the sable flame, the 9 netherbirds' eyes, barely visible, seemed to betray a hint of triumph. Swoosh! With a final surge, the sable flame plunged into the sea of qi amidst Mu Chen's furious gaze. An excruciating, searing agony erupted, contorting Mu Chen's countenance. He perceived the 9 netherbird, upon entering his spiritual sea, make a beeline for his nascent spiritual light wheel, unleashing torrents of flame in an attempt to obliterate it. This light wheel, the culmination of Mu Chen's lifelong spiritual energy, was in peril of destruction, which would render his arduous cultivation efforts futile. "I'll fight you to the death," Mu Chen roared in a final act of defiance, poised to detonate the light wheel without regard for the consequences. It was his only recourse, albeit one that would exact a heavy toll, but it was preferable to being stripped of his consciousness by the 9 netherbird. Under the influence of that peculiar sound, Mu Chen's volatile light wheel, on the verge of self-destruction, gradually calmed. Mu Chen stared in astonishment, then abruptly shifted his gaze to the apex of the light wheel, where a thin, black page lay serenely. The sound seemed to emanate from it. This, Mu Chen lamented on the verge of tears, since acquiring this enigmatic, unfathomable black page. It had remained dormant within him, serving no discernible purpose. Yet, unexpectedly, it had suppressed his last-ditch effort to contend with the 9 netherbird at this critical juncture. With the light will subdued, the black flames of the 9 netherbird were imminent, their heat distorting the light wheel within his spiritual sea. "It's over." This realization prompted a despairing sigh from Mu Chen. Thump! The black flames surged forth with ferocity. Yet just as they were about to collide with the ethereal wheel of spiritual power, a delicate veil of black light suddenly descended. With a resounding thud, the once invincible black flames were unexpectedly repelled, and within the flickering depths of the flames, the eyes of the 9 nether sparrow flickered with astonishment. Mu Chen, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily stunned, then hastily directed his gaze towards the thin sheet of black paper, from which the veil of black light emanated. Peculiar sound, reminiscent of celestial chants, began to resonate from the page, causing the previously inert surface of the black paper to shimmer with faint dark purple luminescence. Suddenly, these luminous points materialized and shot forth, transforming into a dark purple veil that enveloped the black flames conjured by the 9 nether sparrow. This unexpected turn of events startled the 9 nether sparrow, which urgently collided with the veil. However, to Mu Chen's astonishment, the veil remained utterly unyielding against the onslaught. As the veil took form, the phenomenon was far from over. Beneath the 9 Nether Sparrow, dark purple radiance began to coalesce, eventually unfurling into a dark purple mandala flower. The petals of this flower appeared to be adorned with intricate, obscure dark golden patterns. Upon beholding the mandala flower, a look of sheer horror crossed the 9 Nether Sparrow's eyes, followed by a series of frantic and terrified cries that echoed through the air. The mysterious dark purple mandala flower resembled a prison, ensnaring the black flames transformed from the 9 Hell Sparrow, which then gently floated down onto a thin sheet of black paper. This enigmatic flower prison completely confined the 9 Hell Sparrow within its grasp. As the 9 Hell Sparrow remained trapped, the tumult within the sea of energy gradually subsided, and the black flames began to dwindle, ultimately morphing into a miniature 9 Hell Sparrow, no larger than an infant's fist. It struggled in fury, yet could not escape the clutches of the dark purple mandala flower. Eventually, it succumbed to its fate, its eyes, filled with resentment and ferocity, slowly closing as it prepared to gather strength, waiting for the right moment. Was this truly the resolution? As Mu Chen awakened on that fateful morning, his mind remained in a state of disarray. Were it not for the dark purple mandala flower still present on that sheet of black paper within his sea of energy, alongside the ensnared 9 Hell Sparrow, he might have believed that the events of the previous night were merely a figment of his imagination. Damned beast! After a prolonged period of contemplation, Mu Chen gradually came to accept this stark reality. He vigorously rubbed his face with his palm, muttering a curse in irritation. Although the 9 Nether Sparrow was currently trapped by the enigmatic black paper, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. The 9 Nether Sparrow was undeniably formidable. Despite its present state of extreme weakness, the thought of its potential recovery loomed ominously. What if, in the future, the mysterious black paper could no longer contain it? The very presence of this creature within him felt like an unstable bomb, capable of wreaking havoc at any moment. Only after experiencing the ferocity and untamed nature of the 9 Nether Sparrow could he truly grasp the naivety of wishing to refine it. Given the sparrow's inherent pride, Mu Chen was certain that anyone attempting to forcibly subdue it would face a fierce and catastrophic confrontation. What use was the essence of such a spirit beast? After venting his frustrations upon the 9 Nether Sparrow in his thoughts, he gradually calmed his emotions. The situation was as it was. Further outbursts would serve no purpose. Fortunately, the 9 Nether Sparrow was ensnared by the mysterious black paper, granting him some time to contemplate strategies to deal with it. Rising from his bed and tidying himself, Mu Chen stepped out, making his way to the place where he regularly studied spirit formations with Mr. Wenling. Following his journey to the Black Abyss, he had gained a profound appreciation for the power of spirit formations, and his interest in them had only intensified. Moreover, what he had practiced thus far were merely basic formations, not even qualifying as first-tier formations. Within the customary training chamber, Mu Chen found that Mr. Wenling was not present, surmising that he had arrived prematurely. Displaying no impatience, he seated himself cross-legged upon a meditation cushion, his countenance assuming a contemplative air. Now that he had formally ascended to the spiritual rotation stage, he could perceive a substantial augmentation in the potency of spiritual energy within his body, coupled with a more refined command over it. I wonder how many spiritual seals I can now congeal? Mu Chen mused to himself, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Promptly, he extended his palm, and with a subtle rotation, a profound, dark spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping his hand entirely. The velocity and magnitude of this spiritual energy filled Mu Chen with considerable satisfaction. Indeed, this is the spiritual rotation stage, he thought. The efficiency with which spiritual energy is mobilized far surpasses that of the spiritual movement stage's later phase. The dark spiritual energy coalesced and morphed swiftly at Mu Chen's fingertips, with 8 spiritual seals materializing in rapid succession. Subsequently, with a subtle flick of his finger, the 9th spiritual seal quietly took form. Mu Chen fixed his gaze upon the 9th spiritual seal, yet did not cease his efforts. The dark spiritual energy continued to amass, and in due course the 10th, then the 11th emerged. The dark spiritual energy shimmered, ultimately stabilizing at a count of 12 spiritual seals. Mu Chen, beholding the 12 spiritual seals upon his palm, finally felt a modicum of contentment. He sensed that this was not his ultimate capacity, but given that he had only recently entered the spiritual rotation stage, he required some time to consolidate his foundation. In due course, he was confident that he could achieve even greater feats. Mu Chen chuckled at his progress, his palm clenched, causing the 12 spiritual seals to dissipate. He then heard footsteps outside the door, which soon swung open to reveal Wen Ling. Mr. Wen, Mu Chen exclaimed, rising promptly to pay his respects. Wen Ling waved his hand dismissively, his usually stern face softening with a hint of a smile as he regarded the young man before him. I have heard from the Domain Lord about your use of the minor spirit formations in the Black Abyss. You have learned quite swiftly. Invited by Mu Feng to instruct Mu Chen in the art of spirit formations, Wen Ling felt a sense of pride in the rapid progress made by his pupil, though he had to admit that much of this was due to Mu Chen's apparent innate talent for the subject. Mu Chen smiled sheepishly, acknowledging that his minor spirit formations were merely effective against creatures of limited intellect. You may need to study independently for the next few days, Wen Ling advised, his expression turning serious. Your father intends to construct a second-tier gathering formation in Mu City. Given the complexity of such a formation, I alone lack the capability to accomplish it. Therefore, your father has invested considerably to invite 3 first-tier formation masters to assist. During this time, I will collaborate with them to see if we can achieve success. The second-level spirit gathering formation. Mu Chen was somewhat taken aback. Within the entire Northern Spirit Realm, the only third-level spirit gathering formation resided in the Northern Spirit Academy. As for the second-level spirit gathering formation, it was exclusively possessed by the Lu domain. Even their own Mu domain was limited to merely a first-level spirit gathering formation. This had seemingly been a lingering concern for his father, as the spirit gathering formation served as a symbol of a faction's might. The Lu domain's rise to prominence as the most powerful among the 9 domains in recent years could be attributed, in no small part, to the presence of the second-level spirit gathering formation. However, constructing a second-level spirit gathering formation was no simple feat. Even some adept second-level formation masters could not guarantee success. Moreover, the creation of such formations required an abundance of rare materials, making it an exceedingly costly endeavor. A failure in this respect would be a substantial loss for the Mu domain. Thus, over the years, Mu Feng had refrained from acting recklessly, but it seemed that he could no longer contain himself given the current circumstances. Yet even if they were to enlist the help of 3 first-level formation masters to collaborate with Wen Ling, the success of establishing the second-level spirit gathering formation remained uncertain. Well, Mr. Wen, do attend to your tasks. Mu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Wen Ling acknowledged this with a nod, appearing to be quite overwhelmed by the challenges posed by the second-level spirit gathering formation, and did not elaborate further before turning to depart. Mr. Wen, Mu Chen called out suddenly, catching Wen Ling's curious gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, I have gained some understanding of minor formations. Might I request a first-level formation diagram for observation? Upon hearing that Mu Chen wished to observe a first-level array diagram, Wen Ling furrowed his brows, his expression growing even more stern. It's commendable that you possess talent, but how could you forget my admonition against overreaching? A first-level spiritual array requires at least 15 spiritual seals, and its complexity far surpasses that of a minor spiritual array. If you wish to observe a first-level array diagram, you should at least wait until you can condense 10 spiritual seals. His words abruptly halted as a look of astonishment crossed his serious face, for he saw the young man before him raise his hand, and at his fingertips, spiritual seals began to manifest. Exactly the 10 seals he had mentioned. Ahem. Wen Ling cleared his throat, masking his surprise, and said, Since you have achieved this, I shall grant your request. With that, he reached into his robe and pulled out a crimson array diagram, handing it to Mu Chen. This is a relatively simple first-level spiritual array, known as the Flame Spirit Array. It requires at least 15 spiritual seals to set up. You may observe it, but do not attempt to activate it. The backlash from the array is no trivial matter. Mu Chen, brimming with excitement, accepted the crimson array diagram and nodded repeatedly. Upon witnessing this, Wen Ling waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, for he still needed to confer with the 3 first-tier spirit array masters he had invited regarding the construction of a second-tier gathering spirit array. This was indeed a troublesome matter. However, it also presented him with a splendid opportunity. Perhaps within this endeavor, he might discover a chance to advance and ascend to the status of a second-tier spirit array master. After when Ling departed, Mu Chen cautiously unrolled the first-tier array blueprint. A wave of crimson light surged forth, imbued with a hint of searing warmth. Mu Chen focused his mind and gazed intently at the array. The blueprint shimmered with radiant red lines that extended and interwove, forming an intricate and complex pattern. Staring at this array, which could easily bewilder an ordinary person, Mu Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. Indeed, the first-tier spirit array was significantly more intricate than the minor spirit arrays, heightening his interest further. It seemed he would need to delve deeply into this study. Satisfied, Mu Chen carefully stored the blueprint and closed his eyes, immersing himself in concentration as he endeavored to condense more spirit seals. Over the following days, when Ling remained preoccupied with the construction of the second-tier gathering spirit array, leaving him with no time to guide Mu Chen, the latter was quite content with this solitude, dedicating all his time to the refinement of spirit seals. His diligent efforts bore fruit. As he gradually acclimated to the realm of spirit wheels, his mastery over spiritual energy became increasingly adept. Consequently, by the 5th day, he successfully elevated the number of spirit seals to the 15th level. As the number of spiritual seals in Mu Chen's possession reached 15, he could hardly contain his excitement. In a fervent state, the young man once again retrieved the fiery spiritual array. At this moment, he finally possessed the requisite qualifications to venture into the realm of this genuine first-tier spiritual array. Is the fervor still alive? After a prolonged period of silence spanning nearly 6 months, we have returned to this land of deities, uncertain if our passion remains as it once was. During this month, I shall exert myself diligently, and thus, I kindly implore everyone to provide me with motivation. Whether in Dopa or Wudong, I have never attained the top rank during the first month of release. This time, I earnestly hope to fulfill that aspiration. Today's update promises to be substantial, as I intend to write late into the night. Having vowed to strive, I shall endeavor to see it through to the end. Come, brothers and sisters, let us charge forth together in this battle. The fiercer your support, the more fervently I shall write. For the sake of the top position, I humbly request your votes. Chapter 69. Second-tier gathering spirit array. In the courtyard of the Mu residence, Mu Chen stood tall, his eyes shimmering with excitement. After days of arduous training, he had successfully condensed 15 spiritual seals, thus meeting the fundamental requirement for the fiery spiritual array. Now, he was poised to tentatively explore the capabilities of this esteemed tier of spiritual array. With his palm outstretched, Mu Chen summoned flickering dark spiritual energy, which transformed into a series of radiant black spiritual seals. He deftly manipulated these seals, launching them into the air before him. The seals dissolved like raindrops falling into the ocean, leaving behind only a peculiar ripple that allowed for a faint perception. The arrangement of a first-level spiritual formation far surpassed the complexity of a minor one. Although Mu Chen had diligently studied the diagram of the fire flame spiritual formation over the past few days, he still found himself clumsy when it came to practical application. Thus, as he embedded 15 spiritual seals into the air, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. With a low hum, the 15 spiritual seals merged into the atmosphere, creating points of spiritual light that were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Then, with a focused thought, Mu Chen guided these points of light to extend into lines, ultimately causing them to intersect. The formation diagram was exceptionally intricate, leaving him somewhat flustered. The complex structure demanded an astonishing level of precision in manipulating spiritual energy. Any minor error could lead to failure. It was evident that constructing a first-level spiritual formation was no simple feat. Despite Mu Chen's considerable talent in this area, he could not achieve success effortlessly. Consequently, when the extension of the formation lines reached the most complicated stage, he finally made a mistake in the midst of his frantic efforts, causing one line of spiritual energy to extend incorrectly. At the moment when the energy beam deviated, Mu Chen silently exclaimed that it was a grave mistake. He then witnessed a violent surge of spiritual energy suddenly emanating from the air ahead, with fiery red hues sweeping forth, revealing an incomplete formation of a spiritual array. Boom! The tumultuous crimson energy collided directly with Mu Chen's body, a deep thud resonating as he was sent flying several meters, his appearance now quite disheveled. Struggling to rise from the ground, Mu Chen was fortunate to have sustained minimal injuries. He casually brushed himself off and fell into contemplation, reflecting on the points of failure from earlier. His dark eyes sparkled with determination. Having attempted to set up a first-level spiritual array, Mu Chen faced defeat. However, rather than succumbing to despair, he felt a surge of stubborn resolve. After a brief respite, he began his attempts anew. But the results were boom, boom. Throughout the afternoon in the backyard, a series of muffled thuds echoed as the youthful figure was repeatedly sent flying. The patrolling guards exchanged glances upon hearing these sounds, yet ultimately refrained from interrupting Mu Chen's cultivation. As night descended, the disheveled Mu Chen finally ceased his efforts. Despite spending the entire afternoon in failure, his confidence remained unshaken. Each unsuccessful attempt had allowed him to overcome the missteps of the previous one. At this rate, success in establishing the fire spirit array was inevitable. With this thought, Mu Chen broke into a smile, dusted off his hands, and turned to leave. For the next 3 days, Mu Chen devoted nearly all his energy to the fire spirit array, tirelessly experimenting and repeatedly facing failure in the courtyard. At times, even the patrolling guards of the estate would cast astonished glances at the young man who struggled to rise from the ground time and again. Although they were unaware of the specifics of his cultivation, they could not help but admire his tenacity and perseverance. Such a spirit that disregarded repeated failures and continued to rise undeterred was truly commendable. The young master was indeed a diligent individual, and it seemed that the Mu domain would have a worthy successor. The guards softened their footsteps, refraining from disturbing the youth's practice in the courtyard, their thoughts reflecting this sentiment. Mu Chen's failures persisted until the evening of the 3rd day, when at last, a change began to manifest. The boy in the courtyard appeared disheveled, yet his black eyes sparkled with vibrant energy. His expression was grave as 15 spirit seals danced at his fingertips, swiftly merging into the air and creating ripples of spiritual power. The atmosphere vibrated, and the spiritual energy of the world surged forth. Suddenly, a red light emerged before Mu Chen, the air rippling as a complex fire-red light array, spanning approximately 10 feet, gradually took shape. Within this fiery array, the light surged, resembling flames weaving through it, creating a spectacle of striking beauty. As Mu Chen beheld the fire spirit array finally come to fruition, an uncontrollable joy welled up within him. After countless failures, he had finally succeeded. Although the fire spirit formation exhibited some signs of instability at this moment, it was indeed successfully arranged by Mu Chen. With a sense of joy suppressed within, Mu Chen altered his hand gestures, curling his fingers, and pointed towards a large rock in the backyard. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson pillar of flame erupted explosively from the formation, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, and struck fiercely against the artificial mountain. The ground trembled as if in response, and the black rock, comparable in size to a small room, shattered into countless fragments, creating a scene of utter chaos in the backyard. Such formidable power! Witnessing the might of the fire spirit formation, an expression of astonishment illuminated Mu Chen's face. The force was so intense that even a mid-stage spirit realm expert would find it quite uncomfortable to endure. The first-tier spirit formation truly lived up to its reputation, though it certainly required a significant amount of his energy. Young master! The guards outside the backyard, hearing the commotion, rushed in. Upon seeing the disarray, they were startled, fearing that Mu Chen had come under attack, and hurriedly surrounded him. "It's nothing. I did it myself," Mu Chen chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Casting a glance at his own disheveled state, he couldn't help but smile wryly before turning to clean himself up inside. Meanwhile, the guards exchanged glances, puzzled by the sudden display of strength from their young master. Shattering such an artificial mountain was something even their captain, who had reached the early spirit realm, could not accomplish. Mu Chen tidied himself up and stepped out of his room, noticing the guards diligently cleaning the courtyard. He decided to slip away, as the relentless study of the fiery spirit formation had left him quite fatigued. Strolling leisurely through the Mu residence, he meandered to the side of the conference hall, where he observed the glow of light emanating from within. To his surprise, His father was still engaged in discussions at such a late hour. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Chen approached, only to be startled by a resounding crash from the conference hall. A sound he recognized all too well, the unmistakable thud of his father, Mu Feng, slamming the table in anger. Taken aback, Mu Chen strained to listen. Inside the hall, Mu Feng's face was ashen. The table before him shattered from his forceful blow. He rose abruptly, exclaiming furiously, "Those despicable scoundrels from Lu Domain relish in playing underhanded tricks." Beside him, Zhou Yi wore a grim expression and sighed. "Those rascals, upon hearing that we intend to construct a second-tier spirit-gathering formation, have not only inflated prices for materials but have also spent exorbitantly to restrict numerous spirit formation masters. The materials we have left can barely withstand another failure." Mu Feng's fists were clenched tightly. He then turned his gaze to the four figures in the hall, one of whom was Wen Ling, while the other three appeared to be middle-aged, presumably the additional first-tier spirit formation masters Mu Feng had summoned. "Mr. Wen Ling, is there any trouble remaining with the construction of the second-tier spirit-gathering formation?" Mu Feng inquired, his tone softened. Wen Ling sighed deeply and replied, "Domain Lord, we have attempted this once over the past few days, but it ended in failure, resulting in considerable material loss. Based on our assessments, we will likely require the assistance of another first-tier spirit formation master." Zhou Yi furrowed his brow and said, "We've essentially invited all the spiritual array masters from our Mu territory. With the Lu territory hindering us, finding another first-grade spiritual array master could be quite troublesome." Wen Ling offered a wry smile, acknowledging the difficulty. They had attempted it themselves, but realized that the four of them were indeed insufficient. Mu Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. He waved his hand grandly and declared, "Spread the word. Any spiritual array masters lured away by the Lu territory, if they come to aid our Mu territory, we shall double whatever conditions the Lu territory offered them." Zhou Yi was slightly taken aback. This would entail a significant expenditure. Moreover, such an offer might encourage those cunning spiritual array masters to exploit the situation and make exorbitant demands. This, in turn, could be unfair to the three spiritual array masters they had already invited and might breed resentment. Thinking this, he glanced at the three spiritual array masters and noticed a slight unease on their faces. "Territory Lord, let's not speak in anger. This could throw us into disarray." Wen Ling cautioned with a bitter smile. Silence descended upon the council chamber once more, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Creak. Amidst the silence, the tightly shut door was slowly pushed open. Mu Feng frowned, ready to scold whoever was intruding, but upon seeing Mu Chen, he swallowed his rebuke. Mu Chen smiled at Mu Feng, then turned to Wen Ling, saying, "Mr. Wen, how about I fill the role of the missing spiritual array master? Would that be acceptable?" As of now, the subscriptions hover around 5,000, which, at this pace, surpasses Wudong, although it still falls short of the 7,000 mark. Nevertheless, the third update has been released. I believe I am still somewhat generous. Esteemed readers, I implore you to bestow your monthly votes upon the great ruler. Subscriptions are merely a bonus. Regardless of whether the target is reached, I shall unleash a burst of updates. I simply beseech you to provide me with the impetus. I shall unleash a burst. The gap to the first position is less than 10 votes. Valiant heroes, I implore you to lend your aid. A plea for monthly votes. Chapter 70. Participation within the council chamber. The atmosphere seemed to momentarily stagnate due to Mu Chen's statement, followed by gazes of astonishment from Mu Feng and the others directed towards him. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mu Feng chided, his brow furrowed. Wen Ling also frowned slightly. Constructing a Tier 2 spirit array is a considerably arduous task, with only Tier 1 spirit array masters capable of offering substantial assistance. While Mu Chen possesses a commendable aptitude for learning spirit arrays, he is, after all, merely a novice and hardly capable of bearing such a significant responsibility. Indeed, participating in the construction of a Tier 2 spirit array is not something to be taken lightly. Should an unforeseen event occur, the resulting loss of materials would be quite severe for Mu territory. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows remarked with a faint smile, evidently dismissing Mu Chen's words as youthful arrogance. The other two Tier 1 spirit array masters nodded in agreement. If such matters could be entrusted to mere youngsters, what need would there be for them? "Master Wen, Is it accurate to say that one can barely be considered a Tier 1 spirit array master upon successfully arranging a Tier 1 spirit array? Ignoring their presence, Mu Chen turned his gaze towards Wen Ling, inquiring with a smile. Startled, Wen Ling responded realistically, yes. I've successfully arranged the Fire Flame Spirit Array, the Level 1 Spirit Array you provided. Mu Chen acknowledged, upon which Wen Ling's voice faltered momentarily before she exclaimed, Impossible! You can arrange the Fire Flame Spirit Array? The other 3 Level 1 Spirit Array Masters stared at Mu Chen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how a callow youth could attain the same proficiency as them. Similarly astonished, Mu Feng and Zhou Yi observed Mu Chen with incredulity, though their familiarity with the latter led them to believe that Mu Chen would not make boastful claims in their presence. If he asserted his ability to arrange the Fire Flame Spirit Array, there was likely some validity to it. You! Mu Chen nodded in resignation, then clenched his fist, causing tenebrous spiritual energy to coalesce, and 15 black spirit seals shimmered into existence. He can condense 15 spirit seals. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of the 3 Level 1 Spirit Array Masters turned grave. They could only condense 17 spirit seals at present, yet this teenager, barely over 10 years old, was already catching up to them. Such talent in spirit arrays was truly astonishing. Observing the 15 spirit seals, Wen Ling couldn't help but move her lips, but she remained silent, her belief in Mu Chen's words growing stronger. With a solemn countenance, Mu Chen's fingers danced across the air, launching the 15 spirit seals into the space before him, where they dissolved into nothingness. His hands then moved with rapid precision, weaving a series of intricate hand seals. A palpable shift occurred as the temperature in the room gradually escalated, and the ambient spiritual energy coalesced before him. Those present, being individuals of discerning perception, could vaguely discern the complex light array swiftly taking form in the air, with flickers of firelight pulsating within its structure. As time ebbed away, Mu Chen's ever-changing hand seals finally came to a halt. Suspended in the air before him was a fiery red spirit array, encompassing a considerable portion of the living room. Indeed, it is the Fire Flame Spirit Array, Wen Ling remarked with a sigh, her gaze fixed upon the completed array. The 3 first-grade Spirit Array Masters exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and wry amusement. A first-grade Spirit Array Master in his teens? Such a sight was unprecedented in their lives. Just what sort of prodigy was this young master of the Mu territory? Joy illuminated the eyes of Mu Feng and Zhou Yi. Mu Feng rose to his feet, patting Mu Chen's shoulder as he chuckled. Well done, lad. It seems you've inherited your mother's talent in this regard. Let's not overlook my own efforts. Mu Chen countered with a touch of exasperation. Had he not devoted himself to the study of the Fire Flame Spirit Array, enduring countless failures and rising from each setback, how could he have possibly achieved success? Mu Feng smiled gently, his eyes betraying an unmistakable sense of satisfaction and pride, the anger he had previously harbored towards Lu Yu dissipating entirely. Mr. Wen, what do you think of Mu Chen? Can he be of assistance? Mu Feng inquired, turning his gaze towards Wen Ling. Wen Ling pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, Mu Chen has the ability to refine the Fire Spirit Array. However, he has only just begun his journey and cannot yet be considered a true first-level Spirit Array Master. He still needs to hone his experience and discernment. Mu Feng glanced at Mu Chen and nodded in agreement. Truly, no matter how gifted Mu Chen might be, experience is not something that can be acquired without effort. Mu Chen's expression turned somewhat pained. However, when Ling continued, a smile breaking through, experience is something that must be accumulated. Constructing a second-level spirit gathering array will indeed present a wonderful opportunity for him. He is barely qualified to participate at this stage. As when Ling observed the troubled expression on Mu Chen's face, he smiled again, shifting the tone of the conversation. Excitement quickly illuminated Mu Chen's dark eyes as he exclaimed, "Then I must express my gratitude to you, Mr. Wen." When Ling waved his hand dismissively, yet his gaze towards Mu Chen was unusually gentle. This exceptionally gifted youth stirred a sense of admiration even in someone like him. Nevertheless, he understood well that he would soon be unable to provide much guidance to Mu Chen, for it would likely be quite easy for the latter to surpass him in the future. The 3 first-rate Spirit Array Masters, upon hearing this, ceased their objections, evidently awestruck by Mu Chen's recent performance. According to Wen Ling, Mu Chen had only been engaged with spirit arrays for about a month. Yet his accomplishments were already rivaling theirs. It may not be long before this young man becomes the most formidable spirit array master in the Northern Spirit Realm. Tomorrow, Mu Chen will accompany us to the site for arranging the gathering spirit array, allowing him to familiarize himself. After a few days, we shall proceed. What do you think? Wen Ling inquired, casting a glance at Mu Feng. That sounds good, Mu Feng agreed without hesitation. As long as it deepened Mu Chen's understanding of spirit arrays, he would not mind if the latter squandered all the materials for the gathering spirit array. You must learn diligently from Mr. Wen Ling and the others tomorrow. Do not allow your talent to breed complacency. The path of cultivating spirit arrays cannot be traversed solely on innate ability, Mu Feng advised, his expression serious as he watched Wen Ling and the others depart before turning to Mu Chen. Regardless, even if your prowess in spirit power cultivation is mediocre, you cannot afford to be ordinary in spirit array cultivation. Otherwise, it would indeed be a disgrace to your mother. Mu Chen rolled his eyes and could not help but ask, is my mother an exceptionally skilled spirit array master? Your mother's expertise in spirit arrays is unparalleled in the Northern Spirit Realm, and even among the 5 great academies, few could hope to match her. Mu Feng replied with a faint smile. Is she really that formidable? Mu Chen asked, somewhat dumbfounded. For most spirit array masters in the Northern Spirit Realm were of average capability, while the 5 great academies were renowned institutions. The most formidable master of spiritual formations there is, can likely obliterate a powerful figure at the divine soul level with a mere flick of the wrist. How could my mother possess such extraordinary prowess? Yet, if she is so formidable, does that not place immense pressure upon you, father? Mu Chen suddenly glanced at Mu Feng, a teasing smile gracing his lips. When I first encountered your mother, her strength had been sealed to an exceedingly low level due to certain circumstances. At that time, I regarded her as a mere ordinary and fragile woman, protecting her throughout our journey, and I nearly lost my life in the process. Mu Feng chuckled, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes, and remarked, who would have thought she would become so powerful? Nevertheless, your mother is exceedingly gentle. How could there be any pressure? So, you took advantage of her vulnerability. When your mother's powers were sealed, she must have been at her most defenseless. Otherwise, how could she have fallen for you, father? Mu Chen responded with understanding. You little rascal. You are asking for a beating. Mu Feng finally lost his temper, pretending to strike, while Mu Chen burst into laughter and darted away, leaving Mu Feng with a bemused expression. This boy. Mu Feng retracted his fist, a smile of contentment spreading across his face as he murmured to himself, Jing, our son is becoming increasingly remarkable. I believe that, in the future, he may even surpass you. That will be the moment when our family is reunited. At this point, it seemed he recalled something, and a shadow flickered across his eyes. His palms clenched tightly, and his slightly lowered face took on a grim aspect. You may look down upon me. I am indifferent to your scorn. Indeed, I do not possess such capabilities. However, I still have a son. The following day, as dawn approached, Mu Chen exited his chamber and encountered Mu Feng, Wen Ling, and others who were already awaiting him outside the council hall. Let us proceed. Mu Feng greeted Mu Chen with a faint smile and led the way out of the Mu Manor, heading directly towards the northern part of Mu City. There, a vast plaza was situated, serving as the training grounds for the Mu Territory's guards. Successfully establishing a Tier 2 Spirit Convergence array in this location would undoubtedly enhance the Mu Territory's appeal to formidable individuals, as the benefits of such an array to cultivation were self-evident. Currently, the plaza had been cordoned off by the Mu Territory's guards. Mu Feng and his party entered the plaza, their footsteps halting as their gazes turned towards the front, a hint of fervent anticipation in their eyes. Mu Chen also shifted his gaze forward, observing 5 deep yellow stone pillars, each approximately tens of feet tall, erected in the center of the expansive plaza. The pillars were adorned with abstruse inscriptions, and the surrounding spiritual energy exhibited faint fluctuations. These are spirit convergence pillars crafted from spirit convergence stones, are they not?
Mu Chen inquired.
He approached and examined the 5 pillars. The Tier 3 Spirit Convergence Array in the Northern Spiritual Academy also possessed these, though the pillars there were of a golden hue, their purity evidently superior to the 5 before him. These 5 spirit convergence pillars serve as the central nexus of the spirit convergence array, each costing over 1 million spiritual coins. Mu Feng elucidated with a gentle smile. Mu Chen nodded slightly. The gathering spirit array differed from ordinary spirit arrays. Although it possessed no offensive capabilities, it was an essential asset for many factions and a symbol of their strength. Over the years, the Lu domain had ascended to become the most formidable force in the Northern Spirit Realm, not only due to their substantial foundation surpassing that of other domains, but also because they boasted a second-level gathering spirit array. To cultivate within this second-level array, numerous powerful individuals flocked to the Lu domain, hoping to secure superior conditions for their advancement along the path of cultivation. Generally speaking, the gathering spirit array is a relatively well-known formation. Most spirit array masters are familiar with its schematic. However, knowing it is one thing while constructing it is an entirely different challenge. Not to mention the array's requirement for numerous rare materials, the foundational spirit seals needed to arrange this second-level gathering spirit array amount to a staggering 50. Even some of the less experienced second-level spirit array masters would struggle to achieve this on their own, and such masters are exceedingly rare in the Northern Spirit Realm, making it impossible for the Mu domain to hire one. Thus, they had no choice but to rely on numbers, attempting to unite 4 first-level spirit array masters to see if they could succeed. Fortunately, Wen Ling was already considered a top-tier existence among first-level spirit array masters, with a high probability of advancing to second level. With him at the helm, the likelihood of success was significantly increased. For this construction of the second-level gathering spirit array, the 5 of us will each be responsible for 1 gathering spirit pillar, collaborating according to the schematic to complete our respective sections, ultimately linking them together to activate the formation, Wen Ling remarked, looking at Mu Chen. While allocating segments of the array formation to different individuals may present a viable strategy, it seemingly necessitates an exceptional degree of synchronicity. Should even the slightest aberration occur during the nexus, it could potentially. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Chen, no longer a novice in the realm of spiritual arrays, recognized the inherent shortcomings of this approach. Wen Ling concurred with a sigh. Alas, it appears to be the only recourse to independently construct a Tier 2 spirit convergence array. I dare say such a proficient Tier 2 spiritual array master is non-existent within the entirety of the Northern Spiritual Realm. She continued, when Lu territory initially constructed their Tier 2 spirit convergence array, they employed a similar method. From what I gather, they secretly encountered numerous failures, incurring substantial losses, though such details remain concealed from the common populace. Zhou Yi lamented, should we fail to construct the Tier 2 spirit convergence array, I fear Lu territory will seize the opportunity to disparage us, disseminating the news far and wide, which would undoubtedly be detrimental to our reputation. Mu Feng waved his hand dismissively, stating with a smile, let us simply exert our utmost efforts. Zhou Yi offered a wry smile, aware that Mu Feng's seemingly nonchalant attitude stemmed from Mu Chen's involvement. He did not wish to burden Mu Chen with undue pressure or guilt in the event of failure. However, Zhou Yi knew that Mu Feng harbored a fervent desire to erect the Tier 2 spirit convergence array as expeditiously as possible, as it would significantly enhance the reputation of Mu territory. Mu Chen glanced at Mu Feng, offering no comment. Despite the latter's words, Mu Chen discerned the importance and concern that Mu Feng attached to the matter. For this formation arrangement, I will oversee 20 spiritual seals. As for the remaining 30, Chen Ling and the 2 of you will each handle 8, while Mu Chen will be responsible for 6 spiritual seals. When Ling regarded Mu Chen, articulating, do not underestimate these 6 spiritual seals. Completing your portion of the array diagram will likely prove more challenging than the Fire Flame spiritual array. Mu Chen nodded, cognizant of this fact. Moreover, given his limited experience, Wen Ling's assignment of 6 spiritual seals to him already demonstrated considerable regard. Next, I shall elucidate the pivotal aspects of this spirit-gathering array. Pay close attention to ensure no errors arise that could jeopardize the overall scheme, Wen Ling stated gravely. Understood. Mu Chen responded with a gentle smile. The young man's handsome countenance, though still somewhat green, exuded an air of humility and courtesy. This prompted the 3 first-level spiritual array masters observing from the side to nod in approval. It was rare to see the young master of Mu territory, with his status and talent, remain so amiable. Had it been another youth, they likely would have become arrogant. Mu Feng, observing Mu Chen attentively absorbing Wen Ling's detailed explanations of the numerous crucial points of the spirit-gathering array, smiled with gratification. He waved his hand, leading Zhou Yi and the others away. Matters concerning spiritual arrays invariably induced a headache. It was best to leave the young man to grapple with them independently. In the ensuing days, Mu Chen frequented the plaza daily, acquainting himself with and studying the second-level spirit-gathering array alongside Wen Ling and the others. His affable and studious demeanor elicited satisfaction from the 3 invited first-level spiritual array masters. They occasionally shared their experiences in arranging spiritual arrays, and Mu Chen eagerly absorbed their knowledge. Through assiduous exertion, Mu Chen had, in the space of several days, garnered a comprehensive understanding of the Tier 2 Spirit Convergence Array. Simultaneously, he marveled at the intricate nature of this array, finding that the Fire Flame Spirit Array he had previously mastered was, in comparison, somewhat insignificant. Observing Mu Chen's burgeoning comprehension of the Tier 2 Spirit Convergence Array, Wen Ling and the others expressed considerable satisfaction. Following a period of deliberation, they ultimately resolved to commence the endeavor in earnest on the morrow. Mu Chen stood upon the plaza, his gaze fixed upon the 5 towering spirit convergence pillars. He inhaled deeply, gradually composing his emotions. Beside him, Mu Feng gently patted his shoulder, offering a comforting smile. "Just do your best," he said. "Failure is inconsequential. It merely entails a slight postponement." Mu Chen responded with a smile, offering no verbal reply, instead directing his gaze toward Wen Ling, whose countenance was presently etched with solemnity. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, he levitated toward a spirit convergence pillar. Observing this, Mu Chen, along with Chen Ling and the others, launched themselves forth, each alighting upon a spirit convergence pillar. "Commence!" Wen Ling proclaimed in a resounding voice, as a radiant orb materialized from his palm, emanating potent spiritual energy in successive waves. Mu Chen and his companions followed suit, releasing 4 orbs, each containing the essence of high-level spirit beasts. Such essences are indispensable in the deployment of this type of array, as the array relies on the immense spiritual power within the essence for guidance. "Let us begin." Wen Ling gazed at the luminous orb above him and, with a commanding shout, waved his sleeve. Instantly, 20 spiritual seals surged forth from his garment, their speed of condensation undeniably surpassing that of an ordinary first-tier spiritual array master. Chen Ling and his companions exchanged envious glances. Although they too were first-tier spiritual array masters, they felt vastly inferior in comparison to Wen Ling, who was quite likely on the verge of attaining the status of a second-tier master. After a brief moment of envy, they centered their thoughts and each meticulously crafted 8 spiritual seals, cautiously manipulating them as they infused them into the air surrounding the spirit beast's essence above. Buzz. Mu Chen also took action, 6 spiritual seals coalescing at his fingertips. With his current abilities, he could execute remarkably precise control over these 6 seals. As the seals vanished into the air surrounding the spirit beast's essence, the atmosphere began to ripple. Mu Chen's eyes gently closed, and with a delicate flick of his long fingers, beams of light emerged from the air around the spirit beast's essence, cautiously intertwining. The square was enveloped in silence as the 5 of them concentrated their minds, meticulously arranging the portion of the array they were responsible for. Not far away, Mu Feng and the others stood with serious expressions, their gazes fixed on the fluctuating spiritual energy in the arena, a hint of tension evident in their eyes. Should they fail this time, their plan would inevitably be postponed by at least 6 months, and they could only imagine the ridicule they would face from the Lu domain. "Ensure that no one approaches this area," Mu Feng instructed, waving his hand softly. "Understood." A guard swiftly whispered his response, then quietly led a large group of individuals to disperse. Time passed rapidly amidst the anxious waiting of Mu Feng and the others, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had elapsed. The fluctuations of spiritual energy in the arena grew increasingly tumultuous, with the intricate diagrams of spiritual arrays above the 6 individuals on the spirit-gathering pillar shimmering with blinding brilliance. After approximately another half an hour, Wen Ling was the first to open his eyes, filled with tension and gravity. He bore half the responsibility for the arrangement of the spirit-gathering array. If any of the others made a slight error, there might still be a chance for remedy, but if he faltered, the entire formation would be deemed a complete failure. Following Wen Ling, Chun Ling and the other three, including Mu Chen, gradually opened their eyes, evidently having completed their respective sections of the array. Link the arrays. Upon seeing this, Wen Ling's expression grew even more serious. The next step was the most challenging. Any mistake in the linking could potentially trigger a chain reaction, leading to a complete collapse of the formation. Hearing this, Mu Chen and his companions tensed their bodies, concentrating their minds to the utmost. With a slight mental shift, they caused the intricate array of light above their heads to unleash beams of light that intersected with one another. Watching this scene unfold, Mu Feng and the others felt their hearts race, fully aware that the success of their endeavor hinged upon this critical moment. The monthly tickets are in a precarious state, on the verge of being surpassed. Esteemed readers, your support is earnestly solicited. Tomorrow, further updates will be released, and your encouragement is vital. The greater the impetus, the more substantial the output. A plea for monthly tickets. Chapter 72. Heart Array stayed a resonant hum pervaded the air, as turbulent and majestic spiritual energy undulated across the firmament. All spectators tensely observed the space above, where 5 intricate spiritual light arrays were gradually coalescing above Wen Ling, Mu Chen, and their companions. At this juncture, the 5 elaborate spiritual light arrays vibrated intensely, emitting beams of spiritual energy that converged sharply at the center of the formation. As the intricate network of spiritual energy beams intertwined, radiating concentric ripples, the expressions of Wen Ling and her cohorts were grave, their focus absolute. At this critical juncture, even the slightest miscalculation in the alignment of a single beam could precipitate dire consequences. With a subtle hiss, the beams of spiritual energy subtly fused, and Mu Feng and the others observed that the 5 disparate spiritual light arrays were beginning to merge. Nonetheless, they remained breathless, acutely aware that complete success was yet to be assured. Time ebbed slowly, and the trajectories of the interconnected light beams grew increasingly complex. This demanded remarkably precise control. The intensity of the spiritual energy must be meticulously calibrated to ensure parity upon contact between 2 beams, lest one beam disrupt and scatter the other, resulting in a failed connection. Such precision required an exceptional degree of refined manipulation. As the nexus became increasingly intricate, the visages of Wen Ling and his companions grew somber, their brows beaded with perspiration, a testament to the mental exertion demanded by such manipulation. With unwavering focus, Mu Chen's eyes gently closed, unnoticed by his comrades. Though darkness veiled his vision, his spirit, in a peculiar manner, traversed the spirit convergence array along the tendrils of spiritual energy he commanded. Like a stream, it meandered through the array, encompassing not only his designated section but also those overseen by Wen Ling and the others, all imprinted within the recesses of his mind. In this ethereal state, the external world seemed to recede, its clamor unable to penetrate his concentration. His consciousness was solely occupied by the intricate tracery of the array's arcane design. As his tension dissipated, his slender fingers quivered, guiding the luminous strands of spiritual energy with unwavering precision. He felt an innate affinity for these arrays, as though he were born to command them. Aloft, the 5 array diagrams drew closer, their luminous tendrils coalescing, hinting at a complete fusion. Mu Feng and his cohorts beamed with joy, for all seemed to be progressing smoothly. However, Wen Ling remained vigilant, acutely aware that the slightest misstep in the final stage could unravel the entire endeavor, precipitating its collapse. Moreover, there is one final point. Wen Ling clenched his teeth, striving to calm his mind and stabilize the intricate lines of spiritual energy, synchronizing them with the other 4 formation diagrams. Upon completing this crucial step, he could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. However, it was at this moment that he suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation emanating from the spiritual formation. This disturbance was not particularly intense, yet it caused Wen Ling's expression to shift dramatically. He hurriedly lifted his gaze and observed that the spiritual formation before Chen Ling had begun to exhibit signs of chaos. Panic surged within Wen Ling, and his complexion turned pale. It turned out that while Chen Ling was connecting with a formation master to his left, the latter's excessively potent stream of spiritual energy had inadvertently disrupted Wen Ling's own line of energy. Witnessing this, Chun Ling's expression changed drastically as he rushed to rectify the situation, hastily attempting to re-establish the connection. However, in his haste, he faltered, causing the previously stabilized spiritual formation to ripple with instability. Crack! A faint sound of shattering resonated from the formation that Chun Ling had just gathered, and he watched in horror as the lines of spiritual energy began to dissipate gradually, ultimately affecting the spiritual seals and shattering 3 of them completely. The sudden turn of events left the other 2 formation masters visibly shaken, particularly the one whose excessive energy had initially scattered Chun Ling's spiritual lines, whose expression had grown increasingly grim. Once the spiritual seal shatters, it effectively signifies the destruction of half the spiritual array. Without the portion belonging to Chun Ling, the gathering array becomes utterly unattainable. The unexpected turn of events did not escape the watchful eyes of Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, who immediately clenched their palms tightly. They exchanged glances, each discerning a hint of bitterness in the other's eyes, realizing that indeed, problems had arisen. Chun Ling, steady your mind. Do not panic. When Ling admonished, Chun Ling gritted his teeth, inhaling deeply as he hastily endeavored to stabilize the array. However, with the shattering of the 3 spiritual seals, his array had already become incomplete. Brother One, I fear I cannot hold on much longer. I apologize. This time, I have been a burden, Chun Ling said with a wry smile. With 3 seals broken, the array is somewhat flawed. Is there still a chance to condense the seals for a remedy? When Ling inquired, biting his lip. Chun Ling's face flushed with embarrassment as he admitted, I fear I cannot stabilize this flawed array while simultaneously condensing the seals. When Ling sighed and turned to the other 2 array masters, who awkwardly shook their heads. Their abilities were limited. If they diverted their focus to assist Chun Ling, their own array would likely falter. Witnessing this, a bitter expression emerged on Wen Ling's face. In this collaborative formation, he had strived to manage the most complex aspects to the best of his abilities. Controlling 20 spiritual seals was already his utmost limit. Any additional burden was simply unfeasible. Sigh. He exhaled deeply, then helplessly shook his head towards the sidelines at Mu Feng, realizing that failure was inevitable this time. Mu Feng forced a bitter smile and nodded, preparing to signal them to halt. However, just as he intended to conclude this unsuccessful formation, Zhou Yi beside him suddenly gasped softly. Xiao Mu, he. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng quickly looked up and saw that Mu Chen had his eyes tightly shut. It seemed he was oblivious to the surrounding developments. Yet, at his fingertips, 3 spiritual seals suddenly materialized. What was he attempting to do? When Ling and the others also noticed Mu Chen's actions, momentarily taken aback. But soon, their expressions shifted dramatically as they witnessed Mu Chen propel those 3 spiritual seals into the air above Chun Ling. The seals swiftly merged into the atmosphere, and then when Ling and her companions observed streams of spiritual energy emanating at an astonishing speed, gradually sketching out a somewhat incomplete spiritual formation. It was the fragment of the formation that Chun Ling had shattered. With their keen eyesight, when Ling and the others instantly recognized that the portion of the formation Mu Chen was conjuring was precisely the same segment that Chun Ling had just broken. They exchanged glances, astonished at the revelation in each other's eyes, only to realize that Mu Chen was still with his eyes closed, meaning he had not even glanced at it before forming the broken segment of Chun Ling's spiritual formation. How could this be possible? The 2 formation masters gasped in disbelief. When Ling was equally astonished, his gaze fixated on the still figure of Mu Chen, whose eyes were tightly shut, yet whose slender fingers trembled gently. His expression sharpened with realization as he slowly articulated. It appears he has entered the state of the heart array. The heart array state? Chun Ling and the others were initially taken aback, then collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with incredulity. Isn't it the case that only a level 3 array master could possibly achieve such a state? How could he possibly enter this condition? When Ling, though equally incredulous, could only manage a wry smile in response. I am uncertain. It seems he possesses an extraordinary talent in array formations. While such occurrences are rare, they are not unheard of. Individuals blessed with exceptional aptitude in array cultivation can indeed attain this state before reaching level 3, often through certain fortuitous circumstances. Chun Ling and the others fell into a stunned silence, their hearts brimming with envy. This state, it seemed, was something they might never touch in their lifetimes. Yet this young man had managed to enter it almost effortlessly, prompting a deep sense of admiration within them. When Ling, control your remaining array, link it with Mu Chen, and continue to merge the formations. When Ling commanded in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Chun Ling quickly nodded, then cautiously maneuvered his damaged array to gradually connect with the portion of the array that Mu Chen had salvaged. Merge the formations. Upon hearing Wen Ling's call, Chun Ling and the others once again activated the spirit formation, and this time, they encountered no unforeseen circumstances. The 5 spirit formations were seamlessly merged into one, and in an instant, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from the heavens, enveloping the area in a radiant glow. The inhabitants of Mu City could distinctly feel the influx of abundant spiritual energy from the surrounding environment, as if drawn by an invisible force, converging towards the square. Success. When Ling and her companions gradually withdrew their consciousness from the spirit formation, turning their complex gazes towards the young man not far away, he, in turn, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Wen Ling and the others, tilting his head in mild confusion, and asked, "Have we completed it?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of Wen Ling and the others instantly froze. "Do you not know what transpired?" Wen Ling inquired, gazing at Mu Chen's somewhat bewildered face. Mu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He vaguely remembered entering a certain state, yet he was not particularly clear about the details of what had occurred. "You just entered the heart formation state," Wen Ling explained softly. "The heart formation state?" Mu Chen was taken aback. This was a profound state that could only be accessed upon reaching the 3rd rank of spirit formation mastery, allowing the array creator to transcend the limitations of the naked eye and perceive the formation directly through the heart, guiding its movements at will. Gazed at Mu Chen and remarked earlier, there were some unforeseen complications with the spirit gathering array, and it was on the verge of collapse. However, you unconsciously intervened and salvaged it. Mu Chen appeared somewhat taken aback. He seemed to recall that the spirit gathering array had been completely projected in his mind, and at the critical moment, when the originally flawless spirit seal developed some imperfections, he had instinctively taken action. So that was the so-called state of mental array. A sense of curiosity flickered in Mu Chen's eyes. In that state, he felt that arranging spirit arrays had become much easier, and the light of spiritual energy moved at his will. That feeling of natural completion was extremely pleasant. However, judging from your appearance, you must have unconsciously entered that profound state. You should try to comprehend that feeling more. If you can control yourself and enter the state of mental array at any time, it will be of great benefit to your spiritual array cultivation. Clicked her tongue, and even her tone contained some unconcealable envy. The state of mental array was the dream of countless spiritual array masters, and even she had never touched it. Chun Ling and the other 3 spiritual array masters also looked at Mu Chen with complicated expressions. Now they no longer had the slightest mentality of relying on their seniority. They knew very well that they were probably not on the same level as the young man in front of them. Perhaps it would not be long before they would be looking up to this one-screen youth who had humbly asked them for advice. Haha, thank you all. The successful construction of the level 2 spirit gathering array is truly a great kindness to my Mu territory. At that moment, outside the arena, Mu Feng strode in with a beaming expression, then cupped his fists in gratitude towards Wen Ling and Chun Ling. Wen Ling merely responded with a faint smile, while the faces of Chun Ling and his companions flushed with embarrassment. They had nearly jeopardized the situation. Had it not been for Mu Chen fortuitously entering the heart formation state, they would likely have incurred significant losses for the Mu domain. The success of this endeavor is largely due to Brother One and Young Master, Chun Ling said, feeling ashamed. Mr. Chun, such words are unwarranted. The merit is not measured by size. Without the 3 of you, could this gathering spirit formation have been established? Mu Feng replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chun Ling and the others were touched and clasped their fists in acknowledgement, their previous arrogance dissipating. Mu Feng's ability to become the master of Mu domain indeed commanded respect. In the future, they might consider frequenting Mu domain, especially since Mu Chen's extraordinary talent in spirit formation would undoubtedly lead him to remarkable heights. Should they receive some guidance from him, it would be immensely beneficial. Having expended considerable energy in setting up the 2nd level gathering spirit formation, Mu Feng engaged them in brief conversation before swiftly arranging for someone to escort them to rest. He then let out a sigh of relief and turned to Mu Chen with a smile, saying, "Well done, young man. Your contributions were invaluable this time. Since you are my father, I must certainly assist you." Mu Chen replied with a cheerful grin. "Impudent boy," came the light-hearted retort. Mu Feng chuckled and scolded lightly, then affectionately ruffled Mu Chen's hair. With a sigh, he remarked, "If you wish to assist me, secure a place for me in one of the 5 great academies. Our northern spirit realm may appear vast, but in essence, it is merely a collection of frogs in a well, lacking both capability and vision. Only by obtaining the resources and mentorship from one of the 5 great academies can you truly earn the right to pursue the path of genuine strength. Your talent far surpasses mine as your father, and thus, you possess the potential to traverse further and achieve what I could not." Mu Feng murmured to himself, "You are the embodiment of all my hopes." A smile crept onto his face, though his eyes felt slightly strained. He nodded earnestly, confident that his son would never disappoint him. Mu Chen stretched lazily, his dark eyes gazing at the crimson horizon. Within the depths of his gaze, a slender and delicate silhouette was reflected, a figure adorned with silvery hair reminiscent of the Milky Way and crystal-clear eyes akin to glazed glass. Her exquisitely crafted face, destined to become a source of trouble, often bore an air of aloofness, yet he understood the softness concealed beneath that facade. The 5 great academies. They are absolutely essential to pursue. The following day, after bidding farewell to Mu Feng, Mu Chen made his way to North Spirit City via the transmission array from Mu City, and without lingering in the city, he headed straight to the North Spirit Academy. At this moment, within the North Spirit Academy, in a study room, 3 figures sat upright. The foremost among them was the Academy's director, Xiao Mu, flanked by the esteemed mentors, Mo and Shi, the highest-ranking instructors of the North Spirit Academy. The slots for the 5 major academies had already been allocated. Mo, intrigued, inquired, "How many slots does our North Spirit Academy have this time?" With a peculiar glint in his eye, Xiao Mu gently tapped the golden scroll in his hand, revealing, 5 slots. 5? Mo pondered before continuing, "In our East Academy, there are 5 students qualified to strive for the Spirit Will realm in a short span. As for the West Academy, they should have 7. It appears the competition will be quite fierce." Xiao Mu nodded, acknowledging the stringent criteria imposed by the 5 major academies. Entry was not merely a matter of desire. Moreover, aside from these 5 slots, there exists a special slot, he added, his gaze increasingly enigmatic as it shifted between Mo and Shi. "A special slot?" Both Mo and Shi looked at Xiao Mu, their expressions laden with curiosity. "It is a seed-level slot," Xiao Mu declared as he set down the golden scroll. "A seed-level slot?" The faces of Mo and Shi finally adopted a grave demeanor, unable to suppress their astonishment. How could such a prestigious slot be granted to our North Spirit Academy? The quotas of the 5 prestigious academies are categorized into 3 tiers. The lowest tier consists of ordinary quotas, while the second tier is referred to as seed quotas. Recently, the North Spirit Academy has received a special quota of this nature. Generally speaking, such quotas are only awarded to those academies of considerable strength. Institutions of a scale akin to the North Spirit Academy have never before secured such a prestigious allotment. The first tier is known as the core quota, exceedingly rare in nature. Each recipient of this accolade is a prodigious talent, individuals who shine the brightest on the spiritual path. Moreover, this quota is not merely a title. It significantly influences one's status, identity, and the resources one can acquire upon entering the 5 academies. Consequently, countless aspirants vie for these high-caliber quotas with fierce determination. In our realm, the entire collection of spirit academies in the 100 Spirit Sky possesses merely 20 seed-level quotas. It is astonishing that one has been bestowed upon us. The North Spirit Academy. Dean Xiao chuckled strangely, feeling somewhat incredulous. The 100 Spirit Sky is a vast expanse beyond the North Spirit Realm, encompassing numerous territories, of which the North Spirit Realm is but a relatively weaker one. Thus, when compared to other formidable academies within the 100 Spirit Sky, the North Spirit Academy stands at a disadvantage. Traditionally, seed-level quotas would have been distributed among the more powerful academies, so how could it possibly fall to them? I have received some intelligence suggesting that the allocation of this seed quota to the North Spirit Academy was a direct decision from the 5 esteemed academies. Dean Xiao stated nonchalantly. Oh, the decision made by the 5 great institutes. Master Mo and Master Shi exchanged glances, bewildered. What exactly are the 5 great institutes? How could they possibly concern themselves with a humble institution like the North Spirit Academy? Furthermore, they lacked any influential figures within the 5 great institutes. This was not orchestrated by us. Director Xiao narrowed his murky eyes slightly and mused. I suspect that perhaps a certain student from our North Spirit Academy has caught the attention of the 5 great institutes. A student? Masters Mo and Shi were momentarily taken aback, but then their eyes brightened. Is it Mu Chen? Within the entire North Spirit realm, only Mu Chen had once participated in the Spirit Road, and intriguingly, he had been expelled midway, which left many perplexed and speculating. What exactly had Mu Chen done within the Spirit Road? Director Xiao nodded slowly and remarked, It must be this little fellow. Ha! The 5 great institutes expelled him from the Spirit Road and deliberately granted us a seed quota. What does this signify? Is it compensation? Or perhaps they are somewhat reluctant. Reluctant? The 5 great institutes have encountered countless geniuses and prodigies. Surely one Mu Chen cannot be of such significance? Master Shi frowned. Master Mo smiled faintly and replied, Do not underestimate a young man who could best a ruthless foe, one whose strength lies in the late stage of the spirit will realm, relying solely on the late stage of the spirit movement realm. Director Xiao chuckled lightly, then waved his hand dismissively, saying, Let us not dwell on what the 5 great institutes are contemplating. Since they have granted us this quota, we shall accept it. And this quota? Is it to be directly given to Mu Chen? Master Mo inquired. Dean Xiao shook his head, stating, Such an action would incite discontent among the other students. Furthermore, should the domain lords of the North Spiritual Realm become aware that we possess a coveted seated slot, would they not all be consumed by envy? If we were to grant it to Mu Chen, they would harbor resentment, accusing us of partiality. Then, Dean Xiao rose to his feet, remarking with a serene smile, The established custom shall prevail. Supremacy through strength. Whosoever demonstrates the greatest prowess shall seize the seated slot. Though it is quite probable that this slot is intended for Mu Chen, should he lack the requisite ability, he has only himself to blame. With a wave of his hand, he instructed, Disseminate the news. I surmise that the announcement will galvanize those youngsters into a frenzy. Indeed, a seated slot, the first since the inception of the North Spiritual Academy. Chapter 74. Chun Fan, Hua Yun North Spiritual Academy, Eastern Campus, Cultivation Field. The cultivation field was teeming with activity, as virtually all the students from the Eastern Campus's celestial class had gathered there. Today marked the day when the North Spiritual Academy would disclose the allocation of slots for the 5 great academies. The students who sought cultivation at the North Spiritual Academy were almost universally driven by the allure of the 5 great academy slots. Their years of arduous training were all directed toward using the North Spiritual Academy as a stepping stone to enter those legendary institutions. Upon entering the training ground, Mu Chen was immediately taken aback by the clamor. Observing the dense throng of people, he marveled at the sheer number of students in the Eastern Institute's celestial class. Mu Chen, over here, a delicate voice called out from nearby. Mu Chen turned his gaze to find Tang Qian'er waving her hand at him, her radiant smile captivating the attention of many young men in the vicinity. Mu Chen returned her smile and approached her. In the month since they last met, the young woman had blossomed even further. Despite wearing somewhat loose-fitting black practice attire, her exquisite curves were still subtly discernible. I haven't seen you in a month, and I feel like you've changed somewhat, Tang Qian'er remarked with a tilt of her head, her voice tinged with surprise. Now that Mu Chen had entered the spiritual rotation stage, although he didn't reveal it, the perceptive young woman sensed a certain transformation. I nearly perished in the black underworld abyss, so naturally, I've changed a bit, Mu Chen replied with a smile. You also went to the black underworld abyss? I heard from my father that your Mu territory and the Lu territory seem to have engaged in a major conflict there. I didn't expect you to be involved as well. Were you injured? Tang Qian'er asked, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Mu Chen shook his head. It seemed that the events in the black underworld abyss that day had indeed caused quite a stir, even reaching the Tang territory. However, judging by her expression, They didn't seem to know that the commotion was caused by the 9 Netherbirds' evolution. Brother Mu. A chorus of voices erupted around them as Mo Ling, Tan Qingshan, and others, their faces beaming, pushed their way through the throng. They had evidently dedicated themselves to rigorous training over the past month, their complexions darkened by the effort. Mo Ling, in particular, exuded a palpable increase in spiritual energy, seemingly on the cusp of breaking through to the spiritual rotation stage. Haha, Brother Mu, thanks to the jade spiritual fruit you gave me last time, I reckon it won't be long before I reach the spiritual rotation stage. I'll be leaving you in the dust then. Mo Ling grinned at Mu Chen, who merely cast a sidelong glance, too indolent to deflate his enthusiasm. I wonder how many slots our Northern Spiritual Academy will get this time. Last time there were only 3, and the Eastern and Western Academies nearly tore each other apart for them. Mo Ling licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with undisguised covetousness as he spoke of the coveted slots. Mu Chen nodded in agreement, but before he could respond, a commotion stirred behind them. He turned his head slightly to see 2 figures slowly approaching. Oh, it's actually Chun Fan and Hui Yun. So those 2 fellows have finally deigned to show themselves. Mo Ling observed the pair with a hint of surprise, murmuring in a low voice.
Mu Chen.
Intrigued by his words, gave the 2 a more discerning look. Even when he was still in the Earth Division, he had heard tales of their prowess. In terms of sheer strength, they were arguably the cream of the crop in the Eastern Academy's Heaven Division, only marginally inferior to Lu Mubai. However, their penchant for discretion meant they rarely made appearances in the Northern Spiritual Academy, resulting in their absence from many rankings. It is said that the 2 of them have joined an adventurous team, frequently embarking on hunts for spiritual beasts. Remarked Mo Ling. Mu Chen nodded in realization, understanding the faint scent of blood that lingered around them. Their indifferent expressions indeed set them apart from the surrounding youthful students. It seemed that these 2 had likely attempted to break through to the spirit will realm, Mu Chen noted softly. He could sense the spiritual energy emanating from Chun Fan and Hui Yun, stronger than that of Mo Ling, indicating that they were gradually consolidating their spirit wheels. It is these 2 fellows, Tang Chenner remarked as her beautiful eyes fell upon them. Noticing a slight difference in her tone, Mu Chen cast a curious glance her way. Hee, Brother Mu, Chun Fan and Hui Yun have known each other since childhood, competing fiercely over the years. Upon their entrance to the North Spirit Academy, they both developed affections for Chenner, leading to further rivalry, often resulting in physical confrontations. However, they were ultimately rejected by her, and thus these 2 have teamed up to join an adventure squad for training, vowing to pursue her again once they secure places in the 5 great academies. Mo Ling chuckled from the side. Mu Chen was taken aback, then chuckled as he glanced at the blushing face of Tang Chenner. The allure of the flower of the Eastern Courtyard is undeniably potent, it seems, attracting waves of suitors. Meanwhile, as Mu Chen conversed with Mo Ling, Chun Fan and Hui Yun also turned their gaze towards this direction, specifically noticing Tang Chenner beside Mu Chen. Finally, their previously indifferent faces broke into smiles as they hurried over. Upon seeing them charge towards her, Tang Chenner could only helplessly press her lips together, retreating slightly behind Mu Chen. This subtle movement caused Chun Fan and his companion to pause momentarily, then direct their gazes towards Mu Chen. While Chun Fan maintained a relatively composed demeanor, Hui Yun's expression grew somewhat unfriendly. You must be Mu Chen, the name has long preceded you. It is a pleasure to finally meet, Chun Fan remarked, offering a faint smile as he extended his hand. As their palms met, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from Chun Fan's hand, causing the veins in his arm to bulge. Mu Chen, feeling the formidable pressure conveyed through their handshake, could only shake his head in resignation, refraining from resistance, allowing Chun Fan to exert his power, his countenance remaining impassive. What are you doing, Chun Fan?
Tang Can exclaimed.
Noticing the unfolding scene, her brows furrowing in displeasure. Chun Fan, observing the hint of mockery at the corners of Mu Chen's mouth, furrowed his brow, realizing Mu Chen possessed considerable skill. Brother Mu shouldn't mind, should he? Chun Fan inquired, glancing at Mu Chen. This level of force is certainly nothing to concern oneself with, Mu Chen replied with a smile. Then it seems we must find an opportunity to spar, Hui Yun interjected, a smirk gracing his lips. Perhaps another time, Mu Chen replied noncommittally, choosing to disregard the two further. He turned away, making his way towards the training ground, while Tang Qian'er shot a glare at the duo before following suit. Could it be that Qian'er has taken a liking to this fellow? If so, have we not inadvertently paved the way for another? Huiyun mused, watching Tang Qian'er's graceful figure with a frown. One must assess whether he possesses the capability to earn our endorsement. Chun Fan mused, stroking his chin. Let us find an opportunity to teach him a lesson, suggested Huiyun. Agreed, Chun Fan replied with a smile. In the training arena, the number of students steadily increased. Approximately half an hour later, when a familiar figure strolled in, the cacophony subsided, and eager gazes fixated on Master Mo as he entered. He surveyed the sea of faces, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Without further ado, he announced, this time, our North Spirit Academy has 5 slots among the 5 great academies. 5? A murmur of surprise rippled through the training ground. Although this number was greater than before, it still felt exceedingly scarce for those eligible candidates at North Spirit Academy. Moreover, Master Mo's gaze suddenly landed on Mu Chen. In addition to these 5 slots, there is 1 seed-level position available. A seed-level position? At that moment, the arena fell into stunned silence, incredulous eyes fixated on Master Mo. After a brief pause, many inhaled sharply, and even Chun Fan and his companion found their breaths quickening. Mu Chen may have been the sole individual able to maintain his composure. The seed position was indeed rare, yet if he could successfully navigate the spirit path, he might secure an even higher slot. This seed position was exclusively reserved for the strongest students at North Spirit Academy. Thus, to obtain it, one must triumph over all competitors. Master Mo gazed at the astonished students, then turned his attention to the calm-eyed Mu Chen ahead. With a faint smile, he remarked, in our Eastern Academy, 5 individuals are eligible to partake in this competition. Chen Fan, Huiyun, Mo Ling, Tang Qian'er, and
Mu Chen.
Upon hearing these names, a few sighs of regret echoed through the training grounds. Yet, they understood that to attain such qualifications, one must rapidly break through to the spiritual will realm. It seemed that only these 5 met the criteria. In the coming month, I shall provide targeted guidance for each of you, ensuring that you take that crucial step and successfully advance to the spiritual will realm. Master Mo declared solemnly. Yes. Mo Ling and the others responded, their excitement palpable. They knew that with a powerful figure like Master Mo, a cultivator of the spirit soul realm, offering personalized instruction, their training would undoubtedly progress more smoothly. However, Mu Chen offered a wry smile, hesitating for a moment before raising his hand. Mu Chen, do you have a question? Master Mo inquired, somewhat puzzled by the gesture. Master, I fear I no longer require that step, Mu Chen replied. Master Mo was momentarily taken aback, but then, as if piecing together a puzzle, his gaze